Wait. Uncle Wu, you mean we're going to a declining family to break off the engagement? Jiang Junyi sat on the living room sofa testing the waters. The middle-aged man across from him with graying temples but a sharp, energetic demeanor nodded. Yes, young master. The Wan family is no longer what it used to be, and their eldest daughter is a blind, paralyzed woman. She is utterly unworthy of you, young master. Jiang Junyi's brows furrowed deeply. Something was wrong, very, very wrong. This plot felt just like those web novels. Would the Wan family's eldest daughter, now say 30 years east 30 years west, then come to him and kick him like a stray dog by the roadside? Jiang Junyi stood up and paced back and forth. No, let me think. He recalled the countless cliché urban novels from his past life on Earth. Yes, Jiang Junyi was a transmigrator, and a Wam transmigrator at that. Even when he was still just a tiny tadpole, he had mysteriously gained consciousness. Among the surging army of predecessors, he used his superior agility and sharp mind to secure the best position. At the very moment when millions of his brothers vanished, a flash of inspiration struck, and he burst forward, eventually succeeding in birth. The details of this are not for outsiders to know. Who could understand? A transmigrator facing a life-and-death crisis right away. Fortunately, this reincarnation was top tier. He became the eldest son of the Jiang family, the wealthiest in Jiangxing, and he lived comfortably for the first 20 years. But today, just 2 days after his 20th birthday, Uncle Wu suddenly announced they were going to break off an engagement. Maybe I should meet her first, Jiang Junyi said cautiously. No joke, engagements can't just be casually broken. Uncle Wu sighed helplessly. Young master, the Wan family is just an insignificant minor clan. He thought his young master was being so careful out of concern for the Wan family's face. But he had no idea that Jiang Junyi's mind was filled with images of don't bully the youth in poverty. And the eldest daughter of the Wan family came to the appointment only for him to meet his end on the spot. No, this engagement cannot be broken. After much deliberation, the sense of unease in Jiang Junyi's heart grew stronger. Uncle Wu was startled, not understanding why his young master was so fixated on a small family. The moment Jiang Junyi made his decision, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Host chooses to fulfill the engagement. The world storyline is now unfolding. Villain's pure love system loading. Finding love target. Loading complete. Love target. Wan Qingwen worldview being explained. Explanation complete. Jiang Junyi stood frozen, as if his mind had crashed. In reality, he was absorbing the basic information of this world. After a long moment, he came back to his senses, plopped down onto the sofa, and recalled the newly acquired knowledge. This world was indeed an urban novel world. But it was a chaotic mix of tags like Dragon King Returns, Divine Doctor Descends, Soldier King Bodyguard, War God Returns, and so on. And Wan Qingwen, according to the system, was the ultimate supervillain who ran through the entire story. As for why she was a villain, Jiang Junyi didn't know, and the system didn't say. He would have to discover it himself. Ding. Since the host survived a life-and-death crisis upon arrival in this world, a level confidential file has been awarded. Jiang Junyi blinked and opened a file on a virtual panel before him. The Jiang family, the leading clan of Jiangxing, later had their massive business empire coveted by various children of destiny. Ultimately, in a great war, the Jiang family collapsed. The patriarch and matriarch both died. You, because you once treated Wan Qingwen kindly, were saved by her, but you were permanently disabled, spending the rest of your life in a hospital bed. Huff, huff. Jiang Junyi stared at the level file, his eyes reddened, his body trembling slightly. Mom and Dad would die because of those children of destiny. The Jiang family would collapse, and he would be permanently disabled. Uncle Wu witnessed his young master go from stunned to furious in an instant, his heart quivering. No, breaking an engagement shouldn't rile him up this much. Jiang Junyi took a few deep breaths, calmed down, and started organizing the information he had. Known Wan Qingwen is the ultimate villainess, and she is still engaged to him. This is important. So knowing the world's secrets and having bound to her as his pure love target, he could choose to ally. Wait, pure love target. Jiang Junyi's eyes widened. Pure love, what is that about? Ding. The core of this system is pure love. As long as the host engages in pure love activities with the love target, you will earn pure love points. Techniques, cultivation, martial arts, divine artifacts. All are hidden in the pure love treasury. All Dragon Kings, War Gods, whatever, smash them all. One phrase, pure love is invincible. Hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Junyi felt much of the fog in his heart dissipate. So if he could just cling to Wan Qingwen's thigh and farm some pure love points, wouldn't he be invincible? With that thought, Jiang Junyi broke into a smile, his whole demeanor brightening. He jumped to his feet and fixed his blazing gaze on the trembling Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu, prepare the betrothal gifts. I'm going to propose. Huh, I'll talk to my parents myself. Oh. Obviously, the rapid changes in his young master over the past 15 minutes had left Uncle Wu completely baffled. Jiang Junyi dialed his mother's phone. Hello, Mom. What is it, dear? I want to tell you something. Go ahead. I want to propose to the Wan family. What, wait? The Wan family. That declining little family. That's right. Son, do you know about the Wan family's eldest daughter? I'm not one to look down on the poor, but this girl. Jiang Junyi's voice was firm and righteous. Mom, I've made up my mind. This engagement was Grandpa's promise. As the eldest son of the Jiang family, I have a duty to fulfill it. But, Zhao Ningyu wanted to say more, but was interrupted by a hearty voice. Dear, this shows our son has a sense of responsibility. As the future head of the Jiang family, he should have such boldness. Jiang Wudao, Jiang Junyi's father, chimed in. All right, but Mom has to warn you. You need to be careful. Our family's wealth. I know. Your son isn't stupid. After hanging up, Zhao Ningyu, elegant and dignified, showed a trace of worry between her brows. Jiang Wudao, on the other hand, drank tea with a pleased expression. Drink, drink, drink. All you know is tea. Do you know the situation of that girl from the Wan family? Zhao Ningyu pinched Jiang Wudao. Ow, dear. That was arranged by Dad. You know Grandpa once saved Dad's life once. Zhao Ningyu sighed after hearing Jiang Wudao's words. The Wan family small study. The gray-blue curtains filtered the March sunlight, casting mottled patches on the wheelchair. The girl before the window sat with her back straight, like an unbroken reed. What are you doing? What do you want to do to my sister? Wan Qingwen heard her younger sister Wan Xiaoxiao's voice coming from the entrance of the small courtyard and turned her wheelchair toward the gate. She had traversed this path countless times and knew it well. No sooner had she reached the yard than the sound of quarreling grew more intense. What do you think you're doing? Wan Xiaoxiao exclaimed, What are you doing? The other voice snapped, What? Do you have any idea how much trouble she's brought upon the Wan family? Get out of my way now. A thud followed, and Wan Qingwen heard her sister fall to the ground. Hastily propelling her wheelchair forward, she spoke with a hint of fury in her voice, Stop. In the courtyard stood a woman extravagantly dressed in gold and jewels, her face etched with malice. She sneered, Oh, I thought you wouldn't dare come out. Wan Xiaoxiao, seeing her sister appear, quickly got up and moved behind Wan Qingwen, whispering, Sis, why did you come out? Wan Qingwen patted Wan Xiaoxiao's hand and said, It's okay. Then turning toward the direction of her second uncle, she asked, Second uncle, what brings you here? The man retorted, What? Because of your crippled leg and blind eyes, the Jiang family wants to call off the engagement. Do you know how much trouble this will bring upon the Wan family? Wan Feng stepped forward, his expression dark and grim. His words carried not a hint of familial affection, only selfishness and greed. Exactly. Your brother is about to take over a Fortune 500 company, with the Jiang family calling off the engagement at this crucial moment. Speak. Was it you, little slut, who caused this behind our backs? The speaker was Li Rong, Wan Qingwen's aunt, who never hesitated to use vulgar and acerbic language. Shut up, old hag. You're the slut. Wan Xiaoxiao, standing beside Wan Qingwen, erupted in fury upon hearing Li Rong's insults. Oh, I'm only calling out her faults, not yours. You loiter around all day without ambition. Your grades are always at the bottom. You've disgraced the entire Wan family. Is this how your mother raised you? Li Rong then covered her mouth in feigned surprise. Oh, I forgot. You two have no mother now. You. Wan Xiaoxiao's eyes reddened, and a fury surged within her. She took 2 steps forward, but felt her hand tightly grasped by Wan Qingwen. Although the elder sister had stopped her, the slight trembling of her delicate fingers betrayed her own inner rage. Yet more than rage, she was terrified that her sister might get hurt. Wan Feng coldly eyed the 2 sisters and declared, Given the situation, we must make amends and stop the Jiang family from canceling the engagement. Wan Qingwen answered, Can't you stand on your own without the Jiang family? Wan Qingwen took a deep breath to suppress her emotions. You still have the nerve to say that. If you had crawled into the eldest Jiang son's bed sooner, the Wan family would be glorious beyond measure. Your body is crippled and your mind. Use that vixen face of yours to please Master Jiang. Oh, maybe young Master Jiang has a taste for the bizarre, likes the crippled and blind types. Li Rong's malicious and crude words stabbed into Wan Qingwen's heart like steel needles. Li Rong, if you keep spouting nonsense, I'll rip your mouth apart. Wan Xiaoxiao trembled with rage. Every sentence of Li Rong's trampled Wan Qingwen's dignity. Every word cut deep. I will handle this matter myself. The Wan family will not be affected. Wan Qingwen's hands trembled as she folded them on her lap, trying to mask the turbulent emotions within her. You'll handle it. My dear niece, by the time you finish, the Wan family will already have suffered grievous losses. Can you bear that responsibility? Wan Feng let out a contemptuous laugh, every word dripping with scorn for Wan Qingwen. What do you suggest, second uncle? Wan Qingwen clenched her fists, her chest rising and falling in shallow breaths. You and your sister, both go and serve Master Jiang. Wan Feng stared coldly at Wan Qingwen and Wan Xiaoxiao, as if the sisters were no more than commodities in his eyes, merchandise to be traded for money and power. Wan Feng, how dare you? For the first time, the usually calm and restrained Wan Qingwen could not hold back, shouting almost in a low roar at Wan Feng. Years ago, the Wan family, specifically Wan Qingwen's branch, was at its peak. But because of a certain item, various forces joined hands, and overnight the entire family was annihilated. All of Wan Qingwen and Wan Xiaoxiao's relatives died that very night. Only Wan Feng's branch, having stayed away from Jiang City, survived the catastrophe. Later, this family came to Jiang City and took over the remaining assets of the Wan family. Even so, those assets far exceeded what they once owned. Since that night, the two sisters had clung to each other, growing up side by side. In Wan Qingwen's heart, Wan Xiaoxiao was her most cherished person, whom she would never allow anyone to defile. I am not asking for your opinion. I am informing you. Wan Feng waved his hand impassively. Behind him, a group of suited bodyguards filed in and seized both Wan Qingwen and Wan Xiaoxiao. Let go of me. Let go of my sister. Sis. Wan Xiaoxiao struggled desperately. Xiaoxiao, are you okay? Xiaoxiao. Wan Qingwen, already frail, was held by the strong men's grip on her wrists, unable to resist at all. You? Xiaoxiao. Both sisters were gagged. At this moment, overwhelming despair drowned Wan Qingwen's mind. She knew they were about to become objects of pleasure for others. Why? All I wanted was to spend the rest of my life peacefully with my sister. Why do this to me? Paralyzed, blind. Cruel heavens, what other suffering will you heap upon me? I resent it all. No one noticed the faint wisps of black energy brushing across Wan Qingwen's body. Meanwhile, Jiang Junyi was trying on clothes, hoping to pick a satisfactory outfit to meet Wan Qingwen. Even though Wan Qingwen could not see, he would not dress carelessly. This was not about whether she could see. It was about his attitude. Red is too flashy, white is too pretentious. Jiang Junyi studied the suits in the mirror, looking troubled. Young master, I think a gray coat with a vintage hunting vest might be a good choice, offered Uncle Wu, who stood slightly bowed nearby. Jiang Junyi's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Not bad, Uncle Wu really has an eye for style. You flatter me, young master. He immediately changed into the outfit. His tall and straight figure, clad in the gray coat, exuded a tough, mature charm. It complemented Jiang Junyi's heroic and dignified features perfectly. Uncle Wu handed him a pair of black leather gloves. Jiang Junyi examined himself in the mirror, turning left and right, his face filled with satisfaction. There's a bit of a villain vibe, isn't there? Just then Uncle Wu's phone rang. He answered it, and as he listened, his expression shifted, finally settling into a cold fury. Understood. Hanging up, he reported, Young Master Wan Feng of the Wan family is harassing the young mistress. The situation is dire. Jiang Junyi's hands adjusting his coat paused for a moment. He turned to look at Uncle Wu. Wan Feng. His coat flared as he moved. Let's go. Yes. Over here. Wan Qingwen and Wan Xiaoxiao had already fallen into an abyss of despair, with hopelessness spreading through their hearts. They never dreamed that one day they would be bound by their own second uncle, all to curry favor with another entity. Wan Qingwen, already blind, felt an even greater darkness surging toward her, slowly devouring her heart and overwhelming her fragile body. In her ears rang her sister's cries for help, and before her loomed an insurmountable power. Strength. If only I had my own strength. Would everything be different? Wan Qingwen questioned herself inwardly. Just as she was about to sink into the abyss, a calm, yet magnetic voice sounded. Uncle Wu, clear the area. Yes. Who else was coming? Huh. It doesn't matter. Probably another one trying to flatter the Jiang family. Jiang Junyi's heart trembled fiercely as he looked at Wan Qingwen on the wheelchair, shattered and enveloped in despair. He looked at Wan Feng. Are you Wan Feng? Wan Feng frowned. That's right. Which family are you from? Don't you know I'm handling family matters? Very well. Jiang Junyi nodded without replying to Wan Feng, then turned to glance at Uncle Wu. Those bodyguards, spare their lives. Uncle Wu bowed slightly and waved his hand. Instantly, agile figures darted out from behind Jiang Junyi like swimming dragons. Crack, crack, thump, thump. Within 3 breaths, the bodyguards Wan Feng had brought lay unconscious on the ground, without even a cry of pain. Arms were broken, legs were snapped. Wan Feng's pupils abruptly contracted. Before he could react, his own bodyguards were all incapacitated. Li Rong's face changed at the sight. Fearing that another family might steal the opportunity to curry favor, she strutted over to Jiang Junyi on her stiletto heels, pointed a finger at his nose, and cursed, "You little brat. These 2 sisters belong to the Wan family. Do you know the Wan family? They are the in-law family of the Jiang family in Jiangxing. I advise you not to meddle. Otherwise, you can't bear the consequences." Jiang Junyi furrowed his brows. "I really dislike it when people point fingers at me." "What did you say?" "Ah." Li Rong let out a pig-like squeal as her body crumpled to the ground from the pain. It turned out that the moment Jiang Junyi spoke, Uncle Wu appeared beside Li Rong like a ghost and instantly snapped that finger. Jiang Junyi paid no further attention to the fallen Li Rong. Instead, he walked slowly toward Wan Feng. Uncle Wu quick-witted kicked Li Rong aside against the wall to avoid blocking the young master's path. Young and reckless, acting so arrogantly. Today's grudge is set. The Jiang family and the Wan family won't let you off. Wan Feng's face was ashen, yet he still blurted out threats. Jiang Junyi gave a faint smile. You think you're worthy of holding a grudge against me, young man? Before Wan Feng could finish, Jiang Junyi lashed out with a powerful lightning-fast kick. Bang! Wan Feng felt a sharp pain in his cheek, several blood-stained teeth flying out with bloody saliva, and his entire body uncontrollably flew backward. Hitting the ground, the world spun before his eyes, and the pain from his side face relentlessly assaulted every nerve. Before he could rise, Wan Feng felt someone grab his collar, dragging him like a dead dog to a certain spot. Plop! Jiang Junyi threw Wan Feng in front of Wan Qingwen, pulled off his gloves, and tossed them to the ground. Then he said to a Jiang family guard beside him, teach him how to kneel. The guard nodded and walked toward Wan Feng. Jiang Junyi glanced again at the shattered young woman before him, sighed softly, and crouched down to pull the cloth from her mouth. He gently stroked Wan Qingwen's pale cheek, lifted her despairing lowered head, and said tenderly, nice to meet you. Who is it? Wan Qingwen felt the warmth on her cheek, and an inexplicable sense of calm arose. Did he save me? Who is he? She wanted to say something, but for a moment words eluded her. No need to speak. I'm here. But Wan Qingwen, thinking of her sister, struggled to force out a sound. Xiao. Xiao. Jiang Junyi glanced at Wan Xiao, who had fainted nearby. She's fine, just unconscious. They'll have someone tend to her immediately. Hearing that her sister was unharmed, Wan Qingwen breathed a sigh of relief. Yet her heart was still puzzled. Why would anyone come to save her? Who are you? Jiang Junyi paused briefly, then spoke. I am your fiancée, Jiang Junyi of the Jiang family. Upon hearing this, Wan Qingwen's body stiffened abruptly, then she used all her strength to slap Jiang Junyi's hand away. So it's you, the eldest young master of the Jiang family, helping me. Is it out of pity? She gave a self-deprecating smile. Jiang Junyi sighed softly. I'm sorry. I never imagined that just a rumor would cause you such suffering. Wan Qingwen fell silent upon hearing the man's sincere words. She knew she couldn't entirely blame Jiang Junyi for this. But she still felt deeply uncomfortable inside. The engagement will be dissolved. I just ask that you, young Master Jiang, no longer disturb us sisters. This shall be compensation for the incident. Jiang Junyi was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Dissolve the engagement? If I dissolve it, what's left for me? At that thought, Jiang Junyi's boldness flared. He scooped Wan Qingwen into his arms. The soft, slender body in his embrace, the faint scent of her hair drifting to his nose. Jiang Junyi's heart stirred. So this is how soft a girl's body is. Wan Qingwen gasped in surprise. You. What are you doing? Jiang Junyi smiled softly, his eyes looking at Wan Qingwen, as bright as stars. I think you've misunderstood, Miss Wan. I am here to propose. I am here to propose marriage. Panic filled Wan Qingwen's heart, yet the broad and sturdy chest offered her a modicum of security. Jiang Junyi carried Wan Qingwen into the hall. It took a while for Wan Qingwen to react, and she said coldly, Young Master Jiang, please put me down. If you intend to amuse yourself with this, I would rather die than consent. At this, Jiang Junyi could feel Wan Qingwen's slightly trembling body, as if she were angry. He knew he could not continue this recklessly. Jiang Junyi placed Wan Qingwen on the soft sofa, crouched down, and said earnestly, I have no intention of seeking pleasure in this, nor am I making fun of you. He took Wan Qingwen's slender hand, and placed it on his own cheek. I am telling you very seriously, Miss Wan Qingwen, I want to marry you. Startled, Wan Qingwen withdrew her hand. Jiang Junyi's sincere and resolute words left her momentarily unable to discern what this man was up to. She exhaled softly. You are the eldest son of the Jiang family in Jiangsheng. I am merely a crippled blind girl of no value to you. Then please say no more, young Master Jiang. Jiang Junyi felt a headache upon hearing Wan Qingwen's words. Indeed, coming to her door and declaring that he wanted to marry her would inevitably make people think he had ulterior motives. He thought for a moment, then reached out and called, Uncle Wu, bring the documents. Uncle Wu bowed slightly and handed over a document. Jiang Junyi placed the document into Wan Qingwen's hands and said softly, First, this is my sincerity. After gently touching it, Wan Qingwen realized that this document was actually in Braille. After carefully sensing it, she found that this was actually a proxy for 10 of the Jiang family's assets from which she could draw a 1 commission. Knowing that the Jiang family was an all-powerful presence in Jiangxing, 10 of their industries already surpassed most first-rate families. Even a mere 1 commission exceeded what the Wan family had before. The value of this document was self-evident. Are you insane? You want to give me the agency over 10 of the Jiang family's industries? Wan Qingwen's voice was extremely unsettled. Jiang Junyi gently held Wan Qingwen's soft hand, his face full of sincerity. Qingwen, actually, when I was very young, you left an imprint in my heart. All these years I've been busy improving myself, traveling abroad, just so that one day I could shield you from the wind and rain. But unfortunately, I was still too late. I didn't expect your experiences over the years to be so rough, the former Wan family. At this, a trace of gloom appeared on Jiang Junyi's face. Even though Wan Qingwen couldn't see it, Jiang Junyi felt that the emotions should be properly expressed. Just then Uncle Wu suddenly spoke. Young mistress, I have watched the young master grow up. The hardships he endured abroad are not few. From corporate management to border peacekeeping, from product operations to special operations. The young master has immersed himself in vast finance and fought his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, all with one purpose: to have enough strength to protect you. Jiang Junyi turned his head sharply to look at Uncle Wu. Good heavens, Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu glanced at Jiang Junyi, nodded slightly, and gave a thumbs up. Young master, I understand. Uncle Wu, what are you saying these for? Jiang Junyi pretended to be angry, immediately playing along. Then he took the opportunity to squeeze Wan Qingwen's little hand to earn pure love points, and said softly, Qingyun, don't listen to Uncle Wu's nonsense, it's not that exaggerated. But I did learn a lot abroad. Wan Qingwen fell silent, listening to the two, not even noticing Jiang Junyi's small actions. She did not fully believe the words of Jiang Junyi and Uncle Wu. Even if they were all true, she could not trust someone unconditionally. At this moment, she was pondering a question: with the Jiang family as a cover, could she secretly develop her own power? Using this strength, she would find the murderers who destroyed the Wan family one by one. Revenge. This was an opportunity, as she would no longer allow anyone to bully her at will. As for marriage, she had never hoped for such a thing from the start. If he wanted to play, then let him. With that thought, Wan Qingwen said slowly, I understand. Hearing Wan Qingwen's agreement, Jiang Junyi's eyes lit up, and he tightly grasped her jade-like hands. I know you may have doubts about my feelings now, but it's okay. He placed Wan Qingwen's little hand over his heart. Time will prove my sincerity. I will defy my instincts, go against my nature, and love you forever. Hearing Jiang Junyi's passionate and straightforward confession, even Wan Qingwen, who only had thoughts of using him, blushed slightly, and she gently pushed Jiang Junyi. You're too close. Jiang Junyi looked at the distance between himself and Wan Qingwen. It seemed his face was almost pressed against hers. He quickly coughed twice, moved back a little. Qingwen, what do you usually do? I want to know you. Wan Qingwen pondered after hearing this. If she wanted to use him, she couldn't just refuse him. The principle of giving a stick and then a date was something she understood. So Wan Qingwen responded to Jiang Junyi's question, reading, Can I take a look at your study? Jiang Junyi pressed his advantage. Wan Qingwen nodded gently. Okay, please trouble young Master Jiang to move my wheelchair. Wheelchair? With a wheelchair, how could I get close to you? Jiang Junyi cast a look at Uncle Wu, who understood instantly. He flashed to the wheelchair and struck it down with a swift motion. Crash. Qingwen, your wheelchair was damaged in the recent scuffle. The corners of Wan Qingwen's mouth twitched slightly, as she seemed to have heard her wheelchair shatter. It's okay, I have a spare. Jiang Junyi interrupted. Hey, now we are family, there are things I can do. A sense of foreboding rose in Wan Qingwen's heart. She quickly tried to speak. I don't need. Jiang Junyi again carried Wan Qingwen in a bridle hold. Let's go, we'll take you to the study. Jiang Junyi's voice sounded in Wan Qingwen's ear. The warm breath mixed with it made her earlobes red. However, fortunately, aside from carrying her, Jiang Junyi did not make any impolite moves, which calmed her a little. Following Wan Qingwen's guidance, Jiang Junyi arrived at the study and gently placed her on the wooden chair by the table. The study was simple, with many types of books placed. This is where I usually stay. Very boring, isn't it? Wan Qingwen said self-deprecatingly. Jiang Junyi was silent for a moment. This small space was where the girl before him had spent most of her life. Nevertheless, she had grown strong, survived, and strived for a certain goal. Jiang Junyi smiled. I won't say that I also love this atmosphere. I know this is the place that has imprisoned you for half your life. I have no right to comfort you with my perceived tranquility, saying this is a good place. He crouched beside Wan Qingwen, gently took her hand. I only hope that my arrival can become a beam of light in your dim world. Saying that, Jiang Junyi laughed twice and scratched his head. Is that a bit narcissistic? Wan Qingwen covered her mouth and chuckled. It seems so. Thump. Jiang Junyi's heart beat violently once. The fleeting smile was like an ephemeral night, blooming, serious, blossoming in the cold darkness, or a winter sun piercing through the clouds. This smile stirred ripples in Jiang Junyi's heart. Oh no. He seemed to be falling for her. Wan Qingwen's cool, yet resilient face, a body that never yielded to fate, radiated a brilliance in that moment that illuminated Jiang Junyi's soul. Hearing no response from Jiang Junyi for a while, Wan Qingwen felt puzzled. What's wrong? Jiang Junyi snapped back to reality. Nothing. It's just that Qingwen's smile made my heart skip a beat. Wan Qingwen was taken aback, a blush creeping up her neck. You? What's so heart-stirring about that? Her voice faded to a whisper by the end. Jiang Junyi gazed at the shy Wan Qingwen, a doting smile spreading across his face. He shy Qingwen is so beautiful too. If before he only wanted to cling to Wan Qingwen for protection, now Jiang Junyi genuinely felt an urge to pursue pure love with her. Wan Qingwen seemed to sense her own unease. After clearing her throat, she said calmly, "You must be busy, young Master Jiang. This matter is settled, and I have things to attend to." The dismissal was clear, but Jiang Junyi pulled a chair over and sat beside Wan Qingwen, resting his chin on his hand as he watched her. "Go ahead, do your work." Hearing this, Wan Qingwen was utterly bewildered. Seriously, couldn't he understand her meaning? Why did he drag a chair over and sit next to her? Wan Qingwen took a deep breath. Maybe if she ignored him, he would leave on his own. With that thought, she picked up a book and began reading. She couldn't let him disrupt her study plan. Jiang Junyi quietly watched her as she focused on the book. For a moment, the study fell silent. So silent, like those dark, sunless days in the past. Wan Qingwen's grip on the book tightened slightly. That man had barged into her gray world, but now that it had returned to its former state, why did she feel a pang of discomfort? Just then the silence was broken. One day Little Bear planted a strawberry and a mango. He found that the strawberry grew very slowly, so he whispered beside it. Guess what Little Bear said? Jiang Junyi leaned on the table. He clearly saw the bright expression on Wan Qingwen's face when he spoke. What did he say? Jiang Junyi grinned mischievously. Little Bear said, "I can't do it without you, I can't do it without you." Wan Qingwen, who had just calmed down, blushed again. "You? Don't disturb my reading. Even reading gets tiring, sometimes you need a little diversion." "I am used to it." Wan Qingwen felt a mix of shyness and annoyance. Having never interacted much with the opposite sex, she found Jiang Junyi hard to resist. She pushed Jiang Junyi away. "No more talking." Jiang Junyi, amused by her flustered look, couldn't help teasing her. "Otherwise call me darling husband. Young Master Jiang sounds so distant." What? Wan Qingwen's face changed dramatically at these bold words. You're going too far." Jiang Junyi feigned disappointment. But calling me young Master Jiang makes us feel like strangers." Wan Qingwen gritted her teeth. "Seriously? We only met today, you know. Who calls someone darling husband the very first day?" Yet sensing Jiang Junyi's disappointment, she relented. "Change it. Then. Precious husband." "Bastard." Wan Qingwen threw her book at him. "This man. How could he be so shameless?" "Just kidding. How about calling me Junyi?" Jiang Junyi caught the tossed book and smiled. That was more reasonable. Still, it sounded quite intimate. "June? Yes. Yes." Jiang Junyi stared at her with burning anticipation, waiting for her to speak. Feeling that intense gaze, Wan Qingwen found it hard to utter the word. After a long inner struggle, she finally whispered, Junyi." As soon as the words left her lips, a blush spread across her delicate face, adding a touch of cuteness to her cool demeanor. "Oh, how adorable." Jiang Junyi clutched his heart. The shy Qingwen calling his name was just too adorable. Ding, affectionate call from pure love target. Pure love value 10. "Say it again." Jiang Junyi leaned closer, his masculine presence sweeping over Wan Qingwen. Wan Qingwen quickly pushed his head away, her cool little hands resting on his cheeks, making his heart flutter. Ding. Pure love target initiates touch. Pure love value 6. "You? Stay away." "I didn't hear it. Just once more, just once." Jiang Junyi shamelessly squirmed closer. "No. No way." Just as they were tussling, an urgent call came from outside the study. Sis, are you okay?" Wan Xiaoxiao rushed in, but the sight stunned her. Her sister's face was flushed, and a strange man kept nuzzling against her. "Who are you? Get lost." "Xiaoxiao, wait." Wan Xiaoxiao delivered a flying kick. A force struck Jiang Junyi's side. In that instant, a cascade of strategic thoughts flashed through his mind. How to leverage this kick. Ugh. Thump. The chair tipped over, and Jiang Junyi crashed to the floor. Wan Qingwen's expression changed at the sound as she wanted to stop it, but couldn't even stand up. "Huh. Sis, what were you saying?" Wan Xiaoxiao landed in front of Wan Qingwen, flicked her twin tails, and looked curiously at her sister, who seemed to be hesitating. Xiaoxiao, he just saved us. He's not a bad person." Wan Qingwen grabbed her sister's hand and quickly explained. "Huh. I don't remember that. He clearly." Wan Xiaoxiao didn't understand. "Sigh. He'll explain later." Wan Qingwen sighed, but then noticed Jiang Junyi had gone still on the floor. "Xiaoxiao, how hard did you hit?" Wan Xiaoxiao looked at the motionless Jiang Junyi and scratched her head. "Full force." "Push me over to check." "No. The wheelchair is broken." Wan Qingwen grew anxious. Wan Xiaoxiao had never seen her sister so frantic. She quickly soothed her. "There's a spare one, and I'll go get it." "Okay, hurry." Wan Qingwen furrowed her brows. After Wan Xiaoxiao ran out, she called for Jiang Junyi. Junyi. On the floor, Jiang Junyi cracked an eye open and saw only him and Wan Qingwen in the room. He then crawled bit by bit to her side and laid his head on her thigh. So soft. Ding. Contact with pure love targets, jade leg. Pure love value 66. Opt. Wan Qingwen was startled and quickly touched the thing on her leg. Junyi. Jiang Junyi pretended to be faint, speaking with difficulty. I can hear. My Qingwen calling me. I die without regret. Wan Qingwen sighed in relief at his playful words, but then realized. This damned man was pillowing his head on her lap. Bastard. Get up, she gritted out. Jiang Junyi grinned, stood up nimbly, and gently kneaded her shoulders from behind. Don't be angry, humph. Wan Qingwen snorted and turned her head away, unwilling to acknowledge him. Clatter. A heavy object fell at the doorway. Both turned to look. Wan Xiaoxiao stared in disbelief. You too. Are you flirting? In the living room, a situation of tripartite confrontation unfolded. Jiang Junyi sat on the sofa, facing Wan Xiaoxiao, with Wan Qingwen in a wheelchair position between them. Wan Xiaoxiao's eyes were slightly red and her gaze fixed firmly on Jiang Junyi. Jiang Junyi wore a helpless expression. Things are just like this. Now I am your sister's lawful husband and your legitimate legal brother-in-law. After hearing this, Wan Xiaoxiao looked somewhat stunned, turning incredulously to Wan Qingwen. Sis. We've grown up, depending on each other, we agreed to spend our lives together. Wan Qingwen's expression darkened, clearly recalling memories of the past. Jiang Junyi felt a headache coming. This girl was a handful. Yet the way she protected her sister was truly commendable. Wan Qingwen's expression shifted uncertainly before she seemed to make a decision, letting out a soft sigh. Xiaoxiao, this is what Grandpa set down back then. I think he certainly wouldn't want us to be people without faith. We are weak and isolated now, I don't want today's situation to happen again. Having said that, Wan Qingwen gripped the armrests of her wheelchair tightly, still unable to calm her heart as she recalled the earlier events. Besides, I've already made a 3-point agreement with him. Can you trust me, sis? Wan Xiaoxiao wiped the corner of her eyes. Really? Of course it's true. Wan Xiaoxiao turned to Jiang Junyi. Is what my sister said true? Wan Qingwen also turned to Jiang Junyi, a trace of unease on her face. She feared that Wan Xiaoxiao might provoke Jiang Junyi, causing him to reveal the truth in displeasure. Jiang Junyi noticed the tension on Wan Qingwen's face and smiled faintly. Yes, your sister is right. To fulfill the pact with my grandfather, I promised your sister to help you achieve independence. Both sisters exhaled in relief. At that moment, Wu Bo approached and whispered something into Jiang Junyi's ear. Jiang Junyi nodded. All right, I'll go back immediately. He stood up and looked at Wan Qingwen. Qingwen, I have something to attend to and need to return. Have a good rest. Wan Qingwen gave a slight nod. Okay. As Jiang Junyi left the room, seemed to lose its vibrant color in an instant. Wan Qingwen stared blankly in the direction Jiang Junyi had gone. Has he gone? Not until Wan Xiaoxiao pushed her toward the study. Sis. What's wrong, Xiaoxiao? Nothing. If he is truly that good, then sister wouldn't have to work so hard anymore. But before that, there is still the need to observe. Thinking about today's happenings. Don't worry, I won't let anyone bully us again. Over here. Jiang Junyi got into the car, a smile hanging on his face. What a wonderful day. Right, let me check how much pure love value I have now. Jiang Junyi opened the systems panel and saw a line. Pure love points 100. Not bad. He said in his mind, system, what can I exchange for pure love points now? Ding. The system detects that the pure love target will have a fortuitous encounter tonight. It is recommended that the host prioritize redeeming a level confidential document. Jiang Junyi tapped an icon shaped like a library labeled File Library. Once expanded, it displayed the previously opened confidential file, Fundamentals of Worldview, which was illuminated. There was also another file in the file library that appeared dim and unlit, a confidential document titled The Beginning of the Black Palace. The required pure love points for redemption were 50. That was half of the day's points in one go. Without hesitation, Jiang Junyi decided. Anything concerning Wan Qingwen could not be let slip. Ding. Redemption complete. The file slowly unfolded, and Jiang Junyi read it carefully. The humiliated Wan Qingwen awakened the evil within her on this day. This power seems closely related to the fall of the Wan family in the past. The star shrouded in black qi is the symbol of her awakening. With the awakening of this power, the destiny master that the world once feared was born quietly. A secret organization named the Black Palace revived alongside, and among its 12 star lords, those of Capricorn, Virgo, and Leo still survive. The so-called star lords are martial artists blessed by the destiny master granted special talents. They dedicate their lives to the master, helping him rise above all beings. However, the Black Palace is currently severely weakened. Everything requires Wan Qingwen to rebuild this organization that once terrified countless forces from scratch. Current base Starry Sky Care Center Bar recruitment slogan: when stars emerge from the celestial canopy, the Black Palace is eternal. Jiang Junyi's mouth twitched. The earlier part had a certain atmosphere, but the style suddenly changed later on. And there's even a recruitment slogan. He pondered, analyzing the file. First, today's entry point is Wan Qingwen's darkening node. However, due to his own appearance, her transformation seemed not entirely complete. But since this file appeared, it means Qingyun still successfully awakened that power. Combined with what the system said tonight, Qingyun will encounter someone from the Black Palace. The file emphasizes that Qingyun needs to rebuild the organization. Jiang Junyi stroked his chin. What does rebuilding an organization require? Money, people, channels, equipment. Wait, can't I just supply all these things? Jiang Junyi pumped his fist, excitement spreading across his face. He had just given Wan Qingwen agency rights, so money may not be a big issue. That leaves only people. Moreover, this file contains the recruitment slogan. It seems no coincidence. Thinking this, Jiang Junyi looked up and casually asked, Wu Bo, does our family have any special organization or something like Death Warriors? Wu Bo's eyes flashed and he said in a deep voice, as expected of the young master, You've already noticed this point. What? Wait, you mean there really is such a thing? The master and madam called you back precisely for this matter. Jiang Junyi was now full of question marks. He had just thought that having such an organization around Wan Qingwen seemed cool. So he had wondered whether his own family, being a top-tier wealthy clan, might also have one. Unexpected. Jiang Junyi leaned back. Ahem, of course. Your young master is not that simple. Wu Bo's eyes were full of praise and relief. These matters the young master will learn when we arrive. Night fell, and Jiang Junyi arrived at the Jiang residence. However, my good son, how is that girl from the Wan family? If it doesn't work out, mom has ways too. A beautiful woman was sitting on the sofa holding Jiang Junyi and asking all kinds of questions. Jiang Junyi gave a helpless smile. Mom, I really like her. Although she is physically disabled, her will is tenacious. Just this one point already surpasses 70 or 80% of girls. Zhao Ningyu nodded vigorously. That's right. Nowadays it's easy to treat. Just find a genuine Chinese medicine practitioner. It's the precious character that's hard to find. Upon hearing her son's satisfaction, Mrs. Jiang quickly changed her tune. I told you, that young lady isn't bad at all. Jiang Wudao was also beaming. His son had gone to fulfill the marriage agreement and had not looked down on the other family. That made him very happy. At this moment, Jiang Wudao clapped his hands. All right, let's put this matter aside for now. Son, your parents have something. Wait a moment. Jiang Junyi interrupted, then turned to Wu Bo. Uncle Wu, please help me customize a wheelchair. The material must be excellent, able to keep warm in winter and cool in summer. It must also be beautiful, matching Qingyun's temperament. Also prepare a blanket and cushions. Comfort level must be high. That's all. Get it done now, or I want to see it by tomorrow afternoon. Jiang Junyi spoke on, completely unaware of Wu Bo's wide-open mouth. Young master, you might as well just kill me. Wu Bo finally sighed yes. After Wu Bo left, Jiang Junyi then looked at his parents. Let's begin. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang smiled lightly. This was really taking a fancy. Ahem, we have something to give you. Jiang Wudao's expression turned solemn as he produced an obsidian tiger tally. Since you've chosen to honor the engagement with the Wan family, you'll inevitably be drawn into various conflicts. This tiger tally is the insignia that commands our Jiang family's hidden forces. You're grown now, and it's time you shoulder some responsibilities. I'm entrusting it to you. Henceforth you shall hold its reins. Jiang Junyi accepted the heavy tiger tally from his father. What is our hidden organization called? Jiang Junyi couldn't help but ask. Baiting. Jiang Junyi blinked. Wasn't that eerily similar to his wife's faction? He smirked in satisfaction, thinking heaven truly made us for each other. Jiang Wudao and Zhao Ningyu exchanged puzzled glances at their son's blissful expression. Tomorrow Uncle Wu will take you to the Baiting headquarters. The fiercest and most invincible organization of the Jiang family is now yours. Jiang Wudao patted Jiang Junyi's shoulder. Hearing this, Jiang Junyi said solemnly, Don't worry, father. I will never tarnish the name of Baiting. Oh, and there's one more thing for you. Meanwhile, Wan Qingwen was reading a book as the curtain fluttered gently in the night breeze. Suddenly the room fell into utter silence. Even the wind died away. Blind as she was, Wan Qingwen's hearing was exceptionally acute, and in that instant she sensed something amiss. Why had the room become so quiet? In the next moment, a patch of shadow rippled across the floor before her. A figure wearing a goat mask and a suit emerged gracefully from the darkness. Who? Wan Qingwen keenly perceived that someone had materialized before her without a sound. The crucial point was that she herself was utterly defenseless. If an intruder broke in at such a moment, she would have no means to resist. Anxiety churned within Wan Qingwen, but her face remained composed. She could not afford to show fear. Just as she pondered how to escape, a deep voice sounded, My master, do not be afraid. I am your most loyal servant, and shall be your sharpest blade. Thud. Mo Jie knelt on one knee, hand over his heart. Mo Jie, Star Lord of He Gong, pays homage to my destined master. You. Wait, what do all these words mean? I don't understand. Wan Qingwen was utterly bewildered. Someone suddenly breaks into your home at night and claims to be your servant and blade. How bizarre. Mo Jie lifted his head and looked at Wan Qingwen. My master, you must possess a black star pendant. Hearing this, Wan Qingwen's expression altered slightly. This was something only she knew, yet the man before her had revealed it in a single sentence. Thus she began to believe Mo Jie's words to some extent. She retrieved a pendant from a secret compartment in her desk drawer. It was indeed a black star. At that moment the black star glimmered with an eerie dark light. Though Wan Qingwen could not see it, she felt waves of warmth. How do you know? She asked. But Mo Jie did not answer. Instead, he urged, grasp it tightly, my master. Wan Qingwen took a deep breath. Although she had no idea what was happening, she vaguely sensed that it was connected to events long ago. For she clearly remembered hearing a line back, then fate cycles endlessly, your desires shall ultimately be punished by the black star. This pendant had been hidden by her for 10 years. Wan Qingwen clenched it tightly. In an instant, streaks of black qi interwoven with dazzling starlight swirled around her. At that moment, she seemed like the sovereign of destiny. The black starlight surged into Wan Qingwen's body, and waves of power kept erupting from within. After a long while, the surging starlight dissipated. Wan Qingwen gently clenched her fist. Power filled her. She was not an ignorant novice. On the contrary, she knew many hidden secrets. For instance, the existence of extraordinary power in this world, martial artists. Unranked, ranked, Hotian, Xintian, lesser grandmaster, greater grandmaster. These were the martial realms she knew. Receiving the power, Wan Qingwen leaped across 2 stages and reached Hotian. She carefully sensed her lower legs, yet there was still no feeling. Nor had her eyesight been restored. A flicker of disappointment crossed Wan Qingwen's heart, but she quickly dispelled it. She had endured all these years, it was nothing. This also reflected that those people from back then were by no means ordinary. Wan Qingwen turned toward Mo Jie. Tell me in detail about He Gong. Mo Jie knelt on one knee, his tone tinged with excitement. As you command, my master. Meanwhile, Jiang Junyi had already returned to his residence. He was sitting on the sofa holding a book, his eyes somewhat vacant. After giving him the tiger tally, Jiang Wudao had also handed him a cultivation manual claiming it was the Jiang family's ancestral supreme technique. Growing up in such an affluent household, Jiang Junyi naturally knew of the existence of extraordinary powers. In fact, he himself was already a Hotian martial artist. However, why on earth is the supreme technique, called the Dragon Phoenix Blissful Union Art? Jiang Junyi hurled the book to the floor. I ask you, is this technique even proper? Dragon Phoenix Blissful Union. What was the Jiang family, a heretical sect? Jiang Junyi sighed and picked up the manual again. At least it had been passed down for generations. Maybe it had some value. Ding detected that the host is in possession of a supreme technique highly suitable for pure love. Pure love points can be spent to upgrade it. Jiang Junyi's eyes lit up at the system's words. You have a way to improve it. Ding, yes host, yes. And after modification, it will become an unparalleled ultimate technique. Then do it. Ding consumed 50 pure love points. The book in Jiang Junyi's hand glowed with a faint pink light, then dissolved into specks of radiance that flowed into his mind. After a moment, he sat expressionless on the sofa, hands crossed on his knees. Come on, explain this. What does Dragon Phoenix Blissful Union Pure Love Invincible Cosmos Art mean? Are you messing with me? The longer the name, the stronger. Aha. Ding, aha. Aha, your damn head. Jiang Junyi roared into the air. Ding host, don't worry. After improvement by this pure love system, the technique now allows automatic cultivation simply by engaging in loving interactions with the pure love target or staying by their side. Jiang Junyi paused. Oh, if that was the case, it seemed acceptable. He took a deep breath. Tomorrow we'll test it. If it doesn't work, you damn system is dead. Ding, it definitely works. The next day, under Uncle Wu's guidance, Jiang Junyi headed to baiting. His heart was a whirl of excitement and apprehension, uncertain of what baiting truly held. As the luxury car came to a gentle halt, he straightened his attire and opened the door. The moment he stood firm, his heart instantly turned cold. With a stoic face, Jiang Junyi turned to Uncle Wu and pointed at a plaque. You mean this commercial street, called Baiting Avenue, is our Jiang family's hidden power? Uncle Wu bowed slightly. Yes, young master. True greatness lies hidden in the bustling world. The shops along this street are all members of Baiting. Jiang Junyi's mouth twitched, and he pointed elsewhere. Is that old man at the gate one of them? Uncle Wu glanced at the elderly man by the entrance, fanning himself in his white undershirt. Oh, that one is not. Then that's fine. Jiang Junyi cut off Uncle Wu's words. Since he was here, he might as well take a look. What else could he do? He let out a soft sigh and walked toward the street. Behind him, Uncle Wu opened his mouth as if to speak. He wanted to say that this old man was not a member of Baiting, but one of the heavenly kings guarding the Jiang family. Yet he reconsidered. If the young master asked, he must have recognized the old man's extraordinary nature. Thus he hurried to catch up with Jiang Junyi. As Jiang Junyi approached, the old man at the entrance looked up and remarked, we've got a remarkable young man here, quite handsome. Jiang Junyi paused, then nodded. Hello, sir. Well mannered you are. Got a sweetheart? The old man asked with a smile, waving his fan. A somewhat. Good, go on in and have some fun. Jiang Junyi acknowledged and proceeded into Baiting Avenue. At that moment, Uncle Wu bowed slightly to the old man, who flicked his fan in response, a gesture of understanding. Jiang Junyi, taking in the dazzling array of aromas and shops, felt a bit overwhelmed. Uncle Wu, how do I summon people here? Uncle Wu pointed to a newsstand in the middle. Young master, show the tiger emblem to the person there, and all your requests will be fulfilled. Jiang Junyi nodded with a hint of realization and approached the newsstand. Ahem. The old woman inside, munching on sunflower seeds, looked up. What's up? Got a frog in your throat? Jiang Junyi's mouth twitched as he pulled out the tiger emblem. The old woman squinted, then put on reading glasses, inspected it carefully. Lord of Baiting. Indeed. Jiang Junyi replied with satisfaction, finally revealing his identity. Oh, so that rascal Jiang Wudao passed the tiger emblem to you. Spit it out, what's the matter? She glanced at it and resumed eating her seeds. Jiang Junyi stood stunned. He finally understood why his father had bequeathed this organization to him. Even the old lady at the newsstand called his father a rascal. Resigned, Jiang Junyi sighed. Annie, the thing is. After hearing him out, the old woman eyed him with interest. Wouldn't have guessed it, kiddo, you're a romantic at heart. Alright, come with me. She put down her seeds, stepped out of the newsstand, and led Jiang Junyi from shop to shop. What followed was a display of her authority. Hey, old Wang. Is your boy free now? Great, if he's got nothing, tell him to join in and have some fun. Old Liang, isn't your daughter lazing around at home? Good, tell her to go out and get moving. Young folks shouldn't be cooped up indoors. Jiang Junyi watched as the old woman visited every shop, chatting like old friends, and managed to round up 7 people. That's about enough. Any more, and your sweetheart's organization might not handle it. And trust me, the people I picked for you are solid. Her face beamed with pride and a guarantee. I believe you, Annie. Jiang Junyi nodded earnestly. Hearing the change in his address, the old woman broke into a delighted smile. You don't know this, but I held you as a baby, even cleaned you up when you... Whoa, Annie. I've got something urgent. Gotta go. Jiang Junyi interrupted his embarrassing childhood memory and dashed away. Watching his retreating figure, the old woman's face softened with nostalgia. Before I knew it, Wudao's son has grown so big. She turned to Uncle Wu. Little Wu, you've aged too. Uncle Wu smiled. Yes, but Auntie Zhao hasn't changed a bit, still youthful. Oh, you charmer. Auntie Zhao shot him a playful glare. Take good care of him. Rest assured. From afar, Uncle Wu. Hurry up. Uncle Wu bowed once more and rushed off. At that moment, all the shop owners on Baiting Avenue couldn't help but gaze at the spirited young figure fading into the distance. One resident study. Wan Qingwen was currently processing a stack of documents. The He Gong had its own influence, though not much. Yet over the years, due to the lack of a leader, it could barely achieve a break-even balance. Some enterprises were still operating at a loss. Now that she had taken control of them, she naturally would not stand by and watch them perish. Besides, some of Jiang family's assets required her management. These were crucial resources for rebuilding her influence. However, it was destined to be taxing. After about an hour, Wan Qingwen wearily set down the documents, her body involuntarily leaning back. But the wheelchair was not that comfortable. Just as she was resting, the study door suddenly sounded. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao. Come in. Did you forget something again? Wan Qingwen thought it was Wan Xiao who had left something behind before school. Little did she expect the person outside the study was actually Jiang Junyi. Hearing Wan Qingwen mistake him for Wan Xiao, Jiang Junyi chuckled. He pushed open the door without making a sound, tiptoeing toward Wan Qingwen. Why aren't you saying anything? Wan Qingwen asked curiously. Jiang Junyi gently pressed against Wan Qingwen's cheek, deliberately producing a low, husky voice. It's me, baby. Who? Upon hearing a man's voice, Wan Qingwen abruptly dodged aside, but quickly realized it was Jiang Junyi. Jiang Jun. Oh. It turned out that her movement was a bit too abrupt, and the wheelchair momentarily failed to support her, suddenly tipping over. Jiang Junyi lunged forward, using himself as a cushion, tightly shielding Wan Qingwen in his arms. Of course, with his strength, he could have easily stabilized the wheelchair. But if he did that, how could he get close to Qingwen? Thud. The sound of a heavy object hitting the floor reached her ears, but Wan Qingwen did not feel the expected pain of falling. Instead, she felt a broad, warm chest. Qingwen, are you alright? Jiang Junyi's slightly worried voice sounded. Jiang Junyi. Wan Qingwen subconsciously touched him, only to feel something hard. Ahem, Qingwen baby, if you want to touch my chest, you can wait until we get up. Jiang Junyi suppressed a smile and said, You. Wan Qingwen hurriedly propped herself up, a blush already creeping up her fair neck. The sight of her fair skin tinged with red, delicate and captivating, made Jiang Junyi's heart race. So adorable. Quick, help me up. Wan Qingwen seemed flustered. Don't rush, are you hurt anywhere? Jiang Junyi asked with concern, his large hands gently squeezing Wan Qingwen's jade-like arms. Did you bump into anything? No. No. Just pull me up. Wan Qingwen felt herself burning. With her soft, delicate body in his arms, Jiang Junyi didn't really want to get up at all. However, seeing Wan Qingwen's flustered state, he eventually softened. He said gently, don't rush, don't rush. He'll help you up right away. Relying on his martial artist strength, Jiang Junyi scooped Wan Qingwen up horizontally. Passing by the fallen wheelchair, Jiang Junyi thought for a moment and crushed it with one kick. Only then did he walk over to a chair with satisfaction, sitting down and placing Wan Qingwen on his lap. You? Put me back in the wheelchair. Wan Qingwen, feeling Jiang Junyi's ambiguous actions, her voice grew softer. Jiang Junyi glanced at the broken wheelchair and said with feigned regret, the wheelchair just broke when it fell. Wan Qingwen couldn't understand how a simple fall could break the wheelchair. And being extremely shy, she didn't catch Jiang Junyi's little trick. Then, he'll sit on the chair. Wan Qingwen felt that whenever she was in contact with Jiang Junyi, her temperature would rise and her heart would race. No, the chair is cold. He'll warm it for you. Jiang Junyi shook his head. Listen, is that even human speech? Wan Qingwen now knew for sure that Jiang Junyi was doing it on purpose. You bastard. Get up. In her shame and anger, she gently gripped Jiang Junyi's neck and shook him slightly. You're killing your husband. Jiang Junyi pretended to be suffocating. Who? Husband? Wan Qingwen paused, then increased her grip. Jiang Junyi. Jiang Junyi chuckled, stood up, and placed Wan Qingwen on the chair. Feeling the seat, she breathed a sigh of relief. But no sooner had she exhaled than she felt a pair of warm hands cupping her cheeks. Jiang Junyi's unique aura washed over her. Forehead against forehead. Wan Qingwen wanted to struggle, but she heard his warm voice tinged with a hint of concern, dealing with those documents. Are you tired? She was silent for a moment and no longer resisted. The warmth on her forehead, the gentle palms on her cheeks, and the heartfelt concern made Wan Qingwen feel immensely at ease. Her shame and anger gradually faded. For a moment the scene seemed frozen. Both quietly felt each other's close breathing. This moment of tranquility made Wan Qingwen incredibly reluctant to let go. No burden of survival, no thoughts of revenge. Just peaceful, serene companionship. This man Jiang Junyi sometimes made her both shy and annoyed, yet at other times brought her unparalleled peace of mind. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you totally smitten by your wonderful husband? Jiang Junyi blinked. What the heck? Wan Qingwen broke free from Jiang Junyi's hands, gritting her teeth slightly. You bastard. Don't ever use such a mushy title again. This damn man. That mouth of his. It would be better if he just kept it shut. Jiang Junyi rubbed his chin. Really? I like it though. Get lost. Jiang Junyi smiled. I brought you a gift. Want it? No. Wan Qingwen turned her head away. But I prepared it carefully. I ran around all night for this, had people work overnight, didn't close my eyes. Just to give it to you today. Jiang Junyi's tone was full of regret and desolation, a true Oscar-worthy performance. Hearing this, Wan Qingwen was torn inside. She felt as if there were a little angel Wan Qingwen and a little devil Wan Qingwen on either side of her head. Little devil, don't take it. This bastard will definitely take advantage and push his luck. Little angel, take it. He means no harm, besides if you don't, all his efforts will be wasted. Little devil, shut up. This is a man's trap. Little angel, you shut up. They are husband and wife after all, what's the problem? Wan Qingwen dispelled the angel and devil side softly and said, then, let's give it a try. The gloom on Jiang Junyi's face vanished instantly, and he dashed excitedly toward the study. In the living room, Uncle Wu was standing before an object draped in red cloth. Young master, everything is done as I requested. Jiang Junyi asked anxiously. Absolutely no problem, Uncle Wu vouched confidently. He had rushed about, ordered overnight work, and barely slept a wink. All for the young master's sake today. Good, thank you, Uncle Wu. Jiang Junyi pushed the gift toward the study. Here we go. He came to Wan Qingwen, took her hand, and placed it on the soft red cloth. Cloth? Wan Qingwen was puzzled. Could it be clothes? No. This is to ensure a sense of ceremony. Now you can pull the cloth away. Jiang Junyi stood beside Wan Qingwen and smiled. Wan Qingwen turned toward him with suspicion. Was this some kind of prank? But what prank would require such effort? Thinking this, she didn't hesitate. She yanked off the red cloth and reached forward. She felt a hard object, but it wasn't cold to the touch. On the contrary, it was quite warm. What is it? Judging solely by touch, Wan Qingwen couldn't guess. Haha. Jiang Junyi chuckled, and once again picked her up without explanation. You? What are you doing now? Wan Qingwen's ears flushed red. It was always like this. You'll know in a moment. Jiang Junyi placed her on the custom-made wheelchair. Feel it. Wan Qingwen touched the armrests on both sides, the familiar sensation. A wheelchair? Yes, but I prefer you call it the love cockpit. Jiang Junyi bent down and whispered in her ear. Get lost. Wan Qingwen was speechless. A wheelchair is a wheelchair. Why love cockpit? Yet this wheelchair seemed far from ordinary. She ignored his sappy words and carefully sensed the chair beneath her. First the wide armrests on both sides, unadorned. But resting her arms on them gave no chill, only a gentle warmth. The cushion below, made of some unknown material, was extremely soft. The backrest was ergonomically designed. As soon as she sat, her lower back felt a wave of relief. The wheels spun smoothly and fluidly, about twice as fast as her previous wheelchair. The footrest was perfectly positioned. Wan Qingwen felt entirely relaxed in it. Do you like it? It's forged from 10,000 blossom tear jade, crimson, gold firestone, and 6 direction ice crystal. Cool in summer, warm in winter. Its overall color is pale white with extremely delicate red and blue fluid patterns in the armrests. The back contains more crimson gold firestone for soothing relief. In short, it's a perfect match for my precious Qingwen. Jiang Junyi explained cheerfully. This time Wan Qingwen didn't retort his address, lost in the scene he painted for her. Though she couldn't see, her imagination conjured the exquisite vision. She knew this had taken immense effort from Jiang Junyi. As she listened to his description, an indescribable emotion surged within her. Jiang Junyi wondered why she remained silent, only to notice the glistening tears on her cold, delicate face. He quickly crouched down and wiped her tears. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Wan Qingwen shook her head and gave a soft laugh. I do. But it's such a pity. I can't see it. Jiang Junyi paused, then took her hands in his, and said gently yet firmly, it's okay. Even if it takes my whole life, I will find a way to heal you. At that moment, Wan Qingwen knew Jiang Junyi had plucked the silent string deep within her heart. Yet how could she know that in that same moment his heart fully blossomed for her? Love arises without reason, deepening with time. Jiang Junyi looked at her face, tear-streaked yet cold and resilient. For the first time he blushed. Damn, it seemed he really liked her, like a lot. He cleared his throat and stood. Shall I push you for a stroll in the courtyard? All right. This time Wan Qingwen didn't refuse. Usually when Wan Xiaoxiao went to school, she would stay quietly in the study, disliking going out alone. Now Jiang Junyi's presence sparked the desire to take a walk and clear her mind. Jiang Junyi pushed her into the courtyard, feeling the gentle breeze and warm sunlight. Everything was so beautiful, but both knew this was only temporary. Wan Qingwen already bore a heavy burden on her shoulders. Ding detected that the pure love target is extremely fond of the host's gift. Heart wildly throbbing. Pure love value 66. Hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Junyi felt a surge of delight. He could romance, earn pure love value, and cultivate on his own. What a divine life. While the two enjoyed the spring warmth at the Xinghua Care Center, an applicant from Baiting arrived. Following Jiang Junyi's order, Baiting didn't join all at once. Instead, one person was sent to test the waters. Wang Hao, dressed in black tactical style clothing, walked into the Xinghua Care Center. It was still morning, the tavern hadn't opened, but the door was ajar. Wang Hao strode in with a determined gait. His rugged, resolute face and clean crew cut made anyone who saw him exclaim, what a tough guy. Tinkle tinkle, the bell at the door rang. Virgo, who was meticulously cleaning without lifting her head, said coldly, sorry, we're not open yet. Wang Hao glanced at her maid outfit. Are you the person in charge here? Virgo looked up at his words. Sort of. What's the matter? I'm here to apply for a job. Virgo frowned. We haven't posted any recruitment. Stars emerged from the sky-domed black palace eternal. As soon as Wang Hao uttered this phrase, Virgo instantly appeared before him. Her beautiful eyes were sharp as knives, a master-level oppressive aura surged toward Wang Hao. How do you know that phrase? To her surprise, Wang Hao remained utterly calm and replied, my father has ties to the Black Palace. Sensing something in these past days, he specifically sent me here. My father said his body is crippled, and he can no longer repay the Black Palace. Hearing this, Virgo retracted her aura. She knew this must be one of the old survivors after the Black Palace's devastating fall. After so many years, he had chosen his descendant to continue serving the Black Palace. Virgo didn't doubt Wang Hao's identity. Only those of the Black Palace knew that phrase. What is your current cultivation realm? She was curious as he had remained unmoved under her pressure. Half-step Grandmaster. Virgo nodded, no wonder. Then stay and work in the shop. In the future, based on your contributions, you may receive the Lord's blessing, and breaking through to Grandmaster will be effortless. She spoke while walking toward the discarded mop, then paused. What job can you do in the tavern? Wang Hao frowned. Security. A security guard. Virgo felt a bit speechless for the first time. This place, as the headquarters of the Black Palace, still needed a security guard. However, every member of the Black Palace required a public identity. Find a security guard it is. Virgo waved her hand and resumed cleaning. Wang Hao then asked, may I use the rag on the table? Feel free, Virgo replied without looking up. In an instant, Wang Hao arrived at the table, picked up the rag, pinched a corner, and fiercely wiped at a tiny stain on the surface. Hearing the commotion, Virgo couldn't help but lift her head, then gradually tilted it. What was this man doing? Wang Hao's eyes swiftly scanned all the tables in the tavern. When he frowned, it meant he had spotted a stain. Next, Virgo watched as Wang Hao wiped furiously here and there. Above, below, left, right. In less than an hour, Virgo covered her eyes. So bright. She had never imagined that the scene from movies and anime where a room was polished to a gleaming shine could actually manifest in reality. Wang Hao looked at the spotless tavern and finally broke into a smile. Do you have OCD? Virgo asked curiously, as she was the most severe OCD sufferer in the Black Palace. That was also why she had taken the initiative to clean. A little, Wang Hao replied calmly. Virgo glanced at the sparkling, clean tavern and the corner of her mouth twitched. You call this a little? From now on, besides security, you can also handle cleaning. Virgo continued, holding her broom. Wang Hao stood at the door, his posture straight. He seemed to be fulfilling his duties well. Meanwhile, Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen had returned to the study from the courtyard. Wan Qingwen was drafting plans for the enterprise. Bored, Jiang Junyi played games on the side, occasionally letting out frustrated sounds. Wan Qingwen didn't find it noisy, instead she quite enjoyed the atmosphere. Ding, the pure love target loves the current atmosphere. Pure love value continuously, one. Jiang Junyi, who was playing games, paused. So physical contact wasn't the only way to generate pure love value. Inner emotional resonance also counted. He stroked his chin. That opened up a lot more possibilities. Jiang Junyi put down his phone and watched Wan Qingwen working intently. Her exquisite cool profile made his heart race. He quickly turned away and patted his cheeks. His heart was restless. At that moment, Jiang Junyi longed to pull Wan Qingwen into his arms and cherish her dearly. But if he actually did that, he would probably scare her away. He forced himself to calm down and pulled up the panel. The pure love value had now reached 200. The shop icon, previously dim, was now blinking. System, what's going on? Jiang Junyi asked in confusion. Ding, detected initial infatuation from the pure love target. Shop unlocked, Jiang Junyi pondered. So there were hidden attributes like this. He looked at the fully focused Wan Qingwen and wore an anti smile. So you're already a little smitten, he. Jiang Junyi rolled around on the sofa. Hearing the noise, Wan Qingwen glanced over curiously, shook her head, and returned to her work. She didn't know what Jiang Junyi was doing, but she figured it was some odd activity again. After venting his emotions, Jiang Junyi opened the shop. Perhaps because the level was still low, there weren't many items displayed. Divine Massage Technique Feet, 100 Pure Love Value, Complete Collection of Cheesy Pickup Lines, 10 Pure Love Value, Pheromone Fruit, 50 Pure Love Value. Only these 3 for now. Jiang Junyi stroked his chin. Divine Massage Technique Feet. He glanced at Wan Qingwen's fair, delicate calves and the white socks above her ankles. Slurp. Jiang Junyi quickly wiped the drool from his mouth. How embarrassing. But still he had to buy it, damn it. Ding, Divine Massage Technique Feet purchased. After the purchase, Jiang Junyi saw the skills description. Divine Massage Technique Feet, your understanding of foot techniques has reached a transcendent level. Even legs that are completely numb can feel your touch. Friendly tip, this technique can nourish the paralyzed legs of the pure love target, ensuring their vitality. He. Jiang Junyi let out a strange laugh, which made Wan Qingwen in the distance feel a chill. Wan Qingwen frowned and looked at Jiang Junyi. What was that guy up to? What are you doing, she asked. Ahem, nothing. You go ahead. Jiang Junyi coughed twice and restrained his smile. Really? Wan Qingwen was suspicious. She felt that Jiang Junyi had some bad intentions. Really, Jiang Junyi quickly replied. He thought to himself, now wasn't the best opportunity. He had done enough for today. If he tried to give Wan Qingwen a massage, now she would probably break down completely. Ding dong, you have a new confidential document. Jiang Junyi saw an exclamation mark on his system panel. Frowning, he opened the document library, and a confidential file appeared. Generally, the appearance of confidential files indicated that something bad was about to happen. D-Class Confidential Document, on the eve of the Dragon King's return, 100 Pure Love Value. Jiang Junyi was glad he hadn't spent all his pure love value earlier, or he wouldn't have been able to view it now. Purchase, he muttered in his mind. After the purchase, Jiang Junyi opened it. The 3-year deadline is approaching and the Dragon King is about to return. Due to your interference, the supervillainous Wan Qingwen's corruption is not thorough enough, so the world's corrective force has begun to activate. Your sister-in-law will fall victim to the younger brother of the Dragon King's fiancé, the Dragon King's brother-in-law today. He is a profligate of Jiang City, relying on his family's power to bully men and women. And this time he set his sights on Wan Xiaoxiao. Due to the obstruction of the world's power, the time, location, and relevant names cannot be obtained for now. Please make plans in advance, host. Jiang Junyi frowned deeply. Could this also involve the Dragon King's palace? No, perhaps Qingwen was already on the opposite side of these fateful sons. He glanced at the time, 4:30. Not good. Jiang Junyi's face changed dramatically. He asked hastily, Qingwen, when does Wan Xiaoxiao get out of school? Wan Qingwen put down her documents puzzled. At 5. Why? Jiang Junyi took a deep breath to calm himself. He didn't want to worry Wan Qingwen. It's nothing. I want to improve my relationship with Wan Xiaoxiao, so he'll pick her up. Wan Qingwen was slightly taken aback. Okay. Still she felt something was off. Jiang Junyi's tone had been noticeably urgent, as if he was in a hurry to accomplish something. I'm off. Be back soon. Jiang Junyi clattered out of the study. Wan Qingwen furrowed her delicate brows. Capricorn. A shadow rippled from the floor, and Capricorn's figure emerged. My lady. Follow him, and see. Yes. Shall I kill that disrespectful scoundrel on the spot? What? What nonsense. I'm telling you to protect him. Understood. At that moment Wan Xiaoxiao was resting her chin on her hand, gazing out the window, completely oblivious to the impassioned teacher at the podium. Xiaoxiao, can you come with me somewhere after school? Su Li nudged Wan Xiaoxiao. Wan Xiaoxiao turned to her deskmate Su Li and asked curiously, Where to? Su Li feigned embarrassment, hesitating, as she said, a boy asked me to meet him after school. I'm a bit shy to go alone. What, really? Wan Xiaoxiao gasped quietly. It's true. He's approached me several times bringing milk tea and love letters. I'm a bit embarrassed. Wan Xiaoxiao was stunned. Could this be a campus romance story? Su Li's cheeks flushed slightly, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. It's not official yet. What secret are you two whispering about? Suddenly a head popped out from behind them. Whoa. Wan Xiaoxiao spun around. Shang Wanyu. He let me in on it, Shang Wanyu chuckled. So Wan Xiaoxiao recounted the whole story from the beginning. Shang Wanyu's eyes lit up. Oh, who better than me to tag along? Right. Wan Xiaoxiao was equally thrilled. But no one noticed Su Li's smile stiffen. All right, class, we're about to wrap up this week's homework. Before the teacher at the podium could finish, and before the bell even rang, 3 figures shot out of the classroom like lightning. Huh. Wan Xiaoxiao led the charge, dashing toward the school gate with excitement, Su Li and Shang Wanyu close behind. As Wan Xiaoxiao ran past the roadside, a sleek black luxury car brushed by her. Inside sat Jiang Junyi. He never expected Wan Xiaoxiao would bolt out of campus before the bell even rang. Thus arriving right on time, he missed her. The Jiang family's luxury car parked at the entrance of Jiangqing. One high school drew countless students' gazes. Coupled with Jiang Junyi's handsome and dashing appearance, many teenage girls had stars in their eyes. However, Jiang Junyi paid no heed to these looks, instead scanning every student walking out of the school gate with sharp eyes. Just then a few high school girls mustered the courage to approach Jiang Junyi. Excuse me. Hi. Can we? Jiang Junyi frowned slightly. Sorry, I'm waiting for someone. The girls lowered their heads in disappointment. Okay. Hidden nearby, Mo Xia pulled out a notebook and jotted down suspected of philandering a scumbag. After waiting about half an hour, most students had left the gate. Only a few stragglers emerged from the school. TCH. By now Jiang Junyi realized Wan Xiaoxiao was no longer on campus. Given her slight sister complex, she likely rushed home right after class. Jiang Junyi immediately strode to the senior high teacher's office. Excuse me, which homeroom teacher is Wan Xiaoxiao under? Jiang Junyi was growing anxious, his gaze sharp as a sword, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The teachers in the office, seeing the striking young man with sword-like brows and starry eyes at the door along with the butler-like Wu Bo beside him, couldn't help but swallow nervously. A female teacher slowly stood up. She's mine. Good. Do you know where Wan Xiaoxiao went? Or did she leave school early? Jiang Junyi looked at the teacher. Just being stared at by Jiang Junyi, the teacher felt immense pressure. I heard from the last period teacher that Wan Xiaoxiao seemed to have left the classroom early with 2 other students. But who are you? Our young master is Miss Wan Xiaoxiao's brother-in-law, Wu Bo interjected, as Jiang Junyi was lost in thought. Jiang Junyi's heart sank at the teacher's words. So it was true. Could he only turn to Bai Ting for help now? Without any leads, he could find Wan Xiaoxiao, but it would take time, and time was of the essence. Just then a boy wearing glasses walked into the office carrying homework and said, Big brother, I think I heard them say they were going to meet someone, and headed right out the gate. Jiang Junyi looked up sharply at the boy. Are you sure? Yes. Jiang Junyi turned to Wu Bo. Wu Bo. Wu Bo bowed slightly and stepped out to make a call. Soon he returned. Young master, it should be the abandoned factory in the suburbs. Based on team analysis and surveillance footage, there's a 90% chance the second young lady went there. Let's go now. Jiang Junyi turned and left with swift decisiveness. Did you call the men? Yes. After they left, the teachers in the office exchanged glances, all marveling that Wan Xiaoxiao's brother-in-law was no ordinary man. The boy with glasses gazed at Jiang Junyi's retreating figure with admiration. This was the man he aspired to become. Meanwhile, Wan Xiaoxiao and her 2 friends had arrived at the abandoned factory. But seeing the old dilapidated building and the gloomy surroundings, they felt a twinge of unease. Ollie, are you sure he asked you to meet here? Wan Xiaoxiao frowned. This place doesn't seem right. He said to meet here. Maybe it's quieter, Su Li forced a smile. Is that so? Wan Xiaoxiao led Shang Wanyu into the factory, eyeing everything suspiciously. Su Li lagged behind, murmuring under her breath. I have no choice. Don't blame me, Xiaoxiao. I can't help it. I need money. Once inside the dim factory, Wan Xiaoxiao and Shang Wanyu looked around, waiting for the boy who was supposedly going to confess to Ali. Something feels off, Wan Xiaoxiao frowned. Who chooses a place like this for a confession? Good point. Shang Wanyu nodded. Just then an arrogant, dissolute voice rang out. Ladies, the one confessing is your big brother here. Wan Xiaoxiao and Shang Wanyu turned to see a pale-faced man in flashy clothes leering at them with lustful eyes. Who are you? Wan Xiaoxiao frowned, sensing something was wrong. Shang Wanyu looked around. Where's Ali? Su Luo clapped his hands, and Su Li, head bowed, walked meekly over to him. Su Luo wrapped an arm around Su Li and groped her roughly. What a good little toy, bringing me two at once. Wan Xiaoxiao and Shang Wanyu immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Ali, what are you doing? Wan Xiaoxiao stared at Su Li in disbelief. Xiaoxiao, I have no choice. I need money. I really can't help it. Tears streamed down Su Li's face. Su Luo waved dismissively. Oh, it's not like it's a farewell forever. Just let Big Brother have some fun. Besides, you two little beauties can enjoy it too. Wan Xiaoxiao now understood what was happening. Her fiery temper flared. Go to hell. Look at you all sickly. You couldn't enjoy a damn thing. She curled her lips sarcastically. And I bet you're impotent, aren't you? Su Luo's face twitched at her taunts, because what she said was true. Fine. They'll show you soon enough. Tie them up. His face twisted in rage as he waved his hand. 2 or 3 burly men advanced on Wan Xiaoxiao and Shang Wanyu. You'd better let me go. My movements are always traceable. When my sister finds out I'm missing, she'll call the cops, and you'll end up in jail, so don't cry then. Though Wan Xiaoxiao spoke boldly, deep down fear dominated her eyes. That's right. My brother won't let you off either. Shang Wanyu grabbed Wan Xiaoxiao's arm and forced out the words. Ridiculous. I don't care about your security bureau or your brothers. Today you two will serve me well. Su Luo's eyes were full of lechery. The burly men beside Su Luo surged forward, forcibly restraining Wan Xiaoxiao and Shang Wanyu's hands. Let go. Let me go. Xiaoxiao. Let go. Their terrified struggles echoed through the abandoned shipyard, yet no one was there to answer them. The burly bodyguards bound the two with hemp rope, rendering them immobile. Su Luo approached them step by step, his visage gradually twisting into a grotesque sneer. His target this time had been only Wan Xiaoxiao, but he hadn't expected another delicate girl to be here. Su Luo licked his lips, unable to imagine how thrilling it would be soon. He walked before Wan Xiaoxiao, a supremely delighted arc curling at the corners of his mouth. Scream again. I love your untamed look. Wan Xiaoxiao glared at him venomously. Pak. I urge you to release me at once. My Wan family is not to be trifled with. Su Luo pinched her chin with his hand. Oh, do you know who the hell I am? Wan family. The Jiang family is also connected to ours. Wan Xiaoxiao's voice trembled as she felt the force on her chin. Fear began to spread within her heart. No matter how fierce and fearless she usually was, she was still just an 18-year-old girl. When had she ever experienced such a thing? Su Luo froze for a moment at her words, then burst into arrogant laughter. Ha! Little girl, can't you think before you speak? If the Jiang family had anything to do with you, I'd eat my own shit. You'll regret this. You will regret it. Wan Xiaoxiao gritted her silver teeth. Now let me enjoy myself first. Rip. Wan Xiaoxiao's terrified scream echoed through the factory. Su Luo tore apart the thin fabric on her chest, revealing a small white undergarment. Xiaoxiao. Shang Wanyu, watching from the side, was so furious her eyes nearly split. She struggled forward, but the bodyguard Su Luo had brought held her down firmly. Beast. My sister won't let you get away with this. Wan Xiaoxiao's eyes were bloodshot. Tears of fear and humiliation slid down her pretty face, and her trembling pale lips betrayed the extreme terror in her heart. Then call her if you can. Su Luo grabbed Wan Xiaoxiao by the hair and flung her to the ground. He approached slowly, his expression growing increasingly twisted. Little sister, Big Brother is coming for you. Wan Xiaoxiao, no longer the feisty girl she once was, had nothing but despair on her face. No. Don't. Someone. Save me. Hearing her faint whisper, Su Luo laughed loudly. Shout all you want. No one will come to save you, even if you scream your throat out. His claw-like hands gradually reached for her. In her pupils was reflected the demonic grin of Su Luo. Boom. An explosive sound rang out. The iron door of the abandoned factory shattered into pieces, and due to years of accumulated dust, a massive cloud of smoke arose. However, under the glow of the setting sun, vague figures could be seen within the dust. Su Luo halted because of the commotion and frowned toward the entrance. Damn it, who's the blind fool messing with my business? Jiang Junyi walked out from the dust, immediately spotting Wan Xiaoxiao with her clothes disheveled and exposed. Jiang Junyi let out a soft sigh and said to Wan Xiaoxiao, "Ah, so young. Learn your lesson from now on." Wan Xiaoxiao stared dazedly at that figure, her lips moving but unable to utter a sound. Su Luo slowly stood up. "Which Fing department are you from?" "Dong." A soft sound came from under Jiang Junyi's foot, and the next moment he appeared beside Su Luo like a ghost. His long, powerful leg kicked out in an instant. The air burst with a muffled sound. Bam! A sharp pain shot through Su Luo's cheek, the immense force twisting his face grotesquely, sending him spinning backward to crash into a rusted iron pillar. Jiang Junyi paid no further attention to Su Luo. Instead, he took off his own jacket and draped it over Wan Xiaoxiao. He said softly, "Don't be afraid. Your brother-in-law is here." Wan Xiaoxiao sat up, looking at Jiang Junyi, who had come to rescue her, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Boo-hoo. Brother-in-law." Jiang Junyi ruffled her hair. "Be more careful next time, young master." Only then did the bodyguards realize what had happened and lunged at Jiang Junyi. Jiang Junyi released his hand and said coldly, "Uncle Wu." A figure even faster than them flickered, and Su Luo's bodyguards were sent flying backward with a thud. Uncle Wu, already a grandmaster, dealt with a few brawny fighters like using a cannon to kill a bird. Shang Wanyu, now freed, rushed tearfully toward Wan Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao." Jiang Junyi glanced at Shang Wanyu. "Stay and look after Xiaoxiao." Then he walked slowly toward the writhing Su Luo, grabbed him by the hair, and dragged his limp body like a dead dog toward Wan Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, you can take your revenge now." Jiang Junyi dropped Su Luo in front of Wan Xiaoxiao. He knew that if this matter were not handled well, it would leave a deep shadow in her heart. So the best way was to let her retaliate with her own hands and erase that shadow. On the ground, Su Luo, holding his swollen face, struggled backward. "Do you know who the FK I am? I'm the young master of the Su family." Jiang Junyi sneered scornfully. "Su family." He slowly raised his leg and stomped down heavily. Crack. "Oh." The sound of bone breaking accompanied Su Luo's cry of pain. "Many people love to say to me, 'Do you know who I am?'" Jiang Junyi crouched down, his gaze icy. "I'd like to ask you, do you know who I am?" Su Luo had never suffered such humiliation. Anger had already clouded his reason. "You're dead. You're dead. I won't let you get away with this." Jiang Junyi slowly raised his right hand and delivered a thunderous slap to Su Luo's face. Slap. Su Luo felt his head spin, everything before his eyes grew blurry. "Answer me." Following the voice, Su Luo met Jiang Junyi's utterly emotionless, ice-cold eyes. I don't know." The fury that had blazed moments ago now gave way to fear. This man before him cared nothing about who he was, and his martial prowess was terrifyingly high. He feared that if he kept blustering, his life would be in danger. Jiang Junyi curled his lips into a mocking smile. "So you do know fear, huh?" He leaned close to Su Luo's pig-like face. "My surname is Jiang, the Jiang of Jiangqing." Su Luo froze for a moment. The Jiang of Jiangqing. That could only mean. His pupils contracted sharply. That girl was telling the truth. Jiang Junyi slowly straightened up, gazing at Su Luo as if he were an ant. Su Luo realized he had kicked an impossibly hard iron plate. He forced himself to stand, producing a smile uglier than crying. "Young Master Jiang, this is all a misunderstanding. My sister is the head of the Su group. Any loss can be compensated. Let's talk, okay?" Jiang Junyi sneered disdainfully. "Do you think I care about your paltry scraps? Uncle Wu break his limbs." Uncle Wu bowed slightly, then shot out his hands like lightning. Crack, crack. Bone-shattering harsh sounds rang out. "Oh." The excruciating pain nearly made Su Luo faint. His limbs were broken. He lay on the ground like a pool of mud. Jiang Junyi walked toward Wan Xiaoxiao and Shang Wanyu, who were holding each other. With a serious expression, he said, "Don't be afraid. Listen to me. You must overcome your fear now and shatter this shadow with your own hands." The two girls looked at him with tear-filled eyes, utterly bewildered. For a moment he was at a loss. What should he do? This was a problem that had to be resolved, for its impact on these two naive girls would be immense. Jiang Junyi racked his brains, suddenly recalling Wan Xiaoxiao's slight sister-complex personality. After a moment's thought, he put on a fierce expression and said, "If you don't listen to me, you'll cling to your sister without restraint. They'll stick to her left and right, up and down. Not only will I cling to her, but I'll even kiss her." "No, you can't." Wan Xiaoxiao snapped back to reality the moment her sister was mentioned. Her tear-streaked face gradually filled with ferocity. "Then you must listen to me and take fierce revenge on this scumbag." Jiang Junyi smiled casually at Wan Xiaoxiao. Wan Xiaoxiao glanced at Su Luo beside her, gritted her teeth, and stood up. "Xiaoyu, let's do it together." Shang Wanyu wiped her tears and nodded. "Okay." Jiang Junyi nodded and stepped aside. Soon sounds of beating and cursing came from behind. "Bullying men and women. Don't you know who you're messing with?" I told you my Wan family is connected to the Jiang family. You can't afford this. You didn't believe me. Now tell me, can you afford it? Huh? Answer me. Look at my eyes. They'll kick you to death. Kick you to death. You think you're tough? They'll make you fly. The two girls grew more excited as they beat their curses never ceasing. Jiang Junyi shook his head with a smile. Just then old Wu approached and whispered, Young Master, the Su group is a tycoon that emerged in Jiangxing in recent years, and their methods are quite unusual. It seems there's a martial artist faction backing them. A glint flashed in Jiang Junyi's eyes. He knew that very well. If nothing unexpected happened, that martial artist faction was the Dragon King Palace. And this move of his was essentially signaling the Su group, or rather the Dragon King Palace. It was a test, and also the beginning of a scheme. Old Wu, keep an eye on anyone unusual in the Su group. Jiang Junyi thought for a moment and instructed. Unusual people? What do you mean, young master? Old Wu was somewhat puzzled. For example, security guards with abnormally high combat power bodyguards, or that office lady who's everyone's sweetheart. Jiang Junyi recalled some web novels about the Dragon King. Though Old Wu didn't fully understand why these specific details were important, he nodded in agreement. Jiang Junyi checked the time. It had been almost an hour since Wan Xiaoxiao's school ended. If he didn't return soon, Xinyan would start worrying. Xiao, we need to go back. Wan Xiaoxiao, who had been enthusiastically beating Su Luo, paused at Jiang Junyi's voice, panting heavily. Clearly she had put in a lot of effort. Got it. Wan Xiaoxiao spat at Su Luo, then led Shang Wanyu to Jiang Junyi's side. Let's go. Jiang Junyi couldn't help but smile as he watched Wan Xiaoxiao regain her spirits. The girl truly had remarkable resilience. Just as he was about to leave with the two, Wan Xiaoxiao suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Can I give him a kick that ends his lineage? She asked cautiously, knowing it involved the Su family succession and didn't want to cause Jiang Junyi too much trouble. Jiang Junyi was stunned for a moment, then gave a firm thumbs up. Be sure to include my share. Wan Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Xiaoyu. Come quickly. Coming. The two girls ran back and delivered a vicious kick to Su Luo's most vulnerable spot. One kick each. Crack. Egg shattered. Oh. Su Luo's pig-like scream echoed through the factory, his body curling up like a boiled shrimp. After finishing, the two happily returned to Jiang Junyi's side. Let's go, Wan Xiaoxiao said. The luxury car slowly departed. Only then did Su Li, hiding in the dark corner of the factory, dare to emerge, her face filled with bewilderment. What should she do? Jiang Junyi had actually spotted Su Li long ago, but he chose not to deal with her. What awaited her next would be far more brutal. Just as she was about to leave, a large hand wearing a white glove suddenly clamped around her neck and lifted her off the ground. The suffocating sensation surged, veins bulging on her face and neck. Su Li kicked and struggled frantically, but to no avail. Mo Jie's cold voice rang out. You dared to lay a hand on the second miss. Your life is now but a guttering candle. Crack. A crisp sound echoed, and Su Li, who had been struggling moments ago, went still. Strands of black mist enveloped her corpse, and in an instant she vanished without a trace, as if devoured by something. At the Wan residence, in Wan Qingwen's study, the moment Wan Xiaoxiao, dirty and disheveled, saw Wan Qingwen, she could no longer hold back, and threw herself into her sister's arms with loud sobs. Boo-hoo, sis, I missed you so much. Boo-hoo. Wan Qingwen, who had been handling business matters, was taken aback, but could clearly sense Wan Xiaoxiao's deep attachment and faint fear. What's wrong, Xiaoxiao? Did something happen? Wan Qingwen frowned with concern and asked anxiously. Yet Wan Xiaoxiao just shook her head and burrowed deeper into Wan Qingwen's arms. Nothing, I just need some sister energy. Jiang Junyi, biting his nails nearby, glared at Wan Xiaoxiao in resentment. Damn it, I want to snuggle in that spot too. Wan Qingwen turned toward Jiang Junyi's general direction. Junyi, what's wrong with Xiaoxiao? She showed off by sprinting in school and hit a pillar, barely avoided a concussion. Jiang Junyi blurted out calmly. Wan Xiaoxiao whipped her head around, glaring at Jiang Junyi. Damn, Jiang Junyi, how could he make up such an ugly lie? Wan Qingwen paused in surprise, then patted Wan Xiaoxiao's head a little angrily. Don't do that next time, understand? Just as Wan Xiaoxiao was about to nuzzle again, she felt herself being lifted by the collar. Wan Xiaoxiao, you're really dirty. How about taking a bath first? Wan Xiaoxiao turned to meet Jiang Junyi's forced smile. Fine, I'll listen to you this once. She pouted and looked away. Jiang Junyi set her down, and the girl pattered off to the bathroom. Once Wan Xiaoxiao was gone, Jiang Junyi also threw himself into Wan Qingwen's arms. Before Wan Qingwen could react, a wave of masculine energy washed over her. What are you doing? Get up. I rushed all over the school looking for Wan Xiaoxiao, classroom, buildings, dormitories, the playground. And because she skipped classes, I got a thorough scolding from her homeroom teacher. I am so wronged. Jiang Junyi was making things up as usual. Hearing this, Wan Qingwen's hands, which had been about to push him away, softened involuntarily. Is that so? Seeing Wan Qingwen relent, Jiang Junyi immediately nestled closer. Suddenly 2 soft mounds pressed against his cheek, sending a jolt of thrill through his soul. My God, is this what heaven feels like? Jiang Junyi howled inwardly with ecstasy. Feeling his movement, Wan Qingwen's usually cool face flushed like fire. Her sensitive spot under attack, she instinctively shoved him away with all her might. The peak Hotian strength erupted instantly. Ugh! A tremendous force hit Jiang Junyi, who caught off guard slammed into the wall. Junyi. Wan Qingwen's expression shifted. She had forgotten she was now a martial artist. Jiang Junyi was about to stand up when he heard her worried voice. His eyes darted cleverly, and he let out a pained sound cough. Cough. Junyi, what's wrong? Jiang Junyi feigned enduring immense agony, saying, Qingyun, how can you be so strong? Wan Qingwen maneuvered her wheelchair to approach Jiang Junyi, speaking with a flustered tone. I was a bit nervous and used too much force. Did I hurt you somewhere? In truth, Jiang Junyi had sustained no real injury. He himself was a Hotian martial artist, and that blow had merely caused some minor aches in a few spots. However, this was a golden opportunity. Jiang Junyi groaned in pain. I feel like my whole body is falling apart. Qingyun, am I going to die? At the mention of the word die, Wan Qingwen's face turned ashen white. For an ordinary person, receiving a blow from a Hotian martial artist could indeed be fatal. So unaware that Jiang Junyi was also a martial artist, she was consumed by anxiety. They'll take you to the hospital right away. Wan Qingwen called out urgently, Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao. Huh. Jiang Junyi was dumbfounded. If Wan Xiao Xiao showed up, wouldn't his act be exposed? Tap tap tap. Having changed into her pajamas, Wan Xiao Xiao heard her sister's call and rushed over. What's up, sis? Call an ambulance quickly. I hit him a bit too hard just now. Junyi might be seriously injured. Panic was written all over Wan Qingwen's delicate face. Wan Xiao Xiao stared expressionlessly at Jiang Junyi, writhing on the floor, meeting his awkward yet polite smile. Hey, my sister says you're badly hurt. Wan Xiao Xiao kicked to Jiang Junyi on the floor. Cough cough. That's right. Xiao Xiao, listen. His voice sounds so weak. Wan Xiao Xiao slapped her forehead, then viciously kicked Jiang Junyi. Stop pretending and get up. Oh. Since Wan Xiao Xiao was here, there was no way around it. She had seen him beat up Su Luo. Jiang Junyi stood up, took Wan Qingwen's soft hands in his, and said in a low magnetic voice, It's all your fault. You're so adorable and beautiful that I'm dying of love. Wan Qingwen. So that's what you meant by dying. You? Jerk. Wan Qingwen freed her hands from Jiang Junyi's grip, precisely pinched the soft flesh on his arm, and twisted it hard. Ow. This time it really hurt. It took a while for Jiang Junyi to recover. Ding detected that the pure love target is in a joyful mood. Pure love points 20. Rubbing his arm, Jiang Junyi glanced at Wan Qingwen, who had turned her head away. Well, looks like you were actually quite happy. So he grinned again, approached her, pushed Wan Qingwen to the desk, then turned to look expressionlessly at Wan Xiao Xiao at the door. Don't you have homework to finish? Wan Xiao Xiao. Go do your homework. After all, how could there be a third wheel in a romantic moment? Oomph. Wan Xiao Xiao snorted heavily and turned away. Considering you saved me today, I'll allow your insolence. Seeing Wan Xiao Xiao leave, Jiang Junyi nodded with satisfaction. Then he leaned close to Wan Qingwen's ear. Qingwen, what would you like for dinner? Seemingly accustomed to such gestures, Wan Qingwen's ears turned slightly red. I don't know. Xiao Xiao usually orders takeout. Takeout? That won't do. Eating that regularly is bad for your health. Jiang Junyi shook his head. But he wasn't much of a cook either. Jiang Junyi felt troubled. The system shop hadn't refreshed any cooking skills yet. Ding, the host's thoughtful intentions toward the pure love target are commendable. The system now bestows upon you the divine culinary skill at a discount of 0.00001. Only 10 pure love points plus a cheek pinch of the pure love target. Jiang Junyi was startled. What the? Was there really such a good deal? To him it might as well be free. He turned Wan Qingwen's wheelchair to face him, a sly grin spreading across his face. Sensing his movement, Wan Qingwen wondered what this man was up to now. What are you doing? Would you like to taste my cooking, my dear Qingyun? Jiang Junyi asked with a bright smile. Wan Qingwen was slightly taken aback. You can cook. In her eyes, as a young master of the Jiang family, there was no way he would personally handle cooking. Seeing Wan Qingwen's adorably stunned expression, Jiang Junyi couldn't resist reaching out and pinching her soft cheek. Of course. I learned it just for you. WH. What are you saying? I don't believe you. Hearing his frank words, Wan Qingwen blushed once more. The warm touch on her cheek stirred her heart. Ding, divine culinary skill has been delivered. Instantly, Jiang Junyi felt a vast amount of culinary knowledge flood his mind. Wait here. They'll go cook for you. Jiang Junyi stood up and headed toward the kitchen. Hold on. They'll go to the living room too. Wan Qingwen thought she had nothing to do in the study anyway, so she might as well go to the living room. That way, she could hear the sounds of him cooking. Naturally, Jiang Junyi had no idea what was on Wan Qingwen's mind. He simply thought she wanted a change of scenery. Alright. After pushing Wan Qingwen to the living room, Jiang Junyi headed to the kitchen. He opened the fridge and shook his head. It was completely empty. Only a bit of rice and some eggs remained. Jiang Junyi thought for a moment, he'd make egg fried rice. In the living room, Wan Qingwen sat with her hands folded on her lap, quietly listening to the sounds coming from the kitchen. She looked like a painting. Though blind, she could sense that Jiang Junyi was busy in the kitchen. Soon a fragrant aroma wafted from the kitchen. Wan Qingwen's delicate nose twitched. So delicious. Her stomach let out a soft growl. Since Wan Xiaoxiao had returned late, and they had messed around, she was actually quite hungry by now. Wow, what's that amazing smell? Wan Xiaoxiao emerged from her room. Sis, what are you doing out here? Wan Qingwen smiled softly. He's cooking. No way. He can cook. Wan Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the typical stereotype of a rich young master. But their stereotype was indeed accurate. Before this, Jiang Junyi really couldn't cook. Coming through, Jiang Junyi walked out carrying a plate of golden glossy egg fried rice, and set it on the dining table in front of Wan Qingwen. As he set it down, the enticing aroma permeated the air. Hey, what about mine? Wan Xiaoxiao complained that he had only brought one plate. Tisk, don't you have hands? Jiang Junyi curled his lip. Her fists clenched. Wan Xiaoxiao snorted lightly, and went to the kitchen to fetch her own portion. Just then a thought crossed Jiang Junyi's mind. Qingyun couldn't eat conveniently like this. How about I feed her? He said softly. Qingyun, it must be hard for you to eat like this. Wan Qingwen's body stiffened. That tone, that familiar attitude. This jerk couldn't be thinking. Let me feed you. I knew it. Wan Qingwen didn't even need to think to guess the expression on Jiang Junyi's face. It must be all tenderness brimming with a smile. Yet that smile was probably quite mischievous. No need, I can do it myself. Wan Qingwen said stubbornly. I used to eat by myself before. Jiang Junyi rubbed his chin. But how do you know where your egg fried rice is? I have hands, you jerk. I'm not completely disabled. Wan Qingwen gritted her teeth. What exactly did this guy take her for? Right then, here you go. Jiang Junyi handed the spoon to Wan Qingwen and took the chance to brush her soft little hand. Feeling his small gesture, the corner of Wan Qingwen's mouth twitched slightly. To be honest, she had already grown somewhat immune to his little antics. After all, since they had met, such acts were too numerous to count. Wan Qingwen reached out, feeling from the edge to avoid grabbing the fried rice directly. Beside her, Jiang Junyi's eyes darted, and he gave a silent smile. Then he pulled the other side of the plate away in the opposite direction from where she was feeling. Wan Qingwen groped for a while, puzzled. Why couldn't she find the plate? The aroma was right in front of her. Jiang Junyi, where's the fried rice? She strongly suspected he was up to something. It's right in front of you, Jiang Junyi said innocently. On the other side, Wan Xiaoxiao couldn't stand it anymore. She stood up abruptly. You bastard. You. Classmate Wan Xiaoxiao, have you forgotten what happened today? Jiang Junyi shot her a slightly threatening look. Under Jiang Junyi's gaze, Wan Xiaoxiao could only grit her teeth and sit down in frustration. Damn it. Just today? She would tolerate him for just today. Satisfied, Jiang Junyi nodded. Come on, today he had this little brat completely under his thumb. Wan Qingwen let out a soft breath. Stop fooling around. Jiang Junyi knew this wasn't right, and he also knew Wan Qingwen wouldn't let him feed her the whole meal. So he had only one real goal. Qingwen, this is the first meal I've ever made for you. Won't you let me feed you just one bite? I want to personally seize this sacred moment, Jiang Junyi said passionately. In an instant, 2 blushes flew onto Wan Qingwen's cheeks. This damn man, how could he have such a silver tongue? And sacred. What was so sacred about this? Then, just one bite. Only one bite. Wan Qingwen chose to compromise. After all, this was indeed the first time someone had cooked for her. Jiang Junyi smiled. Conquest successful. He took the spoon from her hand, scooped a full spoonful, and guarded it with his left hand. Come, my dear Qingwen. Blushing, Wan Qingwen opened her cherry-like little mouth. Her plump, lustrous lips were like meticulously carved rubies. Jiang Junyi glanced at the egg-fried rice in his hand. Damn it. Why wasn't he this egg-fried rice? You, what are you doing? Why aren't you moving? Wan Qingwen said with some embarrassment and annoyance. Jiang Junyi sighed softly. Sorry, I just feel like I want to be this spoonful of egg-fried rice. Wan Qingwen was momentarily stunned. Want to be this spoonful of egg-fried rice? That would mean AK. Kiss it. In an instant, Wan Qingwen felt her cheeks burning hot. You nonsense. Hurry up. Jiang Junyi looked at the adorable steaming beauty before him and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. All right, this time for real. He slowly fed the spoonful of fried rice into Wan Qingwen's mouth. Good girl, my dear Qingwen. As soon as it entered her mouth, Wan Qingwen felt as if electrified. The rich egg fragrance enveloping the plump grains left an endless aftertaste. So delicious. She murmured softly. Beep detected, host feeding pure love target. Pure love value 30. What? Delicious. Jiang Junyi heard it, but pretended not to. Wan Qingwen coughed twice. It's just okay. Is that so? Then let me have a taste too. With that, Jiang Junyi scooped a spoonful with the same spoon Wan Qingwen had used and put it into his mouth. It is delicious. Jiang Junyi exclaimed. Beep detected host tasting pure love target saliva for the first time. Though perverted, it's still pure love. Pure love value, 999. What kind of talk is that? What kind of talk? I just simply wanted to eat egg fried rice. Jiang Junyi was very dissatisfied with the system's comment in his heart. Just then Wan Qingwen realized, wait, what did you use to taste it? Just the spoon I fed you with. The spoon he fed me with. That means indirect kiss. Wan Qingwen fumbled and snatched the spoon from Jiang Junyi's hand. Pervert. She now strongly suspected that what Jiang Junyi called delicious wasn't the egg fried rice at all. If the system could communicate with Wan Qingwen, it would surely say, dear pure love target, you are absolutely right. Jiang Junyi scratched his cheek, slightly guilty. Just a bite of rice, no big deal, no big deal. You stay right there and behave. Embarrassed and annoyed, Wan Qingwen sternly ordered Jiang Junyi not to do anything strange again. Crack. On the other side of the table, Wan Xiaoxiao shot a murderous glare at Jiang Junyi, biting her metal spoon so hard it bent. Damn, this bastard. Jiang Junyi turned around, looking at Wan Xiaoxiao with a smug, triumphant smile. Crack. The spoon in Wan Xiaoxiao's hand bent at a perfect 90-degree angle. Oh, I want to kill him. Wan Xiaoxiao screamed inwardly. Clearly classmate Wan Xiaoxiao was a total sistercon. However, having just saved her today, she had no reason to stop him now. Seeing this, Jiang Junyi slightly restrained his expression. Why did he feel a bit like a villain? Oh, he always was one. Buzz, his phone suddenly vibrated. Jiang Junyi answered, hello Uncle Wu. Young master, there has indeed been a personnel change at the Su Corporation. Our people saw a strange bodyguard appear beside Su Ling yesterday. His personal information is very clean, obviously fake. Jiang Junyi's eyes flickered. Bodyguard, close protection, clean info. This was definitely the Dragon King, no question. He glanced at Wan Qingwen, who was eating. Alright, I understand. Best not to let Qingwen know about these things for now. When she has grown her wings, it won't be too late. Wan Qingwen heard him hang up and put down her spoon. Is there something? I'm afraid I have to go back first. Jiang Junyi nodded. Alright, take care on the road. Jiang Junyi suddenly leaned in. Is my dear Qingwen worried about me? Who's worried about you? Can't you take a polite remark? Wan Qingwen said stubbornly. Oh, I see. Then he'll just leave heartbroken. Jiang Junyi pretended to be wronged. Humph. Wan Qingwen gave a light snort, determined not to be fooled again. Jiang Junyi chuckled softly, then turned to Wan Xiaoxiao. From now on, he'll pick you up and drop you off for school every morning and evening. Huh. Wan Xiaoxiao was about to protest when she caught the teasing look in Jiang Junyi's eyes. Her momentum instantly weakened. Oh, I'm off. Meanwhile, at the Xinglua Care Center, Virgo tapped Wang Hao, who was standing at the door. Get ready for a mission. Wang Hao nodded with a grave expression, though inwardly, he was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected to be assigned a mission on his very first day. He followed Virgo to a small room deep within the tavern. After Virgo's iris authentication, the door slowly opened. Come in. You have 10 minutes to prepare your gear, Virgo said coolly. Wang Hao nodded and stepped into the small room. On the left side of the room were neatly arranged black tactical suits, while on the right was a dazzling array of firearms and equipment. Even Wang Hao, who usually remained expressionless, couldn't help but twitch his lips at the sight. This was clearly a terrorist organization, and had they built an arsenal? Although martial artists existed in this world, firearms were still lethal to those below the Grandmaster level. A Xiantian innate martial artist could dodge a pistol, and a half-step Grandmaster could barely evade a rifle. For a Grandmaster and above, as long as they wished, bullets could not hit them. But no man's heart wouldn't race at the sight before him. Wang Hao's eyes glided over the rows of black firearms, the dark muzzles, and the violently aesthetic bodies momentarily captivating him. He couldn't help but reach out and touch them. A strange sound rang out, almost like a moan. Wang Hao turned his head to see Virgo calmly stroking the gun. Could it be that Virgo had made that sound? She didn't seem like the type. What are you looking at? Prepare your gear. Virgo's tone was cold. Wang Hao withdrew his gaze and continued selecting weapons. I'm 14, my lord. Wang Hao's lips twitched again. It was you. At that moment, his hand happened to rest on a fully modified M14 designated marksman rifle. Instantly, Wang Hao inwardly called out, Miss M14, ere I shall dance with you. But he subtly glanced at Virgo and covertly tapped a rapid sequence on his body. 10 minutes later, both were fully armed, standing opposite each other with expressionless faces. Ready? Virgo asked calmly. Wang Hao saluted. I'll take point. Good. Virgo nodded. From the moment she first saw Wang Hao, she had felt that this man seemed to have served in the military. Then the two exited from the other side of the small room, passed through a dim corridor, and a black sports car with no license plate appeared before Wang Hao. Get in. Wang Hao got into the passenger seat without a word, waiting for Virgo. The sports car started slowly. Viru. The next second it shot out like an arrow from a bow. Wang Hao silently assessed the road conditions. It was an uphill road. Were they underground? Just then a lively voice crackled through their earpieces. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? I can hear you, Leo, Virgo replied. Wang Hao's eyes flickered. This should be the third-star lord of the Black Palace, Leo? But why did Leo sound like a lowly? Okay, I'll open the way for you. Rumble, rumble. A sound echoed, and gradually the outside world appeared before them. The sports car followed the road onto a highway, and then other vehicles began to appear. Hey, why won't Capricorn let me go? I want to contribute to the Lord of Fate too. Leo complained in the earpiece. It's not your turn yet. Virgo showed a rare hint of helplessness. Wang Hao noticed this detail. Could it be that Leo had an unknown side? Coincidentally, Wang Hao's actual zodiac sign was also Virgo. Alright, I'll notify you after Capricorn gives the order, and then you can act immediately. Virgo nodded. Good. After that, the earpiece and the car fell into silence. After a while, Leo spoke again. Oh, so boring. Virgo, you're so dull. I'm going to play games. Sizzle. Clearly Leo couldn't stand the silence and had disconnected. For a moment, only Wang Hao and Virgo remained in the car. It was night again, and the road was sparse. An awkward silence was spreading in the car. Wang Hao wondered if he should start a conversation. His father often told him to build good relationships and communicate more, which would also benefit his breakthrough. So Wang Hao steeled himself, looked seriously at Virgo and asked, "Was that you moaning in the armory earlier?" Virgo, who was driving slowly, turned to Wang Hao, her face expressionless, but Wang Hao inexplicably felt a sense of dread. No, you misheard. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. She replied. That got him a bit excited. Impossible, there was only you and me there. It was clearly a woman's voice. Wang Hao argued confidently. Virgo's face grew even more calm, and her gaze even more terrifying. I said no. Yes. No. Absolutely yes. Virgo took a deep breath. We're on a mission now. No irrelevant topics. Oh. Wang Hao nodded and sat upright, but his hands unconsciously clenched into fists, and a barely noticeable smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Virgo keenly noticed this. A terrifying thought rose in her mind. This guy, was he just trying to start a conversation? With that thought, she became more convinced that Wang Hao had intended exactly that. About an hour later, the sports car stopped in an underground garage of a skyscraper. The two carried D2 tactical backpacks, entered the elevator, and headed straight for the rooftop. After reaching the top floor, they began taking out firearms and equipment from their backpacks. Standing by, Virgo tapped her earpiece. Meanwhile, Wan Qingwen had finished dinner and returned to her study. Today's documents were mostly handled, and she was now reading some books to improve herself. But for some reason, she felt that her internal true qi had increased slightly. Just then, Capricorn appeared before Wan Qingwen. He placed his right hand over his heart and said respectfully, Lord of Fate, I have something to report. Wan Qingwen frowned slightly. If the Black Palace had something to report, it was certainly not trivial. Speak. Capricorn nodded slightly and began. Today, the young Miss Wan Xiaoxiao was kidnapped. The culprit is Su Luo, young master of the Su group. He intended to. In the end, Jiang Junyi saved the young miss. Crack, crack. Wan Qingwen's slender hands clenched with a cracking sound, wisps of black energy spreading around her, the Su family. How dare they? No wonder she came back so late today. No wonder Xiao Xiao threw herself into my arms as soon as she got home. I will make you pay. At that moment, a terrifying aura gathered around Wan Qingwen, the black wisps like hooks of death. Capricorn's eyes sparkled beneath his mask. Lord of Fate, the Black Palace is on standby. At your command, they will pay tonight. Wan Qingwen looked at Capricorn, killing intent surging. Good, then let's act. Her little sister was the person she valued most, and she would never allow anyone to harm her. She couldn't bear to think what would happen if Wan Xiaoxiao had truly been harmed today. Meanwhile, on the other side, Virgo and Wang Hao were on high alert. Sizzle. Both placed their hands on their earpieces simultaneously. Begin operation. Codename Decapitation. Roger. The voices of Virgo and Wang Hao sounded simultaneously in the earpiece. They exchanged a glance and, as if by tacit agreement, drew out their grappling hooks. One end was hooked onto the edge of the building's rooftop, the other fastened around their waists. After ensuring it was secure, they leaped off together. Su Ling, the eldest daughter of the Su Corporation, was its true current ruler. According to their investigation, Su Ling was working overtime at the company on the 40th floor. Since you have harmed the person most cherished by the Fate Master, we shall retaliate with the same means. The two descended the ropes at great speed, and each step off the window was perfectly timed, a unique rhythm flowing between them. This surprised Virgo, as she had not expected Wang Hao to keep pace with her. Soon the 40th floor was right before them. Prepare, Virgo called out, and Wang Hao's eyes turned cold. Break. With a loud shatter, the building's glass instantly burst into pieces, and the moment the window shattered, 2 flashbangs were thrown in. Ding. The security guards in the lobby had no idea what had happened before they felt dizzy and disoriented. Wang Hao took the lead, raising his M14 to pick off each target. Of course, there was no bloodshed. They used special tranquilizer bullets against these unsuspecting individuals. Virgo followed behind Wang Hao, forming a good firing line and covering his back. Lobby cleared. Wang Hao said, scanning ahead to confirm no targets were still standing. Confirmed. Move forward, Virgo replied after her sharp gaze swept the lobby. Virgo's sharp eyes swept across the lobby and confirmed. One in front, one behind, they covered and supplemented each other's fire. Their movements were seamless, as if they were old partners who had worked together for years. Every clearance point and every coordination was flawless. Finally, they arrived at the CEO's office. Wang Hao raised his right hand, signaling to stop. Such a commotion could not have gone unnoticed, yet the office seemed completely silent. Wang Hao carefully pressed his ear against the door, listening for any sound inside. Suddenly, a sense of panic rose from his heart, and Virgo behind him also detected a faint fluctuation of qi. Watch out! Virgo grabbed Wang Hao by the collar and pulled him back, just as a golden dragon-shaped qi burst through the door with a roar. The explosive qi shook Wang Hao's internal organs with unbearable pain. Cough. Blood gushed from his throat. You two dare to break into the Su Corporation. Are you tired of living? A cynical, mocking voice sounded. Remember the one who kills you, Lin Xiao. Wang Hao and Virgo looked up to see a handsome young man in a suit staring at them with disdain. At the corner of his mouth hung a trademark sinister smirk. Without exchanging a word, Wang Hao and Virgo simultaneously raised their M14s. Lin Xiao's smile vanished. The moment they raised their guns, his figure disappeared like a ghost. Virgo frowned deeply, not expecting Su Ling to have a minor grandmaster by her side, and not an ordinary one at that. Rat-a-tat. A burst of bullets swept out, but all hit nothing. Clatter. Wang Hao threw his M14 to the ground. Indeed, using firearms indoors against a grandmaster is still too difficult. Right? Virgo also dropped her gun. Virgo likewise discarded her gun. Almost simultaneously, they assumed combat stances. Thud. With a dull sound, the three clashed together. Their eyes were filled with icy, murderous intent. In just 2 or 3 breaths, they exchanged no less than 100 moves. The sounds of air splitting and objects shattering rang out continuously. The area before the CEO's office was a mess. Yet as the fight went on, Wang Hao and Virgo grew more alarmed. Lin Xiao, facing 2 opponents alone, was still subtly growing stronger. What the hell was this? Boom. The 3 exchanged a blow and all stumbled backward with several heavy steps before steadying themselves. By now, Lin Xiao had long dropped his contempt, a half-step grandmaster and a minor grandmaster. Such a lineup could be called formidable. He bet that if it were any other young generation here today, they would die. Who are you? With such strength, why hide your identities? Lin Xiao's eyes turned hostile. Wang Hao and Virgo said nothing. Only a madman would talk to him. Not talking, huh? That looks like your master trained you well. A sneer curled on Lin Xiao's lips. Wang Hao turned slightly to glance at Virgo, pointing at Lin Xiao, but Virgo gave a slight shake of her head. Their silent exchange went something like this: Wang Hao, he's so arrogant, can we kill him? Virgo, not easy, he's from the Dragon King Hall, and surely has a guardian spirit artifact. Wang Hao, fine then, how about we just take one of his lives? Virgo, that works. Seeing the two exchanging glances in silence, Lin Xiao's forehead bulged with veins. Hey, at a life or death moment, you're making eyes at each other. Are you disrespecting me? Without a word, Wang Hao and Virgo attacked. This time they went all out. Ideally, they would take Lin Xiao's life, if not they would at least thoroughly probe his strength. Virgo formed hand seals, and in an instant pitch-black threads densely covered the area. In a flash, Lin Xiao's movements were restricted, and Wang Hao was in the same situation. However, Wang Hao showed no other expression. He trusted that Virgo had her reasons for doing this. It was his habit, rooted in his loyalty to the White Court. His young master was the Lord of the White Court, whom he trusted unconditionally, and his young master, in turn, trusted the Black Palace. So Wang Hao equaled unconditional trust in the Black Palace. Sure enough, the black threads around Wang Hao surged rapidly, propelling him toward Lin Xiao. At the same time, those black threads continued to restrain Lin Xiao. One side wanes, the other waxes. Advantage was ours. A ruthless glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes as milky white qi gathered at his elbow. Thump. A thunderous stomp, and his elbow strike could topple a mountain. This blow was heavy and powerful, like a cannonball hurtling toward Lin Xiao. Unable to break free, Lin Xiao's pupils contracted sharply as the fear of death descended upon him. He had never seen such bizarre techniques from Virgo. At that moment, the jade pendant at Lin Xiao's waist suddenly blazed with golden light. Terrifying qi surged forth, golden dragons wildly dancing, instantly dispelling the black threads, while also blocking Wang Hao's lethal strike. Under this immense qi, Wang Hao and Virgo were forced back. They also sensed that an extremely dangerous aura was brewing within Lin Xiao. The two exchanged a glance and simultaneously smashed through the window, vanishing into the vast darkness. On the floor directly opposite the 40th floor of the Su building, a figure was observing everything that had just happened through a telescope. Young master, this child harbors immense power within him. Extremely dangerous. Shall I? Uncle Wu bowed slightly, making a throat-slitting gesture. Indeed, observing from the other side was none other than Jiang Junyi. From the moment Wang Hao began organizing for battle, this news had already reached Jiang Junyi's hands. He had instructed Uncle Wu to purchase the building overnight, just to observe Lin Xiao. Jiang Junyi lowered his binoculars and raised a hand to stop Uncle Wu. No need. If you go, it will only invite greater trouble. His face betrayed no emotion, but a hint of chill gleamed in his eyes. Jiang Junyi knew this was futile, a classic case of defeat the underling, summon the master, which would merely help the chosen one harvest rewards and grow stronger. This initial probe had yielded no small amount of information. The chosen one, acknowledged by the system, was undoubtedly difficult to kill. How could he circumvent this? Jiang Junyi lowered his head, slightly pondering the question. Standing by his side, Uncle Wu gazed at his young master with a trace of relief in his eyes. The young master now truly resembled Wu Dao. After a moment of reflection, Uncle Wu pulled out a small notebook and jotted down quickly. The young master is growing again tonight. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, he resembles a king of the night. Then almost imperceptibly he took out his phone and silently snapped a swift photo of Jiang Junyi standing by the window, bathed in the faint moonlight. Selected group chat, White Court family. Click sent. You rules all, Zhao Yu. Wow, my precious son is so handsome. The way is this Jiang Wu Dao, truly my son. Old Wang He is the young master watching my boy. Just showing off. Old Liang, stop boasting. My daughter will surely outperform your son when she gets there. Old Wang Ha, my son is the vanguard. Old Liang. Aunt Zhao, the young master is becoming more and more impressive. Uncle Wu glanced at his phone and smiled. Little did Jiang Junyi know that he had a fan club. At that moment his mind was racing. If he followed the typical web novel trajectory, the chosen one would acquire various fortuitous encounters, and the heroine's presence was also part of his growth. Take this Lin Xiao for example. The Su Corporation was his foundation. A talented heiress, a worthless son. It seemed as if heaven itself was gifting this faction to Lin Xiao. Thus he must destroy his fortune and make it impossible for him to escape death. He had to cripple the Su Corporation, disrupt his Dao heart. Only then could the grand scheme succeed. Jiang Junyi's eyes lit up as the tangled thoughts in his mind finally coalesced into a clear plan. He had a rough direction for the next steps. However, the Black Palace's movement meant Wan Qingwen was already aware. Jiang Junyi sighed. He hadn't managed to hide it. He hoped Qingjian's descent into darkness would be gradual. He knew Wan Qingjian's fall was inevitable. The World Correction Force would engineer all sorts of events to darken her heart and make her grow. Let's go, Uncle Wu. Time to rest. Jiang Junyi called out. Yes. The moon set and the sun rose. A new day began. Jiang Junyi opened his eyes, refreshed, washed up quickly, and called for Uncle Wu to head to the Wan residence. Uncle Wu, knowing his young master was deep in love, had prepared everything early. Meanwhile, Wan Qingwen wore a frosty expression as she listened to Mo Jie's report on last night's operation. My lord, the decapitation strike failed. Su Ling was protected by a minor grandmaster, and not an ordinary one at that. He wielded a spiritual artifact. Based on the pattern of his true chi, the preliminary inference is Dragon King Palace. Wan Qingjian's brows knitted slightly. Dragon King Palace. Yes, it is a secretive and powerful sect. Every Dragon King is terrifyingly strong, and they always manage to escape certain death in various ways only to grow stronger. Most importantly, I suspect Dragon King Palace is linked to the collapse of the Black Palace and the fall of the Wan family. Wan Qingjian's head shot up at Mo Jie's words. Though blind, her gaze made Mo Jie feel as though needles were pricking his back. Are you certain? 80%. Tap, tap, tap. Wan Qingwen tapped the desk, and an invisible aura of authority emanated from her. Compared to the shy anger she displayed before Jiang Junyi, she now bore the semblance of a faction leader. After all, the condensed, unbroken aura around her was unmistakable. Accelerate recruitment. I need to know every move Lin Xiao makes. Bring me the Su Corporation's files. Wan Qingwen issued 2 commands swiftly, her core aim being to untangle the relationship between the two and see if she could seize an opportunity. Yes. Mo Jie respectfully handed over a thick stack of documents. Wan Qingwen took them and began browsing while Mo Jie stood nearby, not daring to disturb. Then he pulled out his small notebook and jotted down quickly. The young mistress is full of energy today, growing fast, though last night's planned failure was a bit embarrassing. Immediately after, Mo Jie pulled out his phone, silently took a photo of Wan Qingwen in a black dress leaning over the desk and flipping through files. A picture of ethereal beauty. Selected group chat, Black Palace family. Click sent. Leo, wow, wow, wow. The Lord is so beautiful. Virgo, I have failed. The Lord's beauty failed her expectations. Let me die? Mighty Dragon Wang, how will be the vanguard? Virgo, can you change your line? Mighty Dragon, the battle isn't over yet. Let's go, let's go. A smile curled beneath Mo's mask. The Lord's revival had breathed life into the once lifeless Black Palace. Everything was heading in a good direction. Just then Wan Qingwen's ear twitched slightly as if hearing something. Mo, you may go first. Follow my instructions. We need to strengthen our manpower. Wan Qingwen looked up and ordered. Tisk. Mo clicked his tongue softly. He knew. That brat was here again. Wan Qingwen. Mo, did you just click your tongue? Absolutely not, my lord. Wan Qingwen heard Mo's sincere words and thought she must have misheard. Then I must have misheard. You may go. Yes. After Mo vanished from the room, Wan Qingwen put down the documents. For some reason a flutter of joy stirred in her heart. Qingwen, baby, Qingwen, darling. Jiang Junyi's voice reached her ears from not far away. Even those two words of endearment made her feel a mix of shyness and irritation. How could this man be so shameless? She quickly pretended to be engrossed in her book. Bang! The study door was shoved open by Jiang Junyi, accompanied by shameless cries. Did you miss me, little Qingwen? Wan Qingwen put down the document with a composed expression. No, not really. Jiang Junyi stroked his chin, slowly approaching Wan Qingwen, swaying left and right. But Wan Qingwen could hear her own heartbeat quickening. Suddenly Jiang Junyi leaned close to her ear, resting his chin on her pale shoulder and neck, and breathed. Is that so? But I noticed your ears are a bit red. Bastard. Jiang Junyi dodged the claw that Wan Qingwen extended toward him, chuckling as he straightened up. The sight of his wife, shyly flustered, never ceased to delight him. As the couple flirted, a whirlwind figure suddenly burst into the study, launching a flying kick. Damn, Jiang Junyi. Stay away from my sister. Jiang Junyi glanced back, twisting his waist to evade the kick. Wan Xiaoxiao landed, glaring angrily. Did you forget something? Jiang Junyi raised an eyebrow. What is it? Oh. He smacked his fist into his palm. I brought Qingwen breakfast. Jiang Junyi retrieved the meal from the living room. A bowl of wontons and a fried egg. Quick, eat it while it's hot. I made it myself. Hearing it was made by Jiang Junyi, Wan Qingwen's throat moved slightly. She had been craving his cooking ever since tasting it yesterday. Ahem, you. Don't be presumptuous. I'll eat by myself. She pointed in his direction. Ah, but the wontons are scalding hot. I need to cool them for you. Besides, how can you scoop them accurately? Jiang Junyi presented the dilemma. Wan Qingwen paused, realizing she had indeed never eaten wontons before. This thing was rather tricky. Yet she reconsidered. As a Hotian martial artist now, she could sense whether a wonton was in the spoon. No. I don't need your help. I can feel it. Is that so? Of course. Wan Qingwen's face brimmed with confidence. Jiang Junyi watched her, proud and graceful as a swan, a tender smile spreading across his face. Oh, so adorable. So beloved. Beneath his calm exterior his heart raced wildly. Unable to resist, Jiang Junyi gently caressed Wan Qingwen's cheek. His touch was so soft that she didn't struggle at first. She could feel the genuine emotion flowing from his fingertips. Thus she didn't resist the caress, nor did she shy away in embarrassment as usual. Instead, she openly savored the warmth of his palm. A warm, sweet atmosphere enveloped them. Just as Jiang Junyi leaned in. Hey, I said. I'm still here. Wan Xiaoxiao ground her teeth, then forcefully pulled them apart. Ahem. Xiaoxiao, I was just lost in thought. Wan Qingwen coughed, feigning an explanation. Ding detected that the target of pure love greatly enjoyed the recent tender atmosphere. Pure love value 5. 20. Oomph. Naya. Jiang Junyi stuck out his tongue at Wan Xiaoxiao. Damn, Jiang Junyi, look at the time. Wan Xiaoxiao fumed. Jiang Junyi was startled. Why check the time? This time Wan Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. Seriously, dude. You said you'd take me to school yesterday, right? A wave of grievance washed over Wan Xiaoxiao. Suddenly, she felt a large hand on her head, which then ruffled her hair vigorously. Alright, I know I'm taking you to school. We've got time. Wan Xiaoxiao knocked his hand away and headed for the door, though her steps were noticeably lighter. Jiang Junyi shook his head. Qingwen'll take Xiaoxiao to school first. Remember to finish the wontons. He leaned close to her. A secret your mother-in-law made them. With that, Jiang Junyi fled, leaving Wan Qingwen blushing deeply. Mother-in-law. My mother-in-law. That would be Jiang Junyi's mother. No, what mother-in-law? We're not there yet. But wontons made by his mother are delicious too. Oh no, she's not my mother yet. Wan Qingwen happily ate the wontons. Zhao Ninjia's filling paired with Jiang Junyi's skill made her feel like her tongue was melting. Her body swayed slightly. Meanwhile, Wan Xiaoxiao was already in Jiang Junyi's car, with Wu Bo driving. As soon as she got in, Wu Bo's address of Little Miss made the girl shy. She sat quietly as if trying to live up to that title. Why are you so quiet? Jiang Junyi turned from the passenger seat, puzzled. I've always been this refined, Wan Xiaoxiao replied with a smile. Tisk, your flying kick was so refined too, Jiang Junyi teased. Jiang Junyi. Thump. Jiang Junyi shot out his hand with lightning speed and flicked Wan Xiao's forehead. Ouch. Why do you hit me? Call me brother-in-law. No. They'll give you allowance. No. How much? Wan Xiao leaned forward. Jiang Junyi held up one finger. $100. That's okay. She rubbed her chin. 10000. How much? 10,000. Brother-in-law, Wan Xiao chirped happily. Making money was nothing to be ashamed of. Jiang Junyi's lips curled into a sly smile. Take out your phone. They'll transfer it now. Okay. Wan Xiao excitedly rummaged through her backpack. Wu Bo smiled faintly and shook his head. As expected of the young master, always full of tricks. Soon Wan Xiao pulled out a phone with a cracked screen, opened the payment QR code, and looked at Jiang Junyi expectantly. He kept his word and transferred 100 right in front of her. Just as Wan Xiao was about to cheer, Jiang Junyi snatched her phone away. Huh. He waved the phone. Now phone confiscated. Study hard, and he'll get you a new one deal. Wan Xiao was speechless, still in shock. A trick? All a trick? No. He'll call home after school and tell my sister, she argued. He'll be picking you up. What phone call? Jiang Junyi countered. This? Wan Xiao was momentarily at a loss. It was safer this way, actually. Jiang Junyi added. And even if I'm busy, Wu Bo will pick you up on time. Don't worry. Yes, second miss. Wan Xiao, who was about to flare up, calmed down upon hearing the address, second miss. You said it. I'm a man of my word. Wan Xiao pouted and leaned back, arms crossed. Jiang Junyi examined the old phone carefully. It was a very old model, about 5 years old, from when Wan Xiao had just started middle school. This showed that the sisters' life hadn't been easy. This small townhouse was likely left by their parents. A disabled blind woman and a child. Jiang Junyi couldn't imagine the hardships they had endured to grow up. A look of pity crossed his face, though his concern was mainly for Wan Qingwen. Wan Xiao was barely an afterthought. Soon the gates of Jiangqing one middle school appeared. The black luxury car slowly pulled up, instantly becoming the focus of all students at the entrance, who speculated about which wealthy young lady was inside. Just as Wan Xiao was about to open the door, Wu Bo beat her to it, shielding her head with his hand. For a moment she felt a bit shy. As Wan Xiao got out, all eyes were on her. But her naturally lively personality took over as she lifted her chin like a proud little swan. Jiang Junyi also stepped out, drawing everyone's gaze to the handsome, imposing man. Remember, study hard. I know. Wan Xiao replied as she walked toward the school gate, her steps light and her body swaying. Clearly the girl was overjoyed. Jiang Junyi shook his head and returned to the car. Let's go back. I haven't had enough time to cuddle with my darling Qingwen yet. On the way back, Jiang Junyi opened the system panel to check how much pure love value he had. Not bad, the number was very auspicious. Pure love value 1314. This was the first time Jiang Junyi's pure love value had broken through the 1000 mark. It was mainly due to that indirect kiss. He exchanged the entire collection of corny pickup lines and the hormone fruit, spending 60 pure love value points. After the shop was cleared, it dimmed. What is the refresh mechanism of the shop? Jiang Junyi murmured. This damn system's refresh mechanism was extremely bizarre, often seeming random. Jiang Junyi shook his head and stopped worrying about the shop. Now all he wanted was to be close to Wan Qingwen. Today's Qingwen energy hadn't been replenished yet. On the other side, after finishing the delicious wontons, Wan Qingwen began to process documents. But as she processed, she would zone out. An image of a certain figure kept involuntarily appearing in her mind. Wan Qingwen sighed softly. Because of her blindness, she had no idea what Jiang Junyi looked like. She could only rely on his voice and actions to construct a rough image in her mind. But this was only an illusion. After staring blankly for a while, Wan Qingwen quickly shook her head. She needed to strengthen herself and enhance the power of the Hay Palace. With Wan Xiao's dangerous encounter as an example, she had to be strong enough. With that thought, Wan Qingwen began to focus. Qingwen baby. I'm here. The cheesy nickname from Jiang Junyi came from outside. Wan Qingwen's expression softened slightly, then she quickly tidied her hair and clothes before returning to her documents. She maintained an overall indifferent demeanor. Jiang Junyi pushed open the door and saw Wan Qingwen bent over her work. Working Wan Qingwen was also super beautiful. He grinned and approached her, asking, "Do you have any problems? I'm an expert at this." Wan Qingwen glanced in his direction and said coolly, "I'm no rookie either. I haven't been studying all these years for nothing." Wow, my Qingwen is amazing. Hearing Jiang Junyi's exaggerated tone, Wan Qingwen's mouth twitched slightly. It's like coaxing a child. You be quiet. Wan Qingwen's tone hardened slightly. Jiang Junyi clutched his chest with a pained expression. You're scolding me. Whoa. Wan Qingwen. This dead man, why is he so dramatic? I didn't. I just. You are scolding me. Wan Qingwen clenched her fist hardened. She knew Jiang Junyi was pretending, but she also knew that if she didn't give a solution, this bastard would keep making a scene. So Wan Qingwen said softly, "I want you to be quiet, okay?" Jiang Junyi nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. With that, he pulled over a chair and sat beside Wan Qingwen, doing nothing. Wan Qingwen, hearing that Jiang Junyi had stopped talking, breathed a slight sigh of relief and began to process documents. Although he occasionally made small movements and sounds beside her, it was this very sound that made her feel at ease. At that moment, Jiang Junyi casually glanced and saw a document about Su Corporation. He frowned slightly. How did Qingyun get something from Su Corporation? Jiang Junyi took out his phone and sent a message to Wu Bo. Jiang Junyi, Wu Bo, how does Qingyun have something from Su Corporation? Wu Bo, young master, among the 10% of industries you entrusted, there are related industries of Su Corporation. It was random. Jiang Junyi, are all of them? Wu Bo, basically all. Jiang Junyi, I see. Putting down his phone, Jiang Junyi let out an almost imperceptible sigh. Was this the power of world correction? Among the Jiang family's vast assets, it had to be the Su Corporation that fell into Wan Qingwen's hands, and this was only a 10% chance. So Jiang Junyi tentatively asked, Qingyun, the Su Corporation has risen rapidly in recent years. Can you handle it? Wan Qingwen's hand, flipping through the documents, paused, and after a slight silence she said, I can. To Jiang Junyi's ears this sounded more like self-encouragement. The situation with Su Corporation is somewhat complicated. If you encounter difficulties, you can come to me. Wan Qingwen looked at Jiang Junyi, about to say something, but Jiang Junyi placed his finger on her lips, accompanied by a gentle voice. Remember, you are not alone now. You have me. I will be your strongest support. Without looking, Wan Qingwen could feel the emotion transmitted through Jiang Junyi's fingertips. It was a steadfast choice. At that moment, Jiang Junyi's tenderness almost melted Wan Qingwen's entire being. Her brows, like distant mountains, rippled with tender affection at this moment. But although Jiang Junyi's expression was deeply emotional, his inner thoughts were different. So soft, so moist. I finally succeeded in touching Qingyun baby's lips. As expected of me. I can seize such an opportunity with precision. Okay, I understand. Wan Qingwen said softly, not removing Jiang Junyi's finger. Jiang Junyi felt her orchid-like breath, and a tingling numbness spread from his fingertip. This feeling was like an electric current flowing from his hand straight into his heart. Jiang Junyi moved his hand away. Good luck. Wan Qingwen responded, and under the table her little hand clenched into a fist, secretly making a cheering gesture. Little did she know that this scene also fell into Jiang Junyi's eyes, and his intense affection almost instantly filled his gaze. How could she be so beautiful, so cute? Although the study had quieted down, Jiang Junyi's heart was far from calm. He stared fixedly at his own right index finger, occasionally stealing a glance at Wan Qingwen's full rosy lips. Should he lick it? Jiang Junyi slowly leaned in, then quickly pulled away. No, one cannot, at least. Cannot be so perverted. Jiang Junyi clenched his left fist tightly against his forehead, his expression extremely conflicted. Huff. He took deep breaths, trying to suppress this perverted thought. But some thoughts, once they arise, are hard to disappear. It's like today you feel you must go take a look at the Japanese and Korean zone. No, not there. Jiang Junyi forcibly grabbed his right hand that was approaching himself and pushed it away. He was fighting against himself. Wan Qingwen looked at him strangely, just meeting his gaze. Jiang Junyi's eyes moved slightly downward, landing on her moist cherry-like lips. Forget it. Just one lick. Slurp. Hearing this voice, Wan Qingwen's body stiffened, and Jiang Junyi was also taken aback. He hadn't expected himself to make a sound. Wan Qingwen asked with a slight tremor in her voice, What are you doing? In that instant, Jiang Junyi's face flushed, as red as a monkey's rear. This somewhat perverted act seemed to have been discovered. Yet Jiang Junyi still harbored a glimmer of hope. After all, Wan Qingwen couldn't see. Perhaps he was just eating a popsicle or doing something else right. Jiang Junyi consoled himself like this, convinced that he wouldn't be found out. However, Wan Qingwen's next words struck him like a thunderbolt. Were you just licking your finger? She spoke with great difficulty, as if even she couldn't believe what he had just done. Jiang Junyi stammered. If I say no, would you believe me? For the first time, Wan Qingwen felt her blood pressure surge to her head. You swear you didn't lick. If you did, then I will definitely leave you. She knew other oaths wouldn't work. Only using herself as the penalty for breaking the vow could force Jiang Junyi to tell the truth. Jiang Junyi smiled bitterly. How could he swear such an oath? Wan Qingwen's oath struck at his weakest spot. Fine, I just licked it once. Jiang Junyi drooped his head like a defeated rooster. In an instant, Wan Qingwen's fair swan-like neck flushed red from the base to her cheeks, and wisps of heat seemed to rise from her head. You pervert. Wan Qingwen almost shouted the last word. She truly hadn't expected Jiang Junyi to do something like this. A cough to cover the embarrassment. Jiang Junyi was at a loss for an explanation, his brain's CPU running at full speed. After thinking it over, he couldn't find a reasonable excuse. With a hardened heart, he decided to throw caution to the wind. So what? I heard a girl's lips are soft and fragrant. I'm curious. I wanted to see if there's a taste. Humans are naturally curious about unknown things. Is that wrong? Wan Qingwen pointed at Jiang Junyi, unable to speak for a long moment. How could he be so righteous about it? Jiang Junyi knew he couldn't show weakness now, so he leaned in slowly, his unique scent washing over Wan Qingwen. Wan Qingwen could feel a warm body pressing toward her, so she instinctively leaned back. Jiang Junyi placed one hand on the desk and the other on the bookshelf behind her, saying domineeringly, "But I didn't get a clear taste just now. How about you let me have a proper taste?" They were so close that Wan Qingwen could feel the warmth of Jiang Junyi's breath on her lips. No. No way. With a shout, she pushed Jiang Junyi away with both hands, and then took deep breaths. But soon he realized he might have used too much force again, and asked with slight concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, I'm perfectly fine." Jiang Junyi, who had stepped back a few paces, replied with a grin, feeling relieved inside. Finally, he had managed to brush it off. "I'm going out for some water," Jiang Junyi said, and then fled the scene like lightning. The temperature here was really too high. This time both of them were blushing. In the study, Wan Qingwen breathed softly, the turmoil in her heart not yet settled. She raised her hand to touch her lips. Was it really that tempting? In the empty room, she murmured to herself, "At least for now. It's still not possible. We've only known each other for 2 or 3 days. At least 7 or 8 days." Wan Qingwen pondered, thinking 7 or 8 days should be enough. While the two were enjoying their sweet daily life, the Morning Starfall foster home, also known as the Black Palace, held its first mission debriefing. Capricorn was not present as he needed to closely monitor Lin Xiao's actions. Thus the attendees were Wang Hao, Virgo, and Leo. It was then that Wang Hao learned what Leo was like, a petite blonde lowly, barely over 1.5 meters tall. Of course she was an adult, and quite old at that. "Ahem, it's my honor to be the debriefing officer for this mission. Let's begin the debriefing," Leo said with a hint of pride, a trace of nostalgia flickering across her face. Once upon a time, they often held such activities, but after that day, they never happened again. During debriefings, members would argue, red-faced debate, and even come to blows. All of this filled her with nostalgia. Why was it so quiet? Leo snapped back to reality and looked at the silent duo, puzzled. She slapped her forehead. All right, this debriefing was for Virgo. Even back then, debriefing with her was quite tricky. Her statements were overly concise, and her understanding of the mission was rather erratic. "Pre-departure equipment." Virgo spoke succinctly. "Normal, no damage." Wang Hao replied without hesitation. "Hidden combat power." "No." "Mission intel memorized." "Yes." "Aware of Lin Xiao's survival skills." "No." "Specific impression of fighting Lin Xiao." "Strong." "Why did the final encirclement fail, eh?" "Due to the spiritual artifact, otherwise it would have been a kill." The two engaged in rapid QA, following an ultra-fast debriefing style. But Virgo clearly seemed hesitant. "What do you want to say, Virgo? Speak boldly." Leo seized the chance to grab some attention. "Do you think the spiritual artifact was always on him, or did it suddenly activate?" Virgo asked a seemingly odd question. Leo glanced suspiciously at Virgo. It must have been there all along. As the heir of the Dragon King Hall had have such protection. Wang Hao stroked his chin. It might have suddenly taken effect. Virgo's eyes lit up, and she sat up straight. Wang Hao continued, "To me this feels like those urban novels where the protagonist always has something to save him from certain death." Hearing this, Virgo nodded earnestly and emphatically. Leo stood dumbfounded. "Seriously, man, you can actually follow that train of thought." Debriefing concluded. "In summary, we believe that Lin Xiao is a favored son of destiny, and we need to find ways to reduce his luck," Virgo stated solemnly. "All right, I'll submit your debriefing report and recommend you to be assigned as permanent teammates." Leo waved her hand weakly. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. "Permanent teammates? That was a thing." He glanced at Virgo. "Well, it would be okay." Virgo didn't object, as she found partnering with Wang Hao exceptionally smooth. She felt that Wang Hao could understand all her thoughts and actions, and their synergy was remarkably high. Thinking this, Virgo couldn't help but glance at Wang Hao. "By the way, Wang Hao, you need a code name. Due to the extreme danger of this mission, you've been promoted to Star General," Leo said. Wang Hao paused briefly before returning to normal. "Understood. My code name will be Wei Long." Just then, ring ring, the doorbell rang. 3 people instantly turned their gazes toward the entrance. Coming to a tavern in the morning. Virgo and Leo looked at Wang Hao, unless they shared the same purpose as him. I'll go," Leo exclaimed excitedly, rising and dashing toward the door. Wang Hao's eyes flickered almost imperceptibly. He was certain that Bai Ting had dispatched more men. Hey, what business do you two have?" Leo bounced cheerfully as she opened the shop door. A man and woman exchanged glances before speaking slowly. Stars emerge from the sky's canopy. The Black Palace endures forever. Leo's eyes lit up as she warmly said, "Welcome, welcome, come in." Finally, newcomers. Leo had always loathed solitude, so the arrival of new members invigorated her. She led the pair to a table, and they sat facing each other. This meant an assessment was due. Last time Virgo had examined Wang Hao. This time, since Leo was present, she would take the reins. First, introduce yourselves. After that, I need to evaluate both of your abilities. Leo said with a chuckle. The woman laughed heartily. No problem. My name is Liang Qiqi. I'm 20. With a tall, graceful figure, a crisp, high ponytail, and an utterly cheerful smile, she immediately won Leo's favor. The boy beside her pushed up his glasses. Feng Liolio 21. Short hair, glasses, fair skin, and a cold temperament. Leo felt he resembled a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. My test is arm wrestling. Use whatever method you like, 2 hands, 4 hands, it's all fine. Leo placed her hands on her hips with confidence. Okay. Liang Qiqi smiled confidently and placed her hand on the table. Leo grinned and gripped Liang Qiqi's palm. Virgo stepped between them. Ready? Go. With a thud, an invisible shockwave rippled from their hands, making the wine glasses clink. Leo's eyes sparkled. This young lady had impressive strength. Liang Qiqi, on the other hand, grew solemn. She felt as if she were facing an immense mountain, unable to budge it, even with all her might. At that moment, Leo turned to the unmoving Feng Lulu. Aren't you joining? Feng Lulu smirked. This kind of thing is fine for Qiqi to handle alone. Virgo's eyes flickered at his words. Seeing that Leo still had the energy to concern herself with Feng Liolio, Liang Qiqi's competitive spirit surged. She gritted her teeth. Are you looking down on me? Instantly, a layer of white energy coated her palm, and for a moment, she managed to tilt Leo's hand slightly. Oh, quite interesting, Leo exclaimed in delight. Yet Liang Qiqi's heart grew heavier. This little girl, even at this point, relied purely on brute physical strength. But the fun ends here. Leo grinned, and Liang Qiqi felt an overwhelming tidal force surge through her hand. Irresistible. Are you ticklish? A sudden voice came from beside Leo, causing her to pause her movement. She answered instinctively a little. Good. The moment the words left his mouth, Leo sensed something amiss. As she was about to speak, she felt fingers wriggling under her armpit. Ha ha ha. Overcome by laughter, Leo could no longer maintain her grip. Liang Qiqi felt the pressure vanish and easily pinned Leo's hand. As she withdrew, Leo sprang to the ground like a jack-in-the-box, rolling around while laughing uncontrollably. Ha! You! Ha! Feng Liolio, crouched nearby, looked a bit exasperated, still holding his tickling pose. I only did it once. After about half a minute, Leo finally stopped, wiping away tears as she stood. How did you get to that spot? She hadn't sensed a thing. Feng Lulu adjusted his glasses. Secret. Leo nodded understandingly. All right. Regardless, you've passed. Young lady, you've got some serious strength. Keep training, and you'll be able to spar with me someday. Liang Qiqi smiled wryly. Hardly, Sister Leo. You're the truly formidable one. Leo proudly rubbed her nose at that. But Virgo stepped forward. Wait. I have something to ask you. From your tone, Feng Liolio, it seems you two know each other. Virgo's eyes turned dangerous. In her logic, after the Black Palace's members died or scattered years ago, how could the younger generation be acquainted? Leo scratched her head, wondering what the issue was. Feng Lulu pushed up his glasses and said calmly, our fathers were acquainted, so naturally we know each other. We've even aimed to join the Black Palace since childhood. Is that so? Virgo frowned slightly. Then Feng Lulu directed his gaze at Wang Hao. If you don't believe me, ask my big brother. Leo. Virgo. Wang Hao clasped his hands behind his back, knuckles white. Damn it, Feng Lulu. You pull this kind of stunt without discussing it with me. Though furious inside, his face remained impassive. Yes, I am their big brother. Virgo raised an eyebrow. Explain. Fate. We all live together. And then you connected. More or less. Oh. Virgo nodded. Feng Liolio. Wait, that's it. He was the one left baffled now. He had intended to prank Wang Hao and then cover it up himself, but he hadn't expected this woman to trust Wang Hao so completely. He shot Wang Hao a not bad look, only to meet eyes blazing with murderous intent. Feng Lulu chuckled nervously and sidestepped a couple of paces. What roles can you handle openly? Virgo asked. Well, I can only work as a waitress, Liang Qiqi said after some thought. I can mix drinks. Feng Lulu smirked. Virgo and Leo's eyes lit up. A bartender. They were severely lacking one. Together they slapped Feng Lulu on the shoulder. It's yours from now on. No problem. Feng Lulu smiled. But he had no idea that these two would become his nightmare. Elsewhere, Wan Qingwen and Jiang Junyi had already left the scorching environment and were now occupied with their own matters. Jiang Junyi was browsing Taobao, thinking that couples needed little surprises. Wan Qingwen, on the other hand, was focused on processing documents, occasionally moving to stretch. Noticing this, Jiang Junyi recalled his legendary massage technique. He stealthily approached Wan Qingwen and placed his warm hands on her shoulders and neck, gently kneading. Wan Qingwen didn't stop him. She was indeed a bit fatigued. "Qingwen, I have a massage technique that's unbeatable. Want to try it? Aren't you already massaging me?" Wan Qingwen was puzzled. My technique is for foot reflexology." "Foot reflexology?" Wan Qingwen fell silent for a moment. "But my calves are numb." Jiang Junyi's movement softened. "Let's try it. This foot manipulation of mine might just restore your sensation." Wan Qingwen hesitated. She desperately wanted to stand yet. "You don't have any perverse thoughts, do you?" Jiang Junyi was momentarily struck speechless. "How could I? I just wanted to see if it might work." "Humph. Sounds a bit shifty." Wan Qingwen snorted, but then let out a sigh. "Fine. Let's give it a try." At Jiang Junyi's hearing Wan Qingwen's agreement, his eyes burst with golden light. He took a deep breath. "Then let's go to the sofa. It'll be more comfortable for you." "Okay." Wan Qingwen nodded and prepared to move toward the living room. But unexpectedly her body lightened, and she fell into Jiang Junyi's embrace. Wan Qingwen's cheeks flushed, and she buried her face in Jiang Junyi's chest, murmuring, "Such a short distance. I can manage on my own." Jiang Junyi smiled and said, "No can do. Since I'm here, of course I have to take good care of you." Wan Qingwen felt a little shy, but didn't say anything else. Compared to Jiang Junyi's earlier actions, this behavior was actually normal. Unknowingly, Wan Qingwen's bottom line was being gradually lowered by Jiang Junyi's perverse behavior. With the finger-licking incident preceding this, she now felt that being held was actually a relief. Jiang Junyi gently placed Wan Qingwen on the sofa and brought over a small stool. Originally, there was no such stool in Wan Qingwen's home, but Jiang Junyi had anticipated this day and brought it specially. "Aren't you sitting on the sofa?" Wan Qingwen was curious because she didn't feel any extra weight on the sofa. "I brought a small stool." Jiang Junyi sat on the stool, staring intently at Wan Qingwen's jade-like legs. "Wan Qingwen, I remember there wasn't a small stool at home." She seemed to realize something, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. This bastard had planned this all along. "Then let's begin," Jiang Junyi asked. Wan Qingwen covered her mouth to suppress laughter. "Hello, guest. Technician 520 at your service." Jiang Junyi straightened up and called out in a funny voice, which made Wan Qingwen laugh behind her hand, and he too smiled. Seeing the smile on Wan Qingwen's face, Jiang Junyi felt a genuine joy from within. When they first met, Wan Qingwen always wore a cold expression with an air that kept strangers at a distance. At that time he felt that this was a posture she had to adopt. She had to protect Wan Xiaoxiao and herself, and thus could only use that icy demeanor to shield herself from the malice around her. Feeling Jiang Junyi's playful behavior, waves of warmth flowed through Wan Qingwen's heart. She knew he was deliberately trying to cheer her up, so she didn't want to hold back her smile. If her smile could also bring him joy, then she felt it was worthwhile. Jiang Junyi took off Wan Qingwen's shoes and placed her delicate feet on his knees. Although Wan Qingwen had no sensation in her calves, she still felt everything above them, and clearly sensed Jiang Junyi's movements. In that instant a blush crept up her cheeks. It was the first time in so many years that anyone else had touched her feet. Jiang Junyi gently removed her white socks, revealing a pair of crystal-clear jade-like feet, with round, lovely toes tinted a faint pink. It was hard to imagine they could remain so pristine despite having no sensation. He exhaled softly and cupped Wan Qingwen's feet in his hands. Soft as boneless, tender, and smooth. As he held her jade feet, Jiang Junyi's heart trembled fiercely. In all his life, this was also his first time touching a girl's feet. Steadying himself, he activated his divine technique. His large hands moved with incredible dexterity, pressing and massaging each acupoint. At the same time, strands of true qi flowed from his palms into Wan Qingwen's feet. Although he admittedly was a bit tempted, he hadn't forgotten the fundamental purpose. However, as the true qi surged and Jiang Junyi's expression grew increasingly grave, he could feel something in Wan Qingwen's calves stubbornly obstructing the flow of true qi. This was definitely not normal. Jiang Junyi intensified the transmission of true qi, and fine beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. After a long while he felt only a trickle of true qi pass through to no avail. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Jiang Junyi caught an unexpected fragrance on his hand. "Hey, wait, where did this fragrance come from?" He looked at Wan Qingwen's dainty feet. "No way do they also have a scent." "Qingwen, oh Qingwen, could you be made of fragrance?" Jiang Junyi was momentarily stunned, a battle raging in his mind. "Qingwen has no sensation anyway. If she probably wouldn't notice." Across from him, Wan Qingwen suddenly felt a chill of premonition and blurted out, "Don't you do anything weird." Jiang Junyi snapped back to reality, coughed awkwardly, and said, "No, nothing. I was just thinking about how to massage." Wan Qingwen breathed a sigh of relief, then blushed and said, "That's a foot. It's really dirty. It might even smell bad." Hey, that's not true. I just smelled it, and it was fragrant. Jiang Junyi blurted out. As soon as he said it, he realized something was off. His movement stopped, and he looked at Wan Qingwen, awkwardly finding her staring back at him. Even if blind, he could sense the mortified indignation in Wan Qingwen's voice. You. What else did you do? Jiang Junyi's heart ached. He really hadn't done anything perverse, or rather he hadn't even started yet. Qingwen, let me explain. I smelled it when I was wiping my sweat. I was absolutely proper. Jiang Junyi said earnestly. Really? Wan Qingwen was somewhat skeptical. Since she had no sensation in her calves, if Jiang Junyi wanted to do something unscrupulous, she would have no way of knowing. Really, I swear. Jiang Junyi raised 4 fingers. All right. Fine. He'll trust you this once. Wan Qingwen shifted her legs uneasily. Jiang Junyi steadied himself and focused entirely on the massage. His technique, combined with true qi, continuously invigorated Wan Qingwen's jade feet and calves. Even if he couldn't restore her sensation, he wanted to ensure the health of her legs. Gradually, Wan Qingwen began to feel a warmth below her knees. Though she still couldn't move, the warmth was undeniable. A warm current flowed from the soles of her feet into her body, and Wan Qingwen immediately felt a pleasant warmth throughout. So comfortable, so relaxed. It seems. I feel something, she said softly. Is that so? Jiang Junyi's breathing was heavy, as this was no easy task. In the beginning it was a reward, but later it became pure massage. Are you very tired? A trace of worry appeared on Wan Qingwen's brow. Not at all. It's nothing. Jiang Junyi was stubborn. How could he admit fatigue in front of the person he liked? Time slowly passed. Jiang Junyi finally pressed firmly on one acupoint, then released his hands, and took deep breaths. Looking at Wan Qingwen, she had become a sleeping beauty, her thick long lashes slightly fluttering, with a faint, barely perceptible curve on the corner of her lips. She must have been so comfortable that she fell into this state. Jiang Junyi felt it was worth it. He glanced at Wan Qingwen's crystalline feet, and played with them a little. After all, he deserved some reward. But soon he felt a wave of dizziness. This was a sign of overuse of true qi, and his relentless massage earlier could no longer be described by the word overuse. After placing Wan Qingwen's legs back on the sofa, Jiang Junyi intended to stand up, but a dizzying spin before his eyes caused him to fall to the ground, his upper body landing in something soft. Wan Qingwen, who had been fast asleep, suddenly felt a heavy weight fall upon her, and jolted awake. She half propped herself up and reached out to touch it. From the feel, it was undoubtedly Jiang Junyi. Junyi, she called softly, but there was no response. Is he too tired? Wan Qingwen groped until she found Jiang Junyi's silky hair felt for a heartbeat, and upon confirming he hadn't died suddenly, she breathed a faint sigh of relief. She adjusted her position, gently placed Jiang Junyi's body onto the sofa, and then sat up. Unable to stand, she couldn't move Jiang Junyi, so she rested him on her lap. You're lucky, Wan Qingwen murmured, gently stroking his hair. Time passed slowly, and she found herself enjoying this serene moment. Suddenly a thought arose in Wan Qingwen's mind. What did he look like? Though she couldn't see now, she could feel through her hands and imagine his appearance in her mind. The idea lingered, tickling her curiosity. For two people who had developed feelings for each other, it was hard to resist doing something in such a situation. Just this once, while he's still asleep. Wan Qingwen whispered to herself, mustering courage. Then her left hand covered Jiang Junyi's cheek, carefully sensing it. Not fat, and his skin was quite smooth. Her fingertips glided over his nose bridge. Oh, it was fairly high and straight. Moving upward, she touched his brow and eyes. Wan Qingwen lightened her touch, afraid of hurting him with too much force. She felt his sharp brows and well-proportioned eyes. A face with sword-like brows and starry eyes, fair as jade, emerged in her mind. So you're this handsome, she murmured. Though it was only a rough sketch, she could imagine that Jiang Junyi must be very good-looking. He was the kind that could charm everyone. But why are you so good to me? She gently caressed his cheek, lifted her head, and stared into the distance, lost in thought. This question had always weighed on her. She wasn't unwilling to ask, but dared not. She feared hearing an answer she didn't want, feared that these days of warmth were all illusion. Especially now she was torn. She had truly fallen for him, yet she couldn't be sure of his intentions. Did he truly like her? Was he not after something else? Wan Qingwen didn't know, yet she yearned to find out. If she had never been moved, never developed feelings for this man, none of it would matter. You use me, I use you. But now she wanted to genuinely possess all this. Just as Wan Qingwen's thoughts were in turmoil, Jiang Junyi on her lap made a sound and slowly awoke. She hurriedly tried to withdraw her hand, but he grabbed it firmly. Don't pull away, let me feel it a little longer. Wan Qingwen relaxed and slowly placed her hand on his cheek, gently stroking it. Jiang Junyi held her hand, rubbing it slightly, savoring the soft touch of her fingertips and the pleasant fragrance of her body. Oh, I like you so much, Wan Qingwen. While caressing her slender hand, he murmured his true feelings. Jiang Junyi rarely, very rarely called her full name. He always used some sweet pet names or the familiar Qingyun. But this time the use of her full name made her heart tremble. Wan Qingwen heard the overflowing emotion in those 3 words. She leaned down, her long hair falling onto Jiang Junyi's face, her voice slightly trembling, yet expectant. Jiang Junyi, why are you so good to me? Jiang Junyi moved his head, looking up at her cool and delicate face, inhaling the faint fragrance from her hair. He reached out, brushed through her hair, and stroked her cheek gently. He knew she had fallen for him, and now she needed a definite and firm answer to dispel all the shadows in her heart. Love knows not where it begins, yet deepens evermore. At first I only wanted to fulfill my grandfather's promise from years ago, until I saw you. I admit there was some attraction to your beauty, but the restlessness of my heart cannot be false. Jiang Junyi took her hand, and placed it over his own heart. You are strong, brave, like a lotus blooming atop a snowy peak. I saw you in the wind and snow, and was lost in a single glance. His ardent and sincere emotions poured out without reservation. Thump, thump. Their heartbeats overlapped in that moment. What drove them was no longer blood, but surging love. Wan Qingwen chuckled softly and slowly lowered her head. This was the answer I wanted. Jiang Junyi caressed her cheek and closed his eyes. Young master, the ingredients you asked for, I haven't bought them yet. Uncle Wu burst and caught the scene and swiftly turned around. Jiang Junyi's eyes flew open, and Wan Qingwen immediately straightened up, frantically tidying her hair to hide her shyness. He stood up silently, his head twisting back, a dark aura emanating from every pore. Uncle Wu. At that moment Jiang Junyi was like a creature from a horror novel, his eyes gleaming red as he glared at Uncle Wu. He staggered toward Uncle Wu, pulling the door shut behind him. Uncle Wu bowed 180 degrees, his head touching his shoe. Young master. Really? I'm so sorry. Oh, Uncle Wu, do you have any idea what I just missed out on? Your crime is unforgivable. Oh. Jiang Junyi clenched his fists, flailing and writhing in the open space. He felt like he was grinding his teeth to pieces. So close. Just a little more. He could already feel Wan Qingwen's warm breath and sweet scent. After venting, Jiang Junyi slumped, squatting on the floor and drawing circles. So close. So close. Young master, I failed you. Uncle Wu remained in his 180-degree bow, occasionally pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. This really ruined everything. How could such a cliché novel scenario happen to me? Uncle Wu, who had always detested similar plot points, never expected to be the one to become that damned interruption. Ah, forget it. There will be other chances. Jiang Junyi stood up and waved his hand weakly. As he passed Uncle Wu, he suddenly turned back, his eyes dangerously sharp. Next time remember to sneak a peek first. Yes. Jiang Junyi shook his head, took the ingredients from Uncle Wu, and listlessly pushed open the door to walk back to Wan Qingwen. By now Wan Qingwen had naturally heard the commotion outside and Uncle Wu's loud, remorseful apology. She covered her mouth and chuckled, then called out, Jiang Junyi. Come here. Jiang Junyi carried the ingredients, walking toward Wan Qingwen with a hint of confusion, slightly bending down. What's wrong? To his surprise, Wan Qingwen reached out, pinched his chin, and gently pulled him closer. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, she gave him a light kiss. Jiang Junyi felt a soft touch, then it was gone. Nothing. Wan Qingwen quickly turned around, not daring to face him, her face already flushed crimson. Such a bold move was incredibly courageous for her. Jiang Junyi stood frozen in place, only touching his lips after a long moment. Had he just been kissed? Realizing what had happened, a grin gradually spread across his face, and he noticed the red creeping up Wan Qingwen's neck. He chuckled foolishly, bouncing toward the kitchen. They'll go cook now. Wait a moment, my dear Qingwen. Hearing the lightness in Jiang Junyi's voice, the corners of Wan Qingwen's mouth lifted as well. She touched her own lips. Was this then a response? In the kitchen, Jiang Junyi felt bursting with energy, wielding the knife with graceful flourishes and elegantly adding ingredients. Ding! Critical hit! Critical hit! Critical hit! The host's series of actions are simply too pure. Congratulations! Your pure love target took the initiative to kiss you. Pure love points 5,200. If heaven had not birthed you, Jiang Junyi, pure love would be like an eternal night. The pure love points had now reached 6,454, an astonishing number. Jiang Junyi had no idea how he could ever spend them all. Basking in the system's praise, his grin grew even wider. This system was quite perceptive, knowing not to disturb them during that moment. Easy peasy, just kidding, who could be purer in love than him? Jiang Junyi hopped around the kitchen, his heart leaping with joy while he sensed the true qi surging fiercely within him. He hadn't expected that cultivation art, which seemed like a counterfeit from a street stall, to actually work. If so, bring it on. In the small courtyard, Uncle Wu crouched in a corner, furiously scribbling in his notebook. I am a sinner, I am a sinner, I am a sinner 1000. In some dark space, Capricorn similarly crouched in a corner, writing frantically. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? 1000. Meanwhile, at the Su Corporation, unlike the sweet atmosphere between Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen, the air here was extremely oppressive. A woman in a uniform wearing high heels, her face as cold as frost, sat at the head of the conference table with a handsome man standing behind her. It was Su Ling and Lin Xiao. She parted her rosy lips, but her words were icy. Have you found the perpetrator? Everyone in the meeting room couldn't help but lower their heads. Slap. Su Ling slammed the table abruptly. We're about to cooperate with the Jiang family. How will the Jiang family see us when something like this happens at such a critical moment? Whoever caused this, deal with it immediately. Meeting adjourned. The group shuffled out crestfallen, not daring to linger a moment longer. She never imagined that this retaliation came from Wan Qingwen. In her view, the Wan family lacked the strength to orchestrate such an attack. After everyone had left, Su Ling leaned back in her chair, rubbing her temples. How is Su Luo? Him? Lying in a hospital bed, but he keeps clamoring for the Wan family to pay. Lin Xiao came up behind Su Ling, helping to massage her shoulders and neck. We can't let him run wild during this time. The cooperation with the Jiang family is crucial. Su Ling tapped the table. But your brother was crippled by the young master of the Jiang family, Lin Xiao shrugged. Can you really tolerate that? Su Ling was silent for a moment. The Jiang family is not something I can shake yet. A flicker of disdain passed through Lin Xiao's eyes. What the hell was the Jiang family? Just a bit richer, wasn't it? If I wanted to, there'd be no Jiang family left. But the 3-year period hasn't ended, and I can't yet mobilize too much of the Dragon King Hall's power. In another 3 months. Don't worry, wife, I'm here, Lin Xiao said with a smirk. Su Ling frowned. I told you don't call me that. Lin Xiao said nonchalantly, there's no one else here. And I haven't agreed to fulfill that engagement yet. Su Ling brushed aside Lin Xiao's hand, stood up, and walked toward her office. Fine. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes as he followed her with small steps. When you realize the power of my Dragon King Hall, I hope you won't beg me. Over here, Jiang Junyi had finished cooking. He picked up a piece of braised beef and fed it to Wan Qingwen. Come on, dear Qingwen, ah. Wan Qingwen opened her mouth, both helpless and amused. She wanted to refuse, but Jiang Junyi used the excuse for every dish. The first bite of each dish has to be fed by me. It's called ritual. To forcefully persuade her. Unable to argue with Jiang Junyi, Wan Qingwen could only accept, feeling a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, it was lunchtime and no one was home. The only one, Uncle Wu, after deep reflection, decided to only appear when the young master called. After the meal, Jiang Junyi thought the weather outside was nice and suggested, Qingwen, how about going for a walk? Wan Qingwen was startled. She had stayed indoors for so long, rarely going out. But now, all right. Jiang Junyi smiled gently and pushed Wan Qingwen out of the small villa. This place was actually very close to the Qing River in Jiang City, and many people came here for a stroll. Jiang Junyi pushed Wan Qingwen along the riverside path. The breeze blew gently, bringing a sense of ease. Wan Qingwen felt the weather was exceptionally good today, but was it really because of the weather, or because he was by her side? You know, this river is called the Qing River. Jiang Junyi spoke, initiating the conversation. I know Jiang City developed because of this river, Wan Qingwen replied. But Jiang Junyi chuckled. No. I mean, Qing is your Qing, and Jiang is my Jiang. It flows to witness our love. Wan Qingwen's face flushed, and she spat lightly. Smooth talker. It originated long before we were born. Its years of flowing have been just for today. You're incorrigible. They laughed softly, strolling quietly along the riverbank. Indeed, this walk brought great peace to Wan Qingwen's heart. Just then a commotion ahead caught their attention. What's happening? Wan Qingwen asked. Not sure, let me see. Jiang Junyi looked into the distance and saw 2 or 3 ruffians surrounding a delicate young girl. Despite the incident, Jiang Junyi didn't stop pushing Wan Qingwen. Should we take a detour? Wan Qingwen said with some concern. No need, it has nothing to do with us, and this path is the best for feeling the river breeze. Jiang Junyi's tone carried a hint of dominance. All right. Jiang Junyi waved his hand lightly, and a figure darted out like a ghost. It was Uncle Wu, eager to show off, now determined to earn some merit. Uncle Wu instantly appeared before the ruffians, his face cold. Excuse me, please move elsewhere. You're blocking the way of my young master and young mistress. The ruffian who had been harassing the young girl turned around upon hearing Uncle Wu's words, his face twisted with menace. Old man, you tired of living, huh? At that moment, Jiang Junyi pushed Wan Qingwen toward them. Initially uneasy, she steadied herself under Jiang Junyi's influence. The thugs naturally noticed Wan Qingwen in her wheelchair and immediately pointed at her, snickering. Ha, if it isn't a cripple. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Uncle Wu's eyes as he lunged forward, clamping the ruffian's mouth. With a crack, he dislocated the man's jaw. His powerful fierce kicks lashed out like a tempest. Within a breath or two, the thugs were sent flying in all directions, almost simultaneously. Only the bewildered little girl remained staring blankly at Uncle Wu, Jiang Junyi, and the others. Thank you, the girl whispered timidly. Jiang Junyi continued pushing Wan Qingwen without pausing, his gaze never once falling on the ruffians. Only as he passed the girl did he steal a glance from the corner of his eye. Though she appeared disheveled, her face smudged and clothes rumpled, Jiang Junyi could tell she had good bones. Once cleaned up, she might be quite a beauty. But that had nothing to do with him. Better head back soon, Wan Qingwen said softly as they passed. From the girl's voice, she guessed she was no older than 18, about the same age as her own sister. The girl nodded gently and walked away into the distance. Just then a system notification echoed in Jiang Junyi's mind. Ding, key character detected. Spend love points to view details. Jiang Junyi frowned. Key character. Could it be that little girl? Pushing the wheelchair, he opened the system panel and located the file library. An unlit file sat there. Class B classified document, the Heaven's Mandate, Maiden assisting the Dragon King I. 600 love points. Jiang Junyi's mouth twitched at the price. He had just amassed those love points barely warmed in his pocket, and now 600 had to go. Yet the file's significance was undeniable. First, it concerned the Dragon King, and second, it spoke of a Heaven's Mandate Maiden. The file's purpose was clear: find a way to weaken the Child of Destiny. Jiang Junyi mourned his love points for 3 seconds, then decisively claimed the file. Ding. Exchange successful. He opened it. The threads of fate had subtly shifted. The maiden who should have fallen into the abyss now walks in the light because of you. Su Shuangshuang, abandoned daughter of the Su family, illegitimate child of Su Ling's father. She despises the Su family and holds their dirty secrets. Yet alone she is powerless. In the original timeline, crushed under heavy debt, Su Shuangshuang would have been rescued by Lin Xiao, who discovered her identity and secrets by chance. Lin Xiao rescued her to woo Su Ling and seize the Su group, and in the end he enjoyed both women. But a butterfly flapped its wings, and the destined path diverged. Now you are a slender beam of light in her darkness. Perhaps you can make use of her. After reading the file, Jiang Junyi's face gradually twisted into a classic villainous smirk. In that case, he turned to look at the fading figure behind him. Don't blame me then. He pushed Wan Qingwen, his mind already plotting. Should I handle it myself, or find a way to pass it to Qingwen? This had always been a dilemma. He was undeniably superior to Wan Qingwen in terms of influence and background, not to mention the system. Some dangers he could resolve alone, without needing Wan Qingwen's intervention. Yet Wan Qingwen's predestined role was that of a supreme villainous system. If I continue like this, handling everything myself, while Qingwen develops peacefully, what will happen? Ding. The object of your pure love will die. Jiang Junyi's pupils contracted, his hands on the wheelchair tightened instantly. Why? The world's correction force will intervene. When the supreme villainous power and influence do not match the crisis, there is a 90% chance of death. Jiang Junyi fell silent. So Qingwen must grow on her own. What I can provide is early protection and development resources. TSK. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Wan Qingwen, hearing his sound, looked up curiously. What's wrong? Jiang Junyi lowered his head and saw her adorably tilted face, and his mood instantly brightened. Nothing. I think I stepped in dog poop. You stinky. Under the sunlight, Wan Qingwen's fair, delicate face seemed to glow. Her flushed skin made Jiang Junyi want to bite her. He couldn't help but pinch her cheek. I'll rub against you, and we can be stinky together. No. Jiang Junyi smiled silently, deciding that even if he had to die, he would protect Wan Qingwen's life. Uncle Wu followed at a distance, jotting in his little notebook. Helped the young master deal with a couple of small fry. Hopefully his mood improved. Today's young master and mistress are so harmonious. When will I ever find a companion? After recording, he pulled out his phone and posted a photo of the two strolling along the riverbank to the group chat. Soon a series of ding-dong notifications chimed. Uncle Wu didn't check them, but a smile crept across his face. He could imagine a flood of envious comments. After about an hour of strolling, Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen returned home. One continued reading and handling documents, the other idled with his phone, occasionally teasing the other. Time slipped by quickly. Soon it was time for Wan Xiaoxiao to finish school. Qingwen him off to pick up Xiaoxiao. Be good at home. Okay. After a few reminders, Jiang Junyi and Uncle Wu headed to Jiangqingno, one high school, to get Wan Xiaoxiao. Wan Xiaoxiao was strutting toward the school gate, surrounded by a crowd of students. Xiaoxiao, is that luxury car from this morning really coming again? Yeah, and that ridiculously handsome big brother. What's he to you? He can't be your boyfriend, can he? Wow, I want to ride in that car too. Wan Xiaoxiao smirked smugly, as if head dare not come. As for our relationship, that's a secret for now. Definitely not boyfriend, and nothing scandalous. As the students noisily approached the gate, Jiang Junyi's sleek black luxury car had already parked outside. Wow! A chorus of exclamations rose. Wan Xiaoxiao stood a short distance away, craning her neck, waiting for Jiang Junyi and Uncle Wu to get out. 3 minutes passed. Nothing happened. Wan Xiaoxiao, bro. Seriously. Around Wan Xiaoxiao, the gazes of her fellow students gradually turned peculiar. Those stares seemed to say, "Isn't this your ride? Why aren't you reacting at all?" Wan Xiaoxiao gave an awkward smile and stepped toward the luxury car. Inside the car, Jiang Junyi looked through the window with a mischievous grin at Wan Xiaoxiao approaching. "Little girl, you look pretty smug, huh? I gotta knock you down a peg." A knock on the window sounded. Jiang Junyi slowly rolled down the window, his grin fixed on Wan Xiaoxiao. The instant Wan Xiaoxiao saw Jiang Junyi's expression, she knew he was up to something. "Ahem, what's your deal?" Her voice was deliberately loud, clearly for the classmates behind her. After saying that, she quickly switched to a pitiful pleading look and lowered her voice. "Bro, give me a hand, will you?" Jiang Junyi gave an ambiguous smile. "What did you call me?" Wan Xiaoxiao's face shifted through various expressions before she finally gritted her teeth and said, "Sis. Brother-in-law. You have to call me that from now on." "Agree, and I'll let you show off," Jiang Junyi said with a chuckle. Wan Xiaoxiao glanced back. Her classmate's eyes were tinged with suspicion. She forced an awkward yet polite smile, then quickly turned to Jiang Junyi. Brother-in-law, good brother-in-law." I agree. Jiang Junyi made a gotcha gesture. "Little one can't handle you. Uncle Wu, make it flashy." Jiang Junyi snapped his fingers. "Yes." Uncle Wu straightened his clothes, put on white gloves, and opened the door. Jiang Junyi also got out personally, opened the door for Wan Xiaoxiao, and Uncle Wu arrived, bowing respectfully to shield her head. This display drew an uproar from the students behind. A chorus of admiring voices filled Wan Xiaoxiao's vanity to the brim. The luxury car slowly drove away, leaving Wan Xiaoxiao's classmates with envious stares. Among the crowd, a figure stared blankly at the departing car. It was Su Shuangshuang, who had arrived at school only in the afternoon. Compared to Wan Xiaoxiao's radiance, she was like pitiful mud in the shadows. Su Shuangshuang lowered her head and followed the crowd away. Inside the car, Wan Xiaoxiao giggled foolishly, as satisfying a child's vanity was an immensely pleasant thing. "Satisfied?" Jiang Junyi said lazily. "Wan Xiaoxiao nodded like a pecking chicken. "Call me brother-in-law a couple of times." The smile on Wan Xiaoxiao's face froze instantly. After some struggling and reluctance, she grudgingly said, "Brother-in-law." "Louder. You didn't eat enough." "Brother-in-law." Wan Xiaoxiao shouted loudly, then crossed her arms huffily and sat in the back. Wan Xiaoxiao was a person of her word. If she said she'd call, she would. "Not bad, very spirited." Jiang Junyi smiled. "Humph." Wan Xiaoxiao gave a light snort and ignored Jiang Junyi. What Wan Xiaoxiao truly cared about wasn't the luxury car pickup, but having someone pick her up from school. That was what mattered. Before, she always went to and from school alone. When classmates asked about her parents, she always stammered and avoided answering. But now it was different. Jiang Junyi started picking her up, making her feel she had family who cared. Admittedly, Wan Qingwen also cared a lot for her sister, but at times like this, Wan Qingwen simply couldn't manage. It was something she couldn't do. Once home, Wan Xiaoxiao dashed toward Wan Qingwen, first absorbing some sisterly energy, then watched TV. Jiang Junyi went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. At the table, Wan Xiaoxiao and Wan Qingwen both enjoyed the food Jiang Junyi cooked. Of course, there were feeding sessions. Then while eating, Wan Xiaoxiao casually said, "There's a parent-teacher meeting on Friday. Brother-in-law, you go for me, okay?" Wan Qingwen looked at Wan Xiaoxiao in slight surprise. How could she ask so quickly after only 2 days? She had thought Wan Xiaoxiao would need much longer to accept Jiang Junyi's presence. "Parent-teacher meeting. What's your level at school?" Jiang Junyi raised an eyebrow. Average." Wan Xiaoxiao hesitated. "Really?" Jiang Junyi didn't believe it. Given her earlier behavior, how could she be average? "Really?" Wan Xiaoxiao swore earnestly. "Fine, just tell me the specific time then." Jiang Junyi fed Wan Qingwen a bite and replied. "Then, can I have my phone that day?" Wan Xiaoxiao tested. "No." Stinky brother-in-law." Wan Xiaoxiao snorted, put down her chopsticks, and ran to her room to do homework. Xiaoxiao is a bit playful. I don't really know how she's doing at school." Wan Qingwen sighed, a hint of loneliness in her voice. Jiang Junyi seized the chance to hold Wan Qingwen's hand and comforted. "It's okay, she's just a kid. Xiaoxiao's heart is good and her mind is as sharp. From now on, I'll help you manage her together." Wan Qingwen nodded, warmth spreading in her heart. After dinner, Jiang Junyi lingered a while with Wan Qingwen before leaving. Wan Qingwen felt reluctant, but couldn't bring herself to ask him to stay. In the car, Jiang Junyi dialed a number. "And I need you to tell Wang how details omitted. And arrange." He hung up and looked out at the silent night, his eyes cold and deep. "Sorry, Su Shuangshuang." A plan targeting Lin Xiu quietly unfolded. Meanwhile, in Wan Qingwen's study, Capricorn arrived much later than usual. Wan Qingwen tapped the table, her voice calm but firm. "What happened?" Not appearing at the fixed time meant something must be wrong. "My lord, you might need to see this." Capricorn placed a file on Wan Qingwen's desk. After reading, Wan Qingwen frowned slightly. "Su Shuangshuang. Illegitimate daughter. In debt." "Yes." Wan Qingwen tapped the table, the sound echoing in the study. After a while, her cold words rang out. Recruit her into the Black Palace. Make her loyal. Useful. A glint flashed in Capricorn's eyes beneath the mask. Yes. Wan Qingwen now possessed something of the Lord's demeanor, and her way of thinking unexpectedly coincided with Jiang Junyi's. Birds of a feather flocked together. After Capricorn vanished, Wan Qingwen let out a soft breath and sat quietly in the chair. But the pendant on her chest shimmered with black starlight waves rippling around her. Wan Qingwen had discovered that when Jiang Junyi was near, the spiritual energy in her body flowed much faster. Especially today, when she kissed Jiang Junyi. At that moment she felt her internal energy about to burst. Now she was refining and sorting that vast flow of energy. After a long time, boom. A rumble issued from within her. Her spiritual platform became clear waves of power surging into her body. Wan Qingwen gently clenched her fist, feeling the immense power within. So this is the Xiantian realm. At the same time, Jiang Junyi sat on his toilet, straining to release a load. He felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Knock, knock, knock. The bathroom door sounded. Not again. Uncle Wu, are you in a hurry? No, young master, I think you've broken through. Jiang Junyi paused briefly, sensing the spiritual energy in his body. What? Breaking through while taking a dump? Actually, these days Jiang Junyi had also noticed that while gaining pure love points, spiritual energy also surged into him. Jiang Junyi stroked his chin. Could his spiritual energy be called pure love energy? Also, young master, you didn't turn on the exhaust fan. Get lost. Over the next 2 days, Jiang Junyi still picked up Wan Xiaoxiao every day and flirted with Wan Qingwen. Time swiftly arrived at Friday. The parent-teacher meeting starts at 4:05 p.m. Don't forget, Wan Xiaoxiao reminded him at the entrance of Jiangxing. No. One high school. I know. I won't miss it. Jiang Junyi waved his hand. After saying that, Wan Xiaoxiao gave a light snort and walked briskly toward the campus. Jiang Junyi watched her go, then rolled up the car window and looked at Uncle Wu. Is everything arranged? Uncle Wu nodded yes. The debt collectors have been dealt with, and now everyone is our own people. What about Wang Hao? It's confirmed that the Black Palace will act. They received orders to make Su Shuangshuang fully committed to the Black Palace, keeping her to deal with Lin Xiu. Jiang Junyi curled his lips into a smile. Excellent. It seems Qingyun and I share the same thought. She's truly my wife. To be honest, he had initially worried that Wan Qingwen wouldn't have the heart to do this, but now it seemed he had overthought. But then again, someone who could become a supervillain would never be a saint. Uncle Wu, do I seem a bit like a villain? Young master, I think the term puppeteer suits you better. Jiang Junyi nodded with satisfaction and patted Uncle Wu. Not bad. Extra chicken leg for you tonight. Uncle Wu smiled and drove to the Wan residence. As soon as he arrived, Qingyun darling. He arrived before his voice faded. With a bang, the door burst open. Then a dark figure pounced into Wan Qingyen's arms, nuzzling and rubbing. Wan Qingyen's face flushed slightly, and she looked helplessly at Jiang Junyi in her arms. Can you try opening the door more gently next time? I feel like it's about to break. Sure. Obviously, he hadn't taken it to heart. Since she had kissed him last time, this man had grown increasingly bold. Now he would simply rush straight into her arms, rubbing against that embarrassing place. After a while, Jiang Junyi straightened up and asked cheerfully, any difficulties? Wan Qingwen, who had wanted to say no, remembered what he had said last time, so she nodded a little. Jiang Junyi's eyes lit up. Tell your husband. Wan Qingwen blushed. Su Ling invited me to discuss cooperation. Does she know you're handling this? Probably not. Jiang Junyi frowned slightly. Su Ling was a woman with some skill, as evidenced by her leading the Su family's rise. But he believed his wife was no less capable. Then go meet her. Meet? Wan Qingwen tightened her grip on the wheelchair armrest. Jiang Junyi sensed her slight nervousness and took her soft hand. It's all right. He'll go with you. My Qingyun is no worse than her. Feeling the warmth in his hand, Wan Qingyen's heart steadied. All right. Being disabled, one naturally harbors some inferiority within. Even though Wan Qingwen had grown up strong in such negotiation settings, she might inevitably be at a disadvantage. But with him here, there was no disadvantage. Jiang Junyi was confident, and he had the right to be. Try to play tricks on me. Sorry, then no cooperation. Just then he remembered he needed to prepare for the evening, so he said, Oh, Qingyun'll have to leave for a while this afternoon. He'll have Uncle Wu bring Xiao Xiao back in the evening. Wan Qingwen was startled, then asked, So you won't come back after lunch? Emma might have some things to take care of. Jiang Junyi gently stroked her hair. All right, I understand. Her voice carried a hint of disappointment she hadn't even noticed. Jiang Junyi smirked and leaned close to her face. Is my Qingyun darling reluctant to see me go? Whoa, who's reluctant? I happen to have some things to do this afternoon too. I don't have time for you, Wan Qingwen insisted stubbornly. Oh, that's fine then. Jiang Junyi looked at her, turned away slightly under a face, and smiled gently. The Wan sisters were sometimes quite alike, both stubborn. After lunch, Jiang Junyi pushed Wan Qingwen into the courtyard to bask in the sun for a while. When are you leaving? Wan Qingwen asked. In a bit.
He'll stay with you a little longer, Jiang Junyi smiled, leaning close to her ear, so someone won't feel too disappointed. Who's disappointed? I'm very busy too. Wan Qingwen's ears turned red as she forced an explanation. All right, it's me who's holding you up, he coaxed. Their relationship was a bit peculiar. Sometimes Jiang Junyi acted like a child, mischievously seeking affection from Wan Qingwen. Other times Wan Qingwen wasn't that mature, either expressing her feelings in a tsundere way toward Jiang Junyi. But that was how it should be, showing one's vulnerable side while embracing everything about the other. Soon Jiang Junyi pushed Wan Qingwen back to the study. I'm off. Go ahead. How about a farewell kiss? Jiang Junyi grinned mischievously. No, just go. He quickly bent down and gently pecked her tempting red lips, then pulled back. Caught off guard, Wan Qingwen's face flushed crimson. This was only the second time, and this time it was initiated by Jiang Junyi. I'm off now. Having succeeded in his surprise attack, he fled like the wind, leaving a blushing Wan Qingwen behind. After a long while she touched her lips, a faint smile appearing at the corners, and whispered, rascal. Meanwhile, Uncle Wu drove Jiang Junyi to Baiting Commercial City, where pedestrians came and went, quite a crowd. Jiang Junyi got out of the car, his face contorted, as if constipated, and pointed at the entrance. Uncle Wu, are you sure we're discussing confidential matters in a place like this? Uncle Wu looked at him with some surprise. Young master, all these people belong to Baiting. Didn't I mention that? Jiang Junyi. Wait. The man arguing heatedly with the stall owner, spittle flying, the hagglers, the vendors hawking the beggars. All of them are Baiting members. What's the point, brothers? At that moment Jiang Junyi was stunned. He rubbed his face. Is it possible that some random passerby might have sneaked in? Uncle Wu smiled confidently. There are layers of conditions and identity verification to enter here. If a passerby did sneak in, everyone here would sense it immediately, and that person would inevitably become part of Baiting. Jiang Junyi nodded thoughtfully. If such a person truly existed, they would indeed be someone remarkable. Let's go. The place Aunt Zhao reserved, as I recall. In a flash, Jiang Junyi found himself seated outside a barbecue joint. On the table were already a dozen bottles of beer and skewers of grilled meat. Having barbecued during the day, was that right? And what was with this roadside vibe? Come on, we're supposed to discuss confidential matters. Show some respect, please. Young master, these skewers are guaranteed 100% real lamb. Well, thanks. Jiang Junyi took the lamb skewers, drawn by the aroma. So delicious. He took a swig of beer and said, today I've called you all here for one thing. Clap, clap, clap. 2 or 3 people around the table burst into applause. Jiang Junyi waved his hand dismissively. All right, enough with the formalities. The purpose of coming today is mainly to select a few members to play the villains. The worse the better. After saying this, Jiang Junyi glanced around the table at the several people seated, Aunt Zhao, Old Liang, Old Wang, and Old Feng. The 4 exchanged glances, then all wore subtle smiles. No problem at all, young master. It's our specialty. Old Wang began boasting again. But whether he was truly boasting or not, no one knew. Very good confidence is a good thing. Jiang Junyi explained what the selected members needed to do. According to investigation, debt collectors usually worked in groups of 3. So this person would use threats, temptations, and other nefarious means to push Su Shuangshuang to her limits. Then in coordination with the undercover agent from the Black Palace. No, not undercover agent, we call them operatives. They would cooperate with the Black Palace operatives to stage a hero-saving beauty act. Of course, they must have the ability to escape from the Black Palace members. For the sake of authenticity, Wang Hao and his team naturally couldn't go easy, nor could they let the regular Black Palace members suspect anything. So the art of engagement required great subtlety. Do you understand? Jiang Junyi asked seriously, while munching on skewers, glancing at the others who were gulping down beer. Understood. Chewing noises. Good, now go find the candidates. We have the addresses of those debt collectors. Uncle Wu will send them over later. Jiang Junyi nodded. After finishing their skewers, the few at the table unanimously turned their gazes to Old Feng. Old Feng scratched his head. Hey, why are you all looking at me? You know the dirtiest tricks of the White Court. If not you, then who? Old Liang rolled his eyes. Exactly. Just shout once, and we'll have all the people we need. Old Wang patted Old Feng on the shoulder. Jiang Junyi slowly tilted his head. Isn't this supposed to be a matter that requires rigorous selection? How come you make it sound so easy? All right, fine. Old Feng's side stood up and walked toward the street. He took a deep breath and shouted loudly. I need 3 guys who can play villains. Must have strength, and you'd better know your limits. His voice echoed through the street, traveling far. Jiang Junyi's eyes flickered. From just that shout he could tell that Uncle Feng's strength was not to be underestimated. At least at the Grandmaster level. Such penetration, such robust energy. After Old Feng shouted, many members on the street turned their gazes toward Jiang Junyi. The next second, countless figures charged straight toward the barbecue joint. Just when Jiang Junyi thought it would turn into chaos, these people started fighting halfway there. Only those still standing could crawl to the young master. That was their mindset. Amusingly, just before the fight broke out, the crowd on the street immediately dispersed, and the street vendors moved their stalls. True chi erupted, followed by the sounds of air splitting and the constant clash of fists and feet. The fight finally ended after 10 minutes. 3 members with battered faces stood before Jiang Junyi. Seeing this, Jiang Junyi twitched his mouth wildly. What a damn hardcore selection method. Then he steadied himself and said, from left to right I'll call you 1 to 3. Start with no. 1. Introduce yourself. What kind of villain are you good at playing? No. 1 nodded. Young master, am good at intimidation. Am extremely ferocious. With that no. 1's clothes directly burst open, revealing a back full of tattoos and large floral arms. Combined with his fierce face, it really had the vibe. Jiang Junyi nodded. Not bad. What about no? 2. No. 2 stepped forward. Young master, am good at playing a pervert. Jiang Junyi gestured slightly, indicating for him to begin his performance. Then the expression on no. 2's face suddenly twisted to the extreme, and his eyes revealed an abnormally excited and perverted look. He laughed while taking out a dagger and licking it. Thump, thump, thump. Jiang Junyi banged the table wildly. Perfect. A perfect pervert. No. 2 returned to normal and kept bowing. Thank you for your approval, young master. Then Jiang Junyi turned his gaze to no. 3. What talent do you have? Show us. Young master, I can be very sleazy. No. 3 said with pride. Hearing this, Jiang Junyi didn't laugh, but became contemplative. Alright, let's see your skills. No. 3 first prepared himself, then his eyes changed, his gaze revealed endless lewdness paired with a debauched smirk. A chill rose from Jiang Junyi's heart. He pretended there was a beautiful woman in front of him, making gestures like pinching a chin to tease, leaning in to whisper, licking his lips, and other extremely wicked moves. A mime performance. Jiang Junyi screamed in his mind. Talents, all damn talents. Not bad. Very good. Jiang Junyi stood up and came before the 3. You 3 must cooperate well. You'll also need to disguise yourselves. Uncle Wu will inform you of the specific requirements. I have one very important point. That is to make the other party feel the deepest despair. Do you understand? The 3 straightened up. Understood. Very good. Go ahead with your tasks. Well, start the operation tonight. After the 3 left, a smile appeared on Jiang Junyi's face. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly that the White Court really had an abundance of talent. At that moment, Old Feng sat down with a smile. Young master, are you satisfied with these 3? Satisfied, very satisfied. Old Wang then joked. Looking for villains? Ask Old Feng, it's always right. Get out. I just happen to know more people by chance. Old Feng rolled his eyes. Yeah, you happen to know more, but don't ask how you happen to know them. Isn't that right? Old Liang taunted. Hey, alright, you're all grown up, still bickering in front of the young master. Aunt Zhao gave each of them a light tap, then looked at Jiang Junyi kindly. Young master, are there any other instructions? And I think we need an elder to secretly protect them. Jiang Junyi thought for a moment. This time there's no going easy. It must be real, so the Black Palace won't see through it. Hearing this, Aunt Zhao's face beamed with a full smile. What a good child, thinking of his own people. No problem, I'll go myself. Aunt Zhao said cheerfully. Off. Jiang Junyi was taken aback. Aunt, you don't need to trouble yourself, right? Aunt Zhao waved her hand. I'm in great shape. It's settled. He'll go. Jiang Junyi couldn't persuade Aunt Zhao and had to reluctantly agree. Now everything was ready, missing only the east wind. And that east wind would blow tonight. Jiang Junyi checked the time. It was only 2 in the afternoon, with still 2 hours until Wan Xiaoxiao's parent-teacher meeting. Uncle Wu, how long does it take to get to Qingjian's place? Half an hour. Jiang Junyi's eyes lit up. Then let's go directly. Yes. Hey, young master. Bring something for the young mistress. The scene shifted. Jiang Junyi stood expressionless at the study door, clutching a pile of items, while before him, Wan Qingwen covered her mouth with a light laugh. That's how it went. My elders were so enthusiastic they insisted I bring these for you. Jiang Junyi said, setting the things aside. The assortment included, but was not limited to, barbecue steamed buns, roast duck, egg-filled pancake, clothing, craftworks, and more. It's fine, I like them all, Wan Qingwen said with a smile. Of course, what she truly cherished was the return of Jiang Junyi himself. Jiang Junyi sat beside her with a helpless expression. How are we supposed to finish all this? I'll eat some, and Xiao Xiao can help too, Wan Qingwen said softly. You've been put to hard work, Jiang Junyi remarked, gently holding her fair hands and glancing at her slightly flushed cheeks. So is everything settled? Yes, faster than I expected. I flew back immediately. Couldn't waste a single second away from you, Jiang Junyi said with a grin. What's wrong? Could you let go of my hand? It's getting sweaty, Wan Qingwen murmured, lowering her head. Jiang Junyi glanced down and quickly released her hand, clearing his throat. Cough, cough. It's all your fault. Wan Qingwen was taken aback. My fault? For being so beautiful, my darling. Here it came. Jiang Junyi's occasional deep husky voice dripping with charm that seeped straight into your heart. Get away. Wan Qingwen slapped his hand. If she weren't blind, she would have shown him what a real glare looked like. I need to deal with some matters. Jiang Junyi nodded, then rested his head on the desk, facing her, gazing at her exquisite and beautiful face, occasionally smacking his lips as if savoring something. Wan Qingwen naturally heard his antics, but there was nothing she could do about it, and she didn't dislike this atmosphere anyway. Time passed slowly until she suddenly noticed a faint rhythmic breathing sound coming from beside her. She called softly, Junyi. No response. Asleep? She put down the documents in her hand, rested her own head on the desk, and faced him. The sunlight streamed gently through the window, casting a warm glow over the two of them, filling Wan Qingwen's heart with boundless tenderness. In that moment, she yearned deeply to see. What did Jiang Junyi look like when he was fast asleep? Was his playful expression a mixture of mischievousness and endearment? Unable to help herself, Wan Qingwen reached out and touched his cheek. All intimate gestures between people are driven by emotion. It's just that different relationships are driven by different feelings. At this moment, it was the emotion called love that moved Wan Qingwen to act. Jiang Junyi gradually opened his eyes, feeling the touch on his cheek. Before him was a face as beautiful as a painting. Wow, have I arrived in the celestial realm? It seems I've spotted a fairy. Wan Qingwen couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Who would have thought that the moment he woke up, sweet words would flow from his mouth? Yet she didn't withdraw her hand. Instead, she gave his cheek a gentle pinch. Are you made of sweet talk? It just comes out. Jiang Junyi smiled, savoring the smooth and tender sensation on his face. Before I met you, I never knew I could say so many sweet things. He shifted his head closer, inching nearer to Wan Qingwen. Now they could both clearly feel each other's warm breath. Why are you getting so close? Wan Qingwen sensed it. I want to take a closer look at my darling Qingwen's stunning beauty. Smooth talker. Then taste it. Go away, go away. In the end, the more bashful Wan Qingwen was the one to retreat. She sat up straight. Check the time. Don't forget Xiaoxiao's parent-teacher meeting. Jiang Junyi lazily straightened up and stretched. Got it. He glanced at his watch. It was about right. Seems about time. I'm off. Meanwhile, in class, Wan Xiaoxiao had long lost interest in the teacher. She kept glancing toward the classroom door. Quite a few parents had already arrived early, standing outside the classroom, peering through the windows to find their children. Wan Xiaoxiao tapped her foot against the floor under the desk, muttering, "Stupid Jiang Junyi, lousy Jiang Junyi. If you're late, I'll fight you." Her previous deskmate had been Su Li, but Su Li was dead and gone. Officially, she had transferred schools. So now Wan Xiaoxiao had a different deskmate. At that moment, her deskmate tugged at her. Xiaoxiao, about the documents that need a parent's signature later. Can I trouble your uncle to help me? Wan Xiaoxiao turned to look at her timid deskmate. No problem. He'll make sure he does it. If he doesn't help, he'll beat him up. Ah, thank you. At 4 o'clock, the Chinese teacher, knowing the parent-teacher meeting was next, left 5 minutes for parents to enter. As the door opened, a stream of uncles and aunties poured in, finding their own children and chatting happily. Wan Xiaoxiao craned her neck expectantly, but she couldn't spot that figure at the main entrance. Her expression grew anxious as she grumbled, "Lousy Jiang Junyi. How dare you be late? You're dead. Ouch." Suddenly she felt a sharp pain on her head and quickly covered it. "Kid, are you cursing me?" A familiar voice sounded. Wan Xiaoxiao turned around sheepishly. "Hee brother-in-law." Jiang Junyi gave her head a firm rub. "Move." "Oh, okay." Initially, both parents and students had to stay in the classroom for the meeting. Parents sat while students sat on their textbooks on the floor or in the aisles. After sitting down, Jiang Junyi glanced at Wan Xiaoxiao's deskmate. His eyes flickered slightly, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. What a coincidence. He hadn't expected Su Shuangshuang to be Wan Xiaoxiao's deskmate now. "Hello, this little rascal is quite mischievous. I'm sure she's caused you a lot of trouble. Please bear with her," Jiang Junyi said, extending his hand gently. His face bore a warm smile. Su Shuangshuang, hearing his words as refreshing as a spring breeze, dared not meet his eyes. She recognized him too. This big brother was the one who had helped her out that day. "No, it's nothing. I'm the one who's caused Xiaoxiao trouble," Su Shuangshuang said weakly, lightly shaking his hand. Jiang Junyi smiled and said no more. "Hey, I haven't caused any trouble, okay?" Wan Xiaoxiao complained. "With that temper of yours, it's a wonder you haven't caused trouble." Jiang Junyi rolled his eyes. TCH. Soon after most parents had settled in the homeroom, teacher stepped up to the podium. "Dear parents." The usual opening, nothing special. The most important part was the distribution of monthly exam results, a tactic to grab parents' attention and stir student psychology. Those with good grades received encouragement, while those with poor grades, but a desire to improve, might be spurred to work harder. As for the hardened ones, there was little to be done. A common strategy in schools. Wang Fan, total score 350, ranked 100th in the grade. Excellent results, keep it up. A bespectacled boy who looked like a top student walked up to the podium. The parents in the audience felt a sense of pride. Qian Duodua total score 320, A ranked 240th. The teacher sees your improvement. Keep going. Sun Nan 290, A ranked 400th. You need to work harder. Wan Xiaoxiao. Wan Xiaoxiao 200 points ranked 647th in the grade. As a parent you must take this seriously. Jiang Junyi glanced at the downcast Wan Xiaoxiao before stepping onto the podium to retrieve her report card. His youthful and handsome face drew surprised glances from many parents. The homeroom teacher was equally astonished that someone had actually come to Wan Xiaoxiao's parent-teacher meeting this time. Jiang Junyi slapped the report card onto the desk and fixed a sharp gaze on Wan Xiaoxiao, whose guilty conscience made her look away. Explain yourself. Wan Xiaoxiao scratched her head. Well, I fell asleep in math class one time, and when I woke up, I couldn't understand a thing. And English, that foreign nonsense. I'm not interested in learning it. Jiang Junyi was so furious he laughed. What should I praise you for being patriotic? No need. No need. Wan Xiaoxiao gave an awkward smile. Jiang Junyi sighed softly. The girl had entered high school, and with Wan Qingwen unable to oversee her, such grades were understandable. How many students are in the whole grade? 647. What? Just you wait till we get home. He shot Wan Xiaoxiao a fierce glare. Just then the homeroom teacher at the podium announced Su Shuangshuang's name. Su Shuangshuang 395 points ranked second in the grade. I hope the other students can learn from her. Jiang Junyi looked at Su Shuangshuang beside him, but the young girl seemed uneasy as if she had no intention of going up to retrieve her report card. Is Su Shuangshuang's parent not here? The homeroom teacher frowned, glancing at Su Shuangshuang, who sat alone. Brother-in-law, could you go get it? Wan Xiaoxiao whispered. Jiang Junyi looked at her. You're quite kind-hearted, aren't you? In truth, he had already intended to do so. As for the reason, well, Jiang Junyi stood up and walked to the podium under Su Shuangshuang's astonished gaze. Are you Su Shuangshuang's brother? And Wan Xiaoxiao, brother-in-law. Jiang Junyi took the report card and walked back amid the strange looks from the crowd. Handing the card to Su Shuangshuang, he said softly, You're excellent. Be confident. Hearing the gentle voice beside her, Su Shuangshuang's cheeks flushed slightly. She nodded and whispered, Thank you. Jiang Junyi turned to Wan Xiaoxiao. I suppose you don't want your phone anymore, do you? I don't even know where to start. Wan Xiaoxiao muttered. She wanted to study but had no idea where to begin, completely at a loss. Jiang Junyi vigorously rubbed her head. Your mouth is right under your nose. Why don't you ask the teacher? But I'm a poor student. So what? I believe if you're willing to learn, the teacher will be glad to teach you. Jiang Junyi rolled his eyes. At the very least, you could ask Su Shuangshuang. I think she'd be happy to help you, after all your desk mates. Su Shuangshuang nodded. I am willing. See? Fine. Wan Xiaoxiao pouted. He'll ask. As the report cards were handed out, the homeroom teacher began talking about the usual cliches. Parents of underperforming students scolded their children, while those of top students beamed with pride. Jiang Junyi rested his chin on the desk, lost in thought. Suddenly Wan Xiaoxiao leaned in. By the way, brother-in-law, how old are you? 20. Why? Wan Xiaoxiao looked as if she'd seen a ghost. Wait, you're 20 and not in college. Jiang Junyi sneered with disdain. Are you kidding me? Do you know who I am? I mastered this ridiculously simple academic material at the age of 16. Wan Xiaoxiao and Su Shuangshuang. Just to clarify, that includes undergraduate and postgraduate levels. What about a PhD? Too boring. I couldn't be bothered. Jiang Junyi shrugged. Seeing his smug expression, Wan Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth. Damn it, he's actually showing off. Hey, the road today feels a bit flat. Jiang Junyi blurted out inexplicably. What do you mean? Wan Xiaoxiao was confused. No stone's eye. No strength ability. Jiang Junyi. You jerk. Jiang Junyi snorted and ignored the furious Wan Xiaoxiao. Beside them, Su Shuangshuang watched their interaction with a flicker of envy in her eyes. Wan Xiaoxiao might have poor grades, but she had a brother-in-law who cared for her. If she could, she would trade her grades for that. Just then applause rang out from the classroom. A parent of a top student had finished sharing their educational experience. Jiang Junyi saw the parent step down, and the homeroom teacher turned her gaze toward him. Brother-in-law, you might have to speak on stage. Wan Xiaoxiao said sheepishly. Why? Jiang Junyi was puzzled. Because I used to deliver self-criticisms up there. Jiang Junyi narrowed his eyes. You mean they made you criticize yourself in front of so many people at? Yeah, I'd explain what affected my studies and what I'd do in the future, blah blah blah. Wan Xiaoxiao said nonchalantly. Jiang Junyi's eyes darkened and his expression turned grim. Next, let's welcome Wan Xiaoxiao's parent to speak. Jiang Junyi stood up, his gaze cold. He walked to the center of the stage and glanced at the teacher beside him. I'm honored to speak here. Taking this opportunity, I want to say to all students with poor grades do not mean poor character.
Nor do they mean lack of ability. School exists only to provide a platform for you to realize your dreams. But that doesn't mean that poor grades leave you without any path forward. Classmates, you are only 18. Your lives have just begun. Do not wallow in self-pity or belittle yourselves. The world is vast and life is long. Of course, note that I said grades, not learning. Classmates, never give up learning. You can delve deep into any field you love or excel in. Never stop moving forward. Finally, to those who feel lost about the future, my advice is to work hard on improving your grades. That way you can reach better and farther places to pursue the dreams in your heart. That concludes my speech. Thank you all. Jiang Junyi stepped down calmly, leaving the stunned homeroom teacher behind. Clap. Clap. Gradually applause rose and swelled, thundering like a storm. Wan Xiaoxiao looked at him with adoration. Wow, brother-in-law, you're so cool. Jiang Junyi snorted lightly. Did you just find that out? It's different. Wan Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled. She knew that his words were standing up for her. She had thought he would scold her, and then just say thank you, teacher. She never expected this outcome. Beside her, Su Shuang's eyes also shone with brilliance. Jiang Junyi's actions planted a seed in her heart. The first time she felt she had a goal, a dream. After school, Wan Xiaoxiao skipped to the car, while Jiang Junyi strolled behind looking resigned. He turned slightly, and caught the corner of Su Shuang's gaze fixed on him. A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at his lips. When hope descends before one's eyes, the arrival of despair becomes all the more piercing. Su Shuang, are you ready? After bringing Wan Xiaoxiao home, Jiang Junyi hurriedly prepared dinner. At the table, the three of them ate in harmonious joy. Wan Xiaoxiao animatedly recounted to Wan Qingwen how Jiang Junyi had acted at the parent-teacher meeting, while Wan Qingwen listened with a smile. All right, it's nothing major, Jiang Junyi said with a hint of resignation. He could understand Wan Xiaoxiao's feelings. It was like a child who had been bullied for so long suddenly having someone to stand up for them. Naturally, she was brimming with pride. You did pretty well today. He'll acknowledge you a little, Wan Xiaoxiao said smugly. Thanks, Jiang Junyi rolled his eyes, but a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. However, Xiaoxiao, he added. Can you explain why you only got 200 points? Wan Qingwen asked with a gentle smile, turning to Wan Xiaoxiao. Wan Xiaoxiao's expression froze instantly. Her sister was smiling, but it was more terrifying than when she was angry. A chill crept over her. Well, you see. Wan Xiaoxiao scratched her head, unable to come up with an explanation, so she cast a pleading look at Jiang Junyi. Don't count on him to help you. Confess, Wan Qingwen said sternly. She fell asleep in math class and couldn't understand when she woke up, Jiang Junyi added precisely. Jiang Junyi, you betrayed me. Wan Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth. Just telling the truth. Sigh. Wan Qingwen sighed. With her own health in this state, how could she manage Wan Xiaoxiao? Kid, if you rank in the top 200 in the third mock exam, it'll get you a top-tier computer and a sports car. Your choice, Jiang Junyi said casually while eating. Wan Xiaoxiao shot up from her seat. Really? How don't you know my capabilities? Jiang Junyi sneered, then pulled out a beautifully packaged box and slapped it on the table. I've already bought the Huawei P60 Pro. If you meet my requirements in the first mock exam, it's all yours. Are you serious? Wan Xiaoxiao's eyes reddened. She wanted it so badly. I never joke. Great. Wan Xiaoxiao put down her chopsticks and dashed back to her room, closing the door. She was ready to strive for her goal. Junyi, will this really work? Wan Qingwen looked at him with concern. Don't worry. Xiaoxiao responds to this kind of motivation. She knows I'm not just making empty promises, Jiang Junyi said, gently stroking Wan Qingwen's hair. By the way, I have something to do in a bit, so I'll head out first. Wan Qingwen nodded. I have something too. Jiang Junyi smiled silently, finding it amusing. The two of them were about to handle the same matter. After cleaning up the dishes, Jiang Junyi approached Wan Qingwen. As per usual, Wan Qingwen was momentarily confused. What usual? Their lips met and she realized what his usual meant. See you. As his footsteps faded, Wan Qingwen lingered for a moment before returning to her study. It wasn't their first kiss, but she still felt shy. After calming herself, Wan Qingwen called out, Jia. I am here, Jia replied respectfully, stepping out from the shadows. Is everything arranged? Wan Qingwen asked calmly. All is ready. Good. Let's begin. Yes. Meanwhile, three ferocious-looking men who clearly had ill intentions approached a trio of thugs. Indeed, they were number 1, number 2, and number 3. Following Jiang Junyi's instructions, they sought out the three thugs who were about to collect a debt. The thugs looked at the approaching men, who seemed like fellow underworld figures, and asked in confusion, Brothers, which territory are you from? Number 1's massive frame halted before the thugs, his expression contemptuous. What the hell do you? The thug started to curse, but the words died in his throat. Because. With a ripping sound, number 1's muscles bulged, tearing his clothes apart. The tattoos on his body became even more menacing against the swelling muscles. We're taking over your job tonight, got it? Number 1 said in a low voice.
The three thugs exchanged glances at a loss for words, even slightly bewildered. Just half an hour ago another group had approached them, shoved a wad of cash into their hands, and instructed them to be fierce, ruthless, and preferably drive the girl to despair. Now three, even more terrifying men had come to take over the job. One thug hesitated. But the girl didn't really do anything. Shut up. Number one kicked out, sending the thug flying 2 or 3 meters into a pile of trash. Did I ask if you understood? The other two thugs quickly nodded in agreement, then hoisted up their unconscious companion and fled. Number one turned around, scratching his head. How was that? Convincing enough. Number two nodded. Not bad. Number three gave a thumbs up. Oscar-worthy. So what now? Notify Brother How? Number one asked. Yeah. Number two took out a communication device and sent a message. After a moment they received a reply. Prepare to act. Let's go. Number two called out. The three walked shoulder to shoulder toward the alley that Su Shuangshuang had to pass through on her way home. Number three remembered to keep it professional. Focus on creating a tense atmosphere. Number two reminded. Otherwise we'll get banned. I know. I'm a pro. Number three nodded. Good. The three discussed the details of their plan. Meanwhile, Su Shuangshuang was walking through the dim alley she had to take to get home. She hated this place. Every time she had to be extremely cautious. She had been harassed by debt collectors here several times before. Su Shuangshuang's eyes darted around, her expression wary. She kept glancing back, surveying her surroundings. Suddenly, thud. She felt as if she had run into a wall. She stumbled back 2 steps, her gaze slowly rising to meet number one's face, full of vicious features and a cruel smile. Little girl, what do you say when you bump into someone? Number one's voice was low and menacing, echoing through the alley with an indescribable terror. Su Shuangshuang's face twisted in fear. Involuntarily, she stepped back and turned to flee. But before she could take 2 steps, a sharp pain shot through her head. Number two had darted out from the side, grabbed her by the hair, and yanked her close. His expression was twisted with violence. Run. Where do you think you're going? Tears brimmed in Su Shuangshuang's eyes, her lips trembled uncontrollably. He'll pay it back. Number two threw her to the ground, then smoothed his own hair. That's all you ever say after all this time. Can you actually pay it back? Number two suddenly lunged forward, roaring. Su Shuangshuang flinched, crawling backward. Her petite body trembled uncontrollably. The next moment, she felt a large hand cover the top of her head. Her entire body was involuntarily lifted off the ground. Number one gripped her head, hoisting her into the air like a chicken. Su Shuangshuang struggled, kicking wildly, but the overwhelming difference in size and strength made it futile. What a fine skull. It would be so satisfying to crush it, number one said with a twisted smile. Number two. Number three. Wait, is this the right persona? Ahem. Number two coughed, signaling that the tone was off. Number one paused, then wiped the expression off his face, and said coldly, not bad looking either. Well, sell her to Myanmar. Number two approached, examining her limbs. Am I healthy enough? Let me go. Let me go. Tears blurred Su Shuangshuang's vision. She struggled desperately, but the hand on her head was like iron clamps. Why do I have to endure this? When there was finally hope. Then a third voice emerged, plunging her into the abyss. Hiss. This girl is developing nicely too. Number three crouched on a low wall, his voice dripping with lechery. Number one turned to look at him. Oh, interested. Since she's merchandise anyway, let the brothers have some fun first. Number three said lewdly. Number one, suit yourself. We'll keep watch. He threw Su Shuangshuang to the ground and turned away. Number two walked to the other side, muttering as he passed, go easy. Don't kill her. These words were like hell to Su Shuangshuang. She stared at number three in terror. All she saw was a lecherous, twisted expression. No. No. Su Shuangshuang gasped, retreating. Come here. Number three grabbed her calf and pulled her toward him. Let go. Let go. Well, let me go. Su Shuangshuang clawed at the ground, hoping for some resistance. A forceful tug flipped her over, and her eyes met number three's unrestrained laughter. At that moment, number three before her seemed like a demon. On the rooftop of a nearby building, Jiang Junyi watched the scene through binoculars and spat. Damn, what a bunch of bastards. Wu Bo, investigate this thoroughly later. Wu Bo responded helplessly, though inwardly he thought, wasn't this your own arrangement? Suddenly Jiang Junyi seemed to remember something and lowered the binoculars abruptly. Damn, Qingjian's personality might cause her to lose control. He turned to Wu Bo, go quickly, or these three will die. Wu Bo's expression changed and he vanished instantaneously. Indeed, Jiang Junyi's understanding of Wan Qingwen was accurate. In the shadow of an alley, Capricorn hid Wan Qingwen within a concealed space, allowing her to clearly hear what was happening. Tell Virgo, kill those three scumbags without mercy. Wan Qingwen spoke coldly, her voice brimming with overwhelming murderous intent. She recalled her own despair along with Wan Xiaoxiao at the gates of the Wan family. Capricorn respectfully acknowledged, yes, and then relayed the order to Virgo. Meanwhile, number 3 approached Su Shuangshuang step by step, licking his lips. What a young body. With a tearing sound, he ripped off part of Su Shuangshuang's clothes, exposing her fair arm. His main goal was to create a desperate atmosphere. Sometimes ambience can be devastating to the human heart. Now Su Shuangshuang had stopped struggling. Her pupils had lost their light. As she watched number 3 draw near, she felt an endless darkness engulfing her. Why? Why must I endure all this? Was my birth a mistake? I had already decided to live well. Can anyone come save me? Boom. A thunderous roar erupted and a fierce gust of wind struck number 3 in an instant. His expression shifted drastically as he crossed his arms to block his face. Boom. The next moment he felt as if he had collided with a speeding train, his body uncontrollably crashing into the wall. It was Virgo, clad in a maid outfit, who had kicked number 3 away. Her beautiful eyes glowed with a crimson light in the darkness. You're asking for death. Number 1 and number 2's expressions changed simultaneously as they launched an attack. At that moment, Wang Hao and Liang Qiqi appeared, blocking their path. Bastards, prepare to die. Liang Qiqi shouted, charging at number 2. Wang Hao silent raised his fist and charged at number 1 with murderous intent. Virgo helped Su Shuangshuang up and said softly, "It's all right, don't be afraid." Hearing the gentle voice, Su Shuangshuang's eyes gradually regained their light. You are. We cannot tell you who we are. All I can say is that these 3 will die. Virgo smiled slightly. Damn it, who the hell are you? Number 3 twisted his neck, cursing as he stood up from the rubble. You're still alive after taking my kick. Virgo frowned, glancing at the fierce battles on both sides. Are you martial artists? Martial artist, my ass. They'll kill you. Number 3 charged at Virgo. At the sight of number 2's fight, the two were locked in a stalemate, exchanging blows. He whispered, Sister Qiqi, what's going on? Every move is lethal. Little air, the order is to kill without mercy. We can't fake it. Liang Qiqi replied, then unleashed another series of lethal moves. Number 2. At number 1's fight, they also used a move to stall. Brother, how you're going to kill someone if you keep this up? Wang Hao said helplessly. The young mistress ordered to kill without mercy. What can I do? Blame yourselves for acting too brutally. Number 1, what the hell? Boom. A loud explosion came from the middle. A bloodied figure flew backward, crashing into the rubble again. The 4 others on the field glanced at Virgo from the corners of their eyes, their expressions shifting slightly. Damn. Number 3 in danger. Number 3 lay on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth, staring blankly at the sky. Why did I have to fight this grandmaster? The thought flashed by, and then a Shu soul appeared in his vision. Number 3 smiled calmly and closed his eyes. Damn, we messed up. Boom. The expected pain never came. Number 3 opened his eyes to find a man in a suit with a snow-white mask and gold patterns on his forehead blocking the kick. Empty. Wu Bo punched Virgo, causing the air to explode. Virgo's expression shifted, and she hastily blocked the blow. Immediately, she felt a tremendous force, sending her body flying backward uncontrollably. Wu Bo grabbed number 3, and then attacked number 1 and number 2. After hitting Wang Hao and Liang Qiqi once each, he quickly fled with number 1 and number 2 in tow. He carried 1 and dragged 2. In the darkness, Wu Bo leaped between buildings and vanished. Wang Hao and Liang Qiqi pretended to give chase. Stop. That man is a peak lesser grandmaster. Virgo said coldly. The two stopped. At that moment, Capricorn pushed Wan Qingwen's wheelchair out of the shadows into the clearing. All members of the Black Palace, including Su Shuangshuang, involuntarily turned their gazes toward Wan Qingwen. Virgo's mind reeled as if she saw a figure overlapping with another. She murmured, Lord of Fate. Wang Hao and Liang Qiqi knelt on one knee, lowering their heads to hide their excitement. Lord of Fate. So this is the young mistress. So cool. So handsome. So beautiful. Rise. You've worked hard. Wan Qingwen said softly. She then slowly turned to Su Shuangshuang. Miss, can you keep tonight's events a secret? Su Shuangshuang nodded dazedly. After all, one must obey the orders of their savior. Wan Qingwen nodded, preparing to leave with Wang Hao and the others, while counting silently in her heart. 1, 2. Please wait. Su Shuangshuang stood up, gathering her courage. Wan Qingwen tilted her head slightly. Is there something else? Can I join you? Su Shuangshuang asked tremblingly. Overwhelming power, the ability to defy rules. This was exactly what she desired. Oh, you must understand, once you join there is no turning back. Wan Qingwen said softly. I am not afraid. My life is already ruined anyway. Su Shuangshuang's eyes filled with tears, and she almost screamed. Interesting. Then welcome. Wan Qingwen pointed a finger, and a dark starry radiance surged towards Su Shuangshuang. Entering the Black Palace marks your rebirth. Su Shuangshuang felt a power surging within her as her vision gradually blurred. The last image before she fainted was Wan Qingwen's straight and upright back as she sat in her wheelchair. On a nearby building, Jiang Junyi raised his binoculars and watched the scene with a grin. My Qingyan is so cool. Such presence. Thump thump. Heavy objects landed behind him. Jiang Junyi lowered the binoculars and approached the three, a complex expression on his face. You guys really acted too brutally. I wanted to kick you myself. Number 2 lay on the ground helpless. Young master, wasn't this your request? Number 1 said weakly. I almost got killed by Brother Hao. Number 3, ugh. One was already on the verge of passing out. Jiang Junyi shook his head. It's fine. They'll credit you for this. Go see Aunt Zhao later. At these words, smiles appeared on number 1 and number 2's faces, and even number 3 showed a hint of a smile. Wu Bo, take them back. Yes. The next day, Su Shuangshuang woke up slowly, finding herself in an unfamiliar environment. It seemed like a study. She looked around, and then saw Wan Qingwen reading a book. Lady. Su Shuangshuang quickly stood up and bowed respectfully. She had learned some things about the Black Palace, but not everything. Go to this address later. Wan Qingwen handed Su Shuangshuang a slip of paper. Everything will be explained to you there. Ah, okay. Bang. Sister, what's for breakfast? Wan Xiaoxiao pushed open the door energetically, then turned her gaze. Shuangshuang, what are you doing here? Su Shuangshuang was also startled, looking at Wan Qingwen, who shook her head. She knew that Wan Xiaoxiao was probably unaware of her sister's identity. Your brother-in-law found her being bullied last night. Worried something might happen again, he brought her here. Wan Qingwen explained calmly. Oh, Wan Xiaoxiao nodded. Bang. The study door was violently opened again. Wan Qingwen froze. Damn. It's Saturday. Why did he come so early? Sure enough. Qingwen, my darling. Darling Qingwen, where are you? Your husband is here. Jiang Junyi burst into the study, twirled with a flourish, and placed his hand against the bookshelf. He opened his eyes and looked inside. Four pairs of eyes stared at each other. Jiang Junyi's smile gradually faded. Is this a game of mahjong waiting for a fourth player? Wan Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Junyi with confusion. Didn't you send Shuangshuang over? Why are you surprised? Huh? Jiang Junyi was dumbfounded. Turning around, Wan Qingwen coughed twice. Jiang Junyi understood. This was his wife's doing. He walked to Wan Qingwen, leaned down, and whispered in her ear. It seems someone has some little secrets. What should I do? Wan Qingwen clenched her fists, slightly biting her silver teeth. This bastard, he was going to take advantage of her again. Wait a moment. He'll give you. Wan Qingwen's ears turned red. Jiang Junyi revealed a triumphant smile. Give me what? A kiss. Jiang Junyi chuckled. You said it. Wan Xiaoxiao and Su Shuangshuang, who were nearby, looked at the two, whispering to each other, puzzled. Wan Xiaoxiao in particular was gritting her teeth in anger. There are other people here. Can't you be a bit discreet? Jiang Junyi straightened up and said solemnly. That's right, Su Shuangshuang was sent back by me. Wan Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Hey, what's for breakfast? Go see for yourself on the table. Jiang Junyi flicked Wan Xiaoxiao's forehead. You always just yell. Oomph. Wan Xiaoxiao pulled Su Shuangshuang towards the dining table. Shuangshuang, let's go, ignore him. After they left, only Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen remained in the study. Jiang Junyi approached Wan Qingwen. Little beauty, now it's just you and me. Hearing that deliberately lecherous tone, Wan Qingwen found it amusing. Come here. Jiang Junyi was startled. Today's Qingwen was a bit assertive. He knelt in front of Wan Qingwen. What does the little beauty want? Wan Qingwen said nothing, holding Jiang Junyi's cheeks with both hands, then slowly leaned in. Jiang Junyi watched her face approaching, and her full, tempting red lips, his Adam's apple bobbing. Strictly speaking, this was the first time Wan Qingwen kissed, so seriously and slowly. Their lips met, emotions flowing. The gentle sensation instantly flowed from between his lips to his heart. For a moment, Jiang Junyi couldn't help but extend his tongue and licked Wan Qingwen's red lips. Wan Qingwen panicked and pushed Jiang Junyi away. Why did you stick out your tongue? Jiang Junyi scratched his head. Isn't that what you're supposed to do in this atmosphere? He had seen in novels and TV shows that this was how it was done. Pervert. Jiang Junyi. This is normal, right? Wan Qingwen turned her head away, shyly tidying her long hair. Ding. Detected the host ingesting a trace of saliva from the Pure Love target. Pure Love value 666. Jiang Junyi cursed inwardly. Get lost. What do you mean ingesting saliva? That makes me sound like a pervert. He looked at Wan Qingwen's flushed cheeks, his eyes twinkling, and approached with a smile. So Qingwen baby, when can I use my tongue? You still want to use your tongue? Qingwen, you must have never read romance novels. Jiang Junyi blew softly in Wan Qingwen's ear, teasing her gently. This doesn't seem right. Wan Qingwen's voice grew softer, unsure if what Jiang Junyi said was correct. It's fine, you'll understand later. How about we have breakfast first? Jiang Junyi had an idea. Wan Qingwen shook her head. I'm not hungry right now. If Su Shuangshuang is finished eating, could you help me call her? Sure. Jiang Junyi walked towards the living room. Soon Su Shuangshuang entered the study alone. As for Wan Xiaoxiao, she was naturally stopped by Jiang Junyi. He knew that Wan Qingwen wanted to talk to Su Shuangshuang about the Black Palace matter. Su Shuangshuang walked into the study nervously, the person before her being one who could control life and death with a single word. Don't be nervous. Now you know that Wan Xiaoxiao is my sister. I heard you were her deskmate, right? Wan Qingwen asked, her voice cold and authoritative. Su Shuangshuang, seeing Wan Qingwen's completely different demeanor from before, felt a bit creeped out. Yes. Yes. Wu, indeed, this side was the true Lord of Fate. You have a long-term mission to protect Wan Xiaoxiao. After school, go to the address I just gave you to improve yourself. Understand? Understood. Su Shuangshuang stood up. Wan Qingwen sensed Su Shuangshuang's unease from her tone, so she smiled slightly. There is another order. I order you to be confident and strong from now on. The moment she smiled, Su Shuangshuang felt as if a spring breeze caressed her face, incredibly gentle. Tears slowly filled her eyes. Su Shuangshuang wiped the corners of her eyes and forced a smile. Yes. This was the first time in years she smiled like this. Not forced, but from the heart, not wanting to disappoint someone. Go. Wan Qingwen nodded. Su Shuangshuang turned and walked out of the study, her steps light. That day she felt she had been reborn. Wan Qingwen let out a slight sigh of relief. Oh, whenever she had to show her side as the Lord of Fate, she always felt a bit nervous. Creak. The study door opened. Jiang Junyi leaned against the doorframe. All done. Wan Qingwen answered subconsciously, then stiffened. Oh no. How should I explain to him? Jiang Junyi walked with his hands behind his back to Wan Qingwen. Let me guess. Right now you're thinking, how should I explain to my dear, handsome, universally invincible, spiral explosive, good husband? Where did all those titles come from? Wan Qingwen was speechless. Jiang Junyi successfully diverted her attention to the long string of prefixes. He leaned down. Got some little secrets. I cannot ask, but you'll have to pay a price. No tongue. Wan Qingwen reacted instinctively. All right, no tongue. Wan Qingwen breathed a sigh of relief. Just a lip touch, what's the big deal? But then lick me. What a... Wan Qingwen shot up, her face full of shock mixed with a hint of fear. She never expected there was such an option. What on earth was in this damn man's head? Jiang Junyi licked his lips, a mischievous expression on his face, just the cheek, just once. He crouched down, took Wan Qingwen's soft hand, and shook it. Pretty please. Wan Qingwen was stunned. Is this begging? At that moment her heart was in turmoil. Although Jiang Junyi's request was a bit perverted, yet the beloved one's act of begging. So hard to resist. Wan Qingwen slightly turned her head. You, that thing just now, do it again. Now it was Jiang Junyi's turn to be confused. Which thing? Lick? Bastard. Oh, not that. Jiang Junyi thought for a moment. Could it be? Qingwen baby, pretty please. Wan Qingwen felt an electric current surge through her body, causing her pores to open, and a refreshing sensation. Ahem then. Just once. Wan Qingwen gently pushed Jiang Junyi. The door, close it. Hearing this, Jiang Junyi's eyes lit up, and he closed the study door like the wind. Wan Qingwen felt the warmth on her hand disappear for less than a second before returning. Face. Bring your face closer. She tried to appear indifferent and calm. Jiang Junyi looked at Wan Qingwen's flushed neck and cheek, smiled with pursed lips, then turned his cheek towards her. He quickly bumped against Wan Qingwen's lips, and just as the beauty was about to flare up, he immediately said, You know the position, right? Yeah. Wan Qingwen's expression was complicated, swallowing back the words that were about to come out. But she could imagine Jiang Junyi's smug face. Hurry up. Jiang Junyi urged. Wan Qingwen took a deep breath, leaned close to Jiang Junyi's cheek, clenching her fists tightly. Really so embarrassing. She frantically built up her mental fortitude. Come on. Wan Qingwen stuck out her small tongue, like she was facing death. Coincidentally, Jiang Junyi turned his head and said, Why are you still? A wet sensation instantly brushed across Jiang Junyi's lips, and he unconsciously licked them, a bit sweet. In an instant, white smoke seemed to rise from Wan Qingwen's head. Get lost. Wan Qingwen flopped onto the desk, burying her face in her arms. Oh, so embarrassing. Jiang Junyi awkwardly scratched his face. He swore he really didn't mean it. Well, he'll go out and tidy up. Get out quickly. The study continued to be hot with no sign of cooling down. Wan Qingwen lay on the desk, her heart pounding wildly. It was embarrassing, but why was she a bit excited? Ding. Detected the pure love target's excitement. Pure love value 334. Ding. Due to the pure love target's saliva residue, pure love value continuously 1. Jiang Junyi tactfully walked out of the study, touching his lips as he walked, raising his head with a crooked smile so moist. Jiang Junyi sat in the living room with a smug expression, legs crossed, thoroughly content. He was still savoring the feeling from moments ago. At that moment, Wu Bo walked in. Young master, the collaboration between the Su group and our Jiang family has been confirmed. Young master. Jiang Junyi looked up at Wu Bo, furrowing his brow. Qingyun is going, isn't she? Yes, the matters concerning the Su group are currently being handled by the young madam, Wu Bo replied with a slight bow. When is it, eh? Half a month from now at the Jiangyan building. Jiang Junyi pondered. It's not going to be one of those large banquet halls, is it? Wu Bo was taken aback. Yes, how did you know, young master? The corner of Jiang Junyi's mouth twitched. You people have never watched any short dramas, have you? The most classic banquet hall scene in short dramas can stretch a single setting into 90 episodes. He remembered it all too vividly, never imagining that one scene could involve two factions hurling insults at each other with constant back and forth backstage. You humiliate me once, and he'll counter with another blow. First let you talk for 10 episodes, then the twist comes, and I show off. Can easily write 100 episodes. If this were to happen here, who knows what mischief would ensue. I understand. He'll take Qingyun in half a month. Jiang Junyi waved his hand. For now, no noble families know what I look like, right? Apart from the former Wan family members we've dealt with, and Su Luo, no one else knows. Su Luo has also somewhat forgotten your appearance, Wu Bo replied with a bow. That'll do. A faint smile curved at the corner of Jiang Junyi's mouth. Since no one recognized him, there would be entertainment on site. From what he knew, the Su group had risen quickly, but also had many rival wealthy families. He might even seize this opportunity to weaken the fate of the son of heaven's destiny. A ray of sunlight fell upon Jiang Junyi. He squinted his eyes. Nice weather. It was Saturday. The sunlight was gentle, and staying cooped up indoors seemed rather boring. Wu Bo, prepare the picnic supplies. Wu Bo was startled. Was his young master's train of thought jumping so quickly? Yet he understood what Jiang Junyi intended and bowed slightly. Yes, young master. He'll get it ready. Jiang Junyi walked to the study, knocked on the door, and called out, Qingyun, take a break. We'll go out for a picnic later. I've already asked Wu Bo to prepare. After a moment, Wan Qingwen's voice came from inside the room. Okay. Inside the room, Wan Qingwen was somewhat puzzled. Why the sudden urge for a picnic? She tapped the table. Lu Junyi had always been the one putting in so much effort. Could I also take this chance to do something? What is he like? Wan Qingwen pondered Jiang Junyi's preferences, but her mind drew a blank. The only thing that came to mind made her blush deeply. If she were to ask Jiang Junyi, the answer would undoubtedly be 100% herself. Emosia. Wan Qingwen called out. Emosia emerged from the shadows, speaking reverently, Destiny Lord. Arrange the picnic later. Make it romantic. Wan Qingwen instructed, her ears burning slightly. After all, it felt a bit odd, making such a request in front of her subordinate. Emosia clenched his fist. Yes. On the other side, Wu Bo got into the car and pulled out a little notebook. Young master wants to take the young madam on a picnic. First, top-notch ingredients. The drunken man's true intent is not the wine. The young master must be aiming to win the young madam's heart. Focus on creating a romantic atmosphere. White roses, a hot air balloon, a flock of white doves. Arrange NPCs for playful interactions. Wu Bo scribbled furiously in his notebook, then paused as a thought struck him. The young madam lacks attire. Surely the young master has considered this. He must prepare clothes in various sizes to ensure the young madam looks radiant. Closing the notebook, Wu Bo's expression turned serious. This was a war. The luxury car slowly departed, finally stopping at the entrance of Baiting Shopping City. As soon as Wu Bo got out, he began shouting, I need a cameraman, a painter, a top-grade singer, and a logistics assistant. The baiting crowd, upon hearing Wu Bo's voice, dropped what they were doing and swarmed toward him. After rigorous screening, Wu Bo selected 3 people. Why you again? Wu Bo stared at Nos. 1, 2, and 3 with disdain. The 3 grinned sheepishly. No. One spoke up. Wu Bo, we can't help it. Our skills are just too professional. Can you imagine that a burly man like him is actually a top-tier singer? No. 2. To be honest, I'm overflowing with romance. This one, who usually plays perverts, is a romantic prince. No. 3. I'm a painter and cameraman combined. I can shoot any style and paint any style. Who would have thought that? No. 3. Who once made SpongeBob had such skills. Suffice it to say, baiting is brimming with talent. Wu Bo sighed. Enough, enough. Go get ready. After the 3 scurried away cheerfully, Wu Bo pulled out his phone. Hello. Within 2 hours, rename Weifeng Park to Jiangxing Park. Clear the area, and subsequent personnel will enter. The voice on the other end acknowledged. This move was utterly extravagant. Why? Because Weifeng Park was built by the Jiang family. While baiting began its operations, Hay Palace was also stirring. At Xinghua Care Center, the Hay Palace personnel gathered around a table. Emosia spoke. The Destiny Lord asks us to prepare a picnic, something romantic. Any ideas? Virgo raised a hand. I can handle the camera work and painting. Leo grinned. I can deliver flowers. All kinds of flowers. Feng Lulu adjusted her glasses, the rest of the logistics. They'll manage with Kikaji to ensure romance. Just then Liang Qiqi shot a sly look at the poker-faced Wang Hao. I remember Big Brother can sing, and it's super nice. Everyone turned their gaze to Wang Hao. Could this blockhead of a man actually sing? Wang Hao scanned the room, song god. Xie clapped his hands, then it settled. Both factions began to mobilize at the word of their respective leaders. Some who had planned to visit Weifeng Park for a walk were surprised to discover it was about to be renamed. Strangely enough, every worker was earnest and in a hurry, especially the foreman, who was shouting himself red in the face. At the Wan estate, Jiang Junyi sat idly on the sofa, so he called for Wan Xiaoxiao to help her with homework. At the moment, Wan Xiaoxiao's face was flushed with anger, but she couldn't vent it. Come on, you don't even know this. The transformations of cosine and sine. Even elementary school kids should get it, Jiang Junyi remarked in surprise. Wan Xiaoxiao gripped her pen tightly, veins bulging on her forehead. How noble of you. How great you are. Jiang Junyi took the pen from Wan Xiaoxiao and began explaining, shaking his head. Got it. He tapped Wan Xiaoxiao on the head. I know. Wan Xiaoxiao snatched the pen back in a huff. Was this supposed to be tutoring? It was so infuriating. Hurry up and finish, he'll take you out to play later, Jiang Junyi chuckled. At this moment, he had no idea of the gravity of the situation. What was about to happen would leave a deep scar on Wan Xiaoxiao's heart. 2 hours passed. Jiang Junyi crossed his legs, tapping his foot seriously. Does it take this long to prepare picnic ingredients? Could Wu Bo be losing his touch? Just as he thought this, a knock came. Come in. Wu Bo entered the living room. Young master, everything is ready. Jiang Junyi nodded. Then let's get going. Oh, time to play. Wan Xiaoxiao tossed her pen aside. Wu Bo's eyes widened. What? The second young lady too. I see. The young master must want her to witness the occasion. Young master, I've prepared clothes for both the second young lady and the young madam to choose from. A question mark seemed to float above Jiang Junyi's head. You're this meticulous. Ahem, wait a moment. Jiang Junyi went into the study to explain briefly, then nudged Wan Qingwen out. The clothes, Wu Bo. Clap. Clap. Wu Bo clapped his hands. Immediately 2 racks of garments in various styles were wheeled in. Wow. Wan Xiaoxiao's jaw dropped. Jiang Junyi waved his hand. Send the clothes to the dressing room. Discard the ones that don't fit, and collect them later. Wan Qingwen turned to Jiang Junyi. You're not going to follow me, are you? Jiang Junyi paused, then flashed a roguish grin. What, my dear Qingwen, do you want me to help you change into them myself? Who wants you to change me? Xiao, let's go. Wan Xiaoxiao pushed Wan Qingwen toward the dressing room, sticking out her tongue as she passed Naya. Jiang Junyi responded with a roll of his eyes. Another hour passed, during which exclamations kept coming from the dressing room. The commotion made Jiang Junyi's heart itch. He desperately wanted to see Qingwen in her new outfit. Creak. The sound of the door opening. Jiang Junyi sprang to his feet. At just one glance, he was utterly captivated. Wan Qingwen was clad in a moon-white dress, its hem swaying gently with her movements like the tenderest wisp of cloud in the night sky. The gown was simple, yet elegant, the sheer fabric luminous and light, as if embracing her form softly. A fine belt of the same hue cinched her slender waist, accentuating her graceful figure and lending a touch of playfulness and charm. Intricate embroidery adorned the dress, delicate as ripples under moonlight, rendering her both gentle and refined. This was a style entirely different from before. In Jiang Junyi's memory, Wan Qingwen always wore a black dress, appearing cool and noble like a black rose. But with this change of attire, warmth and elegance became her signature. So, is it beautiful? Wan Qingwen asked with a hint of nervousness. Wan Xiaoxiao had said she looked stunning in the dressing room, but she couldn't see herself and desperately wanted to know Jiang Junyi's thoughts. Of course it's beautiful, sis. You have no idea, his eyes were glued to you. Wan Xiaoxiao chimed in with a giggle. Her own outfit was more lively. Jeans paired with a simple short-sleeve jacket over a loose long-sleeve top. Hearing Wan Xiaoxiao describe Jiang Junyi's reaction, Wan Qingwen's lips curled into a faint smile, a hint of pride swelling within her. Jiang Junyi walked slowly toward Wan Qingwen, gently caressing her cheek. Heaven has been kind to me. How could there be such a beautiful woman in this world, and by fate she happens to be my wife. At his sweet words, Wan Qingwen's cheeks flushed. Am I really that beautiful? Of course. Am utterly captivated, Jiang Junyi murmured. This styled version of Wan Qingwen struck his heart directly, his surrender complete in a fraction of a second. He let out a chuckle, then swept her up in a princess carry. Let's go. I want to tell everyone that this celestial maiden is mine. Wan Qingwen wrapped her arms around Jiang Junyi's neck, her earlobes burning, while her heart overflowed with sweetness. A woman adorns herself for the one who delights in her. This described the moment perfectly. She could clearly perceive his joy. Jiang Junyi carried her soft, boneless form toward the door, the faint fragrance lingering at his nose. The scent of his wife was simply intoxicating. He loved holding her, though he couldn't explain why her fragrance enchanted him so. Oh, Xiao, don't forget your sister's chair. Jiang Junyi paused mid-step and turned to Wan Xiaoxiao. I know, Wan Xiaoxiao replied sulkily. She hated seeing him beam with pride while carrying her sister, and she of all people had to be part of their act. How infuriating. She pouted and pushed the wheelchair as she followed. Soon the three were in the car. Unlike before, the sulky Wan Xiaoxiao sat in the passenger seat, while he and Wan Qingwen were in the back. This arrangement was perfect for fostering intimacy. For instance, when the car swayed, leaning against her was only natural right. Just then Uncle Wu took a sharp turn. Jiang Junyi seized the opportunity, feigning a stumble and leaning onto Wan Qingwen. That turn was so sharp. The fragrance hit him, and he felt utterly invigorated. Really that sharp? Wan Qingwen sensed his warmth, her cheeks flushing. Of course. If I weren't pressed against you, I'd fly out, Jiang Junyi declared with mock solemnity. Well, the turn should be over now. Get up. Wan Qingwen nudged him. Jiang Junyi thought maybe she was right. Reluctantly, he sat upright. Uncle Wu caught sight of this in the rearview mirror and chose a different route. Clatter, clatter. The car jolted slightly, the road ahead uneven. Thump. The car shook, and Wan Qingwen instinctively pressed against Jiang Junyi, her small hand resting on his chest, and even giving a gentle squeeze. Someone's hands wander, do they? Jiang Junyi whispered close to her ear. I didn't. Wan Qingwen turned away, sensing his burning gaze, and tried to stealthily withdraw her guilty hand. But a large hand firmly grasped hers, and Jiang Junyi chuckled wickedly. My beauty, surrender to me today. Wan Qingwen remained still at first, but then for reasons unknown her neck flushed crimson. Just as Jiang Junyi was about to change the subject, a faint, barely audible voice emerged from his embrace. Spare me, my king. Her soft, honeyed words sent a jolt through Jiang Junyi like an electric current surging through his body. He stared at Wan Qingwen in disbelief, then an overwhelming wave of happiness washed over him. In this world, finding a partner who can play along with your childishness, embrace your quirks, and act out your scenes is no easy feat. Jiang Junyi felt blessed because Wan Qingwen was willing to perform with him. His efforts had received a profoundly positive response. Jiang Junyi could clearly sense that he was loved, not just giving his emotions one-sidedly. He lowered his head, his warm words brushing past her eyes. What shall I do? The king likes you so much I want to devour you. Then, a kiss. Wan Qingwen lifted her face and lightly pecked his lips, then retreated like a startled rabbit, sitting aside while nervously tidying her hair. On my heart, it's melting. Jiang Junyi closed his eyes. At that moment he felt as if the very essence flowing through him was an emotion named Wan Qingwen. He couldn't take it anymore. Why was his own wife so adorable? Just then Uncle Wu glanced in the rearview mirror with a knowing look. Jiang Junyi caught Uncle Wu's ambiguous gaze. Soon he understood. A sudden sharp turn. Jiang Junyi's eyes gleamed with opportunity. He threw himself onto Wan Qingwen's lap. Whoa, that was one steep long curve. Feeling the weight on her knees, Wan Qingwen sighed in resignation. Then, just lie down. Huh? Jiang Junyi was stunned. He never expected her to say that. Really? You? Just lie still. Wan Qingwen turned away, her earlobes burning. Seeing her shy demeanor, Jiang Junyi's heart raced with adoration. Only then did he fully grasp the meaning behind Uncle Wu's earlier look. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Uncle Wu remained silent, merely giving a thumbs up. Greatness needs no words. Wan Xiaoxiao sat cross-armed in the front seat, as steady as an old dog. Her gaze darted between Jiang Junyi and Uncle Wu, sensing something secret between them. Junyi, where are we going? Breeze Park. Jiang Junyi replied as he lay on Wan Qingwen's lap, his gaze fixed on her exquisite face. Truly worthy of my Qingwen. Even from this deadly angle she is flawless. Breeze Park? Wan Qingwen asked in confusion. Yes, the environment is wonderful, and it's perfect for a picnic as well. After enjoying the lap pillow for a while, Jiang Junyi sat up. Any longer, and he feared Wan Qingwen's legs would grow sore. Yet as he moved away, a trace of reluctance stirred within Wan Qingwen's heart. Uncle Wu, hearing Jiang Junyi's voice from the back seat, twitched the corner of his mouth. Forgive me, young master, but the current Breeze Park might perhaps most likely no longer bear that name. The car drove slowly, and faintly the outline of Jiangxing Park came into view. Meanwhile, inside Jiangxing Park, stalls of all sizes had filled every corner of the park, but in one particular area the atmosphere was tense. The baiting trio stood opposed to the Heigong trio. One side each. How about it? No. Two proposed. That's no problem. Feng Lulu adjusted his glasses. What I'd like to say is, why don't we have a contest? No. One raised an eyebrow. What's this about? Let's compare who gets higher scores in the singing event based on your young master and our young lady. And then compare who contributes more in photography and painting. How about that? A smirk curved Feng Liulius' lips. Deal. No. One smacked his chest. Joking aside, he considered himself the singing god of baiting, undefeated. No. Three also nodded with confidence. Last time he almost got killed, this time he had to show off. Any stakes? No. Two asked. Yes. 5000000. Feng Lulu made a 5 gesture. The three brothers' eyes turned bloodshot upon hearing this. Let's do it, brothers. No, one roared. After the discussion, the two groups turned and headed toward their respective sides. At the park entrance, Jiang Junyi carried Wan Qingwen out of the car. Qingwen, my treasure, hey, race your choice, sit in the wheelchair, or he'll carry you the whole way. Which do you pick? Wan Qingwen could already imagine the mischievous expression on Jiang Junyi's face as he said that. No way, he'll take the wheelchair. Wan Qingwen turned her head slightly, indicating she didn't need it. Ah, how heartbreaking. Jiang Junyi placed Wan Qingwen into the wheelchair. Go listen to some upbeat songs, sad people shouldn't listen to slow ones. Wan Qingwen spat lightly. Jiang Junyi's expression changed, and he pushed Wan Qingwen toward the park with a grin. As he walked, he looked at her. I heard a gentle breeze always blows here, making it most pleasant. That's why it's called Breeze Park. Huh, isn't it called Jiangxing Park? Wan Xiaoxiao pointed at the stone carving by the entrance in confusion. Jiang Junyi. What Jiangxing Park? I built this place, I can. Holy crap. He turned to look at the stone carving at the main gate. It read Jiangxing Park. He fell silent for a moment, then glanced at Uncle Wu, who was carrying large bags of belongings. That old man gave a thumbs up, exuding an annoyingly charming vibe. You're right, it's actually Jiangxing Park. The river here flows swift and fierce, just like my overwhelming affection for you. Yet the breeze is crisp and clear, gentle and refreshing, much like the unrivaled elegance you inadvertently reveal. Jiang Junyi lowered his head as he spoke sweet words, making Wan Qingwen's cheeks burn so intensely that she quickly fanned herself with her hand. She stammered, let's just go in. Wan Qingwen had never heard such words before. A few sentences left her unable to resist. If she stayed any longer, she feared Jiang Junyi might say something even more overwhelming, and she truly wouldn't be able to handle it. She felt that both Jiang Junyi's love for her and her own feelings for him, it was all too fast. There seemed to be a certain magic about this man that made her fall swiftly. Seeing that Wan Qingwen's temperature was too high, Jiang Junyi seized his verbal assault. He reined it in slightly. On the side, Wan Xiaoxiao was covered in black lines. Bro, you misremembered, and you still have to flirt in this crummy corner. She looked at the blushing Wan Qingwen and shook her head helplessly. This one was beyond saving. The group entered the park where a few scattered pedestrians walked. Jiang Junyi expressionlessly watched some people passing by him. Why did they look familiar? But he didn't dwell on it, and prepared to take Wan Qingwen along the forest path where the breeze was most refreshing. Xiao Xiao, a familiar voice called out. Wan Xiaoxiao turned to see Su Shuangshuang. Strangely, she felt that Su Shuangshuang gave off a very different vibe now. Previously, she was timid and submissive, but now her face was radiant with a smile. She exuded confidence and vitality. Oh well, whatever. Wan Xiaoxiao didn't think too much, and was simply happy for her friend's change. Shuangshuang, what are you doing here? Just taking a walk. Su Shuangshuang said with a smile, her gaze inadvertently glancing at Wan Qingwen, who subtly pushed her small hand outward. What a coincidence. I'm here to have fun. Wan Xiaoxiao chirped. Su Shuangshuang took Wan Xiaoxiao's hand. Perfect, I know this place well. Let me show you around. Huh. Wan Xiaoxiao was a bit stunned. But I still have a picnic. There's lots and lots of good food here. Besides, do you really want to go over there? Su Shuangshuang gestured toward Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen. Wan Xiaoxiao glanced that way. The two were all lovey-dovey, occasionally laughing and teasing. Tisk. She clicked her tongue. I'm surplus. Sis. Broinlaw. I'm going to hang out with Shuangshuang. Wan Xiaoxiao called out. Okay, they replied in unison. Wan Xiaoxiao clenched her fists. Come on. Could you at least look at me? Shuangshuang, let's go. Wan Xiaoxiao took Su Shuangshuang's hand and headed toward the other side where the baiting trio was. Jiang Junyi watched as Wan Xiaoxiao and Su Shuangshuang headed in the other direction, shaking his head. Let's go the other way. Wan Qingwen nodded. Okay. In truth, she had deliberately called Su Shuangshuang over to divert Wan Xiaoxiao away. She harbored her own subtle intentions, not wanting Wan Xiaoxiao to intrude on the private moments between her and Jiang Junyi. Jiang Junyi didn't think much of it, merely assuming Su Shuangshuang was out for a casual stroll. He knew that Su Shuangshuang was now a member of the Black Palace, yet that didn't mean she couldn't lead a normal life. Jiang Junyi pushed Wan Qingwen slowly along the tree-lined path. Toot toot toot. Creak creak. A peculiar sound came from ahead. Wan Qingwen's ears twitched. Is there something up ahead? Jiang Junyi looked. There's a clown performing. A red-nosed clown was energetically juggling and performing tricks, occasionally interspersing small magic acts. The onlookers cheered in delight. Yet Jiang Junyi found it odd. Why were there only adults? Wasn't this the kind of thing parents brought their children to see? What were all these adults doing crowding around? And something else struck him as increasingly off. Wasn't that the same person who bought steamed buns at baiting? Why did that memory stand out so vividly? Every time he went to baiting, that fellow was there buying steamed buns, inevitably leading to a quarrel. Something was wrong, very wrong. Jiang Junyi pushed Wan Qingwen forward, and at that moment the clown suddenly turned to look at him. The clown shuffled over in his comical shoes, gesticulating wildly as he approached Jiang Junyi. He whistled and minced around them with exaggerated steps. With a flurry of hand movements, he suddenly produced a rose. Jiang Junyi grew intrigued. Is this flower for us? The clown nodded. As Jiang Junyi reached out to take it, the clown abruptly pulled the rose back, wagged a finger at him, then pointed at Wan Qingwen. Finally, he brought his two thumbs together. Jiang Junyi understood the clown's meaning. He leaned down to Wan Qingwen's ear. Do you want the flower? Wan Qingwen had already guessed most of it from the surrounding sounds and Jiang Junyi's words. She chuckled softly. I do. Can Mr. Jiang get it for me? Jiang Junyi was slightly taken aback. He had never heard Wan Qingwen speak so relaxed and cheerful. This version of her seemed to exude a peculiar charm. Well, I can't do it alone, Jiang Junyi said with a smile. What do you mean? Wan Qingwen looked at him puzzled. I mean, Jiang Junyi cupped her face and planted a kiss on her lips. What? That? After a moment of shock, two rosy blushes quickly crept up Wan Qingwen's cheeks. You? What are you doing? There are so many people. Jiang Junyi chuckled. No choice, the clown demanded a kiss. Then, I suppose there's no helping it. Wan Qingwen turned her head away, her hands resting on her knees, fidgeting nervously. Toot toot toot. The clown blew his whistle skyward, performing an exaggeratedly joyful dance. He brought his hands from behind his back, and when he revealed them again, he held a beautifully wrapped bouquet of roses. Jiang Junyi took the flowers and presented them to Wan Qingwen. Miss Wan, your roses. Wan Qingwen's delicate nose twitched as she caught the floral scent. She accepted the roses and lowered her head to inhale their fragrance. The dewdrops lingering on the petals seemed to shy away from her beauty, sliding off and disappearing. For a moment, Jiang Junyi was mesmerized. In this frame, Wan Qingwen appeared saintly and beautiful, an aura of serene tranquility enveloping her. So beautiful, Jiang Junyi murmured softly. Wan Qingwen's lips curled. The flowers. You are even more beautiful. Unable to resist, Jiang Junyi pecked her cheek again. I know. Wan Qingwen turned away. Let's keep walking. The smile on Jiang Junyi's face was especially warm. He had never seen Wan Qingwen like this before. No longer shielding herself with coldness, she revealed the side of a youthful maiden. Jiang Junyi was delighted that his presence had brought about such a change in her. He pushed Wan Qingwen along the shaded path where the wind came from afar, whispering softly as it brushed through the trees, embracing them both. A refreshing coolness seeped into their lungs, bringing an unfeigned sense of exhilaration. I love this so much, Wan Qingwen said, unable to hold back. Jiang Junyi hummed in agreement. What do you love? The atmosphere here, or? He lowered his head. My presence. Wan Qingwen seemed to feel the intensity of his gaze. Her cool, delicate face turned toward Jiang Junyi as she said earnestly, It's because of you that I love it. It was the first time she had ever revealed her feelings so openly without any pretense. The confession was a little clumsy, yet the emotion it carried was genuine. Jiang Junyi froze for a moment. He had only meant to tease her, never expecting such a heartfelt reply. His expression instantly softened into tenderness, and the warmth in his eyes as he looked at Wan Qingwen was almost overflowing. This was the moment for the full repertoire of sweet nothings. Before I met you, the changing seasons were merely the laws of nature. After I met you, spring breezes took shape, summer rain became heartbeats, autumn leaves hid longing, and winter snow was filled with tenderness. Now every dawn and dusk is worth savoring over and over, because knowing that in all the days to come my story will always have you as its protagonist makes even my breath taste sweet. Wan Qingwen listened to the affectionate words, her ears growing hot. Where did you learn all these lines? Jiang Junyi smiled, gently pushing her onward through the shade. The reason such sweet nothings exist in the world is because passionate emotions need an outlet. If I hadn't met you, they would be nothing more than elegant words. It's because of you that I can give them true meaning. Wan Qingwen's heart felt as sweet as honey, yet she teased. With such a honeyed tongue, you haven't said these to many girls, have you? Injustice. I only started memorizing them after I met you. See, they've come in handy now. Jiang Junyi replied with a playful tone. Oomph. Wan Qingwen let out a cute snort. Seeing her so playful, a doting smile spread across Jiang Junyi's face. He loved this playful side of Qingwen. Actually, I'm curious. As the young master of the Jiang family, have you never had that kind of life? Wan Qingwen struggled to find the word. Luxurious and decadent. Dissipated and rotten. Jiang Junyi supplied. Yes. Jiang Junyi shook his head. The stronger the family, the less likely such things happen. Every spoiled brat you see at the root of it is due to a lack of true depth. The excellence of genuine aristocratic offspring surpasses ordinary understanding. He explained this to Wan Qingwen since he himself was a case in point. Besides, did you think Uncle Wu's earlier words about Jiang Junyi's experiences were false? Wrong. They were all true. It's just that Wan Qingwen had dismissed them as Uncle Wu's lies. I see, but I've heard that in big families many marriages are political. Wan Qingwen looked worried. You won't suddenly have such a situation, will you? Qingwen, you need to be more confident. Jiang Junyi flashed a white-toothed grin. He stopped, cupped his hands around his mouth, and shouted into the empty woods, the best woman in the world is my Wan Qingwen. I'm completely smitten by her. Wan Qingwen heard Jiang Junyi shout, her cheeks burning hot. She quickly grabbed his sleeve. What? What are you doing? In broad daylight. Jiang Junyi chuckled. No one's around, only the evergreen trees on both sides are witnessing. He'll let them remember this moment. Just as he finished, a click sound rang out. Jiang Junyi turned his head and saw Virgo dressed in a maid outfit holding a camera. Excuse me, who are you? Jiang Junyi raised an eyebrow, pretending not to know Virgo. Oh, the scene just now was too beautiful. Occupational hazard. Virgo said calmly. Jiang Junyi's mouth twitched. Can your expression be any more flat? A normal photographer would get excited or emotional when encountering beautiful people or things. Your utterly calm demeanor is not convincing at all. Wan Qingwen heard the familiar voice and her expression brightened. Her people had arrived. Jiang Junyi sighed slightly. My wife is a bit shy. Could you please? No need. Wan Qingwen quickly said. She guessed Jiang Junyi was about to ask Virgo to delete the photos or stop shooting. How could that be? She had called them over precisely to create a romantic atmosphere. My, weren't you just now quite shy? Jiang Junyi's lips curled. Why don't you go see how her photos turned out? If they're good, keep them. Wan Qingwen changed the subject, pretending to be indifferent. All right. Jiang Junyi nodded. Virgo, upon hearing this, handed the camera to Jiang Junyi. The images she had captured were indeed very beautiful, and the one that satisfied him most was the moment when Wan Qingwen earnestly revealed her feelings. At that time they gazed into each other's eyes, their tenderness as deep as water. Dappled sunlight filtered through the shades, sprinkling onto the two of them. Passion and tenderness merged into one at this moment. Coupled with their exceptional looks, it felt like it could make the cover of an international magazine. These are really well taken. Jiang Junyi exclaimed. Really? Wan Qingwen's lips curved into a smile. It seemed Virgo's skills were truly outstanding. Virgo took back the camera and said, I think you two are a perfect match. You'll surely be able to produce even more harmonious and romantic photos. So may I accompany you? I want to disturb. Jiang Junyi looked at Virgo's poker face, his mouth still twitching. Can't you show some emotion? This makes things difficult for me. A normal person faced with such a cold attitude would usually keep their distance. Well, it seems you're not really willing, so let us just. Jiang Junyi was about to refuse, but before he finished, Virgo dropped to her knees with a thud, of course kneeling in the direction of Wan Qingwen. Pleased. Still a poker face, but Virgo's eyes revealed determination, stubbornness, and sincerity. It was clear she truly valued this. Junyi, what's wrong? Wan Qingwen heard the commotion and asked in confusion. Jiang Junyi took a deep breath. It's nothing. He looked at Virgo. You can follow, just stop when you've taken enough. Thank you. After dealing with Virgo, Jiang Junyi resumed, pushing Wan Qingwen along the shady path. Behind them the occasional click sounded. Passing through the shade they came upon a vast, open grassland. Many small stalls lined the road, selling sausages, souvenir trinkets, balloon shooting, and more. Uncle Wu approached them. Young master, young mistress. We've chosen the picnic spot over there on the grass. I'm setting things up. You can browse the stalls to pass the time. Jiang Junyi glanced in the direction Uncle Wu came from, seeing a tablecloth, tent, grill, and mini fridge. Good, very well prepared. All right, you set up. They'll take Qingwen to look around. Jiang Junyi pushed Wan Qingwen toward the stalls by the road. Just then Uncle Wu frowned, noticing Virgo holding a camera behind them. Virgo also turned her attention to Uncle Wu, her brows slightly furrowed. Expert. The same thought arose in both their minds simultaneously. Soon Uncle Wu recognized her as the Black Palace Star Lord who had beaten up the 3 brats of the Bai family last time. He relaxed. So she was one of us. No problem. Uncle Wu glanced one more time before going back to his work. Seeing this, Virgo followed Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen. Just now, when Uncle Wu was in a combat-ready state, she had felt immense pressure. She also knew Jiang Junyi's identity, but she hadn't expected such a formidable expert to be guarding the eldest son of the Jiang family. On this side, Jiang Junyi pushed Wan Qingwen toward the stalls. Sausages. Sausages. Fresh and delicious sausages, steamed buns. Freshly made steamed buns. Jiang Junyi was speechless, a line of black lines on his forehead. Damn, case solved. Aren't these all from the Bai family shopping mall? The shouts and style are exactly the same. No need to guess, Uncle Wu must have arranged it. That old man was as meticulous as ever. Balloon shooting. Balloon shooting. Grand prize waiting for you to take home. Jiang Junyi hadn't heard this voice before. Could it be from Weifeng Park? No, Jiangxing Park's local forces. Junyi, can you see what the grand prize is? Wan Qingwen asked curiously. Jiang Junyi pushed her toward the shooting stall. Let me see. It's a giant plush toy, exquisitely crafted, my melody. Wan Qingwen's eyes lit up. Even you say it's exquisitely crafted? Then it must be good. Jiang Junyi gave an awkward smile. Of course the craftsmanship was good. He watched Feng Lulu push up his glasses looking at him with a teasing expression. So it was this guy? No wonder the craft was excellent. Jiang Junyi suspected Feng Lulu had kidnapped a world-class craftsman and locked him in a dark room to make this my melody. He even got the license from Sanliu. This beautiful lady, you can touch it. Feng Lulu placed the giant plush on Wan Qingwen's lap, letting her feel it carefully. As soon as she touched it, Wan Qingwen felt its exquisite softness and could clearly sense the expensive materials. She returned the plush to Feng Lulu and looked at Jiang Junyi expectantly. I want this. To prevent Jiang Junyi from using his money power, Feng Lulu quickly said, you can only get it by shooting balloons. Wan Qingwen's face showed a flicker of hesitation. Maybe you should try, Junyi. You try it. I think your luck will be great today. Jiang Junyi encouraged. Wan Qingwen's expression shifted, presumably in an internal struggle. After a long moment she finally said, well, I'll give it a try. Wan Qingwen didn't know this stall was set up by the Black Palace. She was still a bit scared. Jiang Junyi handed the air gun to her and said softly, come on. Taking courage, Wan Qingwen fired a shot on instinct. Bang! The bullet visibly flew off target. Feng Lulu smiled, pinching a balloon and popping it with one hand. Wow, this lattice aim is amazing. Jiang Junyi watched as Feng Lulu popped the balloons without changing his expression, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Was this guy serious? Could he really play it like this? Could he be any more audacious? Did I hit it? Wan Qingwen's delighted voice came from beside Jiang Junyi. Jiang Junyi's heart pounded as he looked at the overjoyed Wan Qingwen. She was brimming with vitality like a child who had just obtained a beloved treasure. Utterly adorable. He gave Feng Lulu a thumbs up. Keep going. Bang! Feng Lulu quick as lightning swiftly struck the small balloons on the board 3 times. Sister, you're so lucky. 3 with 1 shot. Jiang Junyi was dumbfounded. What kind of gun could take out 3 balloons with a single bullet? Did the bullet trajectory curve? Really? Wan Qingwen's cheeks flushed red, clearly excited and not bothering to think about the details. Jiang Junyi let out an almost imperceptible sigh. As long as Qingwen was happy, anything was fine. Then Wan Qingwen handed the air gun to Jiang Junyi. Your turn, Junyi. I think hitting 4 is already my limit. Before Jiang Junyi could speak, Feng Lulu stepped forward again. Don't stop yet. Actually, there's a hidden rule. If you hit a certain balloon, you'll get the ultimate grand prize. Would you like to try, sister? Wan Qingwen hesitated at Feng Lulu's words. Her luck seemed pretty good. Should she take a gamble? Jiang Junyi stroked Wan Qingwen's hair. It's true. How about we do it together? Together? She didn't understand what he meant by together. Sure. Feng Lulu stood before the balloons grinning. Taking advantage of the moment, he removed all the small balloons from the board, his hands moving so fast they became a blur. Then, relying on his powerful lung capacity as a martial artist, he blew up a giant balloon that filled the entire board. Jiang Junyi's mouth twitched wildly. Only you could do that. He shook his head, then leaned down behind Wan Qingwen, wrapping his arms around her in an embrace. Wan Qingwen felt herself leaning against a broad, warm chest, and her hands gripping the gun were firmly held by a pair of large hands. Steady like this, aim carefully. Jiang Junyi's face was close to hers, his warm breath brushing past her ear. Her heart pounded uncontrollably. She could clearly sense the masculine fiery aura beside her. Holding Wan Qingwen's delicate hand, Jiang Junyi's mind also wandered. Such an intimate gesture was probably his first time. Unlike his usual slightly eccentric behavior, now he exuded masculine charm. Whenever you're ready, you can pull the trigger, Feng Lulu said with a smile. Take a deep breath. Here we go. Jiang Junyi whispered in Wan Qingwen's ear. 3, 2, 1. As Jiang Junyi counted down, they pulled the trigger together. Bang! Crack! A loud sound suddenly erupted. Jiang Junyi quickly covered Wan Qingwen's ears. Because of her blindness, her hearing was keener than ordinary people's. He instinctively protected her, afraid the loud noise might harm her. When the balloon burst, he released his hands. Wan Qingwen looked up at Jiang Junyi, her eyes full of anticipation. Did I hit it? It seems even the goddess of luck has to step aside for Qingwen today, Jiang Junyi said with a smile. Really? Wan Qingwen's face lit up instantly, her eyes curving like crescent moons. In that moment, her radiance eclipsed the sun and moon, making fish sink and geese fall. Jiang Junyi was stunned, then involuntarily planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. Really? Wan Qingwen's cheeks flushed slightly. What are you doing? My Qingwen is so beautiful and adorable that I can't control myself. Jiang Junyi licked his lips. Stop being cheeky. Go get my prize, Wan Qingwen said excitedly. Jiang Junyi nodded. Got it. Ding detected that the pure love target is extremely happy. Pure love value 10. He walked over to Feng Lulu and whispered, you're something else pulling off a stunt like this. Brother Jun, just tell me, am I not impressive? Feng Lulu chuckled. Would any normal person believe this? Jiang Junyi rolled his eyes. They'd probably kick you in the face. Don't worry about it. As long as your wife is happy, that's all that matters. Feng Liuliu, still grinning, handed the giant melody plushie to Jiang Junyi. Take it. This thing was a real pain to get. Jiang Junyi looked at him suspiciously. You didn't kidnap that guy again, did you? He was referring to the world-class plushie artisan. Feng Liuliu's expression stiffened, and he scratched his head. Let's just not talk about that, okay? Jiang Junyi was speechless. Hearing that tone, he knew for sure he had been kidnapped again. Damn it, from age 6 to 18, aren't you tired of it? The reason for Jiang Junyi's earlier suspicion was that Feng Liuliu was a repeat offender. All because Liang Qiqi loved plushies. Ever since he set his sights on that artisan at age 6, had kidnapped him for custom-made plushies on important occasions. In a certain luxurious little room filled with all kinds of plushies and exquisite tools, an old man with graying hair sat at a table sipping warm tea. He put down his cup and stretched. I wonder if this plushie will meet that kid's expectations. Back at the scene, Jiang Junyi placed the plushie in front of Wan Qingwen, making it pat her shoulder with its hand, while speaking in a squeaky voice. Hello, I'm Melody. The voice was shrill and funny. Wan Qingwen burst into laughter like a spring breeze. If you took this melody out, it would probably scare people to death. Jiang Junyi popped out from behind the plushie. So do you want it or not? Yes, I love this one. Wan Qingwen hugged the plushie, her face full of joy. This plushie held special meaning for her. It was something they had won together through their own efforts. Its value didn't lie in the preciousness of the materials, but in the memories and emotions it contained. Even if it were a cheap product, Wan Qingwen would treasure it. Click, click, click. Virgo hid in a corner, not far away, snapping away wildly. Under the lens, the two looked warm and sweet. As for why they were in the corner, it was because the angle was perfect. Holding the plushie, Jiang Junyi continued pushing Wan Qingwen forward. Along the way, she couldn't put it down, touching it left and right, occasionally pinching its cheeks. Jiang Junyi watched the road, while also watching Wan Qingwen. If he didn't have to push the wheelchair, he would have gazed at her the whole time. Clunk. The wheelchair jolted because Jiang Junyi, distracted by watching Wan Qingwen, hadn't seen the path ahead. Watch where you're going. Look at the scenery around you, Wan Qingwen said. It wasn't a reproach, his gaze was simply too intense, and she could feel it even without sight. Isn't the most beautiful scenery right in front of me? Jiang Junyi said with a smile. Smooth talker. Wan Qingwen spat lightly, but the corners of her mouth curled upward. Jiang Junyi pushed her around the area for a while, then seeing that it was almost mealtime, headed toward the picnic spot. As they approached, a burst of aromas drifted into their noses. So delicious. Jiang Junyi pushed Wan Qingwen onto the lawn, where the tent picnic tablecloth, barbecue grill, and small cooler were all neatly arranged. Everything was orderly and efficient, the hallmark of an old generation butler's craftsmanship. At that moment, Uncle Wu stood before the grill, tending to the ingredients. The succulent pork belly sizzled with oil, while skewers of lamb wafted an irresistible aroma. Even Wan Qingwen, who usually preferred light meals, couldn't help but swallow eagerly. Young master, young madam, please be patient, said Uncle Wu. Dressed in a sharp suit, wearing black barbecue gloves, his hair slicked back immaculately, he exuded an air of elegance. As the butler of the Jiang family, his appearance in a way represented the family's prestige. No rush, replied Jiang Junyi, turning to Wan Qingwen. Qingwen, would you like to sit on the lawn? Though her wheelchair was custom-made, sitting for too long might still be detrimental to her health. All right, she nodded, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. The next moment, Jiang Junyi lifted Wan Qingwen into his arms. The plush toy had already been placed in the tent. Gently, he set her down on the grass, where the picnic cloth isolated the soil, while preserving the lawn's softness. Jiang Junyi sat down, as well, letting Wan Qingwen rest her head on his lap, in perfect comfort. Feeling the gentle breeze and the warm spring sunlight, a wave of pure contentment washed over her. She raised her hand toward the sky, lightly grasping at nothing. What are you doing? He asked, stroking her cheek. Catching spring. Jiang Junyi smiled. How do you catch spring? By catching you, she whispered. I catch all the seasons. He paused, his heart beating faster. He leaned down toward her. When did you learn to say such things? Wan Qingwen turned away playfully. As if I don't know how to whisper sweet words. As he traced her brows and eyes, her reddening ears betrayed her shyness. That was so beautifully said. You deserve a kiss. No. Uncle Wu is still here. She quickly pressed her small hands against his face. Young madam, if needed, I can always drop dead, said Uncle Wu earnestly, face still toward the grill. No need. Wan Qingwen broke into a cold sweat. Truly, master and servant were alike, one shameless, the other reckless. She let her hands fall and relaxed. This is nice, just like this. Sunlight spilled across her elfin face, captivating Jiang Junyi for a moment, lost in reverie. How can my Qingwen be so beautiful? He murmured. She smiled softly. Perhaps to meet you. Jiang Junyi was momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. Damn it. A Qingwen who knew sweet talk. He loved it. It utterly consumed him. Oh, is someone feeling shy?
she teased. Alright, teasing me. He feigned anger, unleashing the secret technique, the tickling torture. His mischievous hands reached for her armpits. Her silvery laughter rippled outward, wrapping the lawn in a warm, sweet atmosphere. Foods here. Uncle Wu approached with 2 plates, setting them on the small table atop the picnic cloth. He then fetched 2 bottles from the cooler, opened them, and placed them before Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen. Young master, young madam, please enjoy. They stopped their playful wrestling, rested a moment, and sat up to savor Uncle Wu's craftsmanship. Here, take it. Jiang Junyi held her delicate hand, placed a skewer in it, then handed her a drink in the other. Cheers. Cheers. Influenced by Jiang Junyi, Wan Qingwen radiated newfound vitality. Gulps of the ice-cool refreshing beverage went down, paired with the fragrant, beautifully colored skewers. It felt like paradise. In unison, they let out a satisfied, "ah," then laughed together. Just then a voice came. Such a scene calls for a song. Jiang Junyi stiffened, turned around, and saw a tall, crew-cut, poker-faced man holding a guitar. Wang Hao. Jiang Junyi pointed at him. You. Wan Qingwen grabbed his arm. Ahem, well, I think music as company is nice. Fits the mood. Jiang Junyi smiled wryly. Now he understood everything behind this. Alright, whatever you say. Those words felt like honey in Wan Qingwen's heart. Ding, detected pure love, object heart sweetened. Pure love, value 111. Strum strum. Wang Hao plucked the guitar strings, then shouted Chi-Chi. Coming. A vibrant figure dashed over and assembled a drum set behind Wang Hao in a flash. Ready, go? A gentle, lively prelude began, beautiful notes flowing from Wang Hao's fingertips. Maybe memories have fallen into the sea, maybe some past events won't return. Maybe time will steal away, waiting love for long may eventually part. Despite Wang Hao's rugged looks, his singing was astonishing. His voice loud, yet tender, accompanied by the guitar, telling a story with ease. He had reached about 70 to 80% of Brother Jie's level. As the song progressed, the drum beats grew fiercer, mirroring the surging emotions in Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen's hearts. The dialogue, under the moonlight, innocent as a child. You asked me several times, what is that? This is love. This is love. Love. Jiang Junyi felt goosebumps rising. My God, this kid had such a skill. Showing off like that. As the song ended, they were still immersed in the intense emotions it evoked. Unbeknownst to them, their fingers had interlaced tightly. Perhaps this was love. Clap, clap, clap. Bravo. Uncle Wu was the first to applaud enthusiastically. The sound snapped them back to reality. They glanced at each other and abruptly realized their fingers were locked. Ahem. They coughed in unison, quickly pulled apart, and clapped heartily. Excellent. Uncle Wu rewarded him. Jiang Junyi waved his hand. Uncle Wu nodded, pulled out a stack of red banknotes from his pocket. Thank you for the performance. Wang Hao was about to say something, but Liang Qiqi's eyes sparkled, as if seeing treasure. Thanks, Uncle Wu. Bro, let's go. Liang Qiqi grabbed the money and bolted the drum set, vanishing just as quickly. Wang Hao sighed helplessly, gave a slight bow. Wish you both a pleasant outing. Then he turned and dashed after Liang Qiqi. Give me half, hey. Jiang Junyi felt a tug on his sleeve. Wan Qingwen asked in a soft, sweet voice. How did you feel? How did I feel? He struggled to contain his excitement, taking deep breaths to calm himself. I felt like I was spinning and exploding into the sky with happiness. He had already realized that Wang Hao, Feng Liu Yo, and the others were all arranged by Wan Qingwen. This girl was using everything she had to reciprocate his sincere, passionate feelings. Perhaps a bit clumsy, perhaps with flaws, but love never withers because of imperfections. Love itself is perfection. Jiang Junyi looked at Wan Qingwen, a hint of distress in his voice. What should I do? I'm so annoyed. Upon hearing his words, Wan Qingwen's eyes dimmed slightly. Was it indeed too rough? Is that so? She thought Jiang Junyi was dissatisfied with these abruptly appearing members of the Black Palace. I really want to have a baby with you. Enough for an entire soccer team. Jiang Junyi's lips curled upward, his gaze fixed on Wan Qingwen, brimming with affection. Wan Qingwen was momentarily stunned. Huh? So this was what he was troubled about. You don't speak nonsense. A blush crept across Wan Qingwen's cheeks. Having children. It's still too early. Jiang Junyi leaned closer. Oh, so you mean later it's okay? Later is not okay either. Wan Qingwen retorted, flustered and irritated. This scoundrel, he always loved to tease her. Jiang Junyi couldn't help but pinch Wan Qingwen's fair cheek. I really like you. Like what? Wan Qingwen gave a soft snort to show her displeasure. Hearing this question, Jiang Junyi chuckled wryly. Indeed, all girls in the world love to ask this. I like every inch of your skin, every wisp of your soul. I like your voice, your silhouette. I like you when you like me. Wan Qingwen reached out her small hand, covering Jiang Junyi's mouth, her face flushed. Oh. Okay. I get it. She felt that even if Jiang Junyi spoke sweet nothings for a whole day, he would never tire of it. Jiang Junyi felt the softness and tenderness of Wan Qingwen's jade-like hand, his atoms apple bobbing. Wasn't this even better than barbecue?
Wan Qingwen keenly heard the sound from his throat and sensed something amiss. Just as she was about to pull her hand back, she felt a moist warmth in her palm. "Ah, Jiang Junyi." Cough cough, couldn't help it. "You scoundrel. Cut me some slack." It felt even better than barbecue. She was being playful, he was laughing. He was being perverted, so she acted out. After lunch, Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen rested for a while in the tent. This time he didn't do anything perverted. Of course he actually wanted to sleep beside Wan Qingwen, but he felt that if he really did that she would be mentally fried for the entire day. The afternoon passed quickly. After resting, the two strolled around other parts of the park and browsed some stalls. On the other side, an unwelcome guest arrived at the park entrance. Lin Xiu frowned at the security guard. "Not allowed in." "What does that mean?" The guard replied, "Literally, this park is booked for the day." Su Ling, standing beside Lin Xiu, furrowed her brows. "But I can see quite a few people inside." The guard shrugged. "Those are all NPCs." Lin Xiu, Su Ling. "NPC? Who in their right mind books a park and fills it with NPCs?" Su Ling let out a soft sigh. Regardless of the reason, she couldn't enter the park today. The former Breeze Park was very close to her office, and whenever she felt depressed or restless, she loved coming here to clear her mind. "Let's go." "It seems we can't get into Breeze Park today," Su Ling said. "Huh. It's not Breeze Park anymore. It's now called Jiangqing Park." The guard crossed his arms with an air of pride. Su Ling's eyes widened as she looked at the stone inscription at the gate. It was true, but when she passed by this morning, it was still Breeze Park. Su Ling rubbed her forehead, puzzled by what had happened in such a short time. Seeing her distressed expression, Lin Xiu resolved to win her favor. He turned to the guard. "Name your price." "Let us in." The guard sneered. "It's not about money. It's a matter of principle." Lin Xiu laughed. A matter of principle? In his view, so-called principles were just a matter of insufficient leverage. 1 million, Lin Xiu said, holding up one finger. Su Ling's expression changed as she tugged at him. "Are you crazy? 1 million just to enter a park?" Lin Xiu turned to Su Ling with a tender gaze. "As long as you're happy, it's worth it." "No, I mean, where did you get 1 million? Su Ling's lips twitched slightly. He was just a bodyguard now. How could he have 1 million? She hoped he wouldn't end up making her pay. Lin Xiu gave a crooked smile. "Actually, I do have it." "Prove it then." "Show us the money," said the guard as he licked an ice cream seemingly conjured from nowhere. Lin Xiu's expression stiffened. This guard had no tact and seemed eager to watch the drama unfold. "Enough. Let's come another day." Su Ling turned around, her tone slightly cold. Just then Lin Xiu noticed her gaze fixed on a certain spot. He followed her line of sight and saw an exquisitely crafted giant plush doll. Lin Xiu understood. His self-designated wife must have taken a liking to that item. He then sized up the doll's owner, a disabled woman accompanied by 2 men who looked like bodyguards. Lin Xiu surmised that this disabled young lady must be from a minor family, hence the ability to bring 2 guards. He straightened his clothes, ran a hand through his hair, and plastered a smile he thought was genial as he stepped forward. "Miss, would you consider selling that doll? They'll pay any price. My lover really likes it." Huh. The moment Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen heard this, they turned their eyes to Lin Xiu. The former's gaze was as cold as a blade, the latter's face as icy as frost. In the shadows, multiple cold glints shone. Lin Xiu suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. As the next Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace, he could even sense a trace of killing intent. But where was this killing intent coming from? An illusion? "Sorry, it's not for sale," Wan Qingwen said coldly. The man who spoke had no manners, and she wasn't about to be polite. Normally, even if someone really liked something, they would at least ask where to buy it. A flicker of displeasure passed through Lin Xiu's eyes, but he still kept his smile. "I think you might not understand me. I mean, no matter how much can you offer?" Jiang Junyi was intrigued. He didn't know there was someone so arrogant in Jiang City. Wan Qingwen immediately knew that Jiang Junyi was scheming something again. "Name your price," Lin Xiu said with a confident smile. 10 trillion. "So much? Didn't you say name any price?" Jiang Junyi looked at Lin Xiu with a sardonic smile. "What, can't afford it?" Lin Xiu clenched his teeth, his expression turning somewhat sinister. "Are you joking with me?" Jiang Junyi's smile vanished, replaced by an oppressive aura. "You were the one who started the joke. Just a lowly subordinate, and you dare to be so arrogant." "Your master hasn't even spoken yet," Lin Xiu sneered. Wan Qingwen frowned, about to say something, but felt a large hand gently restrain her. "And what are you bleeding like that here?" Jiang Junyi and Lin Xiu locked gazes, sparks of intense conflict flying between them. A thick smell of gunpowder permeated the air. "Do you know who I am?" Lin Xiu gritted out. Jiang Junyi laughed, and so did the audience watching the screen. "I love it when people ask me that." "I'm sorry, he's a bit impulsive. I apologize to you." Su Ling, seeing the tension from a distance, hurried over to apologize. Actually, she had wanted to stop Lin Xiu just now, but he was adamant. Now that the atmosphere had become so strange, she had no choice but to step in. Su Ling had originally thought Lin Xiu had come over just to ask where the doll was obtained, but she never expected it to turn into this situation. Jiang Junyi glanced at Su Ling, and then at Lin Xiao, his eyes indifferent. Keep your people in check. It was as if he were looking at a stray dog by the roadside. Apologies. Su Ling bowed slightly to show her regret. Seeing Su Ling apologize, Jiang Junyi didn't want to ruin the perfect picnic outing, so he let it go and pushed Wan Qingwen forward. After the two had walked away, Su Ling suddenly became furious. She looked at Lin Xiao and said coldly, "Is this how you handle things? Do you know that the Su family is now surrounded by enemies on all sides? Any stain or mistake could lead to corporate losses." Lin Xiao chuckled, "Don't be angry. I just saw that you seemed to really like that doll, so I came to ask." "You?" Sigh. Su Ling didn't know what to say. Lin Xiao was right about her thoughts, but she didn't want this kind of accuracy. "Let's go back first." Su Ling sighed. "Okay," Lin Xiao said with a cheeky grin. But when Su Ling turned around, Lin Xiao cast a vicious glare toward the direction where Jiang Junyi had left. "Making me look so foolish. Don't let me see you again." In fact, if Jiang Junyi hadn't brought Wan Qingwen out for a picnic today, Lin Xiao might have been able to deepen his relationship with Su Ling here. There was also a balloon-popping game in the breeze park where one could win a doll, but the craftsmanship wasn't as exquisite. Unknowingly, Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen had disrupted the predetermined path of the Child of Destiny. This was the power of two villains getting together and engaging in pure love. However, it seemed that some people and some things had been forgotten. On the other side of the park, the three little ones from baiting were squatting on the grass, drawing circles with wooden sticks. "No. One, it's already evening. Why haven't the young master and young mistress arrived yet? I've rehearsed it 100 times. No. 3, I've already drawn a whole romance anime, and I still haven't seen a trace of them. No." 2 looked up at the sky. "I'm afraid they won't be coming here." The 3 looked at each other and let out a heavy sigh. Sigh. The 3 little ones noticed another sigh. They followed the sound and saw a girl not far away, also drawing circles on the ground with a wooden stick, while another girl kept comforting her. That's right, it was Wan Xiaoxiao. Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen's world of 2 had no place for her. The 3 little ones watched this scene from the side and whispered, "Hey, isn't that little girl the target of our mission that day?" "Yeah, but she seems different somehow. It's like she's been reborn. So what do you think? Should we say hi? Who's the one next to her? Oh, didn't you get the message? That's the young mistress' younger sister, the second miss. Oh, it seems the young master has forgotten her. Poor child. He'll notify the young master." Over here, Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen had already returned home. After being out for almost a whole day, they felt extremely comfortable at home. Wan Qingwen sat on the sofa playing with Melody, overjoyed. Jiang Junyi leaned aside, taking in this scene. At that moment, Uncle Wu walked over to Jiang Junyi and whispered something. "What the?" Jiang Junyi suddenly sat up, startling Wan Qingwen beside him. "What's wrong?" Wan Qingwen asked in confusion. Jiang Junyi found his wife's bewildered expression amusing. "Don't you feel like something's missing?" "Missing what?" "Nothing's missing. We brought back the doll, ate the meat." Wan Qingwen frowned slightly, thinking carefully. "What about your sister?" "My sister?" Wan Qingwen's expression suddenly changed. Xiao. Then her face blushed again and again. This incident could be called forgetting one's beloved sister because of having too much fun. "I've already asked Uncle Wu to pick her up." Jiang Junyi patted Wan Qingwen's head. "With Uncle Wu there, nothing will happen." Wan Qingwen let out a slight sigh of relief. She regarded Wan Xiaoxiao as her most precious family member, but she never expected to completely forget her today. After a while, there was a commotion outside the door. Wan Xiaoxiao rushed into Wan Qingwen's arms, sobbing. "Sis, boo-hoo, was it Jiang Junyi who left me behind?" Wan Qingwen gently stroked Wan Xiaoxiao's head and said softly, "Yes, it was." Jiang Junyi's eyes widened, pointing at himself. "Me? Is this right? Besides, this isn't just one person's fault." Moreover, Jiang Junyi wanted to complain about Wan Xiaoxiao. "Why did you directly pin it on me? 666, you're not even adding salt, are you?" Wan Xiaoxiao pulled away from Wan Qingwen's arms and looked at Jiang Junyi with tearful eyes. "It's all your fault." Wan Qingwen also looked at Jiang Junyi, a faint smile on her face. Jiang Junyi shuddered. All right, my fault. Give me your phone to play with." "No." Jiang Junyi immediately refused. Oh. Wan Xiaoxiao had been putting on this act hoping to catch Jiang Junyi off guard and get him to agree to let her play on his phone. But she never expected Jiang Junyi to be so cautious. "You're still too green to fight me." Jiang Junyi tapped Wan Xiaoxiao's forehead. "Just focus on your studies." Wan Qingwen then spoke up. "Tomorrow morning study at home by yourself. In the afternoon go to a place called Xinghua Care Center. Shuang is there and will tutor you in your studies." Wan Xiaoxiao looked like a wilted eggplant, muttering fine sigh. A married sister is like poured out water. It's all fading. She waved her hand and walked toward her room. "What nonsense are you saying?" Wan Qingwen's cheeks instantly flushed red. Naya. Wan Xiaoxiao made a face and ran back to her room. Wan Qingwen shook her head helplessly.
Jiang Junyi comforted her. Kids are like that. Jiang Junyi said soothingly. They'll go cook dinner, wait for me. The dinner that followed ended again in an atmosphere of Wan Xiaoxiao's resentment and Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen's sweetness. The next day in the afternoon, Wan Xiaoxiao sat in the back seat of the car with a school bag looking utterly hopeless. Why do people have to study? Jiang Junyi turned around from the passenger seat and sneered. What, you want to be a beast of burden? What's wrong with being a beast of burden? You get food and water and you don't have to study. Wan Xiaoxiao pouted. How oxen have to plow from morning till night and horses have to pull carts sometimes for days on end. In modern times, oxen might even be slaughtered for braised beef. Horses have to be ridden and perform in commercial shows. Jiang Junyi spread his hands. So tell me, which is better, being a beast of burden or being yourself now, eh? Wan Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and was speechless. I guess it's better to be me. That's right, study hard. Jiang Junyi reached out and ruffled Wan Xiaoxiao's hair as the car stopped in front of Xinghua Care Center. Let's go. They got out, and Jiang Junyi led Wan Xiaoxiao into the center. Dingling, the bell at the door rang. Sorry, we're not open. Brother Jiang Xiaoxiao. Su Shuang's eyes lit up when she saw Jiang Junyi leading Wan Xiaoxiao. Emma, make sure she studies well. If she misbehaves, just hit her. Jiang Junyi threatened. Wan Xiaoxiao hid behind Su Shuang. Shuang would never hit me. Jiang Junyi rolled his eyes and quickly scanned everything inside the tavern. Virgo and Wang Hao were each wiping tables on one side, every table spotless and gleaming. Feng Lulu was studying bottles of alcohol at the counter, while Liang Qiqi was lying on the counter daydreaming. Oh, and there was one sleeping on a table, something like a cat. That was Leo. Although Jiang Junyi knew about Xinghua Care Center, this was his first time here. Good, most of them are my people. Well, what's yours and mine? Mine is Qingjian's and Qingjian's is mine. I'm entrusting her to you. They'll take off now. Jiang Junyi said goodbye and left. At this moment, Virgo stood up and looked around. Then, after confirming Jiang Junyi had left, she turned to Wang Hao. He shouldn't have noticed us, right? We were all in disguise yesterday, Wang Hao explained. That's fine. At the counter, Feng Liulia's lips twitched. Big sister, even without disguises, he wouldn't react much coming here. This place is set up like a winery. Is this place open for business now, eh? A voice slightly tired and somewhat cold sounded. The moment this voice rang out, everyone in the shop except for Wan Xiaoxiao and the slumbering Shizuo turned their gazes toward the door. Chunzuo's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. The person before her was none other than the head of the Su group. Su Ling. What is she doing here? Cough. Chunzuo cleared her throat. The other members of Heigong cast sidelong glances at her, seeing her rhythmically tapping her thigh. This is one of the mission targets. Wang Hao was the first to react. Cough. He responded with the same gesture. Do we need to eliminate her directly? Chunzuo's lips twitched slightly. I mean, we can glean some information. Cough. Feng Liuli tapped the bottle in his hand rhythmically. About the Dragon King Palace, Lin Xiu's. Yes. Wang Hao frowned, crossing his arms and tapping his shoulder. Torture. Feng Liuli slapped his forehead, pretending to change his drink, and replied, Qiqi can handle it. Chunzuo and Wang Hao turned their gazes toward Liang Qiqi. Liang Qiqi glanced left and right, nodding. Cough. Yet this bizarre scene left Su Ling bewildered. Not to mention Su Ling, Wan Xiaoxiao, and Su Shuang were equally unclear about what the four were doing. Are you all catching a cold? Su Ling asked tentatively. If that were the case, she would have to leave immediately. The group now had a mountain of affairs, and catching a cold would be disastrous. No, how could that be? Just choked a bit. Feng Liuli said with a smile, what would you like to drink, miss? Chunzuo stepped forward. This way, please. Su Ling followed Chunzuo with suspicion, planning to leave if anyone coughed again. Fortunately, no one coughed until she sat down, allowing Su Ling to relax a little. She chose a seat at the bar, the most comfortable spot when alone. Take a look. Feng Liuli slid the menu in front of Su Ling. Su Ling shook her head. Pick one for me. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Feng Liuli's mouth. Liang Qiqi, standing beside him, saw the reflection of his glasses gleam, his narrowed eyes radiating a sinister expression. I recommend this one, Impending Doom. Feng Liuli tapped the cocktail at the top of the menu. Su Ling's brows knitted tightly, a flicker of displeasure in her eyes. Does it have some meaning? It doesn't sound very auspicious. She had come here to relax, but the bartender had recommended a drink with such an ominous name. Miss, I understand your concern, but this drink isn't interpreted that way. Feng Liuli explained with a faint smile. When calamity is imminent, yet has not arrived, drinking this signifies that misfortune will pass and disaster will dissipate. Upon hearing this, Su Ling's expression showed a hint of realization, and her brows eased slightly. Moreover, since you are the first customer today, there is a special gift. Feng Liuli said without a blush. Su Ling finally relaxed her features, completely revealing a faint smile. Then I'll have to give it a try. Very well, please wait a moment. Feng Liuli bowed slightly and began selecting ingredients. I'll go prepare too. Liang Qiqi ran out from behind the counter into a side room.
Wan Xiaoxiao watched for a while, found it boring, and had Su Shuangshuang tutor her instead. After all, her goal was to reclaim everything Jiang Junyi had promised. On the other side, Chen Zuo and Wang Hao had gathered together, their eyes thoughtful as they watched Feng Liuli. If necessary, I will personally eliminate the target. Wang Hao whispered in Chen Zuo's ear, his nose twitching slightly, leaving not even a trace. He caught a peculiar fragrance, neither strong nor faint, yet carrying a chill that seeped into his lungs. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled slightly. Perhaps this could be a topic of conversation. Chen Zuo tilted her head. Let's observe first. Capricorn values this place quite a lot. By the way, what perfume are you using? It smells rather nice. Wang Hao stared at the counter, taking a deep breath sideways. I've never encountered such a scent. Chen Zuo turned her head sharply, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Wang Hao looked at her in confusion. Can you give me a little? I'll spritz it at home. Chen Zuo's gaze instantly turned cold, and she lifted her jade leg. Bang! Crash! Chen Zuo slowly uttered 2 words, pervert. Looking closely, the tips of Chen Zuo's ears, usually as impassive as an ice queen, were tinged with a faint red. Wang Hao hadn't even realized what had happened before he was staring at a vast blue sky wedged in the middle of a floor-to-ceiling window, utterly bewildered. Wait, what did I do? If anyone's a pervert, it should be the young master, right? Achoo! Jiang Junyi, who was pinching Wan Qingwen's foot on the sofa, suddenly sneezed. Who the hell is cursing me? You've been holding that foot for at least 20 minutes and swallowed your saliva 4 times. Aren't you going to switch? Wan Qingwen's cheeks were flushed, wearing a helpless expression. Oh, sorry, I was lost in thought. Jiang Junyi rubbed his nose. Then let's switch to this one. He put down Wan Qingwen's right foot and picked up her left. Wan Qingwen was extremely resigned, but didn't know what to say. Jiang Junyi justified it as preparing for the restoration of sensation in the future. She shook her head and picked up a book to read. Since she felt nothing anyway, she let him do as he pleased. Ding detected that the pure love target is secretly pleased because the host is obsessed with her feet. Pure love value 111. Jiang Junyi smirked. Humph, woman, you've exposed yourself. After pinching for a while, he thought about the cooperation with the Su family, so he asked, how's the matter with the Su family going? Wan Qingwen put down her book, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Something seems to have gone wrong on the Su family's side. Jiang Junyi raised an eyebrow. Oh, tell me more. Wan Qingwen thought for a moment and said originally they planned to showcase a new cosmetic product at the Jiangyan building for trial use by the major wealthy families. But for some reason the supply of raw materials has been cut off. Cut off? Jiang Junyi frowned. Shouldn't such things have been settled from the very beginning? Wan Qingwen shook her head. I'm not sure either. Jiang Junyi pondered for a while, but couldn't figure it out. Never mind, it's the Su family that's in a hurry. This situation actually works in our favor. Yes. Wan Qingwen responded, then said shyly, it's too close. What? Your foot? Jiang Junyi snapped back to reality and saw the delicate little foot right in front of his lips. Tiska. He clicked his tongue and abruptly put it down. The most painful thing in this world is to love but not possess. Feet are dirty. You can't eat them. Wan Qingwen explained softly, her face red. If she hadn't felt her thigh being lifted, she wouldn't have known that Jiang Junyi was about to put his mouth on it. Cough, I was just thinking about something, not what you think. How could I be that perverted? Jiang Junyi explained. Alright, I know. Wan Qingwen chuckled softly. Jiang Junyi smiled helplessly. Why do I feel like you're coaxing a child? Just take it as that. Actually, it wasn't entirely his fault. When you love someone deeply, you often do things that seem perverted. At that moment, Jiang Junyi's pupils contracted slightly. Ding, you have a new confidential document. Jiang Junyi furrowed his brow, gently setting down Wan Qingwen's delicate jade-like foot. He had just been pondering how Su Ling's family could still encounter such misfortune when Lin Xiu, the chosen one of fate, was right by her side. Then it struck him. If this crisis hadn't occurred, how else would Lin Xiu win Su Ling's heart? Jiang Junyi opened the system, and a dark cover appeared in the file library. A clever classified document. The Trail of the King of Assassins, 300 purity points. Jiang Junyi was stunned. The King of Assassins. That meant another chosen one of fate. He hastily exchanged the file, no longer caring that his purity points had dwindled to just 1. The Trail of the King of Assassins. He was the assassin most feared by the Western underworld, elusive and appearing and vanishing without a trace. Leading a mercenary group called the Night Ravens, he rampaged across the seas, instilling fear in countless gangs. The Night Ravens had been searching for rare materials, seemingly for a certain purpose. Now the raw materials for the Su group's new product had become their target. But this was destined not to be a case of a third party reaping the spoils. Instead, it marked the first meeting between the Dragon King and the King of Assassins, laying the groundwork for their future alliance. Think carefully, what will you do? Jiang Junyi closed the file with a grim expression. This was serious. He had wondered how the Su group, with Lin Xiu around, could so easily collapse. So this was the trap. Jiang Junyi lightly tapped the sofa armrest. Lin Xiu's role
and helping Su Ling resolve the Su group's crisis and saving her from danger would naturally earn him immense gratitude. And the solution would most likely involve the Dragon King's palace mobilizing. This would cast another layer of mystery over Lin Xiao. It was probably also the moment that sparked Su Ling's feelings. Jiang Junyi's eyes darkened. It was a move that achieved multiple goals at once. So how could he manipulate the situation? He grew anxious. Just from this file it was clear that the Night Ravens were not to be underestimated. Unlike the file he had first seen on the Dragon King's palace, this one employed rhetorical flourishes. That meant for now the leader of the Night Ravens might be stronger than Lin Xiao, given his battle record. Jiang Junyi felt his thoughts in disarray. Suddenly a pair of cool hands caressed his cheeks, gently turning his head. "What's wrong?" Wan Qingwen asked softly. She sensed that Jiang Junyi was troubled. In just a few minutes, she had heard several faint sighs and slightly heavy breaths. Wan Qingwen touched Jiang Junyi's forehead, smoothing his furrowed brows. "Take your time, don't rush." She knew that if even he found something difficult, she probably couldn't help much. Yet she still wanted to share the burden, even if only to soothe his heart. Jiang Junyi looked at the gentle Wan Qingwen, his anxiety gradually subsiding. He took her hand. "It's a good thing I have you." "Is that so?" "That's wonderful," Wan Qingwen whispered. Jiang Junyi's eyes grew clearer as ideas began to form in his mind. "Haha, my Qingwen is my lucky star." Jiang Junyi planted a kiss on Wan Qingwen's cheek, making her blush. "What if I request the Su family to hold a banquet in 5 days? Wan Qingwen was taken aback. "So soon? Time waits for no one." Jiang Junyi glanced out the window. Dark clouds were gathering. After a moment's thought, Wan Qingwen replied, "I think it's feasible. Moving the date forward would allow us to seize more leverage and at least double our gains." "Exactly." Jiang Junyi snapped his fingers. Of course that was secondary. The key was to prevent the Dragon King's palace and the Night Ravens from forming a connection. Even if they were destined to meet someday, it couldn't be this soon. Jiang Junyi pulled out his phone and dialed Uncle Wu. "Uncle Wu, notify the Su family. The banquet will be in 5 days. Be firm." A concise and forceful reply came from the other end. "Understood." Meanwhile at the Starfall shelter, "Really? How could there be such a wicked person?" Liang Qiqi exclaimed in shock, fiddling with something in her hands. Su Ling's cheeks were flushed. She sighed helplessly. "I swear it's true, sister. It fell apart at the last minute. So infuriating." She held out her hand, which was what Liang Qiqi was working on. Liang Qiqi held a tool polishing Su Ling's nails. "Where exactly did this happen?" Su Ling thought for a moment. "Near the M border. I've already sent people to investigate. You must find out. Imagine the loss otherwise." Liang Qiqi sympathized. "Sister, do you like this color?" Am I really like this color?" Su Ling sighed. "Yes, and the worst part is I'm all alone in this." "How could that be? A sister as beautiful and outstanding as you surely has a boyfriend." Liang Qiqi asked curiously. "I do have a fiancé, but he's always full of sweet talk and hasn't accomplished a single thing." Su Ling thought of Lin Xiao and sighed again. "The color needs to be more vibrant." "Got it," Liang Qiqi replied. "Someone like that can be your fiancé. It was arranged by the elders, so I can't do much about it. Still, he's somewhat skilled, and he volunteered to handle this matter." Su Ling looked worried. "Actually, I didn't want him to go, but I'm too swamped." "I see. Just hearing you talk about it sounds exhausting. You know there are so many rotten elements inside the Su family." "Oh, tell me more." While Liang Qiqi did Su Ling's nails and extracted information, Wang Hao and Virgo were frantically transcribing every word from their hiding spot. "I never thought it would be done this way," Virgo said without lifting his head or stopping his pen. Wang Hao continued writing furiously. "Can't figure out women's thoughts. TCH. Snap." The ballpoint pen in Virgo's hand suddenly broke in two. "Except for you," Wang Hao said calmly, glancing at the broken pen. After a while, Su Ling admired her nails. "Sister, you did such a great job." "Of course. Seeing how beautiful you are, I gave it my all." Liang Qiqi laughed. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Just then Su Ling's phone rang. When she answered, her sunny expression turned stormy. "What a... Okay, I'll be right there." She looked at Liang Qiqi. "Thank you all. I have to go." After thanking them, she hurried away. Virgo, Wang Hao phoned Liu Yo, and Liang Qiqi gathered together, staring thoughtfully at Su Ling's retreating figure. "I never realized manicures could serve such a purpose," Virgo remarked, truly enlightened. No woman can resist it." Liang Qiqi puffed out her chest with pride. Wang Hao just went through the motions to blend in. "It seems the crisis facing the Su family is severe." Feng Lulu adjusted his glasses. "Young master, you must have already begun to weave your schemes, haven't you?" At the Wan residence study room, Jiang Junyi paced back and forth, pondering. This operation must be swift. He had to reach Lin Xiao before the night crow. He also needed to convey this information to the Black Palace. Best if he could find an opportunity to keep Lin Xiao permanently overseas. But the fate of a chosen one was hard to overcome. Jiang Junyi frowned. What if he went himself? The counterpart of a chosen one was naturally the great villain.
The villain also possessed its own fortune. If he went, perhaps there was some hope. Even if he couldn't completely leave him behind, he could at least inflict some damage. He took a deep breath and made up his mind. He had to go. Jiang Junyi sensed the surging true qi within him. These past days he had reached the peak of innate realm, one step away from minor grandmaster. The system's improved cultivation method was truly unmatched, growing stronger through love. But he knew that the peak of innate realm was still insufficient. Jiang Junyi turned his gaze to Wan Qingwen. To break through, he might have to rely on his wife. He approached her slowly, knelt down, and whispered, "Qingwen, I may need to go out for a while." Wan Qingwen's heart skipped a beat. A sense of unease rose within her. Is it far away? Intuition told her that Jiang Junyi's going out for a while meant a distant place. Yes, it may take some time. Wan Qingwen clenched her fists slightly. Is it dangerous? She felt that his tone hinted at something perilous. Jiang Junyi was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to guess so much. How could it be? I'm just handling some family matters. All right, Wan Qingwen replied, but she didn't believe him at all. Silence fell in the room. Then he'll go. Jiang Junyi tested. Go on, go on. Wan Qingwen waved her hand in irritation. Jiang Junyi sighed, silently thinking she was annoyed because he couldn't stay with her. In truth, Wan Qingwen sensed he was about to do something dangerous, but he wouldn't tell her, and she couldn't help. That was why she felt so restless. Jiang Junyi kept looking back as he walked, his steps extremely slow. He glanced at Wan Qingwen from time to time, checking her reaction. Wan Qingwen naturally noticed his behavior, found it amusing, and her irritation eased considerably. Still, she said coldly, "Come here." Yes, Jiang Junyi scurried over. What does my darling wife command? MMPH. Wan Qingwen forcefully cupped his face and pressed her crimson lips against his. Her clove-like little tongue probed deeper somewhat clumsily. Jiang Junyi was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized what was happening. He wrapped an arm around Wan Qingwen's waist, pulling her close, and opened his teeth to welcome the soft tongue. In that moment, they kissed with abandon. There was no romantic atmosphere, no touching event. Only at this moment certain reasons stirred the burning love hidden in each other's hearts. After a long while their lips parted. A glistening thread of saliva hung between them. You must come back, Wan Qingwen said, her voice trembling slightly. I promise you, Jiang Junyi replied solemnly. He put her down, took one last look, and turned to leave. If he looked any longer, Jiang Junyi feared he wouldn't want to go at all. He also had a premonition that he had to go this time. Boom. The moment Jiang Junyi stepped out of the Wan residence, a thunderous roar echoed inside him. Minor Grandmaster achieved. Ding, detected pure love target kissing the host fiercely. Pure love points 10,000. Ding, new product available in the shop, recommended for purchase. Jiang Junyi's eyes lit up. Damn system, it actually came through at the critical moment. Once in the car, he eagerly opened the shop to see what product had appeared that the system would recommend buying. Clicking on the shop, Jiang Junyi saw a mass of black shadow, rotating silently. Shadow Heart possesses ever-changing mystical powers. No part of the power comes from the fate power of the pure love target. Price 99.99 pure love points. Jiang Junyi twitched his mouth. This damn system had perfectly set the price. Without hesitation, he chose to exchange. A shadow coiled around Jiang Junyi's ring finger, forming a pitch-black ring. Then the shadow swept over his entire body. His clothes instantly transformed into a black high-collared hooded robe with silver ornate patterns at the collar and cuffs, and a tight combat suit underneath. Under the hood, shadows veiled his face. Uncle Wu saw his young master's miraculous transformation through the rearview mirror and sharply turned the steering wheel. What kind of outfit was this? That aura. Minor Grandmaster. Had the young master awakened some talent? But what kind of talent was so Chinibyu? The astonishing scene left even the experienced Uncle Wu baffled. Jiang Junyi glanced at himself in the rearview mirror. Mysterious dark, fitting the villain's image. Uncle Wu, keep it secret. Jiang Junyi's deep voice sounded. Understood. Next I will go to the Starlight Foster Home and move with the Black Palace people. You stay hidden and handle any unexpected situations. Jiang Junyi gave his orders. Understood, young master. Uncle Wu's tone was serious. Though he didn't know what his young master intended, the setup clearly indicated something major. Over the next while, Jiang Junyi briefed Uncle Wu on some matters. Night Crow. Uncle Wu's expression changed. You've heard of them. They're said to be the uncrowned king, overseas, ruthless and violent, and the Lord of the Night Crow is capricious, Uncle Wu said with a frown. He wanted to call for reinforcements, but the White Court's forces were insufficient and the overseas surveillance was too tight. Rushing out recklessly could cause massive upheaval. Uncle Wu sighed inwardly. This time, only the Black Palace and the young master himself could handle it. Yes, a tough nut to crack. Jiang Junyi nodded, crossing his arms. Paired with his Chinibyu flamboyant attire, the feeling instantly soared. Soon Uncle Wu parked the car a distance from the Starlight Foster Home, as this vehicle had been seen before. Jiang Junyi opened the door, and with a flicker, he vanished into a blur. Jingle! The members of the Black Palace inside the foster home heard the bell and turned their gazes to the door. One glance made them feel as if a great enemy was upon them. The face under that hood, a tangled mess of black lines, was truly terrifying. Su Shuangshuang instantly knocked out Wan Xiaoxiao, who was doing homework. Jiang Junyi naturally noticed this. Ahem, sorry Xiaoxiao, you'll have to endure a bit. Here the Black Palace. Jiang Junyi spoke slowly. Virgo's expression changed abruptly, and she kicked out. Leo, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly awoke and pounced like a lion. Two sharp gusts of wind swept past. Bang! Bang! Jiang Junyi seized Virgo by the ankle with one hand and Leo by the fist with the other. That's no way to greet someone. With a tremor of his arms, he forced back two minor grandmasters at the peak of their realm. By his own strength alone, such a feat would have been impossible, but with the Shadow Heart's augmentation, his power pressed ever closer to the peak of the minor grandmaster stage. Even stronger. True chi surged around Virgo and Leo, their intent growing serious. At that moment, Leo's nose twitched and the surrounding chi ebbed. The power of the Lord of Fate. Leo murmured in confusion. What are you saying? Virgo asked, bewildered. Leo pointed at Jiang Junyi. He carries the Lord of Fate's power. Virgo frowned deeply at Jiang Junyi. Who exactly are you? Virgo, Leo, my master once spoke to me of you. Jiang Junyi said, arms crossed. This was precisely why he had dared to strut into this place. Since the system had hinted that the Shadow Heart bore the Lord of Fate's power, why not report to the Black Palace? Here he could relay information more swiftly and better mobilize the Black Palace. A ripple of black energy emerged from the ground, and Capricorn stepped forth. You are Shadow. Receiving Virgo's notice, Capricorn had hastened over. Correct, Jiang Junyi nodded. He had no idea who this Shadow was, but claiming a fictitious master and observing the Black Palace's reaction would suffice. Now it seemed the Black Palace indeed once had such a figure. Capricorn's voice carried a trace of nostalgia. I never thought Shadow still lived after that battle long ago. How is your master? Jiang Junyi's tone grew somber. He has passed on. Capricorn fell silent for a moment. Is that so? Shadow was among the earliest members of the Black Palace, unfamiliar to Virgo and Leo. Only Capricorn knew him well. An old comrade who had often fought by his side. Welcome, child, Capricorn said. Do not disgrace his name. He stepped forward and patted Jiang Junyi on the shoulder, then turned to Virgo and Leo. He's one of us. After the official recognition, Jiang Junyi brought up the matter of Night Crow. I've investigated that incident from years ago. Another faction was involved, the overseas assassin mercenary group Night Crow. Certain. Capricorn frowned. Certain, Jiang Junyi nodded. Moreover, lately Night Crow has shown signs of activity. They hijacked the goods of the Su group in Jiangsheng. Virgo exchanged glances with Wang Hao and the others. Could it be a? I intend to confront this so-called Night Crow, but alone I can hardly stand. That's why I came here, Jiang Junyi paused. Time waits for no one. Capricorn's voice grew heavy. Virgo, Leo, Wei Long. Prepare for action. All follow Shadow's command. Yes. Soon Wang Hao emerged fully armed. Tactical helmet, combat suit, combat boots, rows of square-shaped items at his waist, and a large black pack on his back. Shed skin and flesh, but never fall behind. Wang Hao saluted. Meanwhile, Virgo also finished preparing. A black mask, a white and black tight combat suit, her hair tied in a high ponytail for mobility. Leo's gear was simpler, a black gold combat suit, and a pair of metal knuckles. I've arranged the plane. Virgo knows the itinerary, Capricorn said. He himself shared the same misgivings as Uncle Wu about stepping out. Jiang Junyi assessed the situation. Two minor grandmasters at the peak, one half-step grandmaster plus himself and Uncle Wu, should be sufficient. In this era where great grandmasters seldom appeared, this lineup was exceptionally formidable. Even if a great grandmaster emerged, they would have a chance to contend. Let's go, Jiang Junyi nodded. Move out. Leo clashed his fists together, brimming with excitement. Wang Hao watched Jiang Junyi's back, lost in thought, while Virgo remained as expressionless as ever. Elsewhere, Wan Qingwen sat alone by the window, lost in thought. Just as Jiang Junyi had broken through to minor grandmaster, so too had she. This breakthrough had brought her something unusual. For instance, visions. When she channeled true chi into her eyes, images of her surroundings appeared in her mind. Yet these mental images were blurry, mere black and white chaotic lines. Still she could discern some directions and faint outlines of objects. What a pity. I wanted to see you first, Wan Qingwen murmured, clutching the pendant on her chest as she sat by the window. Finally broken through to minor grandmaster, suddenly a voice echoed in Wan Qingwen's mind. Who are you? Wan Qingwen's expression shifted as she looked around. Don't bother looking. I'm not near you. Where are you? Who exactly are you? Wan Qingwen frowned deeply. Me. I'm right in your hand. Wan Qingwen was startled. In her hand. She touched the starry pendant in her palm. This is you. Correct. Only when you reach the minor grandmaster stage can your true cheese quality awaken me. Wan Qingwen asked in confusion, then what use are you? At that moment, she vaguely saw a mouth open on the pendant. I can answer all your questions. Wan Qingwen's face darkened. What must I pay? Clever. You only need to feed me, when I feel the value matches. Be more specific. Hee hee. The pendant laughed sinisterly, but didn't specify what it needed to be fed. Wan Qingwen's expression grew increasingly grim. Could it be? It required flesh and blood. After all, this thing seemed rather sinister. Should she test it? Wan Qingwen hesitated, answering all questions. She needed that now? After a long moment, she finally made up her mind. Try it. She plucked a strand of her hair and fed it to the pendant. No, what can a strand of hair? The pendant suddenly blazed with an intensely dark, rich light. You. Quick. Ask. Huh. A strand of hair was enough. So inexpensive. Wan Qingwen scratched her cheek. I want to know, will Jiang Junyi be in danger? No. Ask again. Now Wan Qingwen was baffled. Normally she should only be able to ask once. But she could ask again. Hurry. Oh. Wan Qingwen could tell the thing was anxious. Then, what did he go to do? Fight. Ask again. Wan Qingwen exhaled lightly. So it was just a fight. But did fighting require going somewhere far away? She had heard about offline confrontations being popular lately. Was Junyi doing that too? Unconsciously her thoughts drifted back to Jiang Junyi. Miss, can you hurry up? Then, does he really like me? Wan Qingwen blushed. Yes, he freaking loves you. The pendant was utterly speechless. Who in their right mind asked such questions? Back in the day, people asked things like, has the azure sky died? Can the yellow sky stand? Can I take his place? Where is the imperial seal? Where the barbarians go can I go? And so on. Yet why did this girl carry such dense fortune's favor? It didn't seem to be her own. Hearing the pendant's answer, Wan Qingwen's eyes brightened, and she plucked another strand of hair. The pendant yelped, hey, don't come near me. Don't come near me. 3 days later, in a border town of country M, a black off-road vehicle drove into the town. Shadow, the Dragon King Palace's people have arrived, said Virgo, lying prone on a highland outside the town. She held a fully modified Barrett sniper rifle, its 712 spiritual sight scope, capturing every movement of the Dragon King Palace. Copy that. The target is about to appear in the tavern, Jiang Junyi responded from his concealed position. Wolong Leo report status. In position. Leo in position. The gunshot is the signal. Execute as planned. Jiang Junyi said solemnly. Understood, the two replied in unison. The comm channel fell into silence. Before the hunt, beasts always need to lie in wait. Meanwhile, the tavern owner in this godforsaken town was overjoyed that someone had bought his tavern outright. He intended to take the money and indulge himself in the central city, perhaps hiring a few well-proportioned ladies. After the owner left, the tavern became the meeting ground for the Dragon King Palace and the Night Crow. Lin Xiu sat quietly on a sofa inside, flanked by 3 guards in special combat uniforms. What they shared was a golden dragon emblem stitched on their chests, presumably the insignia of the Dragon King Palace. Why aren't they here yet? Lin Xiu said impatiently. He had originally expected half a month to slowly negotiate with the Night Crow and move things forward. But the Jiang family had suddenly demanded a banquet in 5 days, dramatically raising the stakes. Today's negotiation with the Night Crow had cost him a fortune to secure this single opportunity. Impatience in a deal is never a good thing. A magnetic voice sounded. A man in a black mask and tight combat suit walked in slowly, followed by 3 members. On their chests were ornaments shaped like jet black crows. Night Crow. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. You're the Dragon King. The Night Crow sat down opposite Lin Xiu with an imposing manner. Indeed. The Night Crow beckoned backward, and a briefcase was placed on the table between them. You said you have goods that can match this batch. Let's see. The Night Crow spoke, his eyes piercing. Lin Xiu met his gaze and felt a surge of pressure. He gestured, and another precious black briefcase was produced. Lin Xiu opened the case, and a peculiar fragrance filled the tavern. The moment the Night Crow saw it, his pupils contracted sharply, mind-shaking flower. Lin Xiu was startled. You know this? The Night Crow reached out excitedly, but Lin Xiu grabbed his hand. Don't rush. Let's verify my goods first. The Night Crow took a deep breath. Apologies, I was impulsive. It was understandable. The mind-shaking flower was the most effective heavenly treasure for waking people from comas. He opened his own case, revealing row upon row of test tubes filled with a pale blue liquid. A Dragon King Palace member stepped forward to inspect. King, it's correct. Lin Xiu and the Night Crow smiled at the same time. Yet it was precisely at such moments that one must be wary. Many deals went wrong right then. In that case, let's complete the transaction. Suddenly the Night Crow felt an immense terror rising within him, goosebumps covering his entire body. Danger. Extreme danger. Without hesitation, he threw himself to the ground. Boom. Crackle. Blood splattered across the Night Crow's cheek. One of his members was instantly blown apart.
The night crow could see the severed limbs and flying flesh. His eyes blazing crimson, he glared at Lin Xiao. You set me up? Lin Xiao's mind raced. He snatched the raw materials from the table, but left the mind-shaking flower behind to leave room for future negotiation. In his reasoning, there was no way to explain this now. He had told no one about the deal, not even his own members knew until they arrived. It clearly wasn't arranged by the night crow either, which left himself as the prime suspect. Yet he knew this had to be a third party. The night crow watched Lin Xiao take the materials and growled, Dragon King Palace. Boom! The barret roared again. The remaining night crow members scrambled for cover. Just then a wall collapsed as Leo soared in, by the Dragon King's command, slay the night crow. His descending fist aimed straight for the night crow's head. Caught off guard, the night crow could only cross his arms in defense. Bang! An overwhelming force surged through his arms. Master! He retreated unsteadily. Before he could regain his balance, Leo closed in like a specter. The night crow's pupils shrank as he looked at Leo. Was this a man or a beast? Leo's pupils narrowed like a primeval predator, his whole demeanor ferocious and brutal. Huh? Come on. Fight me. Leo laughed wildly. The night crow fended off the storm of punches, but his eyes darted to the mind-shaking flower on the table. Take the flower, he roared. That thing must be retrieved. The other two night crow members were about to move. Boom. A warning shot from the barret. Distracted? You're asking for death. Leo snarled, his fists shrouded in crimson chi. Bang! The punch was lightning fast, striking the night crow squarely in the abdomen. Boom! The wall behind him shattered. The night crow flew backward, crashing through 2 or 3 small houses. Leo shook his hands and said coldly, worthless. He turned his gaze to the other 2 members, his eyes growing excited. Huh? Wanna play with me? Just then Virgo's urgent voice came through Leo's earpiece. Leo, get out. The night crow's armored vehicles are coming. Leo leisurely tilted his head. Armored vehicles. Can you eat them? TSK. Virgo was annoyed. This was always Leo's flaw. Once in battle mode, her combat IQ maxed out, but the rest plummeted to 0. Wolong, take care of the armored vehicles. He'll handle Lin Xiao and his men, Jiang Junyi ordered through the earpiece. Virgo, support Leo. Don't let the night crow get the item. Understood. By now Lin Xiao and his men had already boarded the off-road vehicle and were speeding away. Who the hell is messing with me? Lin Xiao fumed. He had intended to use this meeting to build a connection with the night crow. Now they were probably mortal enemies. At least he hadn't taken the mind-shaking flower, leaving some leeway. On a hillside, Jiang Junyi, clad in black, stood with arms folded, watching the departing vehicle with murderous intent. You want to escape, Lin Xiao? This time Jiang Junyi was truly determined to kill. He had to try here and now to eliminate this son of heaven's fate. Drive faster, Lin Xiao shouted anxiously from the passenger seat. He had no idea what was happening with Yi, nor did he know the trajectory of the third party. But anyone daring to snatch prey from between 2 forces was no pushover. Just then Lin Xiao saw a black meteor streaking across the sky. What is that? He frowned, scrutinizing the black mass in the sky. Is there such a thing as a black meteor? The next instant Lin Xiao's pupils contracted sharply, because the black meteor was hurtling straight toward him. In the blink of an eye it was right before him. A surge of overwhelming dread rose in Lin Xiao's heart, and he flung himself out of the vehicle. Boom! The black star crashed down, crushing the SUV. Lin Xiao had leaped to escape in the nick of time. Oh my, not wearing a seatbelt is a bad habit, a voice teased. Jiang Junyi tilted his head, gazing at Lin Xiao hurtling through the air, and quipped. Clang clang. The burning SUV rolled several times before coming to a halt by the roadside, belching black smoke. The fate of the Dragon King Hall members inside was unknown. Dressed in a long black robe, Jiang Junyi slowly approached the fallen Lin Xiao. Yi was too careless to let a worm like you get the drop on him. Lin Xiao scrambled to his feet, covered in dust. You're with Yi? Mum. Jiang Junyi extended a hand, and a shadowy mass coalesced into an ink-black longsword. Got any last words? Wait, that attack wasn't us. I left the soul-stunning flower behind. Lin Xiao explained. Who cares? Jiang Junyi shrugged. So Yi really intends to wipe me out. Lin Xiao's face darkened as golden chi began to rise around him. You die, I live. Jiang Junyi said coldly. The moment he finished, Lin Xiao's fists came straight at him, with tiny golden dragons coiling around his hands. Clang, clang, clang. Jiang Junyi swung his blade, casually deflecting all Lin Xiao's attacks, his footwork effortless and graceful. After just a few exchanges, the pressure on Lin Xiao was immense. This was definitely peak minor grandmaster, or even half-step grandmaster. Far beyond what he could handle now. Lin Xiao swept his gaze around, thinking of how to escape. What? Already thinking of how to get away? Jiang Junyi said with a hint of amusement. But you won't get the chance. Thump. A dull sound kicked up layers of dust.
Jiang Junyi exploded forward in an instant, appearing before Lin Xiu, like lightning, his left leg whipping out like a cannonball. Bam! Lin Xiu felt a searing pain in his head, the world before him blurred. After tumbling several times, he lay groaning on the sandy ground. At that moment the sharp blade sliced down. Between life and death, Lin Xiu snapped awake, grabbing the blade with both hands. Blood dripped down. Lin Xiu's face twisted in fury. "Do you know who I am?" Jiang Junyi chuckled. "Go on, tell me. Who are you?" Sensing mockery in his words, Lin Xiu felt bitter, but valued his life. "I am the current Dragon King of Dragon King Hall. If you dare kill me, Dragon King Hall will fight you to the death. Let me go, and maybe we can be friends." Heh. Jiang Junyi stepped on Lin Xiu's chest, slowly applying pressure. "Which dragon? Who's king?" Suddenly Jiang Junyi felt something was very wrong. Why was he speaking so much? Villains die from too many words. He knew that well. But wasn't he exactly in such a scenario now? A chill ran through Jiang Junyi. Without hesitation, he put both hands together and drove the blade down with force. Thud. The tip pierced flesh. Lin Xiu was in agony. "Yeah!" He roared, blood filling his mouth. Seeing the blade delayed, Jiang Junyi withdrew it instantly and raised his fist to smash Lin Xiu's head. The swift, lethal punch expanded in Lin Xiu's pupils. But Jiang Junyi suddenly changed his move mid-swing, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Bam! A thunderous sound. Jiang Junyi was sent flying backward, his legs plowing dozens of meters through the sand. He looked ahead to see a middle-aged man in training clothes with a small braid, one leg raised. "Xiu, you were too careless this time." Lin Xiu clutched his wounds, surprised and delighted to see the newcomer, 7th Master. TCH. Jiang Junyi clicked his tongue, wanting to slap himself twice. Why did he have to show off? He had to blurt out those two useless lines. He had snapped out of it quickly enough, or else he might not have even managed to gravely wound Lin Xiu. "Kid, I suggest you leave, or your life is forfeit," Lin Xiu's 7th Master said coldly, eyeing Jiang Junyi. Jiang Junyi subtly moved his hand at his side, signaling Uncle Wu in the shadows not to act rashly. There was definitely more than one protector for Lin Xiu, meaning, even if Uncle Wu showed up, they might not gain an advantage. Given the situation, Lin Xiu was going to live. "We'll meet again. Insect King." Jiang Junyi sneered before his figure gradually faded. Lin Xiu looked at his 7th Master resentfully. "7th Master, you're just letting him go?" The 7th Master sighed. "Your 6th Master is also here." He sensed another half-step Grandmaster in the shadows. Perhaps only a hair's breadth away. Lin Xiu gritted his teeth and punched the ground in frustration. Meanwhile, after receiving Yi Ya's message, the Night Crow mercenary group arrived in full force. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, this border town became a battlefield. Leo fled for his life, artillery raining down behind him. "Damn! Night Crow doesn't play fair," Leo roared. Explosions thundered behind, occasionally punctuated by machine gun fire. Individual martial prowess still had to yield to a heavy-armed regiment. "Weilong, what's the situation?" Jiang Junyi called into his earpiece. "I've spotted the enemy armored vehicle. Ready to destroy it," Wang Hao replied calmly. "Virgo, shadow cover. Leo, lure them in." "We must destroy that armored vehicle," Jiang Junyi ordered. "Understood. Why am I the one getting hurt?" "Shut up, you're the fastest runner." Upon receiving the order, Wang Hao hid in a second-floor room somewhere in the town. The surrounding gunfire and explosions did not faze him. Rumble. The sound of the Night Crow armored vehicle grew closer. Wang Hao counted silently. 3, 2. In the distance, Virgo aimed at the mercenaries around the vehicle. 1. Bang. The instant Wang Hao charged out, a bullet shot forth. The Night Crow mercenary fell. Enemy attack. Wang Hao descended like a divine dragon, pulling out square objects from his belt. Magnetic bombs. Slap, slap. 2 bombs stuck to the armored vehicle. Then he leaped onto another vehicle and repeated the action. Bombs, a mercenary screamed. Having done all this, Wang Hao swept his gaze around. All the Night Crow mercenaries had their eyes on him. In the slow-motion world, he could see them pulling triggers. Wang Hao remained impassive, unmoved. From the moment he decided to blow up the armored vehicles, he hadn't planned to go back. Just then a black thread shot toward Wang Hao, dancing wildly around him. Clang, clang. Sparks flew as it deflected the bullets. The thread yanked Wang Hao's waist. "Your mission isn't over yet." Pulling Wang Hao back, Jiang Junyi said in a low voice, "Retreat. After them. Chase them." Yi screamed, her hair disheveled, looking like a madwoman. The soul-stunning flower. That was the material most useful to her. "If you think I'll let you off after stealing my Dragon King Hall's resources. Idiot." Jiang Junyi's taunt echoed in the air as his figure grew more distant. "Aya!" Yi hammered the ground in frustration like a beaten dog. At the Wan residence in the study, Wan Qingwen rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought, the melancholy in her brow as profound as the long night. Her expression clearly showed she was pining for someone. "Ah, it's been 3 days." She sighed softly, her delicate fingers tracing circles on the desk. One day she could bear it, gritting her teeth. 2 days she could manage by sleeping early. But on the 3rd day, what was she to do? Now she had no heart for reading, and her mind wandered even when handling documents. She collapsed onto the desk, her body shifting slightly. Why isn't he back yet? Wan Xiaoxiao passed by the study and caught sight of her sister's state, letting out a cold snort. Still thinking about that damn man. In the border wilderness of country, a jeep was driving, raising billows of sand behind it. Whoa, feels good. Jiang Junyi stretched in the passenger seat. He hadn't eliminated Lin Xiao, but had injected the power of the shadow heart into his body. It would slowly devour Lin Xiao's true qi and meridians. Without great effort to heal, recovery would be difficult. Even if he recovered, his former minor grandmaster strength would regress considerably. Moreover, with the Night Crow already essentially locked in a death feud with the Dragon King Palace, it would be hard to form an alliance unless something extraordinary happened later. Why am I the one driving? Leo grumbled behind the wheel. She wanted to sleep to rest. Hey, I contributed so much, it's only fair I sit in the passenger seat, right? Jiang Junyi said. I suppose. Weilong risked his life to blow up the armored vehicle, so it's only fair he rests too, right? Leo frowned, pondered. That seems reasonable. And Virgo spent a long time sniping, which drained a lot of energy, so it's only fair she rests, right? Leo bit her hand. That seems reasonable too. Jiang Junyi clapped. So that leaves you to drive. Oh. Leo thought it over, and it seemed true, but she was still fuming. Besides, look at the atmosphere in the back. Jiang Junyi glanced at the rear seats. Leo turned to look and felt a chilling aura emanating from there. She quickly turned back and focused on driving. Virgo was angry. Wang Hao wore a poker face, his folded arms trembling slightly. He felt the chill, but didn't know why. He just sensed that the person beside him seemed very upset. Wang Hao thought to himself, should I say something to break the ice? He pondered, racking his brain. Finally, he decided to use his actions as an entry point. He leaned slightly toward Virgo. Virgo, what do you think of my move blowing up the armored vehicle? Jiang Junyi slapped his forehead in the front seat. Disaster. Sure enough, the temperature dropped further in the back. What do I think? You could have died there. Who cares about you? Virgo said coldly. To be honest, that was my plan. Wang Hao said, stroking his chin. Huh. Virgo couldn't hold back anymore, grabbing Wang Hao's collar. Your plan. What do you take your life for, eh? Wang Hao frowned. But if the armored vehicle wasn't destroyed once the artillery spread, we'd all be dead. You clearly could have found a better way. Virgo's eyes were icy, her face like frost. In that situation, only my choice was certain and flawless. Wang Hao's face was serious, answering Virgo's question earnestly. So this topic was good after all, at least it caught Virgo's interest. Fine, very good. Virgo was so angry her chest heaved, her breathing quick. From now on, go on missions alone. I won't partner with someone who doesn't value their own life. Virgo let go, pushing Wang Hao away. The two in the front were leaning back, ears almost touching the rear. Turn around, Virgo said in a low voice. Jiang Junyi and Leo immediately sat up straight and whistled in unison. He understood now. Virgo clearly had some feelings for Wang Hao, and probably had a similar painful experience in the past which ignited her anger. Jiang Junyi shook his head. Wang Hao, you need to get a clue. But seeing this scene, his thoughts drifted to the other side of the continent. What was Qingyun baby doing now? Was she thinking of me? This Jingxin flower is quite pretty. Qingyun will definitely like it. After driving for who knows how long, the jeep stopped in an open area. The four got out and waited. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of helicopter blades came from above. Feng Lulu stood on the helicopter, lowering a rope with a smile. Everyone's smooth sailing. Jiang Junyi gave a thumbs up and hooked onto the rope. Heading home. After nearly another day's journey, the group returned to the Starfall Care Center as night fell. Black Palace members filed in, but Jiang Junyi paused at the door. You report the mission. I'll take my leave first. If anything comes up, I'll reappear. Hey, Shadow, aren't you staying? Leo asked in puzzlement. Jiang Junyi turned his cloak, billowing, and slightly tilted his head. Shadow should lurk in the shadows, hunting the filthy fools. With that, his figure gradually disappeared into the night. Wow, Shadow has such style. I need to come up with a similar line. Leo bit her finger and walked into the Starfall Care Center. Shadow's aura this time truly opened her eyes. It was maximum intimidation against enemies. Leo had no other hobby but fighting and battling, dedicated to making enemies kneel at first sight. Shadow's entrance and his lines this time completely outclassed her. Inside the Starfall Care Center, the atmosphere was strange. Feng Lulu had specially prepared a victory toast, but why were Virgo and Wang Hao so odd? They sat at opposite ends. Normally those two would sit together. Feng Lulu and Liang Qiqi exchanged glances, sensing something subtle between them. Leo, lost in thought, sat in the middle, but immediately felt a chill from the other side. She glanced at Virgo and obediently got up, heading to her room upstairs. Forget it, she'd sleep first. Feng Lulu adjusted his glasses, approached Wang Hao and leaned on the bar. What's up between you and Sister Virgo?
Wang Hao looked at Feng Lulu blankly, but at least he had the sense to lower his voice. I don't know. Something I did during the operation made her very angry. Feng Lulu raised an eyebrow. Tell me about it. Well, it was like this and that. You have to understand the situation was really urgent. Wang Hao's face showed a look of martyrdom mixed with a hint of pride. Feng Lulu sighed lightly. Couldn't you have thrown a magnetic bomb when the armored vehicle passed by? Oh, but that had uncertainties. Wang Hao frowned. Armored vehicles like those from mercenary groups have a top speed of no more than 100 kilometers per hour, at most 60 to 70. Feng Lulu adjusted his glasses. You're a half-step minor grandmaster, nearly there. With your eyesight and arm strength, couldn't you attach the bomb? Wang Hao's CPU went into overdrive. Besides your move, jumping out to face so many gun lines, didn't that have uncertainties? Feng Liolio's glasses reflected a glint of wisdom. He doesn't value his life, so the most brainless method works best. Thump. Virgo sneered down the victory toast in one gulp, slammed the glass heavily on the table, and rose to return to her room. Feng Lulu shook his head. I suggest you watch some relationship shows, or read books. Liang Qiqi then came over and patted Wang Hao's shoulder. Bro, watching some relationship TV dramas wouldn't hurt either. Wang Hao frowned. Could it be? I really have a problem. But what does that have to do with emotional stuff? He shook his head down the victory toast. Forget it, let's sleep first. Meanwhile, Jiang Junyi had already arrived at the Wan residence's doorstep, feeling a bit dazed. For days, it felt like 4 years. Qingyan baby, I'm here. Jiang Junyi crept stealthily toward the Wan residence, now as familiar as his own home. He could come and go as he pleased. The night had deepened silence settling around them. Uncertain whether Wan Qingwen was asleep, he decided that if she were, he would spend the night on the couch, surprising her in the morning. If she were still awake, she would likely be in the study. The surprise remained. Jiang Junyi, having grown accustomed to the path, arrived at the study and gently pushed the door open, only to see Wan Qingwen slumped over her desk. An unclosed book fluttered its pages in the night breeze, a soft rustling echoing through the room. The moment Jiang Junyi saw Wan Qingwen, the tenderness in his eyes nearly overflowed like melted water. Honestly, she was too tired to even return to her room. He carefully lifted her into his arms, her soft form settling against him, a faint, delicate fragrance drifting into his nostrils. This was the scent. As if she had found a familiar embrace, Wan Qingwen naturally looped her arms around Jiang Junyi's neck and even nuzzled into the hollow of his shoulder. Watching her resemble a kitten, Jiang Junyi felt an immense sense of fulfillment. He carried his beloved into the bedroom with gentle steps. It was Jiang Junyi's first time entering Wan Qingwen's room, and he scanned the space. He noticed that this boudoir shared the same style as the study, minimalist. The palette consisted only of black, white, and gray. The only standout feature was the giant My Melody doll from a few days earlier. Jiang Junyi fell silent, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy for the girl in his arms. For so many years her world had been shrouded in darkness. A young girl's room at her age should be pink and vibrant, full of life. But she could not see it. All of this held no meaning for her. Yet was it truly meaningless? He asked himself. Jiang Junyi gently laid Wan Qingwen on the bed, removed her shoes and socks, and casually pinched her crystal-clear, round, adorable toes. After covering her with the blanket, Jiang Junyi sat by the bedside, propping his chin on his hand, quietly admiring his wife's breathtaking beauty. After a while he tiptoed out and dialed Uncle Wu's number. On the other end of the line. The young master is calling. The young master is calling. Answer quickly. The young master is calling. Uncle Wu, bleary-eyed, struggled to rise, but his voice was steady and composed. Young master, what are your orders? Uncle Wu, find a designer to create a design for a young girl's boudoir. Oh, so it was about the young madam. Uncle Wu sat up and rubbed his eyes. Understood, young master. Tomorrow. Now, and it must be set up before Qingyan wakes up. Uncle Wu's face crumpled in confusion. Young master, these old bones of mine aren't meant to be pushed like this. Do you hear what you're saying? After a long silence, Jiang Junyi delivered the final blow from the other end. Uncle Wu, you're the best. Uncle Wu let out a silent sigh. Oh well. Then let's do it. I understand. 2 hours. Great. After hanging up, Uncle Wu threw on his clothes and splashed water on his face. What else could he do when his young master was so willful? After drying off, he was energized. He would give it his all. Uncle Wu dialed another number. Hello. Rally the team. 2 hours later, a truck pulled up in front of the Wan residence. To avoid waking the young madam, Uncle Wu had specially instructed the use of an electric vehicle with minimal noise. Jiang Junyi stepped out of the Wan residence and saw the efficient Uncle Wu. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Wu. It's my duty, Uncle Wu replied with a slight bow, then handed Jiang Junyi a small box. Young master, these are fully soundproof earplugs. Please put them on the young madam. Jiang Junyi's eyes widened. Truly, Uncle Wu, can you really be this meticulous? All right. He hurried back inside, fitted the earplugs on Wan Qingwen, then signaled to Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu raised his hand. Let's begin. Another 2 hours passed, and by around midnight, everything was complete.
This was baiting speed. The walls were finished with microcement in light sand pink, the ceiling in matte pure white, and the floor laid with cherry wood grain SPC, snaplock flooring, adding a youthful charm to the room. A wool rug with ink wash watercolor patterns brought simplicity and softness. The floor-to-ceiling windows were fitted with a canopy simulation system. All cabinet edges were rounded to a 5 cm radius to prevent Qingyun from bumping into them. 30% of the walls were left purely undecorated. A suspended swing chair was placed in the open balcony area and a pink photo wall was added. After everything was finished, Jiang Junyi surveyed the room with satisfaction. This was what a young girl's room should be. Simple and soft, yet brimming with youthful vitality. Great work, everyone. Go collect your reward from Aunt Zhao later. Jiang Junyi waved his hand grandly. Long live the young master. 3 little ones among the baiting members cheered. Hearing the familiar voices, Jiang Junyi turned back. Hey, I remember you are. Young master, I'm number 1. I'm number 2. I'm number 3. They stood from tallest to shortest, from bulliest to leanest. Jiang Junyi found it amusing you 3 have such skills. Number 1 patted his chest, versatile little helper. Number 2 grinned confidently, all-capable little prince. Number 3 pushed the 2 aside, genius youth. Jiang Junyi couldn't help but laugh. These 3 were truly clowns. Alright, enough fooling around. Get lost. Uncle Wu waved them away. Call us again, young master. We are your strongest support, young master. Same for me. The 3 shouted at the top of their lungs. After Uncle Wu led them away, the room fell into quietness. Jiang Junyi removed the earplugs from Wan Qingwen, then gently leaned over her bedside, resting his head on his hand, gazing at the sleeping beauty before him. Listening to her steady breaths, he felt the entire world had become tranquil and serene. He reached out and gently stroked her soft cheek. Where you are, there is my home. Just then Wan Qingwen's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She turned over her small hand, grasping Jiang Junyi's larger one, rubbing it against her face, murmuring in her sleep, Junyi. The scene pierced Jiang Junyi's heart in an instant. He leaned closer to Wan Qingwen and whispered softly, I'm back. Wan Qingwen shifted her head a little nearer to him, a contented curve lifting the corner of her lips. The sun rose and set the canopy, gently converting the harsh sunlight into a soft glow that fell upon the 2 by the bedside. Wan Qingwen's biological clock urged her to wake. As consciousness returned, she felt that last night's sleep had been so comfortable and sweet. She hadn't slept so peacefully since Jiang Junyi left. She felt as if she were holding something and heard rhythmic breathing beside her head. Her expression brightened instantly, tenderness filling her brows. So you've come back. Through her blurred perception, Wan Qingwen saw Jiang Junyi lying by the bedside, holding onto his broad and warm hand. She let go of his hand, but leaned her head closer to her beloved, touching her forehead against his, feeling an immense sense of peace. Even though I can't see your exact appearance, you must be very gentle and handsome. Wan Qingwen murmured softly. She looked at Jiang Junyi's current posture, her brows slightly furrowed. Isn't sleeping like this bad for your body? Then Wan Qingwen propped herself up, intending to pull his body onto the bed. She thought that with her strength as at least a minor grandmaster, handling an ordinary person like him should be simple. Yet when she made a move, Jiang Junyi's resistance was unexpectedly fierce. Don't move. I want. Wife. Jiang Junyi murmured with furrowed brows. Having been quite tired during the few days in country M, he completely relaxed as soon as he was beside Wan Qingwen, sinking into a deep slumber. What wife? Even in dreams you say such embarrassing things. Wan Qingwen blushed and spat. Then, as if thinking of something, her expression turned slightly conflicted, and she quickly shook her head. It's fine, I'm just worried about his sleeping posture. As if making a decision, she gently patted Jiang Junyi's cheek. Hey, big friend Jiang Junyi, can you come sleep on the bed? Her voice was soft and sweet, like coaxing a child. Seeing no response from Jiang Junyi, Wan Qingwen felt a bit frustrated. She sensed that Jiang Junyi was the type who responded to gentleness rather than force. Just as Wan Qingwen was about to give up, Jiang Junyi slowly shifted his body inch by inch, moving himself onto the bed. Throughout the entire process, Jiang Junyi never opened his eyes. It was all by touch and familiarity with a certain fragrance. Just as Jiang Junyi's entire body was on the bed, he suddenly turned over his large arm, sweeping Wan Qingwen into his embrace. Jiang Junyi's sudden move startled Wan Qingwen. Just as she was about to cry out, she remembered that he was sound asleep and quickly clamped her mouth shut. But why is he holding so tightly? At this moment, Wan Qingwen was pressed tightly against Jiang Junyi's chest, his long arm completely encircling her waist, making her face flush crimson. Could he be awake? Wan Qingwen wondered, but the sound of Jiang Junyi's steady breathing indicated that he was still asleep. After listening carefully for a while, she concluded that Jiang Junyi was still asleep. So our Wan Qingwen began to try to break free from his embrace. She gently pushed against Jiang Junyi's chest, and was astonished to find that his chest was rock hard. Could this be pectoral muscles? He's trained so well. Wan Qingwen murmured. As she thought, another idea popped into her mind. Could he have abs too? Once this thought took root, it became unstoppable. After some mental struggle, Wan Qingwen cautiously extended her hand toward Jiang Junyi's abdomen. Looking closely, one could see her fair little hand trembling slightly, not out of fear, but rather out of nervousness and excitement. Such emotions clouded Wan Qingwen's hearing. At some point, the slightly heavy breathing by her ears seemed to stop. She groped step by step, and even felt that it wasn't satisfying through the clothes, so she slightly lifted Jiang Junyi's shirt, and her little hand darted inside with a whoosh. After a few touches, Wan Qingwen murmured in confusion, "No flab indeed, but there don't seem to be any abs." Now, Wan Qingwen instinctively pressed down only to discover bulging, clearly defined abdominal muscles. There they are," she exclaimed softly with surprise. "Wait, this voice." Wan Qingwen slowly raised her head, meeting Jiang Junyi's gaze. She couldn't perceive his exact appearance, but she could almost imagine his expression. "So how is it? Care to rate?" Jiang Junyi asked with a teasing half-smile. Next he watched as Wan Qingwen's fair skin gradually flushed red, quickly spreading from her neck to her cheeks. Even the sunset clouds in the sky could not compare. "Oh!" Wan Qingwen yelped, turned over, and immediately buried her head under the pillow like an ostrich. You. Why didn't you say anything when you woke up?" Wan Qingwen's embarrassed and annoyed muffled voice came from the soft pillow. Jiang Junyi leaned close to Wan Qingwen, grinning mischievously. "I wanted to, but a little paw kept scratching me, so of course I had to see what it wanted to." No, don't mention it again." Wan Qingwen suddenly sat up and threw the pillow over Jiang Junyi's face, her bashful appearance utterly adorable. "Whoa, you're trying to kill your husband again," Jiang Junyi exclaimed dramatically. Wan Qingwen slowly slid the pillow down a bit, revealing Jiang Junyi's eyes. She said softly, "You don't know anything." Jiang Junyi glanced at Wan Qingwen's crimson ears, knowing that his wife was thin-skinned, especially about such embarrassing matters. It could be considered a dark history. All right, what just happened? "I don't know a thing, You'd better be." Wan Qingwen put the pillow aside and muttered. Jiang Junyi also sat up, grinning as he sidled up to Wan Qingwen. "But you have to tell me, how are our abs really?" Wan Qingwen turned her head away. So. "Oh." Jiang Junyi's eyebrows shot up. "Come on, feel again, come." No, it's perfect." Wan Qingwen quickly covered Jiang Junyi's mouth. If his voice got any louder and attracted Wan Xiaoxiao, that would be bad. At present she was sleeping in the same bed with Jiang Junyi, and had even touched his abs. If this came to light, she thought Wan Xiaoxiao would surely go crazy. Jiang Junyi lay on his side, propping his head on his hand, gently stroking Wan Qingwen's temple hair, and whispered, "Tonight is the banquet to discuss cooperation with the Su family. Are you ready?" Seeing that Jiang Junyi had brought up the serious matter, Wan Qingwen nodded. "No problem. I love your confident look, Qingwen darling." Jiang Junyi smiled, and before Wan Qingwen could scold him, he continued, "This time we hold the absolute advantage, so go all out." The two exchanged smiles. Now Wan Qingwen could roughly tell where Jiang Junyi's eyes were through her perception. Previously she had to rely purely on sound and intuition. "Sis, it sounded like someone was renovating last night. It was so noisy." Wan Xiaoxiao pushed open the door. What came into view was Wan Qingwen sitting on the bed, her clothes slightly disheveled, a contented Jiang Junyi lying on his side, his clothing at the abdomen slightly lifted. Wan Xiaoxiao's eyes gradually filled with horror, and she let out a sharp shriek. "You! What are you two doing?" In the living room, Wan Xiaoxiao sat on the sofa with her head down, even appearing somewhat timid. Jiang Junyi stood before her and said, "You, a grown person, don't know to knock before entering. Have you no manners? Does your sister need some privacy?" Such behavior is an invasion of personal privacy, a serious issue. Spittle flew as Wan Xiaoxiao kept her head down and scratched her cheek. "I didn't mean to. It was really noisy last night." After she had just pushed open the door and screamed before she could react, Jiang Junyi turned the accusing finger preemptively, standing on the moral high ground to interrogate her. Sure enough, with her small brain capacity, she was successfully led astray. Jiang Junyi coughed twice and said, "Don't let it happen again, understand?" "Oh." Then Jiang Junyi pushed Wan Qingwen toward the study. Wan Qingwen whispered, "Is this really okay?" "Don't worry, Xiaoxiao's brain isn't that sharp." Jiang Junyi leaned down and whispered in Wan Qingwen's ear, "Don't say that about Xiaoxiao." Wan Qingwen chided, "I remember you once said she was quite clever." Occasionally. Wan Xiaoxiao watched the two return to the study and gradually felt something was off. "Hey, shouldn't we be discussing what they were doing in the room? Why has it turned into a denunciation meeting against me? But not knocking does seem a bit problematic." Thinking this, Wan Xiaoxiao got up and returned to her room, putting aside the facts. What were they actually doing? She couldn't figure it out. Her little head didn't understand matters between adults. In the study, Jiang Junyi was discussing serious business with Wan Qingwen. He'll go with you to Jiangyan Tower today. Jiang Junyi held Wan Qingwen's small hand. The Su family is in dire straits right now. We can seize this opportunity to take their stronghold. I've made my notes, Wan Qingwen replied. Through their contact, Jiang Junyi could sense Wan Qingwen's nervousness. After all, this was her first time handling such a large business. Don't feel pressure to my Jiang family, doesn't need the Su group. Jiang Junyi spoke softly, trying to ease her tension. No, that won't do. I must take it down. Wan Qingwen clenched her fist with determination. This time was not only a training for herself, but also to show the world that a disabled person can still achieve things. Indeed, Jiang Junyi had already laid all the groundwork. However, the final outcome required Wan Qingwen to achieve it herself. The business world is like a battlefield whose comebacks against the odds are common. In that case, let's prepare the evening gown for tonight. Jiang Junyi leaned closer to Wan Qingwen. How about I help you change clothes? Also, no. Wan Qingwen lost in thought subconsciously agreed, but immediately realized what Jiang Junyi had said. Our husband and wife now, changing clothes is perfectly normal. Jiang Junyi coaxed her. Look, we've already done that kind of thing in bed. This is nothing. What kind of thing? Wan Qingwen's cheeks flushed instantly. We are innocent. Oh, really? Who secretly? Wan Qingwen grabbed Jiang Junyi's collar, her face full of shame and redness. No. Stop it. All right. Let's take a step back. How about I pick clothes for you? That should be okay. Jiang Junyi smiled. Wan Qingwen thought for a moment, or just picking clothes seemed harmless. That can be arranged, she nodded. Jiang Junyi took out his phone and dialed, Uncle Wu, prepare the evening gowns for tonight, couple style. Wan Qingwen heard his request, and her cheeks flushed slightly again, couple stuff. Before long, Uncle Wu brought 2 racks of clothes and sent them into the dressing room of Wan Qingwen's room. Suddenly Wan Qingwen spoke up. Junyi, why do I feel my room is a bit different? Through her vague perception, she realized the layout of her room had changed quite a bit. Jiang Junyi raised an eyebrow. He had expected it would take her some time to discover this, but she was faster than he thought. I've made some arrangements in your room. Arrangements? Wan Qingwen was a bit confused. Oh, when did that happen? Jiang Junyi pushed her for a small tour of the room. I had your room redecorated. The overall tone is a soft pink, not too sweet, while maintaining a youthful vitality. He led Wan Qingwen to the floating swing chair. Before she could say anything, he lifted her onto the swing and sat beside her. Jiang Junyi gently swayed. This is a floating swing chair. When you're bored or troubled, I can bring you here to swing a bit. The swing swayed gently, the rippling breeze mixed with his love softly caressing Wan Qingwen's face. Wan Qingwen was silent for a moment. She roughly knew what her room had looked like before. Nothing but black, white, and gray, lifeless and dull. A girlish room was a luxury for her. Since she couldn't see, it was unnecessary. But someone who loves you will always think of giving you everything good, whether necessary, wasteful, or meaningful. These things were not within the scope of consideration. It was simply because I love you that I want to give you the best within my reach. Across from this swing chair is the photo wall. We can hang all our loving memories there. Jiang Junyi chuckled. Wan Qingwen slowly leaned on Jiang Junyi's shoulder and whispered, thank you, Junyi. An emotion called happiness stimulated her tear ducts as crystalline drops slid down from the corners of her eyes. In her dark and sunless life, no one cared about what she wanted. Over time, she subconsciously chose to ignore herself. When you can see in the future, you'll find that the photo wall is filled with us. Jiang Junyi's eyes sparkled. Us? Huh. Wan Qingwen smiled softly. Yes, from now on it was us. In high spirits, Jiang Junyi gradually felt his shoulder getting damp. He turned his head to see tears streaming down Wan Qingwen's face. He wiped her face and said softly, why are you crying? It must be because you're too happy, right? Wan Qingwen playfully punched Jiang Junyi. Humph. Not denying men affirmation. I hear a little pig grunting. You're the one. Hey, I didn't say who it was. You. He. After some joking around, Wan Qingwen's mood recovered quite a bit. Come. Jiang Junyi stood up, made a gentlemanly bow, and placed his hand on Wan Qingwen's knee. Dear beautiful lady, may I invite you to join me for dinner? Wan Qingwen smiled a smile that could topple cities. It is my honor. That night in the heart of Jiang City, the Jiangyan Tower stood. Rays of light streamed through its glass curtain walls, making it resemble a crystal palace. The main entrance featured a broad curved driveway paved with dark marble. On both sides, meticulously trimmed bamboo groves and flowing water landscapes added an oriental elegance. At the entrance hung crimson lanterns with the 3 characters Jiangyan Tower embroidered in golden thread, radiating a warm and dignified glow in the night. Just then a luxury car slowly drove into the driveway and came to a stop at the door. Uncle Wu got out and opened the passenger door. Dressed in a black suit with sword-like brows and starry eyes, Jiang Junyi made his entrance. He stood in the twilight, his figure as sharp as a blade. A cold glint occasionally flickered from his cuffs, the obsidian silver cufflinks flashing and disappearing with his wrist movements. The rear door opened, and a small metal ramp slowly descended. This had been specially custom-ordered by Uncle Wu from Baiting for the convenience of the young mistress' travels. Wan Qingwen rotated her wheelchair and smoothly reached the ground. At that moment her breathtaking beauty and aloof noble temperament fully bloomed in the night. A dark night blue gown flowed like a galaxy of stars complementing Jiang Junyi's black suit. The hem was adorned with delicate silver thread embroidery that under the night breeze resembled moonlight dancing on the deep sea. 2 small diamond earrings at her ears added a touch of luxury and elegance. The simple silver bracelet on her wrist echoed the cold gleam of Jiang Junyi's cufflinks silently, proclaiming their relationship. The concierge in front of Jiangyan Tower stood frozen, forgetting that he should be parking the car. Jiang Junyi walked behind Wan Qingwen and said with a soft laugh, "That doorman is completely charmed by you." Huh. Wan Qingwen was slightly bewildered, not knowing how she appeared. "It's because you're so beautiful." Jiang Junyi chuckled twice. Wan Qingwen's cheeks flushed slightly. "This is a public place. Let's go inside." Jiang Junyi pushed her wheelchair slowly into Jiangyan Tower, entering the banquet hall. The hall was about 10 meters high with dozens of crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. The light refracted through layers of crystal, casting a dazzling star-like glow. The walls were covered with ivory white silk wallpaper embellished with gilded carvings. Hanging on the walls were ink wash paintings depicting the misty beauty of Jiangmen's reign. In the center was an extra-long banquet table seating 30 set with gilded bone china and crystal wine glasses, every piece sparkling under the lights. On one side of the hall was a full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows outside which the lights were dim and scattered. On the other side was a slowly flowing water curtain wall, its murmuring sound adding a touch of liveliness and zen to the banquet. The entire ballroom was filled with a faint scent of sandalwood and flowers, echoing with the melodious concerto of guzheng and piano, solemn and elegant. As the two entered, many gazes fell upon them, most filled with admiration. Wan Qingwen's hands resting on her lap slightly tightened. She feared whether her appearance would embarrass Jiang Junyi. "Relax, it's fine." Jiang Junyi noticed this and said softly, Hearing his voice, Wan Qingwen felt a little more at ease. Those who could come here were not foolish people. They would not say anything about her disability. They understood the principle that trouble comes from the mouth. Moreover, someone so young who could attend such an occasion was certainly no ordinary person. Only if one's brain was fried would they spout a few words to show off. Jiang Junyi swept his gaze around and chose a relatively inconspicuous spot, mainly because there were some desserts placed nearby. "Come on, have a bite." He picked up a small cake and brought it to her lips. Open wide, Wan Qingwen felt a bit helpless. She was already nervous to death, yet Jiang Junyi was still thinking about feeding her cake. "Let me do it myself," she whispered softly. "There must be many people in the banquet hall. How embarrassing." "Woo, Qingwen baby is rejecting me," Jiang Junyi said with a pitiful expression. "Oh, it's not. You. Sigh. Eat. Wan Qingwen said helplessly. Hee. Wan Qingwen nibbled the cake with utmost elegance. It was obvious she still had some baggage. 1900 tap tap tap. The crisp sound of high heels came and a gorgeous figure in a fiery red gown stepped onto the stage. It was Su Ling. She showed no stage fright and addressed the audience gracefully. "Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, everyone. Tonight we gather at Jiangyan Tower for this grand occasion. On this beautiful evening, on behalf of the Su Group, I extend the warmest welcome and most sincere thanks to all the distinguished guests." Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, giving full respect. "It's starting," he said. Jiang Junyi stood beside Wan Qingwen looking at Su Ling on stage. "For this banquet, I sincerely thank the Jiang family for giving the Su Group such an opportunity. Next, let's welcome Miss Wan," with the warmest applause. Another round of applause. The curious guests looked around wondering who this Miss Wan was. How could she represent the Jiang family in cooperation with the Su Group? Going, Wan Qingwen said softly to Jiang Junyi. "Go ahead." Jiang Junyi stroked her hair encouragingly. Wan Qingwen took a deep breath, turned her wheelchair, and approached the stage. She had insisted on facing Su Ling alone, without Jiang Junyi's company. Jiang Junyi looked at Wan Qingwen's upright posture, and sighed with emotion, feeling as if his own daughter had grown up. The entire room focused on Wan Qingwen, and when they saw that she was a young woman with a disability, everyone showed expressions of disbelief. Not only the other guests, but even Su Ling was astonished. Uncle Wu appeared at the right moment, helping the young mistress up onto the stage, then quickly exited and came to Jiang Junyi's side. "Miss Su, hello." Wan Qingwen spoke, her tone neither fast nor slow, but confident and forceful. "It's her." Su Ling was surprised that this was the person she had met at Jiangqing Park that day. "Miss Wan, hello. Thank you for taking the time to attend this banquet and for your trust in the Su Group." Seeing that she was also a woman, Su Ling's tone softened. The reputation and credibility of the Su Group are evident in all industries. I believe this will be a right decision, Wan Qingwen said gracefully. Offstage, Jiang Junyi frantically tugged at Uncle Wu's sleeve, looking excited. Wow, Uncle Wu, did you see that? Qingyun is so cool, so impressive. Uncle Wu seemed rooted to the ground, allowing his upper body to sway while his lower body remained steady. I saw it, young master. The young mistress is a woman who outshines men. I also love the rigorous and serious Qingyun in work mode. Young master, your drool is coming out. Wipe it. Oh, sorry. At this moment, Su Ling was very nervous inside. She had never expected Wan Qingwen to be blind, so naturally the contract signing could not be done on stage. Su Ling praised Wan Qingwen lavishly on stage. Wan Qingwen's mind worked quickly, guessing the meaning behind Su Ling's actions. Stabilize her, then exchange the documents. Wan Qingwen's failure to disclose her blindness was also a calculated move. Most importantly, the Su Group's new product had issues. Su Ling must be eager to finalize the cooperation quickly so she could gradually sort things out. Wan Qingwen would not give her such an opportunity. The pressure must be kept high. She smiled slightly. Miss Su, can you demonstrate the Su Group's new product? Su Ling felt a jolt in her heart as she gazed at the smiling Wan Qingwen. This was no easy prey. Through that smile, Su Ling seemed to glimpse the hidden blade behind it. She forced a strained smile and said this. This is only natural. In truth, their new product had not yet been manufactured. The raw materials had only arrived today, and before they could even be processed, the banquet had commenced. Based on her previous pleasant exchanges with Wan Qingwen, Su Ling had decided to take a gamble and quickly secure the partnership. However, Wan Qingwen's current actions precisely indicated that she had some inside information. Su Ling approached Wan Qingwen, leaned in, and whispered, Miss Wan, would you mind waiting offstage for a moment? They'll have someone prepare it right away. Wan Qingwen smiled. Of course I can wait, but Miss Su should be quick or else people might think the Su family is trying to get something for nothing. Su Ling forced a smile. How could that be? Wan Qingwen waved her hand, exuding an authoritative aura. Uncle Wu was about to step forward when Jiang Junyi grabbed him and said, let me. He bounded up to the stage with excitement, thrilled by Wan Qingwen's domineering side. Jiang Junyi jogged onto the stage, helped Wan Qingwen down, and guided her back to her previous seat. As they walked, he whispered in her ear, I never realized my Qingwen could be so cool. Feeling the warmth of his breath, Wan Qingwen's lips curled into a smile. Is that so? Of course, so cool it's off the charts. I wanted to scream out loud from the audience like ah. Like that, Jiang Junyi exaggerated. Stop exaggerating. Wan Qingwen said, her cheeks turning slightly red, a stark contrast to her demeanor on stage. From a distance, Uncle Wu discreetly took out his phone and captured a photo of Jiang Junyi whispering with his head down, both of them beaming. He turned around and quickly jotted down in his notebook, Wu. I never expected the young mistress to be so formidable. The young master has truly struck gold. They are a match made in heaven. The scene is utterly beautiful. Earlier, I actually wanted the young master to break off the engagement. I deserve to die 1000. By the time Jiang Junyi returned with Wan Qingwen, Uncle Wu had finished everything, his expression composed. Just then a man in luxurious attire and graceful demeanor approached Wan Qingwen. Miss Wan, I wonder if I might have the honor. No. Wan Qingwen cut him off coldly before he could finish. The man stood awkwardly. Just a simple chat. No chat. Jiang Junyi held back his laughter, secretly delighted. This is my wife. Keep your distance. Trying to hit on her. Impossible. The man slunk away, having seen Wan Qingwen's gentle demeanor on stage, and thought he had a chance, only to find her so aloof off stage. Qingwen, that guy seemed pretty good-looking, and his family seems to have some influence. Why didn't you chat with him? Jiang Junyi was now playing dumb. Wan Qingwen found it amusing. She could see through Jiang Junyi's little tricks in an instant. This man was sometimes like a child who needed to be coaxed occasionally. But she didn't dislike it. In fact, she quite liked it. Come closer. Jiang Junyi leaned in, feeling Wan Qingwen's breath like orchid fragrance. Because I only love you. You're so annoying. Jiang Junyi straightened up, his face beaming with joy, his body swaying uncontrollably. Wan Qingwen smiled helplessly. This was exactly what he wanted. Uncle Wu, seemingly expressionless, was actually pursing his lips tightly and clenching his hands behind his back. Soon Su Ling hurried over, carrying a thin briefcase, followed by Lin Xiu. I'm sorry, Miss Wan. Please take a look at this document. Su Ling was slightly out of breath, with a few beads of sweat on her forehead. Jiang Junyi's eyes turned cold when he saw Lin Xiu. What is this guy doing here? And this is... Jiang Junyi paused. Miss Su's male companion. Su Ling was startled, recognizing the man from that day, and quickly explained, No. He's my bodyguard. Jiang Junyi gave a half smile. Bodyguard? Is Miss Su implying that this place isn't safe? No. Su Ling had a headache. She had only asked Lin Xiu to exchange a braille contract, but after hearing that, Lin Xiu insisted on following her, claiming it was for protection. But what kind of protection was needed at an occasion like this? Miss Su must have misspoken. He's an assistant, right? Wan Qingwen stepped in to ease the tension. Yes, I was in a hurry. This is my assistant, Su Ling said with relief. But unexpectedly Lin Xiu sneered. What business is it of a servant to meddle so much? Su Ling looked at Lin Xiu in horror. Do you even know who you're talking to? Jiang Junyi chuckled lightly, and was about to speak, when Wan Qingwen cut in coldly. If the members of Miss Su's company are all like this, then I see no need for cooperation. Junyi, let's go. Jiang Junyi folded his arms, wearing a smug grin, like a triumphant general. See, this is my wife. All right. They turned around. Su Ling was frantic. Wait, Miss Wan. She turned to Lin Xiu, gritting her teeth. Lin Xiu, apologize. Lin Xiu's eyes turned cold. Ha, apologize. Wife, you don't have to beg them like this. I can easily find you such a project. Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen turned around again, both folding their arms and settling into spectator mode. Wife. Su Ling felt like she was going crazy. Why on earth did her family have to be engaged to a fool like this? She took a deep breath. They'll say it one more time, Lin Xiu. Apologize to Miss Wan. And I am not your wife, so stop calling me that. Lin Xiu's face darkened. The engagement contract is clear in black and white, it's not false. Besides, she asked you to showcase the product on stage precisely because she knew something and was trying to make things difficult for you. Such a malicious person, and you want me to apologize to her? Su Ling's expression was complicated. Did she need him to tell her that? Wasn't that just standard business tactics? Wan Qingwen beckoned Uncle Wu and said in a low voice, Uncle Wu, please clear the venue. She sensed from Su Ling's tone that she was on the verge of breaking down, and the following scene might not be pleasant. Uncle Wu bowed slightly. Yes, young mistress. Su Ling's voice trembled. Lin Xiu, do you really refuse to apologize? Lin Xiu, thinking that Su Ling agreed with his reasoning, lit up. Of course. Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen looked around. The guests inside were rapidly leaving. They saw Uncle Wu walk up to a group of people, flash something, and the guests, all shocked, quickly evacuated. Soon the only sound left in the venue was the music. Uncle Wu appeared beside Wan Qingwen like a ghost. Young mistress, the place is cleared. Jiang Junyi was startled. Whoa, so fast. I dare not dawdle, Uncle Wu said calmly. In truth, who doesn't love a bit of gossip? Su Ling's chest heaved. Lin Xiu, I am now officially informing you are relieved of all your duties at the Su Corporation, and I will not go through with the engagement. You. Give up that hope. Lin Xiu looked bewildered. What did you say? Didn't you hear me? I mean, get out of my sight. Su Ling shouted emotionally, her eyes glistening with tears. The project with the Jiang family was something she had worked so hard for so long, yet it seemed utterly worthless in Lin Xiu's eyes. Su Ling didn't care about Lin Xiu's hidden identity or any remarkable qualities, and no one could trample on her efforts like that. Lin Xiu took 2 steps back, his face pale. Jiang Junyi, Wan Qingwen, and Uncle Wu all covered their mouths with their hands in feigned surprise. Wow, this is quite explosive. Lin Xiu's face trembled, a twisted sneer forming as he growled, Su Ling, are you truly so heartless? Su Ling laughed bitterly in return. Heartless? You are arrogant and reckless, holding nothing in regard. I just can't fathom what gives you such audacity. Lin Xiu's chest heaved violently. Fine. I shall tell you now I am. Enough, Su Ling cut him off. I do not wish to know who you are nor who stands behind you. Now get out of my sight this instant. I want nothing more to do with you. Lin Xiu pointed at Su Ling. You will regret your mother. Jiang Junyi stepped forward and kicked Lin Xiu to the ground, his face full of disdain. Had it not been for Wan Qingwen tugging at him earlier and murmuring that she found Lin Xiu tiresome, he would have deemed the act too filthy for his feet. Lin Xiu's visage twisted with fury. You dare kick me? So what? Jiang Junyi delivered another kick, sending Lin Xiu staggering. He knew well that Lin Xiu's strength was barely a tenth of its former self. Do you know? Slap. Jiang Junyi backhanded him across the face. I don't know. I. Slap. What on? You. Slap. What about me? Every kick and slap from Jiang Junyi was laden with force. Lin Xiu's cheeks were now swollen like a pig's head. You wait. Lin Xiu hissed venomously. Get lost. Jiang Junyi feigned another kick and Lin Xiu cowered before scurrying away. Uncle Wu. Jiang Junyi extended his hand, and a pristine handkerchief was placed into it. He wiped his hands, then cast the handkerchief aside. It was soiled, no longer fit for use. As Lin Xiu departed, Su Ling seemed to lose all strength, collapsing to the ground. Tears as large as beans streamed down her face, splashing onto the floor. She bowed her head, sobbing softly, yet still managed to explain to Wan Qingwen, I'm sorry, Miss Wan, for making you witness this embarrassment. The new product did have some issues. No finished samples yet. Wan Qingwen wheeled herself closer to Su Ling and said softly, I understand. I apologize. This collaboration. We'll have to. Su Ling clenched her fists, overcome with reluctance. She had truly tried so hard for so long. That Lin Xiao, I detest him utterly. If you can guarantee that from now on you will sever all ties with him, then the collaboration can continue. But the profit split changes from 40-60 to 30-70. Wan Qingwen made a gesture then glanced at Jiang Junyi, as if asking, is this acceptable? Jiang Junyi gave a faint smile, it's your decision. Su Ling lifted her head, face streaked with tears. Really? I mean what I say? Wan Qingwen nodded in affirmation. Yet unexpectedly, Su Ling threw herself into Wan Qingwen's arms, wailing loudly, thank you. Thank you. Hey, what are you doing? Jiang Junyi's eyes widened. That is my exclusive spot. He was about to flare up when he felt a small, cool hand take his and gently sway. He looked at Wan Qingwen and saw her making a pleading little expression. Humph. Jiang Junyi relented, barely restraining himself from settling scores with Su Ling. Ding, this system is gratified to witness the host's growing affection with his pure love target. Special notice, accumulated pure love value has reached 20000. System upgrade imminent. Stay tuned. A sudden system voice rang in Jiang Junyi's mind, startling him. Damn, that dead system hadn't shown up for a while. He'd nearly forgotten its existence. 200 pure love value. Should get me quite a few good things right. Ding, bonus information, Lin Xiao may be killed. Whoa, scared the hell out of me. Jiang Junyi jolted. Now that's good news. He gazed out the window at the city lights, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The wind had risen, and it was time for Lin Xiao to go bankrupt, no to die? And thus the banquet at Jiangyan Tower ended on a slightly dramatic, yet somewhat harmonious note. Back home, Wan Qingwen finally relaxed. She looked at Jiang Junyi, I want to go to the swing. She didn't even notice the pleading tone in her voice, which made Jiang Junyi's heart melt in an instant. All right. Jiang Junyi cheerfully scooped Wan Qingwen into his arms. Her delicate figure and fragrant scent filled his senses. I meant for you to push me there. Even though it was routine, Wan Qingwen still felt shy. Oh, did I misunderstand? Jiang Junyi sauntered toward the swing. You misunderstood my ass. I'm too lazy to even scold you. Wan Qingwen sighed softly. Reaching the swing, Jiang Junyi plopped down onto it, but didn't let go. Hey, put me down. No, I'm going to hold you. Wan Qingwen, Su Ling hugged you for so long. I need to get that time back. Do you have to compete over this? Wan Qingwen couldn't help but laugh. Of course. She got such a huge advantage. Jiang Junyi grumbled indignantly. Wan Qingwen pinched Jiang Junyi's nose. I didn't expect you to be so possessive. I wish to possess every inch of you. Your eyes and heart shall hold only me, Jiang Junyi whispered darkly into her ear. Two rosy blushes crept onto Wan Qingwen's cheeks. She leaned gently against Jiang Junyi's chest and murmured, they already do. The swing swayed quietly. Their embracing silhouettes rocked softly. By the way, want to go out tomorrow? Can I have plans? What? Jiang Junyi left the Wan residence in a state of dazed bewilderment. Even after lying on his own bed, he remained utterly confounded. An appointment? What did that mean? How could he not know whom Wan Qingwen had befriended? What's more, Wan Qingwen looked embarrassed and refused to tell him who it was. The only certainty was that it wasn't a man. So which enchantress had lured away his Qingwen? Jiang Junyi's thoughts fluctuated wildly. It's okay, it must be a member of the Black Palace. It's only reasonable for an employee to want to communicate with the boss. So Jiang Junyi consoled himself, pulled up the covers, buried his head, and prepared to sleep. It's only one day, no big deal. No, just who the hell was it? Jiang Junyi abruptly threw off the covers, his eyes bloodshot. He swiftly dressed, dialed Uncle Wu's number, and said, Uncle Wu, disguise yourself, and come with me. Ah, very well, young master. Soon after Uncle Wu pulled up downstairs, Jiang Junyi bustled into the car, wearing a baseball cap, large sunglasses, and a thick coat. As soon as he sat down, he asked, well, like this Qingwen shouldn't notice, right? Uncle Wu sighed. Young master, the young madam can't see. Oh right, what if the one who invited her can see? Jiang Junyi pondered. That makes sense too. Better be cautious. Jiang Junyi looked serious, then noticed the health tea beside Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu, you've reached the age for health maintenance too, huh? Uncle Wu glanced at his young master. Yes, gotta take care of myself. Jiang Junyi patted Uncle Wu's shoulder. See, I've told you before, at your age you need to watch these things, especially not staying up late. Uncle Wu was pained. Young master, do you even hear the nonsense you're saying? Who do I stay up late for? So hard to guess. The car started slowly. Uncle Wu nodded and responded, yes, young master is right. Soon under the hazy night the car stopped about 100 meters from the Wan residence. Jiang Junyi sneaked toward the Wan residence, looking left and right, and chose a hidden thicket. The view was excellent, with a full panorama of the main gate. Holding two small twigs, he squatted quietly in the brush, utterly still. To his right was Uncle Wu, maintaining the same posture. Young master, are we really going to squat here for a few hours? Uncle Wu whispered. Can't miss any details.
Young master, I need to take the second young lady to school. By now Jiang Junyi had faint dark circles under his eyes. Alright, go ahead. I'll hold this position. Uncle Wu left the thicket, drove to the gate, and waited for Wan Xiaoxiao to appear. Soon Jiang Junyi saw Wan Xiaoxiao walk out half asleep and dazed. Clearly also someone who hadn't woken up yet. After Uncle Wu left the gate, returned to calm. Given Qingjian's personality, she wouldn't schedule a meeting too late. Jiang Junyi muttered softly in the thicket, she should be coming soon. Just then a burly man to Jiang Junyi's left appeared leisurely holding 2 small twigs. Young master is right. On the right a well-built young man also stuck out his head with 2 small twigs. Young master, no. One is right. Finally a wiry little guy poked out from beneath Jiang Junyi, still holding 2 small twigs as he lay in the grass. Young master, no. 1 and no. 2 are right. Jiang Junyi glanced expressionlessly at the 3 surrounding him. What are you doing here? No. 1. I was worried young master might encounter villains, so I came to protect you. No. 2. I was afraid young master would get bitten by mosquitoes, so I came to repel insects. As he said this he produced insecticide. No. 3. I feared young master's legs would go numb from squatting too long, so I came to be a cushion. This one even pulled out a cushion and placed it on his back. TCH. Jiang Junyi clicked his tongue. You could scold them. Their loyalty was evident, but if you didn't, what a bizarre train of thought. Eventually, Jiang Junyi sighed. Oh well, at least being alone was boring anyway. Hey, what are your real names? Jiang Junyi thought of this question. They had always been addressed by numbers. Hao, Hao, San Hao. Jiang Junyi put down the twigs, wiped his face, and rolled up his sleeves. Come on, speak straight. Really? After an explanation, Jiang Junyi felt his CPU was about to burn out from the 3. It really was their damn name. Jiang Junyi looked complex. What's your surname? Jiang, the 3 said in unison. Jiang Junyi raised an eyebrow. Oh, Aunt Zhao gave us the surname, no. 2 said. Oh, Jiang Junyi suddenly understood. So it was Aunt Zhao? That made sense. He seemed to have heard of such a thing, but hadn't looked into it carefully. Young master, it's better to just call us by numbers, it's convenient, no? 1 scratched his head. Jiang Junyi would do that even without being told. No difference at all. This banter brought the time to 7:30. A bright orange sports car slowly approached. Here it comes. Let me see who it is. Jiang Junyi's eyes bulged, determined to identify the visitor. Young master, won't wearing sunglasses make it hard to see? No. 3 timely reminded. Makes sense. Jiang Junyi took off his sunglasses and handed them to No. 3, then carefully observed the gate. He saw a graceful figure in a white dress alight from the car. Holy shit, Su Ling! Jiang Junyi exclaimed in a low voice. This one was indeed a dangerous character, wasn't she? She couldn't possibly have a thing for Qingyun, could she? After a while Wan Qingwen appeared in a black dress, wheeling herself, and the 2 were chatting and laughing. Snap! Jiang Junyi snapped the twig in his hand, grinding his teeth. Young master, a twig. No. 1 handed Jiang Junyi a small twig again. Oh thanks. Jiang Junyi took the twig and continued glaring at the gate, grinding his teeth. Wan Qingwen wheeled to the passenger door. Jiang Junyi saw Su Ling seemingly saying something, her expression somewhat worried. Qingyan, how about I help you? No. 3 enunciated word by word. Jiang Junyi looked at No. 3 in shock. You can read lips? Piece of cake, No. 3 smirked proudly. At this moment Jiang Junyi's feelings were complex. He knew it was hard for Wan Qingwen to get into the car, which meant Su Ling would have to lift her up. But in reality Wan Qingwen smiled and waved her hand. She opened the car door and, relying on herself, shifted her body into the seat. Su Ling then placed the wheelchair in the trunk. Jiang Junyi covered his mouth, his eyes full of emotion. She really. I could cry. Whoa. Young master, the young madam is really too good. The 1, 9 meter tall No. 1 was now crying profusely. No. 2 tried hard to purse his lips, his eyes brimming with tears. The young madam. Truly the young madam. No. 3 lay on the ground, his shoulders heaving, actually sobbing uncontrollably. Jiang Junyi looked bewildered. Wait. You guys. Your emotional support, is that on point? Isn't that a bit over the top? Jiang Junyi said faintly. The 3 were taken aback, then all scratched their heads. Really? No. 1 puzzled. It's not that bad, the young madam really is wonderful. No. 2 withdrew his tears. Yeah, no. 3 turned back to look at Jiang Junyi, extremely wonderful. Jiang Junyi smiled helplessly, but inwardly he was extremely gratified. The 3's praise of Wan Qingwen filled him with pride. After Su Ling left with Wan Qingwen, Jiang Junyi stood up and instructed the 3. Let's go get back to what you were doing. Yes, young master. Swish swish. From a small thicket, 4 people emerged. An elderly man taking a stroll happened to witness this scene. Holy crap, these youngsters. Jiang Junyi walked along the path when a thought suddenly struck him. Where is Uncle Wu? Young master, traffic jam. Just as he thought of it, a message from Uncle Wu arrived. Jiang Junyi pondered for a moment, then replied, it's fine, Uncle Wu.
Go back and rest. I'll wander around on my own. After a moment, very well, young master. Reassured that Uncle Wu was fine, Jiang Junyi hailed a taxi and headed to the Xingluo orphanage, for he needed to discuss matters concerning Lin Xiao. At a certain table in the Xingluo orphanage, the atmosphere was rather heavy. Wang Hao pressed his hands together, resting his chin on them, his expression stern. Opposite him sat Feng Lulu and Liang Qiqi. Tell me, why isn't Virgo talking to me? Wang Hao muttered, casting a glance at Virgo, who was quietly cleaning up on the other side. Her entire demeanor exuded the vibe of Wang Hao, get lost. Feng Lulu stroked his chin. Ah, this is a brand new situation you've never encountered before. Liang Qiqi blinked her big limpid eyes. Brother, how usually we use a word to describe this kind of situation. Huh? Wang Hao looked bewildered. Feng Lulu and Liang Qiqi exchanged a knowing smile. An iron tree blooms. Wang Hao frowned slightly. What does that mean? The two snickered. Feng Lulu lowered his voice. It means you're about to fall in love. Wang Hao was taken aback. His face, usually known for its toughness, visibly flushed, and his voice rose. Double it, what nonsense. Talking rubbish. Whoosh. Smack. An aluminum can traced a graceful arc and landed on Wang Hao's head. Keep it down. Virgo snapped. Throw the can away later. Oh. Wang Hao picked up the can, his voice instantly subdued. Did you not eat? I can't hear you. Yes. Wang Hao sneaked a glance at Virgo, who was still cleaning, and whispered to Feng Lulu and Liang Qiqi, don't say that. If Virgo finds out you're gossiping about this, I'm doomed. The three of them huddled together, exchanging furtive words. Brother Hao, you need to test the waters with her, Liang Qiqi whispered. Exactly. Aren't you the offensive type? Go on the offensive. Attack Sister Virgo. Feng Lulu urged. Tisk, hold on. Attack what? I don't have that intention. Wang Hao's ears turned red as he explained. Oh, really? A magnetic voice sounded. Really not. The three froze. Who was speaking? They turned their heads and saw a shadow looming over them. Whoa. Feng Lulu and Liang Qiqi were startled. Shadow, what are you doing here? Liang Qiqi asked curiously. Feng Lulu frowned. Did something happen? He guessed that Shadow's arrival might signal something major. Oh, nothing. I was just bored and came to hang out. Jiang Junyi waved his hand. Go on, I'll sit in and give you my 2 cents. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief and exchanged glances. Well, since Shadow already heard, it's fine. Jiang Junyi nodded eagerly. This topic really piqued his interest. Wang Hao, who had been single for eons, had actually developed a crush on someone. Shadow, you. Why are you butting in? Wang Hao muttered. Back to the topic. Not even a little bit of interest. Jiang Junyi teased. No, really not. Liang Qiqi pressed. No, really. Feng Lulu adjusted his glasses. No, not even a teeny-weeny bit. Jiang Junyi leaned in. Wang Hao was silent for a moment. A tiny bit. Smack. All three clapped their hands simultaneously. Case closed. There was definitely more than a tiny bit. Jiang Junyi stroked his chin. Well, the iron tree was actually blooming. Shadow, what do you think he should do? The situation is a bit tricky. Feng Lulu asked. Jiang Junyi folded his arms. You've come to the right person. Come here. Jiang Junyi beckoned. The 3 and 4 heads huddled together. Rather than a grand confession, Virgo prefers having her preferences quietly remembered. Jiang Junyi said with an air of authority. He looked at Wang Hao. Do you know what Virgo likes? Wang Hao scratched his cheek. Guns, individually wrapped nuts, cocktails with an even layer of condensation on a classic glass, modular storage tools, puzzle books, charts of obscure knowledge, and beautiful coins. Jiang Junyi, Feng Lulu, and Liang Qiqi were all dumbfounded. And you say you don't like her? Ahem. I think you should start with the first step, find out Virgo's real name, Jiang Junyi suggested. If Virgo was willing to tell him her real name, then there was definitely hope. Is that so? Wang Hao furrowed his brow. I agree, but I suggest you bring a gift. Feng Lulu pushed up his glasses. Yeah, me too. Liang Qiqi raised her hand. Remember, apologize first, then give the gift together. Take it slow, Jiang Junyi instructed. Wang Hao looked thoughtful, then trotted back upstairs to his room. Feng Lulu also dashed to the bar. I'll mix the drinks. Liang Qiqi giggled and ran along. I'll grab the snacks. Jiang Junyi scratched his head. Then I'll hold down the fort here. Soon 3 cocktails and large bags of snacks were laid out on the table. The 3 sat side by side, their gazes fixed on the other side. At that moment, Wang Hao returned something clutched in his hand and walked up to Virgo. Virgo, who was cleaning, spotted a pair of shoes in her field of vision. She looked up and said coldly, "Move, you're in the way." Wang Hao took a moment to compose himself. "I'm sorry. I was wrong." "Oh." Virgo stood up, put away the broom, and folded her arms with a sneer. "What were you wrong about?" "Day before yesterday, in the border town of Country M at 3 to 4 p.m. local time, I shouldn't have risked my life to blow up the armored vehicle." Wang Hao recounted the exact time, place, and reason for his mistake. Virgo's expression softened a little. "You know it's wrong now. Where were you when it happened?" Wang Hao was silent for a moment. "I wanted to ensure your safety."
Virgo was slightly taken aback. The three in the distance were already screaming silently. Jiang Junyi covered his mouth with his hand, his expression vivid. Wow, he's actually good at this. Liu Lulu. Brother Hao is hiding his talents. Liang Qiqi excitedly tugged at Feng Liulia's sleeve. Feng Lulu kept pushing up his glasses. I never would have guessed, never would have guessed. He's actually got moves. Virgo subtly turned her head, the tips of her ears burning. I was safe at that time. Here, this is for you. Wang Hao opened his palm to reveal an exquisite coin. Virgo glanced at it and was immediately captivated. It was made of a special alloy with a ratio of 7525. Diameter 27 millimeters, perfectly conforming to the golden ratio. The obverse featured a circle divided into 12 equal teeth, each tooth at 15, with no deviation. At the tip of the tooth at the 3 o'clock position, a 0.2 millimeters Virgo symbol was engraved, only visible when the coin reached 37 Celsius. The reverse bore a single sheaf of wheat. Virgo carefully took the coin, running her fingers along its edge, finding it incredibly soothing. The edge consisted of alternating stripes with Morse code indentations spelling out EMC superscript 2. It was a flawless creation. After examining it for a while, Virgo looked at Wang Hao. This for me? Wang Hao nodded yes. In return, may I ask you one question? Virgo spun the coin between her fingers, a faint smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Ask. Your name. Virgo paused, her hand freezing, and turned her head slightly. After a long moment, Virgo, unusually blushing, murmured in a soft voice, My Xiaowen. The trio not far away was already buzzing. Blushing. Her ear tips are red. Jiang Junyi exclaimed in a low voice. There's chemistry. There's chemistry. Liang Qiqi beamed with excitement. For a moment I couldn't tell if he's being sincere or if it's just a tactic. Feng Liulia's lips curved into an exaggerated smile, clearly thrilled as well. Suddenly the petite Leo walked out, yawning, rubbed her eyes, and came before Virgo. She stared intently. Hey, Virgo, your face is so... Slap. In a flash, Virgo covered Leo's mouth tightly, her eyes shimmering with danger. Not at all. MMPH. Leo flailed her hands randomly. Then Virgo shot a fierce glare toward Jiang Junyi. Shoo. The three instantly turned their heads away and pretended to whistle. This cocktail you mixed is really good, Jiang Junyi said with feigned nonchalance. Cough cough, it's my masterpiece. Feng Lulu adjusted his glasses. These snacks are also delicious. My treasured stash. Liang Qiqi nodded like a chick pecking rice. Whooshed. Quick as a flash, Liang Qiqi grabbed Leo by the collar and settled her onto a nearby chair. Leo looked utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Liang Qiqi patted Leo's head. Sister Leo, just enjoy your snacks obediently. Huh? Snacks? Leo grabbed a snack and devoured it, everything that had just happened completely forgotten. That was Leo's virtue, easy to pacify. On the other side, Wang Hao coughed twice. Keep that coin safe. He'll head over first. Okay, you go ahead. I still have work to do. Virgo nodded, her tone noticeably softer. Wang Hao returned to his seat and lowered his head. How was it? Whoosh. 3 thumbs shot up. Awesome. Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. So our relationship should be fine now, right? Jiang Junyi patted Wang Hao's shoulder. Fine. It's extremely freaking good. Phew, as long as we can still be friends, that's enough. Wait, hold on. Jiang Junyi looked at Wang Hao. You just want to be friends with her? Feng Lulu and Liang Qiqi stared at Wang Hao in shock. Bro, how you? Don't have any other thoughts? Liang Qiqi probed cautiously. Wang Hao frowned. What thoughts? Feng Lulu slapped his forehead. You. Hopeless. Jiang Junyi sighed. He'll get you a book later. What book? 3,000 Ways to Understand a Woman's Heart. While the Black Palace Daycare Center was playing out a TV drama, Su Shuang encountered an incident back at Jiangqing One high school. She received a letter that read, I know you've always hated the Su family. I can help you. Come to the Grove during lunch break. Su Shuang's eyes flickered. She had already been reborn. The Su family didn't really matter that much. But what was the intention of the person who delivered this message? She found Virgo's contact information and forwarded the matter. After sending it, Su Shuang looked at Wan Xiao, who was buried in her studies. I just want to protect the warmth I have now. Buzz. Virgo, who was wiping the table, felt her phone vibrate. She finally put down the cloth to check the message. Wow, she's been wiping that table with a smile for an hour. Jiang Junyi leaned close to Wang Hao. Know what that means? Wang Hao thought for a moment. She's very serious and loves cleanliness. You're right. Jiang Junyi's expression was complicated. Go play by yourself. Everyone come here. Su Shuang has encountered something. Virgo called out. Upon hearing this, the Black Palace members straightened up and gathered around Virgo, also seeing the message. Jiang Junyi cracked his knuckles. I actually came to talk about this today. Everyone turned to look at Jiang Junyi. I wanted to say Lin Xiao is killable. Feng Lulu was the first to react. You mean this message came from Lin Xiao? Yes, Su Shuang is an illegitimate daughter and holds some blackmail on the Su Corporation. Lin Xiao's fiancée is Su Ling, and they broke up a couple of days ago. Jiang Junyi shrugged. Leo looked at Jiang Junyi with clear eyes. Wow, Shadow, how do you know so much? I was the one involved. How could I not know? Shadow is everywhere. Jiang Junyi covered his face and said in a deep voice. But Lin Xiao. His personal strength is still formidable, and behind him stands the Dragon King Hall. Virgo frowned. Right now he's only at 10% of his power, utterly washed up. Find the chance, and we can definitely kill him. Jiang Junyi crossed his arms confidently. Wow, Shadow, how do you know that? Liang Qiqi asked in confusion. Come on, I'm the one who beat him up. Didn't you read the operation report? Jiang Junyi's mouth twitched. Oh, Liang Qiqi hugged Leo, and together they had an epiphany. Two idiots. So what do we do? Virgo looked at Jiang Junyi. After the last operation, Shadow had subtly become the Black Palace's operations commander. Jiang Junyi hesitated. Liu draft a complete plan. Have Su Shuang lure Lin Xiao out, and set a dragnet. This time he dies without question. Murderous intent surged in the eyes of every Black Palace member. With that, Jiang Junyi walked toward the door. You guys plan first. He'll go gather intel. In reality, he was going to call in reinforcements, heavy hitters. The group watched Jiang Junyi's figure disappear through the doorway, and shook their heads. Such was Shadow, coming and going without a trace, unfathomable. Wang Hao stared at that back, still lost in thought. White Court Commercial Plaza. Hey, young man, here again. The old man, still in his classic attire, greeted with a beaming smile. Basking in the sun, old man. Jiang Junyi replied with a smile. As one gets older, they tend to enjoy the sunlight, the old man said, fanning himself with a laugh. It wasn't particularly hot, but the elderly seemed to have this habit. Take your time then. I'm off to find Aunt Zhao. Jiang Junyi excused himself and walked into the street. Go on, go on. At the familiar newsstand, Aunt Zhao was cracking sunflower seeds while watching a drama on her phone. Aunt, he called out. Hearing his voice, Aunt Zhao looked up. Oh. What orders does the young master have? Jiang Junyi chuckled. It's like this. After learning the details, Aunt Zhao nodded. All right, go ahead and do it. They'll find you a ruthless person. Thanks, Aunt Zhao. They'll be off then. Go on, go on. With Aunt Zhao's assurance, Jiang Junyi left with a smile. If Aunt Zhao had given the green light, then it would definitely be a ruthless person. When the time came, 6th Master, 7th Master, and the rest would all have to line up and report. A second late, and they'd get a slap. After Jiang Junyi left, Aunt Zhao stretched and walked out of the newsstand, heading toward the entrance. Old man, want to get some exercise? Aunt Zhao kicked the old man's small stool. What's the matter? The old man turned his head to look at Aunt Zhao. Does the young master have orders? We're going after the Dragon King Palace. Aunt Zhao grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds from her pocket, cracking them as she spoke. The Dragon King Palace. Damn, it's those people causing trouble again. The old man cursed as he reached out his hand to catch the sunflower seed shells Aunt Zhao discarded, soon accumulating a thick pile. Hey, could you not spit the shells onto my hand? This is pure land. Do you understand pure land? Aunt Zhao rolled her eyes. Pure land. If you die at the door one day, it'll become black soil. Huh. Well, wait for the young master's orders. Oh. After making arrangements, Jiang Junyi planned to take a taxi to the city center for a stroll. Maybe he could even run into Wan Qingwen. He chuckled at the thought. As for Uncle Wu, Jiang Junyi thought for a moment. Hadn't Uncle Wu taken a break in a long time? How long had it been? 2 years. A pang of guilt arose in Jiang Junyi's heart, so he sent a message. Uncle Wu, take the day off. Really? Instant reply. Really? Young master, are you sure? Sure. Really? Rest assured. All right, young master. On the other end of the phone, Uncle Wu stared blankly and put down his phone. I'm on leave. He gently patted his own face. Not a dream. But after thinking about it, Uncle Wu still dialed a number. I want to be with the young master today. Keep an eye on things. Understood. The young master probably wants to wander around on his own. Get my drift. Got it. Leaving it to you today. Rest assured. Meanwhile, Jiang Junyi had arrived at the city center, the busiest commercial street. Countless shops of all kinds lined the streets. Then he spotted a dessert shop with a long queue outside. Peeking from the side, he saw exquisite little cakes in the display case. There must be something Qingyun would like, right? Thinking this, Jiang Junyi walked to the end of the line. After about half an hour, it was finally his turn. I'll have one. This. Jiang Junyi's words trailed off as he looked up at the burly male server in front of him. The server also looked up at Jiang Junyi. Jiang Junyi's expression grew complicated. You open this place? Haha. I'm not much, but I dabble in some pastry skills, number one said, scratching his head. The burly man, 1.90 meters tall, grinned sheepishly. You guys. Are you really all-rounders? You just finished your stakeout, and now you're opening a shop. Jiang Junyi muttered softly. Number one's expression turned serious, his voice low.
If not for making a living, who would rush about like this? Get lost, Jiang Junyi said impatiently. Making a living. A white court member's monthly salary could match half a year's pay for an ordinary person. Just a little hobby, number one chuckled. Hey, are you buying or not? Someone from the back of the line called out. Sorry. Jiang Junyi turned slightly and raised his hand in apology. Recommend something, he said to number one. Then I suggest this one Black Forest chocolate mousse cake. Number one brought out an exquisite little cake. Let me try one first. Coming right up. Number one packed it up and handed it to Jiang Junyi. Jiang Junyi stood by the small counter and started eating. One bite and his eyes lit up. It was silky smooth with real ingredients. The sweetness was just right. Impressive. 20 minutes later, number one shouted, Ladies and gentlemen, today's cakes are all sold out. Thank you for your support. I didn't get any again. Can't that dog of a shopkeeper make more? Exactly. The crowd grumbled as they dispersed, leaving only Jiang Junyi eating cake on the side. Number one approached, rubbing his hands. Young master, how is it? Jiang Junyi gave a thumbs up, not bad. As the two conversed, a pleasant voice sounded, Qingyun, it seems this shop's cakes are sold out. Jiang Junyi and number one keenly caught the voice, especially the name, Qingyun. Qingyun. Alright, I'll have to come another time. Came Wan Qingwen's voice, clear and cool like a mountain spring. Number one immediately panicked and leaned out. Hey, we do have some. Not sold out at all. Don't go. He was frantic. Number one felt that if the young madam didn't get cake today, he might as well be done for. Su Ling pushed Wan Qingwen's wheelchair to the front. Huh? Shopkeeper, people who just came said you were sold out. Jiang Junyi smiled slightly, glancing at the half-eaten mousse cake in his hand, his third piece. He crouched in front of Wan Qingwen using a deep husky voice. Miss, I still have half a piece here. Care to try? Su Ling's face filled with anger. Are you crazy? Jiang Junyi looked up at Su Ling and snorted coldly. Yes, I've got a disease called ill die if I don't get close to Qingyun for a day. His tone was full of grievance. Su Ling was taken aback. She finally saw Jiang Junyi's face clearly. This was. Wan Qingwen's expression brightened at the sound of his voice, revealing a happy smile. Jiang Junyi had no doubt that if this smile appeared in winter, it would be a warm sun capable of melting any ice and snow. Wan Qingwen gently turned her wheelchair, moving closer to Jiang Junyi. Then, sir, how much is this half a cake? Jiang Junyi grinned. Just one kiss. Wan Qingwen's cheeks flushed with two rosy clouds, and she whispered, It's broad daylight. Doesn't matter, well, just pretend they're not human, Jiang Junyi said softly. He hadn't seen Wan Qingwen in half a day, and now he was desperately lacking Qingyun energy. Then, just a tap. Just one. Wan Qingwen extended her fair, slender index finger. Jiang Junyi took her hand and pressed his cheek against it. Come on. I'm ready. Wan. A light peck, cool and refreshing. They're okay. Wan Qingwen's face grew even redder. To be honest, she had also been lacking some energy after being apart for half a day. While the two were immersed in their own little world, lost in their romantic moment, the other two stood expressionless. Number one, lemon. Su Ling, lemon. So were we just part of your little play? Su Ling was pushed aside by the pink bubbles emanating from the pair and turned to number one. Shopkeeper, I'll take 2 of the signature ones. No need for the signature. I have hidden items. Clatter. 7-inch. Number one brought out 7 distinctively styled small cakes, setting them on the counter. Semi-transparent packaging revealed the cakes exquisite beyond compare. Their quality far surpassed the desserts on display. Su Ling was full of question marks. Why would a shopkeeper hide good items? She couldn't help asking, Shopkeeper, why did you? Qingyun, come here quick. These are little cakes specially made for you. Let me tell you what each one is. Su Ling felt a surge of complex emotions as she watched the affectionate couple beside her. Every woman yearns for an ideal match, a lifelong companion, a life of half-drunkenness and half-wakefulness. But her fiancé was utterly unworthy of the grand stage. Why are you still here? Jiang Junyi looked at Su Ling. Su Ling's blood rushed to her face in an instant. Sorry, I'm leaving right now. Ling, Wan Qingwen called out. It's noon now, and I'm indeed a bit tired. Shall we meet next time? Su Ling's emotions gradually calmed as she listened to Wan Qingwen's gentle voice. She knew Wan Qingwen was genuinely fatigued. Just her willingness to come out had already made Su Ling happy. Even if Jiang Junyi hadn't come, Su Ling would have suggested returning with Wan Qingwen. Alright, next time then. Su Ling took Wan Qingwen's hand and gently swayed it. After Su Ling left, Jiang Junyi leaned close to Wan Qingwen and said sarcastically, Ling, so intimate. What are you doing? Wan Qingwen pinched Jiang Junyi's cheek. Su Ling is actually a good person. Jiang Junyi held Wan Qingwen's delicate hand. I don't care about that. He moved behind Wan Qingwen and pushed her wheelchair toward the street exit. The fact that you were willing to come out shows Su Ling's character. What truly delights me is that you've made your first friend. This was Jiang Junyi's genuine feeling. In the past, Wan Qingwen had no friends except for a younger sister. She was utterly alone. But even Wan Xiaoxiao couldn't truly comprehend Wan Qingwen's suffering. Now Wan Qingwen's willingness to go shopping with Su Ling was a remarkably positive sign. Jiang Junyi once read a saying: the essence of a human being is the sum of social relations. If Wan Qingwen were only with him, she might lose her sense of self. That was not something Jiang Junyi wished to see. Upon hearing these words, Wan Qingwen's heart felt as sweet as honey. She fell in love with Jiang Junyi not because of his relentless pursuit nor because of his immense power and influence, but because his very character was enough to make her surrender. "Why are you so good?" Wan Qingwen whispered softly. Jiang Junyi was slightly startled, then smiled. Perhaps only by being this good could I meet you." Wan Qingwen's cheeks flushed honey-tongue. "Then would you like a taste?" "No." Jiang Junyi chuckled and pushed Wan Qingwen forward. "It's not like we haven't tasted before." Wan Qingwen murmured with a red face. Just then a man dressed like a flower boy bounced toward them, carrying a basket of roses. "Gidge, big brother Gidge, buy a bouquet for your sister." Jiang Junyi took a deep breath, his grip on the wheelchair tightening slightly. "You speak normally." The man shook the roses in his hand and spoke in a falsetto. "This is my normal voice." Wan Qingwen looked puzzled. "Junyi, is this necessary?" Jiang Junyi snatched the roses from the man's hand and snarled, "Get lost." "Boohoo, Gidge is mean to me." The man pretended to cry and left. Wan Qingwen was utterly perplexed and turned her head to look at Jiang Junyi. "An acquaintance, a mischievous type." Jiang Junyi explained. "Oh, here he did one thing right. These roses suit you perfectly." Jiang Junyi placed the bouquet on Wan Qingwen's lap. "But it's a pity." Wan Qingwen picked up the roses and, hearing Jiang Junyi's words of regret, couldn't help asking, "What's the pity?" Jiang Junyi lowered himself. "The pity is that these flowers aren't as beautiful as my Qingwen." Wan Qingwen lightly tapped Jiang Junyi with the bouquet, slightly embarrassed. "Don't say that anymore. You're about to praise me as the most beautiful woman under heaven." Jiang Junyi swayed gently, his mood buoyant. "I'm just stating a fact." Wan Qingwen sighed softly and gave a helpless smile. "I can never out-argue you." After returning home and resting for a while, Jiang Junyi began the usual foot massage for Wan Qingwen. The way of the foot is also a Tao. The technique is also a method. The Tao and method are one. He always felt that if he persisted unwaveringly, one day he would master the divine art. Then his precious Qingwen would be able to stand. Hearing Jiang Junyi's increasingly labored breathing, Wan Qingwen's brows were filled with worry. "Junyi, maybe you should stop the massage from now on. It's too draining." Jiang Junyi wiped the sweat from his forehead. "It's fine. If you don't persist, how will you ever know the final result?" Wan Qingwen couldn't argue with him and had to obediently accept. At most it only deepened her love. "Master, there is a matter that requires your decision." Capricorn's voice resounded in Wan Qingwen's mind. Wan Qingwen frowned slightly. For Capricorn to deliver a message at this moment meant it was of utmost urgency. But due to Capricorn's nature, she wouldn't emphasize the severity of the matter. Slap. Jiang Junyi's massage came to an end as he patted the sole of Wan Qingwen's delicate foot. "Done." Wan Qingwen looked at Jiang Junyi and said softly, "Junyi, I have some matters to attend to." Jiang Junyi's eyes flickered at her words. Was Black Palace about to make its move? "All right, go ahead." He kissed Wan Qingwen's forehead and lifted her into the wheelchair. "They'll leave then. Uncle Wu also messaged me. There are some things at home." Though reluctant, Wan Qingwen had no choice. The affairs of Black Palace involved the great vengeance of the past and had to be taken seriously. After Jiang Junyi stepped out of the Wan residence, strands of darkness gradually coiled around him until he vanished. At the Xinglua Care Center, Black Palace members stood ready. "Shadow hasn't arrived yet." Wang Hao frowned. "I DM in the group, but no reply." Feng Lulu shrugged. "But if he sees it, he should get here soon." Whoosh swish. A small whirlwind of shadows materialized over an empty chair. As the whirlwind dissipated, Shadow appeared with overwhelming aura. He sat cross-legged, covering his face with one hand. "Who calls my name?" Leo's eyes sparkled with golden light. "This too must be learned." Everyone exchanged exasperated glances. Shadow was only human when on a mission. The rest of the time, he was rather abstract. Su Shuangshuang has confirmed the rendezvous with Lin Xiu after school. The location is an abandoned basketball court in the residential complex where Su Shuangshuang used to live. Feng Lulu adjusted his glasses and laid out the basic layout. Jiang Junyi nodded. Everyone. Feng Lulu nodded. "Based on my analysis, after the last ambush, Lin Xiu is likely surrounded by members of the Dragon King Hall and a peak minor grandmaster as his guard. This operation must be swift. Delay invites change. We don't know what other tricks Dragon King Hall has up its sleeve." Jiang Junyi snapped his fingers. "No problem. 2 horizontal strokes and 1 vertical. Just do it. 2 dots and 1 strength. Just execute." Just then Capricorn emerged from the rippling shadows, the Dragon King Hall's strong ones. They'll hold them off. Also the master will personally appear. Everyone was startled, then exhilarated. At last they would see the master in action. Jiang Junyi, however, frowned with a silent sigh. It was inevitable sooner or later. And all this preparation was for one purpose: to slay Lin Xiu. As night fell, dim yellow lights spilled over the abandoned basketball court, stretching a solitary shadow. Su Shuangshuang sat quietly on a bench by the court waiting for Lin Xiu. After a moment a voice emerged from the darkness. "Are you Su Shuangshuang?" Following the sound, Su Shuangshuang saw Lin Xiu stepping out of the shadows with his signature warm, feigned smile. She felt a hint of disgust, but had to put on an act. With a hint of panic, she nervously gripped her clothes. Who are you? Don't be nervous. I'm on your side. Lin Xiu smiled warmly, his eyes lighting up as he fully took in Su Shuangshuang's appearance. Unlike Su Ling's strong aura, Su Shuangshuang struck him as an innocent little bunny, naive and easy to control. "Do you have the documents?" Lin Xiu asked softly, though his fists clenched tightly at his sides. Obtaining what Su Shuangshuang had might not topple the Su group entirely, but with careful maneuvering it could at least inflict severe losses. With a gradual approach the Su group would be within his grasp. "Su Ling, I swear I'll make you regret this." Su Shuangshuang hugged her small bag, tightly wary. "Can you really help me?" Normal reaction, Lin Xiu thought. A golden light shimmered in his hand. This world is not as simple as it appears. If you approach the Su family on your own, you'll end up dead in the wilderness within a day. He pointed at the bag in her arms. "But I can wield it to its fullest potential." He extended his hand. "Trust me." After a brief pause, Su Shuangshuang's expression relaxed. "Because prepare to act." In an instant her demeanor turned icy. "Sorry, but your life is like a guttering candle." Lin Xiu's expression shifted sharply. Su Shuangshuang was right in front of him, but why was the voice coming from the side? He whirled around as a small fist laced with fierce wind slammed toward him. At the same time the Su Shuangshuang on the bench lashed out with a leg. Caught off guard, Lin Xiu barely managed to block. A punch and a kick sent him staggering to the center of the court. His eyes turned vicious as he rubbed his arm. That didn't hurt. He glanced at Su Shuangshuang, slightly surprised. Two identical Su Shuangshuang stood before him. What kind of technique is this? Lin Xiu frowned. From the brief contact, both seemed solid. Whistling sounds echoed as numerous dark figures emerged from every direction, encircling Lin Xiu. "You're not ordinary, are you, Miss Su Shuangshuang?" Lin Xiu said coldly. He had never expected Su Shuangshuang to be anything special. The intelligence hadn't mentioned this. But he was more curious than troubled. Su Shuangshuang let out a scornful laugh, mocking his illusion of omnipotence. A strange undulation resonated across the field. Lin Xiu looked up in alarm. A black canopy studded with faint starlight swiftly descended, enveloping the entire basketball court. Lin Xiu's pupils contracted as he surged toward the edge. A punch only sent ripples across the black curtain. They were trapped. He glared at Su Shuangshuang. "You came prepared. Who are you?" "Someone who will kill you." A frigid voice came from behind Lin Xiu. Turning, he saw Wan Qingwen emerge from the darkness, clad in a black overcoat and wearing a jet-black mask with an astral pattern. That wheelchair seemed familiar. Lin Xiu frowned. "We have no grievance." Wan Qingwen sneered. "No grievance. Grudges were sown deep years ago. Today I come to settle them personally." Lin Xiu realized there was no peaceful resolution and laughed coldly. "With just the two of you? Ridiculous. If you can't handle it, next." Wang Hao stepped out in dark combat attire, standing beside Wan Qingwen. Unlike Wan Qingwen's star-speckled golden-veined mask, his was plain black with stars, as were Feng Li Julius and Liang Qiqi's. Courting death. Virgo, clad in an all-black dress, appeared on Wan Qingwen's other side, her mask engraved with zodiac symbols. "If you don't even grasp the gap in power, yet you dare challenge us." Leo, hands folded, stood atop the basketball hoop, inwardly exhilarated. This time his entrance line and pose must be exceptionally cool. A street lamp flickered and then blazed bright, revealing a dark figure leaning against the pole. Just his stance alone radiated terrifying strength. "I hear the lament of the vanquished." Lin Xiu saw Jiang Junyi's silhouette, his face twitching uncontrollably as his expression twisted. "You? All right, no more chatter. Let's kill him first." Feng Lulu and Liang Qiqi stepped out together, clapping to stop the other members' melodramatic speeches. "Kill me? Ridiculous." Lin Xiu scoffed, meanwhile secretly crushing a jade pendant. Wan Qingwen slowly raised her hand. Above, at the center of the black canopy, puddles of black energy seemed to liquefy. Her jade hand swept downward. Fall. Boom. In an instant the black energy rained down in a furious torrent. "Embrace my lion's fang." Leo's pupils became beast-like, his fist striking out. Scorching explosive red true chi fragmented into countless strands like crimson lightning, bombarding the Dragon King Hall members. At the same time Virgo struck. Chains woven from true qi bristling with indestructible sharpness shot forward. Tiger, crouch. Don't scold me, I couldn't think of anything better. Wang Hao delivered a punch from the side, twisting and blasting the air, an invisible force surging like a tempest alongside Virgo's chains. Another explosive roar. Liang Qiqi hurled a spear with all her might, dragging a blinding white light that intensified. Feng Lulu adjusted his glasses and tossed a talisman, Thundercome. Crack. A pillar of lightning as thick as two men's embrace descended from the heavens like divine punishment. In an instant, the area where the Dragon King Hall members stood was pummeled by all techniques. Dust and debris flew. It was a complete Elangal Nobline bombardment. After a long while, the colorful radiance faded and the dust settled. Only Lin Xiu remained protected by a golden light barrier. The rest of the Dragon King Hall members had been annihilated, not even bones left. Lin Xiu panted heavily, sweat streaming down his face, terror in his eyes. What the hell? What was this? In those brief 30 seconds, he had witnessed a barrage of terrifying varied attacks. The Dragon King Hall members disintegrated in an instant. If not for the spiritual artifact ninefold golden light shield given by a senior from the Dragon King Hall, after his last return, he wouldn't even be Ash now. What organization was this appearing out of nowhere? Lin Xiu raged inwardly. Each of these people was ridiculously powerful. They could easily be leaders of minor sects or organizations. Yet why were they gathered here? Oh, you're really tenacious, still alive. Leo remarked in surprise. He does have a life-saving trick. Virgo frowned slightly. Heh, Lin Xiu forced a laugh, swallowing hard. This ninefold golden light shield. You can't break it. By now your true qi must be depleted, right? Once the Dragon King Hall elders arrive, your death is certain. Sorry, but your reinforcements won't come. Jiang Junyi walked slowly toward Lin Xiu, his shadow coalescing into a long blade. And you will die. Jiang Junyi advanced, deliberately, shadows congealing into a blade of darkness. And you will surely meet your end. Thud, thud, thud. With each step, Jiang Junyi took the shadow on his long blade grew denser. Whoosh. The darkness coiled around the shadow blade now rose like pitch-black flames, surging and leaping with growing intensity. Waves of terrifying aura converged around Jiang Junyi. Even protected by the ninefold golden light shield, Lin Xiu's heart began to tremble. He could never forget the fear of being dominated by Haixing that day. Heh, you can't break it, Lin Xiu said stubbornly. Even if you do you think I have no other tricks? Jiang Junyi was silent, only raising his long blade. Boom. The violent shadow grew wildly, as if about to pierce the heavens. I am the atomic bomb. Jiang Junyi lightly swung the blade, tracing an azure arc above his head, then struck down with one slash. Boom. The exaggerated blade aura, as if splitting mountains and seas, slashed toward Lin Xiu. No. Impossible, Lin Xiu roared. The moment the blade aura touched the shield, endless azure, true qi suddenly exploded within the space. Crack. The golden light shield lasted only about 2 or 3 seconds before shattering. Crack, crack, crack. A series of sounds like vessels breaking rang from Lin Xiu's body. He hadn't lied, he indeed had other tricks on his person. But what use was it? Unable to block, simply unable. That slash of Jiang Junyi had condensed the heart of Shadow and all his own power. After a long while, the true qi dissipated. The members of the Black Palace stared at Shadow in bewilderment. Could Shadow really be so powerful? Leo's lips trembled incessantly. Why could he be so cool? Leo felt terrible. She had thought today's look and lines were good enough. But Shadow, he, even better. Leo lowered her head. Damn, had she lost to him again? Under her mask, Wan Qingwen's lips also parted slightly. She had no idea her organization had such a brave fighter. Jiang Junyi looked at Lin Xiu, whose body was tattered and bleeding profusely, and clicked his tongue. How afraid of death are you, you damn bastard? That slash didn't even vaporize him directly. Oh well, let darling Qingwen finish him off. Jiang Junyi dragged Lin Xiu by his hair like a dead dog and tossed him before Wan Qingwen. Master. Well done. Wan Qingwen nodded, her tone still cold. Under the shadows covered, Jiang Junyi grinned. What kind of scene would it be if Qingwen discovered that he was Shadow? Just thinking about it was amusing. But now, what about himself? That slash had drained all his true qi, physical strength, and mental energy. Just reaching here was his limit. Tossing Lin Xiu before Wan Qingwen was purely sustained by the stubborn desire to show off. This shadow persona would probably be crippled for a while. Wang Hao, as if understanding, looked at Jiang Junyi and walked to his side. Shadow, that slash must have taken a lot out of you. Jiang Junyi coughed. It's still okay. Okay. Wang Hao supported Jiang Junyi's arm and called out to Feng Liuliu, come help. Oh. Feng Liuliu, slightly puzzled, ran over and helped Wang Hao. Wang Hao looked at Wan Qingwen. Master Shadow has likely exhausted all his essence, qi, and spirit. I request to send him back to the base. Wan Qingwen nodded. She had felt that slash too, she wouldn't believe it didn't drain him. Go ahead. It's over here. Wang Hao and Feng Lulu slightly bowed, then supported Shadow as they left. On the other side, as early as when Lin Xiu crushed the jade pendant, his 2nd to 7th masters had rushed over. As for 1st master, he had already ascended to heaven. But someone blocked their path. Believe it or not, an old man in a white undershirt from the park and a middle-aged woman in a dark red checkered shirt from a newsstand. They just stood there making no move. But when they tried to cross this road, a great terror rose in their hearts. There were also 2 mysterious masked figures in sharp suits, one black and one white, standing beside the old man and woman like damn bodyguards. This time Uncle Wu's white mask was half covered with golden patterns, different from when he first met Capricorn. 4 of you, what is the meaning of this? Lin Xiu's 2nd master frowned and asked. Moonbathing, can't you tell? The old man fanned himself and pulled out a small stool, placing it in the middle of the road. What? Jiang Xiaobai, where's mine? Aunt Zhao kicked the stool. Hey. Zhao Xiao. We agreed not to call me that. Old man Xiaobai was a bit flustered. To be honest, an old man named Jiang Xiaobai. Beside them, under the Capricorn mask, a slight curl appeared. She couldn't hold back. Actually, when she came here to block the reinforcements of the Dragon King Palace, Capricorn had prepared to fight to the death. But she never expected that she seemed to have reinforcements too. Aunt Zhao scoffed. If you brought one for me, then I won't call you that. Yes, I did. Old man Xiaobai pulled out a folding stool from the bag on his cart. At that moment, the 6 men of the Dragon King Palace exchanged glances, and taking advantage of old man Xiaobai and Aunt Zhao's distraction, they sprang into action. Jiang Xiaobai and Zhao Qiaoqiu's eyes sharpened. Capricorn was about to act when Uncle Wu's hand landed on her shoulder. No need. Later, just help pick up the newspapers. Huh. Then they saw a flip-flop flying fiercely and a rolled newspaper shooting like a rod. Bang, bang, bang. The 6 men felt pain all over their bodies and were forced back step by the repeated impacts. Youngsters, don't be so arrogant. Speak politely. Old man Jiang Xiaobai sat cross-legged barefoot. Uncle Wu looked at Capricorn, shrugged, and went to retrieve the flip-flop. Capricorn scratched her mask, walked forward, picked up the newspaper, and handed it to Aunt Zhao. Good child, good child. Aunt Zhao took the newspaper, beaming at Capricorn. 2nd master wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You two, are you trying to make trouble with our Dragon King Palace? Whether it's trouble for you, I don't know, but this road, you're not passing today. Old man Jiang Xiaobai pointed his fan at the Dragon King Palace group. And if I insist on passing? 2nd master's eyes turned cold. Aunt Zhao sneered. Insist. If you insist, I'll line you up and make you count off. Together, attack. The Dragon King Palace members stiffened and attacked again. Ouched. SSS. With a quick slap from 2nd to 6th, they stood before Aunt Zhao with bruised and swollen faces, each hanging their heads. These men in their 40s and 50s now seemed like children before Aunt Zhao and old man Jiang. You? Count off. Aunt Zhao pointed at 2nd master with the rolled newspaper. 2. Slap. Aunt Zhao hit him. You start counting from 2. Sorry. 2nd master apologized softly. Again. Count off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Aunt Zhao frowned. Not neat enough. One more time. And so the Dragon King Palace reinforcements counted numbers for an entire night. Over here, Wang Hao and Feng Lulu were supporting Jiang Junyi as they walked along the road. Then Wang Hao suddenly spoke. Young master, where to? Back home. Jiang Junyi answered subconsciously. Wait. Something's wrong. No, you. Feng Lulu looked at Jiang Junyi in confusion. Young master. Jiang Junyi quickly denied. What young master? Weilong, what are you talking about? Wang Hao said helplessly. Young master, that line I am atomic is from the anime you watched as a child, and you said you would one day become some kind of powerhouse. Jiang Junyi clicked his tongue upon hearing this, realizing he had been exposed. Recalling his earlier actions, he thought, damn, this is mortifying. He fell silent for a moment. If this gets out, both of you won't live to see tomorrow. Feng Lulu suppressed a smile. Yes, young master, I swear I won't tell. Wang Hao also nodded. I definitely won't say a word. All right, let's go. Jiang Junyi was annoyed. He had thought it would be fine to act a little chinibyu and abstract as the shadow. Now that he was exposed, the feeling of cringe washed over him. Actually, young master, I'm quite happy for you. My. It seems your childhood dream has come true. That's true. When will I help you realize yours? What was my childhood dream? To become light. Tisk, young master. Let's not bring that up. Feng Lulu said nothing, just laughed. What are you laughing at? He'll tell Chi-Chi about your childhood dream right now. Hey, young master, that won't do. Quick, take me back, I'm done with this. The 3 figures' shadows swayed faintly under the moonlight. Meanwhile, Wan Qingwen sensed Lin Xiu lying on the ground like a dead dog. A wisp of black chi extended out, coiled around his neck, and lifted him before her.
It's over, she whispered softly. The black cheese suddenly tightened, and with a thud, a heavy object rolled to the ground. At that instant, streams of invisible golden qi surged into Wan Qingwen's body. Lin Xiu's death cleared her mind considerably, but it was followed by a feeling of nausea and discomfort from killing for the first time. She suppressed her physical discomfort. Let's go. Yes. Virgo pushed Wan Qingwen and gradually disappeared into the darkness. The next day, ugh. Jiang Junyi lay in bed with a pale face looking utterly lifeless. This is the price of showing off. But when such an opportunity really comes, don't tell me you wouldn't choose it. Young master, have some chicken soup. Uncle Wu placed a bowl of delicious and highly nutritious chicken soup by Jiang Junyi's bedside. Oh, okay. Jiang Junyi said weakly. Truly not a drop left. Young master, should I inform the young mistress? Jiang Junyi slowly raised his hand. Don't wanna. Uncle Wu frowned. Knowing the young master, this was a golden opportunity. Slap. Jiang Junyi gave a thumbs up. Good. Uncle Wu bowed slightly. I knew it. After understanding Jiang Junyi's intention, Uncle Wu immediately drove to the Wan residence. When he arrived, Wan Qingwen was absent-mindedly handling documents, one hand supporting her chin, the other playing with the seal. Seeing this, Uncle Wu trotted over to Wan Qingwen and bowed slightly. Young mistress, the young master seems ill. He won't eat or drink. His mental state is very poor. The moment Wan Qingwen heard Jiang Junyi's name, she perked up her ears. But after hearing Uncle Wu's description, a look of worry crept across her brow. How could this happen? Haven't you taken him to the hospital? We invited a doctor at home, but the doctor said the young master's body is fine. It might be a psychological issue, Uncle Wu said without batting an eye, speaking effortlessly. Hearing this, Wan Qingwen became even more anxious. Can I go see him? Yes. Uncle Wu pushed Wan Qingwen and prepared to go to Jiang Junyi's home. Meanwhile, Jiang Junyi, lying weak in bed, stared at the ceiling in a daze. So boring, so dull, I want to snuggle with Qingwen. Just then a sound came from the entrance, the rolling of a wheelchair across the floor. From the frequency of the wheels turning, Jiang Junyi seemed to feel Wan Qingwen's anxious state of mind. As she approached, Uncle Wu's voice sounded. Right here? The young master hasn't eaten or drunk and is extremely weak. It's likely a psychological problem. Jiang Junyi's eyes lit up slightly. So this is the state I'm in now. As expected of you. Uncle Wu. With a click, the door opened. Wan Qingwen turned her wheelchair and arrived in front of Jiang Junyi. Seeing her in position, Uncle Wu withdrew and closed the door behind him. Junyi. As soon as she entered, she sensed Jiang Junyi lying weakly in bed with something like a bowl by the bedside. Jiang Junyi slowly raised his hand and placed it on Wan Qingwen's knee. Qing Yun, with a breathless look. Wan Qingwen placed her hand on the back of his, feeling a slight chill. This was abnormal. She had felt the temperature of Jiang Junyi's hands many times. They were much warmer than now. Did the doctor really say you're physically fine? Wan Qingwen frowned, secretly channeling her own true qi into him. Oh, so this is the setup, huh? Jiang Junyi understood. Without a doubt, it must be Uncle Wu, that old pro improvising. Yes. Wan Qingwen held Jiang Junyi's hand, her brows tightly knit. Then what exactly is the problem? Missing. You. Incurable by any medicine. It was true that his body was fine, and it was also true that he missed Wan Qingwen. Wan Qingwen was both anxious and helpless. At a time like this, you still. Suddenly she recalled that Jiang Junyi seemed to have a psychological issue. Could it be because of me? So she said softly, I miss you too. Want? Kiss. Jiang Junyi squeezed Wan Qingwen's small hand to show his resolve. Wan Qingwen's cheeks flushed slightly, still thinking about a kiss. She didn't know how to describe Jiang Junyi. If you said he was lascivious, he showed no interest in other women and never offended them. If you said he wasn't lascivious, he would find ways to scheme against her and take advantage. Wait. Wan Qingwen's mind turned and suspicion grew. Could this be faking illness? Often the one to fall for tricks, Wan Qingwen was unusually clear-headed this time. She asked suspiciously, Junyi, you're not lying to me, are you? How could I? Jiang Junyi replied weakly. He truly could barely move. Even lifting his hand was extremely difficult. Strictly speaking, Jiang Junyi wasn't lying. He had come down with a case of wanting to kiss Qingwen disease. Then I'll stay here. You. Do it yourself. Wan Qingwen's cheeks flushed slightly, taking the initiative to ask for a kiss. It was a little embarrassing. Hearing this, Jiang Junyi mustered all his strength and slowly propped himself up. Inside he roared, "A Qingwen who's asking for a kiss. How could I say no?" Slap, Jiang Junyi collapsed back onto the bed. He really couldn't move. In Wan Qingwen's hazy perception, Jiang Junyi had indeed moved, but then he lay back down. So it must be real. If it were like before, Jiang Junyi would have shot up, instantly cupped her face, and kissed her. Wan Qingwen moved a little closer, gently stroking his cheek with one hand while using the other to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, then slowly leaned down. You. Don't move, okay? A flicker of excitement gleamed in Jiang Junyi's eyes. From this angle, in this position,
It was a first for him. He watched as Wan Qingyun's delicate, cool face slowly lowered her red, full cherry lips, luscious and tempting. Thump, thump, his heart raced wildly. Jiang Junyi instinctively closed his eyes. 2 seconds later, a softness pressed against his lips, a trace of sweet fragrance flowing between their mouths. Gradually, the strength called love surged within his body, driving him to cup Wan Qingyun's face with his hands. After a long moment, their lips parted. Are you better now? Wan Qingyun asked softly, her face blushing. Her orchid-like breath brushed against Jiang Junyi's cheeks, making him unable to restrain himself. One more kiss, huh? Still want it. I feel much better. All right, fine. Another soft, fragrant, and sweet kiss. Qingyun energy max. Light surged in Jiang Junyi's eyes. His mental state was completely different. With just those 2 kisses, it was like rain after a long drought. The depleted strength within his body began to generate steadily. Jiang Junyi understood in his heart. This was the effect of his cultivation method. Of course, it was also partly because Wan Qingyun had secretly infused her true qi into him. How are you feeling now? Better, unprecedentedly better. I even have strength to talk. Has he tricked me again? Wan Qingyun listened to Jiang Junyi, who sounded completely different from before, and felt helpless inside. But it didn't matter whether it was a trick or not. As long as Jiang Junyi could get better, that was worth it. Rather than caring whether he was lying to her, she would rather see him lively and bouncing. What harm was there in being deceived? Thinking this, Wan Qingyun still felt a little angry. She tapped his head. How did such a problem arise? I was right at home. I could have come any time. As she spoke, her voice grew softer, as if she was embarrassed. Jiang Junyi sat up, holding her hand. It just wasn't the right moment. When I think of you, my thoughts surge like a mountain torrent and tsunami. That overwhelming emotion consumed my body in an instant. So I collapsed. Wan Qingyun let out a tch and turned her head slightly away. I don't believe it. She thought the part about missing her might be true, but being sick from it was a bit far-fetched. The only thing that bothered her was that Jiang Junyi's body had indeed been frighteningly weak just now. Tell me honestly, what was the real reason? A trace of worry appeared in Wan Qingyun's brows. After she had transferred her true qi, she had also let it circulate through his body. She found that his body seemed like a withered lamp. Only faint traces of true qi flowing inside. Wan Qingyun had to figure out what had caused Jiang Junyi's condition. From martial arts training. Jiang Junyi thought for a moment and said, martial arts training. Wan Qingyun was surprised. Can martial arts cause this? You know, some extraordinary martial techniques come with a huge consumption, Jiang Junyi said seriously. This time he wasn't lying. That last night was destructive enough, wasn't it? That statement wasn't wrong at all. Wan Qingyun pinched Jiang Junyi's cheek and said with slight anger, don't do this again next time. Feeling her concern, Jiang Junyi's heart warmed. Okay, I know you must take it to heart. As you command. Hearing Jiang Junyi's spirited reply, Wan Qingyun sighed with relief. You should be fine now, right? You get some rest, I'll just... Oh, no don't. Before she could finish, Jiang Junyi interrupted with a wail and rolled wildly on the bed. I'm not better yet. I don't want to be apart from Qingyun. Woo-woo. Sensing his rascal behavior, Wan Qingyun found it amusing. I feel like you're pretty energetic right now. Jiang Junyi stopped rolling abruptly and flopped down. Oh, Dad, no, I'm about to collapse again. Wan Qingyun said softly, then tell me what would make you better. Jiang Junyi leaned close to her face and grinned. How about holding Qingyun baby and sleeping? A blush spread from her neck to her cheeks. Wan Qingyun's voice trembled. You. It's still daytime. Oh, so it's okay at night. This isn't a matter of day or night. Jiang Junyi smiled, pressing his forehead against hers. His voice was tired. I really am a bit exhausted. I sleep best only when I'm holding you. Hearing his weary tone, Wan Qingyun's embarrassed anger gradually subsided. You're that tired? They were silent for a moment. Then Wan Qingyun whispered, all right. Fine. A smile tugged at the corner of Jiang Junyi's mouth. He lay back down, propped his head on one hand, and patted the empty space beside him with his other hand, making a thumping sound. Come on, come into the bowl. Wan Qingyun let out a soft sigh and shifted onto the bed. Oh. Before she could steady herself, Jiang Junyi pulled her delicate body into his arms. By the time she came to her senses, she was already in a broad, reassuring embrace. Jiang Junyi sniffed the fragrance of her hair and gently stroked her silky locks. You know, when we hug, there's one feeling that's incredibly strong. Leaning in his arms, Wan Qingyun asked softly, WH. What? A feeling that you completely belong to me. Wan Qingyun's heartbeat quickened slightly. She lifted her face. So that's why you feel at ease. Jiang Junyi kissed her forehead. Yes. Wan Qingyun clenched her fist a little, gathered her courage, and hugged him back. Then, get some good rest. Soon the sound of Jiang Junyi's steady breathing reached Wan Qingyun's ears. She murmured sweet dreams. Gradually she too fell asleep in that peaceful atmosphere. The curtains closed silently, the harsh light slowly fading. Click, the doors shut completely. Meanwhile, in a dark mottled prison cell, a figure was confined there. Chains hung high, binding his hands. A 1-meter diameter iron ball was attached to his ankles, restricting his movements. He suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing in them. The master of fate has appeared. The moon is bright, and stars are sparse with dazzling lights. Xinghua Hostel. This niche bar begins its business, though naturally there are few patrons. Yan, Shizuo, wearing a yellow cute pajama and a lion-shaped nightcap on her head, walks out rubbing her eyes. Chi-Chi, I'm hungry. Liang Chi-Chi, sitting at the bar, munches on snacks while taking out a handful and placing them on the counter. Here, have some meat. On the other side, Chunzuo is meticulously polishing that coin with an exquisite small toolbox beside her filled with precision maintenance tools. Wang Hao looked at Chunzuo with confusion, not understanding what necessity there was. By the way, I just had a strange dream, Shizuo said, nibbling on a bag of chicken breast. A strange dream? Tell us about it. Liang Chi-Chi blinked her big eyes curiously. You may not know. Shizuo's eyes dimmed as she looked at Chunzuo. Shaowen, I dreamed of him. Chunzuo, who was polishing the coin, paused her hand and looked at Shizuo. He is already dead. Shizuo slumped onto the bar counter. I know. But suddenly dreaming of him again. I'm so sad. Liang Chi-Chi and the others exchanged glances, not understanding what they were talking about. The only thing certain was that the so-called him was probably a former member of Heigong. It's alright. Just eat something, and you'll be fine. Liang Chi-Chi smiled and patted Shizuo's head. Ding-a-ling, the doorbell rang at the entrance. Chi-Chi, I'm here again. Su Ling, dressed in a red dress, burst in. Sister Su Ling, are you getting a manicure again today? There's a style I want to try. Su Ling sat at the bar, happily sharing her phone with Liang Chi-Chi. After a while, she finally noticed Shizuo. Can kids come to a bar? Su Ling pointed at Shizuo, looking at Liang Chi-Chi. Well, Liang Chi-Chi looked a bit embarrassed. Hey, I'm not a kid. Shizuo retorted upon hearing Su Ling call her a child. Su Ling tilted her head, looking at Liang Chi-Chi. Sister Shizuo really isn't a child. Su Ling let out an "oh" and smiled apologetically. Sorry about that. At that moment, Su Shuang carried a box of wine to the bar counter. Brother 6, the wine is here. Oh, thanks. Feng Lulu took the box of wine, his gaze sliding between Su Ling and Su Shuang as he gave a slight smile. Interesting. Su Ling looked at Su Shuang with confusion, feeling that Su Shuang's features somehow resembled her own. Moreover, there was a very familiar feeling. After hesitating for a moment, she still asked, have we met somewhere before? Su Shuang glanced at Su Ling, her half-sister, and calmly replied, no. With that, she turned and walked towards the inner room. Su Ling became even more bewildered. Seeing this, Liang Chi-Chi quickly changed the subject. Sister Su Ling, let's first look at the manicure you want to do. Oh, okay. Time slowly passed, and the night grew deeper. Even if this tavern had little popularity, there would still be a few patrons trickling in. Thus Wang Hao and Chunzuo, dressed in a maid outfit, took on the role of servers. After several rounds of drinks, there were naturally some customers who had drunk too much. Miss, can I get to know you? A guest with flushed cheeks and glazed eyes smiled at Chunzuo, who was serving food. His name was Li Yue, and these days he had gained many benefits from knowing a famous divine healer. Feeling elated and cocky. Suddenly rich, Li Yu wanted to emulate the videos he had watched, using money to buy a romantic night. Sorry, this establishment has rules. Chunzuo glanced at him and coldly refused. So that means it's okay if it's not in the store, right? Ha ha ha. 2 or 3 companions laughed. At that moment, Li Yu nonchalantly revealed the expensive mechanical watch on his wrist. I think we should have something to talk about. He also placed his car keys on the table. Chunzuo's beautiful brow furrowed. She set down the wine and turned to leave. Hey, don't go. Have a drink with us. Seeing Chunzuo about to leave, the guest anxiously reached out to grab her wrist. After all, Chunzuo's allure was not low. She was truly stunning. Just as Chunzuo was about to dodge, a large hand reached out and grabbed the guest's wrist. Wang Hao said in a deep voice, esteemed guest, harassment is strictly prohibited in this establishment. SSS. Let go. Li Yu gasped and shouted. May I ask if you now understand the rules of this establishment? Wang Hao's expression was blank, his hand applying a bit more pressure. Understood. Only then did Wang Hao release his grip, and beside him a flicker of unusual emotion passed through Chunzuo's eyes. Let's go, Wang Hao called to Chunzuo. Just as they were about to leave, a roar came from behind. Stop. Wang Hao turned around, frowning. Is there something else, esteemed guest? Who the hell do you think you are to meddle in my business? Li Yu suddenly stood up, pointing at Wang Hao's nose and cursing. The commotion naturally caught the attention of everyone at the bar. Feng Lulu looked over with interest. Oh, interesting. Hee, I can already imagine the next scene. Brother Hao is fiercely protecting his wife. Sister Xiao, one must be swooning. Liang Chi-Chi said excitedly. Shizuo, drinking juice, chimed in. Hey young one, just watch.
Esteemed guest, please do not make loud noise, Wang Hao said sternly to Li Yu. How you hurt me, pay the medical bills. We're all on the same path, no need to extort like this, Wang Hao said calmly. Same paths? What the hell path are you on? Li Yu sneered. The path of Daxia's socialist characteristics. What, you're not? Li Yu's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. As soon as Wang Hao said this, all the surrounding guests looked at Li Yu. Invisible pressure fell upon him. How could he dare to say no? Fine. You win. Drink this glass of wine, and we're even. Li Yu picked up the cocktail. All right. Wang Hao reached out to take the glass, but Li Yu smiled treacherously. Splashed. The drink dripped down Wang Hao's cheek. He was about to wipe it off when a dark figure suddenly dashed out, murderous intent palpable, ill clear your. Wang Hao, quickied and nimble, swiftly wrapped his arms around Chun Zuo's slender waist. The softness of her body shook his mind, and the unique fragrance of Chun Zuo wafted into his nostrils. This made him blush deeply. Luckily, the dim lighting at that moment concealed his expression. It's okay, Wang Hao said. Let go. He'll make this bastard pay. Chun Zuo's face was as cold as frost as she pointed at Li Yu. Gulp. Li Yu swallowed nervously. In that instant, he seemed to feel the fear of death. Quick, let's go. Only a lunatic would come to this damn place. Li Yu snapped back to reality and hurriedly urged his companions to leave, sobering up significantly. After a while, the tavern fell back into silence. Then Chun Zuo's voice softly rang out. You, how much longer are you going to hold? Dingling. Wang Hao, who was about to put down Chun Zuo, heard the bell and instinctively looked toward the door, still holding Chun Zuo. What kind of pose is this? Jiang Junyi pushed Wan Qingwen through the door, immediately spotting Wang Hao embracing Chun Zuo's waist. Wan Qingwen, through perception, roughly recognized Chun Zuo, and Wang Hao tilting her head. Chun Zuo, upon seeing her own master, felt her temperature skyrocket. Usually icy cold, her cheeks were now crimson. Put me down. Oh. Wang Hao snapped back to reality and quickly set down Chun Zuo. Chun Zuo straightened her clothes, forced a calm demeanor as she slightly bowed, then hurriedly left the scene, one hand still fanning her face. Jiang Junyi curled his lips, giving Wang Hao a meaningful glance as he passed him. Oh. He patted Wang Hao's shoulder. Brothers are in the heart. Happy for you. Following closely Wu Bo. Oh. He nodded in approval. Caught in this act by his young master, and an elder, Wang Hao's ears burned fiercely. He bowed slightly, and also departed, his steps somewhat flustered. Jiang Junyi pushed Wan Qingwen to the bar counter, and gently lifted her onto a chair. Hey, Qingyun, you're here too. Su Ling, getting a manicure, heard the commotion and turned around to see Wan Qingwen. Lingling, what a coincidence. Wan Qingwen smiled, revealing a delighted expression. You can't imagine that a tavern has a nail artist on par with top-tier salons. Su Ling happily introduced Liang Qiqi to Wan Qingwen. Liang Qiqi's face flushed. Oh, I just like tinkering with these things in my spare time. Nail art. Wan Qingwen was puzzled. Nail art is the craft of decorating and designing nails, also known as nail design, with various forms. Jiang Junyi explained from the side. Yes. Su Ling swallowed back her explanation and replied. Oh, I see. So Qingyun, do you want to try? I think your hands are gorgeous. Su Ling asked with a smile. Wan Qingwen frowned slightly. She had never experienced this before, and besides, she couldn't see. Forget it. After some hesitation, she decided not to try. Jiang Junyi said softly. It's okay, I'll tell you if it looks good. He thought Wan Qingwen declined because of her blindness, feeling it meaningless. Wan Qingwen shook her head again and smiled. No need, let's talk about it later. Seeing her reluctance, Jiang Junyi didn't insist. All right, there will be plenty of opportunities. Wan Qingwen sighed inwardly. Compared to the nail art itself, I want to see the expression on your face. What would you two like to drink? Feng Lulu asked with a smile. 1 cup of green jade and 1 cup of sunset love letter. Feng Lulu raised an eyebrow. This guest has exquisite taste. Hearing this, Wan Qingwen looked at Jiang Junyi curiously. What's the meaning behind them? Jiang Junyi smiled lightly. For the green jade, I just like the modern interpretation, searching for her among the crowd 1,000 times. And the sunset love letter signifies the tipsiness after sunset, as if the whole world is whispering, I love you for me. After hearing his explanation, Wan Qingwen's cheeks flushed, surprised that cocktails carried such connotations. Exactly, it's clear this guest adores you. Feng Lulu snapped his fingers, offering timely support. Su Ling's mouth twitched uncontrollably. She just wanted a manicure, yet here she was being fed dog food. And from her own best friend. At that moment, she too yearned for a sweet romance. While Jiang Junyi waited for the 2 cocktails, another pair found themselves in a slightly ambiguous atmosphere. Why didn't you dodge just now? At a dimly lit table, Chun Zuo was wiping the alcohol off Wang Hao's face. It's nothing to splash alcohol on me. He's just an ordinary person. Wang Hao spoke steadily, but his eyes drifted restlessly, avoiding her gaze as the fragrance from Chun Zuo relentlessly invaded his senses. Slap.
Chun Zuo grabbed Wang Hao's head. Can you stop moving around? Oh, okay. Wang Hao felt bitter inside. He wasn't fidgeting, he was afraid of losing control. Wang Hao was usually a man of strong self-control, but Chun Zuo's scent effortlessly shattered it all. If he relaxed his mind, he feared he would lean in and sniff her. How could that be? Wouldn't that make him as perverted as the young master? Achoo! Jiang Junyi, who was chatting animatedly, suddenly sneezed. Is your body still unwell? Wan Qingwen asked with concern. No, it must be some beast cursing me. Just need to inhale some Qingyun energy. Jiang Junyi leaned close to Wan Qingwen and took a deep breath. Oh, people are watching. Meanwhile, Wang Hao couldn't hold back any longer. How about I wipe it myself? No, this is to make up for what I owe you. Chun Zuo replied coldly. Oh heavens! Someone save me. This was the first time he felt utterly shattered inside. Wang Hao glanced down at Chun Zuo's delicate and focused face. He seemed to hallucinate wisps of pink aura swirling around her. No. Wang Hao lowered his head slightly, took a sharp sniff, refreshed and exhilarated. He closed his eyes, savoring the moment. What were you just doing? Chun Zuo stared at Wang Hao with a cold face. Wang Hao opened his eyes to meet her icy gaze. He paused briefly. Let me expel. Do it yourself. Chun Zuo stood up, looked at Wang Hao with disdain, tossed the towel into his arms, and strode away. Wang Hao sighed. Damn. Little did he know Chun Zuo's ears were already burning red. At the bar, Jiang Junyi and the others were chatting and laughing. However, a stranger caught their attention. 1 cup of forget sorrow. Jiang Junyi turned his head at the sound, catching a glimpse of a woman in a white dress whose brows were etched with an unshakable melancholy. Her features were delicate, her bearing graceful. Jiang Junyi only glanced once, and then lost interest, and that glance was solely because the wine she ordered was rather uncommon. Feng Lulu raised an eyebrow. Fine. Forget sorrow, as the name implies, is a drink that only those harboring immense sorrow would order. It is not mild, but rather exceedingly pungent. The strong alcohol combined with a special blend creates a spicy, disorienting effect, leading to the forgetting of one's worries. Jingle! The bell at the door rang again. A burly figure slowly walked toward the bar. Since Jiang Junyi and the others had their backs to him, he didn't notice. Boss, do you hire singers here? Feng Liuliu, who was shaking a cocktail, turned around and gave the newcomer a knowing smile. I suppose we do, a singer. This piqued Jiang Junyi's interest. He turned around with curiosity, but his expression instantly froze. You? Hey, isn't this the cake shop owner? Su Ling turned her head at the sound and looked at number 1 with some surprise. Number 1 wiped his face. Can't believe I ran into you all here. Yes. Wan Qingwen showed a curious expression. Is this the shop owner's hobby? I'll force by life. I owe someone 500,000. Number 1 sighed. Feng Lulu chuckled. 500,000, not a small amount. Number 1 clenched his fist. Damn, Feng Lulu. I should never have taken that bet. Go up and perform. If everyone here is satisfied, you can stay. Feng Lulu glanced at Jiang Junyi and the others at the bar and said with a smile. Number 1 scanned the room. Good heavens, what kind of people are sitting at the bar? His own young master, the Lord of the White Court, the young madam, the Fate Master of the Black Palace, the Star Master of the Black Palace, the most arrogant butler in history, Uncle Wu, and Su Ling, the head of the Su Group. Pressure is heavy as a mountain. Ahem, if you all don't mind. He'll make a fool of myself. Number 1 hugged his guitar tightly and slowly walked to the singer's stage. After adjusting the equipment, he gently plucked the guitar strings a few times. Thump-da-da, thump-thump-da. Number 1 slapped the guitar body, producing a rhythm. Let me look at you one more time from south to north. Like eyes blinded by the 5th ring road. Please tell me again about that day. Number 1's voice was deep with a hint of raspiness, full of storytelling. The moment he opened his mouth. I know that those summers like youth will never return. Instead of dreams, we can only make do. What the hell? This guy really knows how to do it. Jiang Junyi held his forehead. The singing was so heartfelt it was ridiculous. Junyi, this song feels so sad. Wan Qingwen tightly grasped Jiang Junyi's hand, her voice low. Indeed, how could it not be sad? When this thing plays, even dogs feel regret. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, love, hate, affection, grudges. A perfect yet regretful life is born this way. Jiang Junyi said softly. This song sings about regret and also about life. Savor it carefully. Sadness is not its main melody. He gently stroked Wan Qingwen's hair and comforted her softly. At that moment, number 1's pitch gradually lowered. Let me hear once more the most beautiful line. You came home, I'm waiting for you. Suddenly, the desolate sound of the horsehead fiddle seemed to cross the empty wilderness, drifting from 1,000 miles away into this small tavern. Number 2 brought a small stool, somehow already sitting beside number 1, playing the horsehead fiddle, his body swaying slightly, completely immersed. In just 30 seconds, the intensely infectious interlude seemed to have narrated an entire life and sung the extremes of love and hate. Junyi. Tears welled up in Wan Qingwen's eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Junyi quickly stepped forward and held her in his arms, gently stroking his beloved's hair. It's okay, it's okay. Though he was comforting her inwardly, he sighed. This song. Too powerful. Thud. A sound of a glass heavily placed on the table came from beside him. He turned his head slightly. Jiang Junyi saw that the girl who had ordered Forget Sorrow had actually downed it in one gulp. What the hell? Drank it all. Do you really want to forget sorrow? On a physical level. Hey. Feng Lulu also saw and quickly reached out, but was too late. He looked at Liang Qiqi. Qiqi, quickly tell those two bastards to come down. Oh. Soon the music stopped. Number 1 and number 2 scratched their heads and came to the bar. Number 1 gave an awkward smile. How was it? Not bad, huh? Just go now? You can come and sing here whenever you're free. Feng Liulius' mouth twitched wildly. Got it. Number 1 beamed and ran off. But now the atmosphere in the store was very low. Waiter, order a drink. Woo-woo. I miss her. Order a drink. Order a drink. I want Forget Sorrow too. My father is not well, but I haven't been back in 3 years. Order a drink. Order a drink. As soon as the song ended, the sad atmosphere caused customers to keep ordering drinks. Whoa, I'm so annoyed. I want to die. Jiang Junyi was startled. What kind of death noise? Following the sound, he saw it was the heroic woman who had gulped down Forget Sorrow. Now her cheeks were flushed, her eyes glazed. She had entered the true realm of forgetting sorrow. Bang! The tavern door was roughly pushed open, accompanied by a harsh female voice. Chen Anren. Your father is critically ill, and you still have the heart to drink here. Tap tap tap. The sound of high heels stomping heavily on the floor. A middle-aged woman with an extremely severe look walked over. She grabbed Chen Anren's wrist. Come back with me. I don't want to go to the Medicine King Valley. And I don't want to marry some divine doctor. Chen Anren cried out, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Slap. A slap landed on her delicate face, instantly silencing her. This is a tremendous opportunity. How can you be so reckless? The woman dragged Chen Anren out of the store, completely indifferent to the girl's feelings. Jiang Junyi's eyes flickered upon hearing this. A divine doctor. Ready to descend the mountain, huh? It seemed a new storm had already arrived. Ding. System update complete. How are you getting along with your pure love object? Do you miss me? The system suddenly appeared, startling Jiang Junyi. Not really. Ding, so sad. Stop the nonsense. What has been updated and upgraded? Ding, this update added new item types to the Pure Love Treasury, including items targeting the Children of Destiny. Jiang Junyi perked up when he heard this. Could there be some cool and awesome cultivation techniques and treasures? Jiang Junyi excitedly opened the shop, but after browsing for 2 seconds his expression gradually faded. Where are my cultivation techniques, cultivation-based martial skills, and divine artifacts? Ding, you have already redeemed all those items, host. What? Are you kidding me? When did that happen? Ding, isn't the cultivation technique the Dragon and Phoenix Auspicious Union Pure Love Invincible Universe art? What about the cultivation base? Ding, can't the host gain cultivation base by being near the pure love object? My hair. What about the divine artifact? Ding, the shadow heart. Jiang Junyi's face gradually wrinkled. What about martial skills? Ding, divine massage technique feet, that's it. Ding, that's it. Ding, your mother's head. Jiang Junyi really wanted to tear this dog system apart, letting it ding ding ding. Ding, no dinging. Air. Although those are gone, quite a few small items have been added which will surely help the host. Jiang Junyi took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. Alright, maybe I don't lack these things. After all, he gritted his teeth inwardly. Ding. Huh. There is a classified document appearing. Suggest the host. View. How many pure love points? Free. Free. Update compensation. Yeah, that's more like it. At this moment, Wan Qingwen's worried voice came. Junyi, you haven't developed psychological problems again after listening to that song, have you? Jiang Junyi coughed and said, No, I just remembered something. He rubbed his nose, feeling his emotions fluctuate, because the system was too absurd. That's good. Wan Qingwen sighed with relief, patting her chest. She was afraid that Jiang Junyi would suddenly have a problem and try to kiss her in front of so many people. After a moment of shyness, Jiang Junyi squinted slightly and leaned close to Wan Qingwen's ear. What if I have a problem in my heart again? Wan Qingwen's face showed a hint of panic. Not. Jiang Junyi chuckled. No, it's nothing. He looked at Wan Qingwen's adorable manner and smiled. We've had enough wine, Uncle Wu. He reached out to Uncle Wu, who handed him a box made of expensive wood. Next, it's time to draw a perfect conclusion to tonight. Moi. Wan Qingwen tilted her head slightly. Jiang Junyi slowly opened the wooden box, and a faint fragrance immediately spread. Wow. Feng Liuliu, Liang Qiqi, and Su Ling all opened their mouths wide. A bracelet made of petals white with a hint of red lay quietly in the box. This is a bracelet crafted from petals of the Jingshan flower, a flower with extraordinary effects. When used in medicine, it can even awaken a person in a vegetative state. Jiang Junyi smiled and picked up the bracelet, while Shizuo twitched his mouth on the side. That bastard, anying he sold the Jingshan flower as soon as he got it. And he even absconded with the money. Just then Jiang Junyi's voice rang out again, but I prefer its flower language. Wan Qingwen leaned against the bar, propping her cheek with her hand, and smiled sweetly. What is it? A glimpse of your beauty, my soul, is given to you. The heart-stirring at first sight is as unforgettable as a thunderbolt. From then on I pour all my love, my soul sinks for you, unwavering for life. As he spoke, Jiang Junyi gently took Wan Qingwen's delicate hand. His movements were as light as if holding a rare treasure. All right. Wan Qingwen felt the coolness at her left wrist and couldn't help touching it. Instantly a soft sensation came from her fingertips. She brought it close to her nose and smelled a refreshing fragrance. Junyi want it with her like this. Wan Qingwen was a bit worried. It would be such a pity for such a beautiful bracelet to end up fading. Jiang Junyi put his hands on his hips and grinned proudly. Don't worry, it's been processed with a unique technique. It will never decay for 10,000 years and the fragrance will remain. Don't ask, it's just by Ting's black technology. That's good. Wan Qingwen gently stroked the bracelet, her shoulders swaying slightly. By the way, does it have a name? Jiang Junyi was taken aback. Well, I haven't had time to name it. Then let me name it. Wan Qingwen's expression brightened. Jiang Junyi rested his chin on his hand, his eyes filled with anticipation. Sure. I want to call it June Xin. Wan Qingwen stroked the bracelet and said softly. Jiang Junyi was slightly stunned, then smiled. Beautiful, you. Come closer. Wan Qingwen's cheeks flushed for some reason. Jiang Junyi leaned his head closer, feeling his beloved's warm breath on his ear. It means, like longing lingering in my heart, every petal rests on your wrist to sleep, ah? In an instant Jiang Junyi felt that Wan Qingwen's words were like a bullet named love, striking straight into his heart. He fell backward, yet found himself in a sea of pink. Jiang Junyi couldn't help himself, and caressed Wan Qingwen's cheek. Naturally Wan Qingwen sensed the emotion of the person before her, and leaned forward as well. Whether there were many people or few, it didn't matter at that moment. When emotions surge, actions representing love receive blessings. After a long time, this passionate kiss finally ended. A glistening thread shimmered under the light, surging with love. Tell me, when did you learn that? Jiang Junyi pinched Wan Qingwen's cheek, beaming with a smile. If I won't tell you. She lifted her head slightly, her smile enchanting, beautiful beyond words. Wow. Oh. At that moment, sounds of melting admiration came from around them. Woo-woo, Sister Qingwen, you two are so amazing. I'm going to ship you forever. Liang Qiqi cupped her chin with both hands, wearing an anti-smile. Qingwen, you must be happy forever and ever. Su Ling shook her pink fist and blessed with a smile. At that moment, Wan Qingwen remembered there were still people around, and her face flushed red instantly. Thank you. The next moment, Jiang Junyi lifted Wan Qingwen in a princess carry, skipping the wheelchair. Time to go home. Aye. The wheelchair. It's fine. Uncle Wu slapped a stack of red bills on the counter and nodded to Feng Lulu and others. He stroked his chin, looked at the wheelchair, then checked the time. There was still some time. So he left the wheelchair and turned to leave. I'm leaving too, Qiqi. Okay, come again next time, Sister Su Ling. After the acquaintances left one after another, Chunzhou, Wang Hao, and Shizuo gathered at the bar, and even Moji appeared. Not bad, barely worthy of the Master of Fate. Chunzhou played with a romantic coin and said indifferently. I have to admit, he does seem to really like the Master of Fate. Shizuo stroked his chin. Just passable. Moji snorted coldly, his tone harsh, but with a hint of approval. Alright, big sister, why do you always nitpick every Master of Fate? Shizuo leaned on the bar, sucking juice through a long straw. Swish, 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 clang. For faces looked at Moji in disbelief. Wait, what? They seemed to have heard something wrong. Was it? Big sister. Wang Hao's eyes widened. Feng Lulu held his glasses frame with his brows furrowed almost together. Su Shuang spilled the canned drinks she had just brought. Liang Qiqi looked up and down, but there was no feature. Moji walked to the bar and took off the goat mask. This was the first time she revealed her appearance. Thin lips, sharp eyes, short hair neat and tidy hanging at her ears. Moji slowly spoke. Can you mix possessiveness? After removing the mask, Moji's voice was somewhat androgynous. So the voice that came through the mask sounded like a man. Feng Lulu was stunned for a moment, then the corner of his mouth lifted. How dare I disobey the request of the Star Lord? Shortly after, a cocktail with a grapefruit top and a slightly white bottom was placed before Moji. Moji picked up the possessiveness and drank it all in one go. Thud. The cup slammed heavily on the counter, causing Feng Lulu to step back. At this moment, Shizuo and Chunzhou exchanged glances and pulled Wang Hao and Liang Qiqi aside. Feng Lulu looked left and right, then pointed at himself. What about me? The four of them gave a thumbs up. Before Feng Lulu could resist. Crackle.
The glass in Moji's hand shattered ice and glass shards grazing Feng Liulia's face. Feng Liulia. Thump. Moji's face turned red and she slumped onto the bar. Whoa, why does every master of fate have to leave me? Ding-ling. The doorbell rang, and Uncle Wu walked in calmly. Sorry, I left something here. He walked to Moji's side, picked up the wheelchair, and his peripheral vision swept across the bar, catching sight of the goat mask. Was it her? By coincidence, as he turned his gaze met Moji's dazed eyes. Based on years of experience, people with such eyes are prone to drunken madness. Wu Bo didn't want trouble and was about to leave with the wheelchair. Hey you. Moji's voice came. Tisk, he had been spotted after all. He had seen Moji before. Even without seeing his true face, there might be a faint sense of familiarity. And when drunk people easily pour out their doubts. When sober, one might find this person somewhat familiar, but wouldn't dwell on it. But after drinking, it's different. More likely they'll grab you and ask, Miss, is something the matter? Wu Bo stopped and turned his head to ask, You seem familiar. Have a drink. Moji squinted at Wu Bo. Wu Bo shook his head. Sorry, my young master and young mistress are waiting for me. Moji sat up straight, his eyes fixed gloomily on Wu Bo. When Wu Bo saw that Moji had stopped talking, he turned to leave. At that moment, he saw Wang Hao and Liang Qiqi standing nearby. Strangely, both of them wore expressions of may you be spared. Wu Bo frowned, feeling that something bad was about to happen. Wang Hao and Liang Qiqi showed such expressions because Virgo had just explained Moji's current situation to them. Moji is a severe obsessive of the Master of Destiny. Now, unfortunately, each Master of Destiny has found true love. Wu Bo's words, young master, young mistress, would probably detonate Moji. After walking a few steps, Wu Bo suddenly felt an extremely fierce gust of wind from behind. Schwa. Wu Bo reacted quickly, leaning back, his entire body flush with his knees, feet rooted to the ground. Young mistress. Young mistress. Moji's long legs swept past, muttering, as if waves of resentment emanated from his body. That's right, it was the young master of this middle-aged man who had stolen away his own Master of Destiny. At the thought, Moji became furious. His legs, suspended in the air, fell like a battle axe. Wu Bo's pupils contracted slightly, and he spun aside to dodge. Dong! The tiles shattered instantly. Moji stared coldly at Wu Bo. Since you are the butler, you must be quite skilled. Let me test if you have the strength to protect your young master and young mistress. Wu Bo halted, then pushed the wheelchair to one side. After unbuttoning his cuffs, he flexed his wrists. A matter concerning the butler's dignity. I cannot stand by idly. Wu Bo looked calmly at Moji. Humph. Moji snorted coldly and lunged forward. Bang, bang, bang. Fists and feet collided, and in an instant the tavern echoed with cracking sounds. Fortunately, both of them held back, not using true chi, only relying on physical strength and technique. While everyone's attention was focused on the fight, something slowly intruded into the combat zone. Wu Bo caught sight of a familiar shape from the corner of his eye, and his face changed abruptly when he saw it clearly. The wheelchair. The vibrations from the fight made the wheelchair slide. He was about to move it away. Don't get in the way. Moji roared and kicked it aside. No. The usually calm Wu Bo reached out to grab it, but could only watch as crystalline fragments scattered through the air. After the wheelchair traced a graceful arc. Crash. Wu Bo fell to his knees in despair, hands supporting him. That was his masterpiece, crafted through countless journeys, days and nights of toil and dedication. Gradually, Wu Bo clenched his fists and slowly stood up. The aura around him changed. He looked coldly at Moji. Doing wrong has consequences. Moji lifted his chin slightly, a curve at the corner of his mouth, getting serious. Dong! A muffled sound rang out, and both of them erupted, their figures vanishing almost simultaneously. Wu Bo raised his right fist, the sleeve on his arm bulging taut. Kong! The air exploded. This punch was extremely heavy. Moji refused to be outdone and returned a punch. Just as their fists were about to collide, Moji's body suddenly went limp and his fist fell weakly. Seeing this, Wu Bo quickly retracted his strength. Moji crashed into Wu Bo's embrace, and Wu Bo instinctively caught her shoulders to prevent her from falling. This man's attentiveness was ingrained in his bones. Who? Asleep? Asleep, eh? Creak, creak. Wu Bo's other hand's knuckles cracked loudly, as if he were grinding his teeth. Within seconds, the expressions on his face shifted like clouds. Reluctance, struggle, pain. Damn, Wu Bo rarely swore, hardly ever. But today he really couldn't hold back. Wu Bo looked coldly to the side. Where's the owner? Where did this come from? Virgo and Leo trotted over, bowing slightly in apology, then carried Moji away. Wang Hao, Liang Qiqi, and Feng Lulu kept bowing and apologizing. How about I buy you a drink, uncle? Feng Lulu scratched his cheek and asked. Sorry, I'm driving. Wu Bo's face was expressionless, but beneath the calm was a raging fury. Juice. Juice.
Feng Lulu immediately got a glass of iced orange juice and pushed it to Wu Bo to cool down. Wu Bo glanced at it and drank it in one gulp. Is there a trash can? Feng Lulu paused. Yes. Make sure it's clean. Wang Hao quickly handed over one that had been cleaned and hadn't had trash thrown in. Wu Bo calmly gripped the cup, reached toward the trash can, and suddenly exerted force. Bang! Crackling. The glass burst, shards clattering against the metal trash bin. The three little ones silently gasped. Dong! Wu Bo slammed his fist onto the bar while mixed. Feng Lulu scratched his cheek. Thank you, uncle. With that, Wu Bo left holding a box, the remains of the wheelchair packed by the three. Only after his figure disappeared did Wang Hao and the others breathe a sigh of relief. Crack. Huh, what's that sound? Liang Qiqi asked. What? Crack crack. A crack appeared in the middle of the bar. Wu Bo was really furious. Meanwhile, at Jiang Junyi's home, Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen both had their mouths open, faces full of disbelief. After hearing Wu Bo's account, they were shocked. Mo Jia was actually a girl. Wan Qingwen was astonished. Wu Bo had an affair with a woman. Jiang Junyi was bewildered. Neither of them cared about the wheelchair. Wheelchair, feel sorry for me. Sorry, young mistress, the wheelchair. Wu Bo's face showed complexity and pain. At the earliest, I'll be tomorrow. Oh, it's okay. Wan Qingwen waved her hand. To be fair, it was her people who broke it. Jiang Junyi, however, stroked his chin, his mind racing. Without a wheelchair, how would Qingwen go back? What you say, I carry her? No, we'll get tired, you know. Since the wheelchair is broken. Qingwen. Jiang Junyi grinned as he leaned in like a big bad wolf with wicked intentions. Wan Qingwen immediately became alert at his tone. How about, you stay at my place today? You can carry me back. Wan Qingwen's cheeks flushed slightly. Jiang Junyi shook his shoulders. I'm so tired today. I feel like I have no strength. Wan Qingwen knew that Jiang Junyi was up to his mischievous thoughts again. Her face reddened. No, it's not allowed. Jiang Junyi chuckled at her reaction, leaned close to her ear. I never said we'd sleep together. Someone's overthinking, aren't they, eh? You. Wan Qingwen bit her silver teeth and pinched Jiang Junyi. Stop teasing me. All right. Jiang Junyi moved back slightly. Look, Uncle Wu just fought someone. He must be tired too. And I only just started feeling better today. It's getting late, and the night is dark and windy. What if something dangerous happens on the road? Wan Qingwen thought it over. There seemed to be some logic. Jiang Junyi saw her pondering, his eyes lighting up as he sensed an opportunity. He pressed on. I have empty rooms here, you know, why not stay the night? Young madam, the room is ready. Uncle Wu's timely assistance arrived. Well, all right. Wan Qingwen finally accepted Jiang Junyi's suggestion. After all, if she was sleeping alone in a separate room, it wouldn't be a big deal. Young master. About the wheelchair. Uncle Wu began cautiously. Jiang Junyi raised a hand. Qingwen's wheelchair naturally needs careful selection of materials. No rush. Jiang Junyi raised an eyebrow. You understand what I mean, don't you, Uncle Wu? Uncle Wu nodded slightly. Understood, young master. After their silent exchange, Uncle Wu bowed slightly. Young master, young madam, please rest well. With that, Uncle Wu turned and left. Only Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen remained in the house, and the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat delicate. Wan Qingwen nervously twisted the hem of her clothes, the tips of her ears inexplicably burning. Ahem, Qingwen, do you want to take a bath? Jiang Junyi also felt a bit awkward. It's not convenient right now. Wan Qingwen whispered. Is Xiao Xiao usually with you? Jiang Junyi asked. Yes. Then Jiang Junyi leaned and pointing at himself. So do you think I could get lost? On it. So time to sleep. Jiang Junyi stood up. I'm a bit tired too, Wan Qingwen replied. Let's go then. Jiang Junyi lifted Wan Qingwen and carried her toward the bedroom. Wan Qingwen's cheeks flushed crimson, feeling the situation was strangely intimate. Like a wedding chamber. So embarrassing. Jiang Junyi gently placed Wan Qingwen on the bed and sat down beside her. Your pajamas are by your pillow. You can change. If you want water, the glass is on the nightstand. Reach slowly and carefully. If you can't sleep, you can play some music. Just say Xiao Wan Tongxua. I'm here, the smart assistant Xiao Wan chimed in. Like that, just tell it. Wan Qingwen leaned back against the pillow, amused by the name. What kind of greeting is that? Jiang Junyi gently pinched her cheek. I want you to always be with me, but I can't at night. So I have to project my feelings somewhere. Hearing Jiang Junyi's teasing, Wan Qingwen's cheeks reddened again. What a smooth talker. Go back to your room now. Jiang Junyi feigned disappointment. So soon. You really want me to leave? No. It's getting late. You just recovered, you need to rest well. Wan Qingwen explained, blushing. All right, I'll go then. Jiang Junyi stood up, looking reluctant. When Jiang Junyi reached the door, Wan Qingwen's expression turned anxious. What's wrong? Jiang Junyi turned around, slightly puzzled. Well, it's just. Wan Qingwen's face flushed crimson, looking as if she couldn't bring herself to speak. At first Jiang Junyi was confused, but after a moment's thought he understood. Oh. A smile spread across his face as he walked back and sat on the edge of the bed. Which one is it? You? You know perfectly well. Wan Qingwen clenched her little fists. Jiang Junyi chuckled softly, cupped her cheek, and leaned in for a kiss. Is this the one? Mm. Jiang Junyi rubbed her delicate face. She was just too adorable. Good night. He gave her forehead a gentle peck before rising and leaving. Click. The door closed tight. Wan Qingwen collapsed onto the soft pillow, a smile curving at the corners of her lips, brimming with joy. As of today, Jiang Junyi wasn't the only one indulging in this sweetness. She was too. After savoring the moment briefly, Wan Qingwen reached for the pajamas by her pillow. A set shorts and a short-sleeved top. She only knew it was a set of pajamas, unaware that Jiang Junyi had chosen the adorable Hello Kitty style. Rustle. After changing, she lay down on the bed, feeling utterly refreshed. She raised her hand, brought the June X-signing bracelet to her nose, and inhaled its scent, a delighted smile blooming on her face. It smells so good. It must look beautiful too. After letting her thoughts drift for a while, Wan Qingwen sat up again, sensing the firmly closed door. Facing the door, she gently traced her lips with her finger. After a long moment, she pointed a finger, and a wisp of black energy slowly seeped outward. Click! The tightly shut door cracked open, just a sliver. Only then did Wan Qingwen nod in satisfaction. He didn't close it tightly. Yes, that must be it. Having done this, Wan Qingwen burrowed into the covers and lay still. Time ticked by, but she grew increasingly restless. Strange. This isn't right. From her understanding of Jiang Junyi, he wouldn't pass up such an opportunity. Little did she know. Jiang Junyi, clad in pajamas patterned with Daniel Star Hello Kitty's official CP, was crouching outside Wan Qingwen's room, frantically scratching his chin. His expression was deeply conflicted. How did the door have a crack? If his memory served him right, he had closed it tightly when he left. This time Jiang Junyi swore he had no other intentions. He genuinely wanted Wan Qingwen to sleep, while even deliberately making the sound of the door shutting tight. But now things seemed off. The door had a gap. It wasn't shut. It wasn't his doing. Could it be? Qingwen. Jiang Junyi shook his head. No way. He scratched his head, wildly, bits of hair falling to the floor. Could it have been blown open by the wind? Or a hint. After a fierce inner battle, Jiang Junyi's gaze gradually hardened. No, I am a gentleman. Jiang Junyi stood up and turned to leave. 5 seconds. He crept back to the door stealthily. The fair lady, the gentleman's rightful pursuit. Gently, ever so gently, with the utmost lightness, he pushed the door open. Faint threads of dim light seeped into the room. At this moment, his minor grandmaster skills were put to full use. Stealth steps. Not a single footfall leaked. On the bed, Wan Qingwen also wielded her minor grandmaster prowess to the fullest. The moment Jiang Junyi pushed the door, she keenly sensed the shift in airflow. He's here. Wan Qingwen felt a mixture of excitement and shyness. She quickly pretended to be sound asleep, trying to steady her breathing. Jiang Junyi tiptoed to the bedside and softly called, Qingwen. After a long silence, there was no response. Asleep? After confirming several times, Jiang Junyi slowly, inch by inch, moved himself onto the bed. With the utmost gentleness, he lifted the covers and laid down beside Wan Qingwen. Thump thump. In the quiet dark room, Jiang Junyi could hear the rapid pounding of his own heart. Sharing a bed for an entire night. This was an entirely new experience. Jiang Junyi slowly turned to face Wan Qingwen, and little by little he inched closer to her. The fragrance of Wan Qingwen filled his nostrils, and only then did he reveal a satisfied smile. This scent intoxicated him deeply. A rustling sound. Jiang Junyi froze instantly, his body tensing slightly. It turned out Wan Qingwen had just turned over. Thump. Thump. Huh. Jiang Junyi wondered. Why did it seem like there was another heartbeat? He abruptly looked down at Wan Qingwen. Qingwen. I want a hug. Wan Qingwen's voice, as faint as a mosquito, sounded before him. At that moment, joy overwhelmed Jiang Junyi's entire being. He slid one arm under Wan Qingwen's neck and wrapped the other around her slender, soft waist, pulling her entire body into his embrace. The warmth and fragrance of her soft form filled his arms, and his heart raced with excitement. He held Wan Qingwen tightly, gently stroking her hair. In the darkness, Wan Qingwen felt an unparalleled sense of security in this embrace. The scent of Junyi was so pleasant. Then Jiang Junyi spoke softly. The door. You didn't close it tightly. Jiang Junyi knew Wan Qingwen had some tricks up her sleeve, but of course he couldn't reveal that he knew. Look at me so careless. No. That's right. Next time be careful. As you wish. The two breathed in each other's scent and drifted off to sleep. The warm, sweet atmosphere made even the system's notification silent. Ding. Detected pure love, target and host sleeping in each other's arms. Pure love value 520 continuous. The next day, Uncle Wu knocked on Jiang Junyi's room door. After a long while there was no response. He glanced around and noticed the door was slightly ajar. Uncle Wu smiled faintly and decided to see the second young miss off first. The sun was high in the sky. Xiaowan the smart one gently pulled the curtain a little, letting warm sunlight stream in and fall upon the two. Wan Qingwen's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as her consciousness gradually awakened. In her ears was the steady sound of Jiang Junyi's breathing. He's not awake yet. Wan Qingwen roughly sensed the situation and quietly reached out to pinch Jiang Junyi's nose. Jiang Junyi frowned and let out a soft grunt. Wan Qingwen, like a startled little rabbit, quickly withdrew her hand. After waiting a while longer, and finding Jiang Junyi still fast asleep, her little hand mischievously pinched his nose again. Jiang Junyi turned over and pulled Wan Qingwen tightly into his arms. After a moment, seeing no movement from Jiang Junyi, she tugged at his cheek and whispered, "Time to get up, the sun's burning your," but suddenly, she felt her hand fall into a broad warm palm. Someone's little hands aren't being very obedient. No, they're not. I was just waking you up. Oh, is that so? I felt like someone was teasing me just now. You're mistaken. Jiang Junyi, holding Wan Qingwen with one arm, reached out with his other hand to pinch her little nose. I'm going to pinch back. After a bit of playful banter, Jiang Junyi finally relented. Get up. I have things to do. Wan Qingwen pushed Jiang Junyi. All right. Jiang Junyi sat up and ran his fingers through his hair. A question arose in his mind. How was Qingwen supposed to brush her teeth and wash her face? Even if he was willing, it was inconvenient since he couldn't stand for long. After getting out of bed, he said, "Qingwen, wait here for me a moment." Okay. With that, Jiang Junyi slipped on his slippers and padded out the door. Wan Qingwen touched her own calf, sighing. Meanwhile, Jiang Junyi arrived at the bathroom. Just as he was about to figure out what to do, he noticed a high stool had already been placed beside the sink. A basin was also prepared on the counter. The toiletries had all been replaced with matching couple sets. Jiang Junyi shook his head with a light laugh. "Uncle Wu, you damnably charming old man." He hurried back to the room, scooped Wan Qingwen into his arms, and said, "Come on, let's brush our teeth and wash up." In a flash, Wan Qingwen was seated on the high stool, a cup of water and toothbrush already in her hands. So thorough. A swishing sound filled the air as they brushed their teeth together. "Junyi, can I spit now?" Wan Qingwen asked. In truth, she knew where the basin was through her senses, but since Junyi was here, she naturally had to put on a little act. Jiang Junyi held the basin with one hand, lifting it slightly. "You may." Soon the toothbrushing session ended. Then came the face-washing part. "Oh, I can do this myself. Oh, it'll be quick. I can still wash my face. First time, let me do it." No. Jiang Junyi's little scheme foiled, he had no choice but to hand the towel to Wan Qingwen. After washing up, Jiang Junyi carried Wan Qingwen to the sofa. They'll check the fridge and make breakfast. He had barely taken 2 steps when the sound of the door came from the entrance. Uncle Wu walked in carrying breakfast. "Young master, I've bought breakfast." "Oh, perfect. 2 steamers of xilongbao, 2 bowls of wonton, and 2 marinated eggs." But Jiang Junyi felt the logo on the xilongbao box looked strangely familiar. After thinking for a while, "Holy crap, isn't this the one from baiting?" Jiang Junyi became curious. "Let me see what's so special about these xilongbao that guy argues with the owner every day." One bite into his mouth, the rich, savory juices burst open, the meat, incredibly tender. It was so delicious it made his tongue drop. "Sorry, I get it now." Every time he went, that red-faced young man at the shop seemed to be shouting, "Why can't you just sell me one more steamer?" "Quick, Qingwen, try this xilongbao." Wan Qingwen fumbled for a moment, picked up a piece, and took a bite. Instantly her eyes curved like crescent moons. "It's delicious, right?" Unlike Jiang Junyi's wolfish devouring, Wan Qingwen ate slowly, tiny bite by tiny bite. After finishing, Jiang Junyi rested his chin on his hand, gazing at his beloved. Then he remembered the free file the system had given him. Opening the file library, a glowing document awaited. The divine doctor prepares to descend the mountain. Jiang Junyi's mouth twitched. Classic. The divine doctor prepares to descend the mountain. The head of the Qin family is poisoned and gravely ill on the verge of death. After extensive inquiries, only the divine doctor of the Medicine King Valley has the skill to remove this poison. Through connections, the Qin family finally has an opportunity. But they never expected the divine doctor of the Medicine King Valley to be the very youth the Qin family had broken off an engagement with years ago. Divine Dr. Yi Tian agreed to the Qin family's request, but demanded that the Qin family's legitimate daughter Qinyu apologize, and that besides the reward, the Qin family must provide additional compensation. Yi Tian had his eyes on the Qin family's adopted daughter Qin Anren. First, to take revenge on Qinyu, and second, because Qin Anren was indeed somewhat attractive. But Chun Anren's stern refusal angered the Medicine King Valley, which ordered the Chun family to announce publicly at the herb auction 3 days later that Chun Anren would marry Yi Tian. Jiang Junyi closed the file with a pained expression. What kind of plot is this, he muttered. The classic of classics. Ding, limited time discount on top secret files. Don't miss out while you can. Jiang Junyi became alert. What top secret file? Ding, a file that if you don't exchange for it you'll regret for a lifetime. Jiang Junyi's heart tightened. The system rarely spoke like this. Could it really be that secret? Name your price. 80000 pure love points. I'll give you a chance to reconsider. Ding, 70 off, only 25000. Jiang Junyi glanced at his pure love points. 25200. He laughed. Damn, a plan exchange. Ding, delivered. Jiang Junyi opened the file library. When he saw the file name, his pupils nearly contracted to pinpoints. Finally. Jiang Junyi's lips trembled slightly as he opened the top secret file titled 3 Realms I. 3 Realms I, a secret alchemical formula refined from 3 rare herbs corresponding to heaven, earth, and humanity. After ingestion, it gradually rebuilds the optic nerves within 72 hours, ensuring restoration of sight for any blind person regardless of the cause. Core Herbs 1. Heavenly Tear Crystal, a transparent orchid growing atop snowy peaks blooming once a century. Its pistil condenses dewdrops that do not dissipate in the wind. Legend says it was transformed from a celestial deity's pity for the blind. Must be in full bloom. 2. Earth Dragon Blood Amber. Amber buried deep beneath ancient battlefields for millennia, containing a fossil of an ancient earthworm. Earth Dragon Blood, red in color, emitting a dragon's roar when struck. Regenerative Gene Extract 3. Human Candle Heart, the heart blood of the blind person's beloved. 4. 10,000-year Cold Spring, as the name implies, use it as a base, uncontaminated. Will appear at the herb auction. The 3 elements of heaven, earth, and humanity merge, and the 3 realms I is complete. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Jiang Junyi suddenly burst into loud laughter, a glistening trace at the corner of his eyes. Wan Qingwen, who was eating breakfast, was startled, not understanding why Jiang Junyi was laughing so maniacally. Junyi, are you sick again? Wan Qingwen asked cautiously. Jiang Junyi wiped his eyes and smiled. No, I'm just too happy. He leaned over and gave Wan Qingwen a big kiss on the cheek. You're all greasy. Wan Qingwen quickly wiped it off. But Jiang Junyi couldn't care less at that moment. He looked at Wu Bo with eyes as sharp as swords. Wu Bo, go find 2 things, one called Heavenly Tear Crystal and one called Earth Dragon Blood Amber. Wu Bo's expression grew stern as he slightly bowed yes. He could tell that his young master was extremely serious. The determination surging in his eyes was something he had never seen before. These 2 items must be of utmost importance. After Wu Bo left, Wan Qingwen asked curiously, Junyi, are these 2 things very important to you? Jiang Junyi gently stroked her hair. Yes, very important. To me, and to you both, very important. Wan Qingwen nodded thoughtfully and transmitted this message to Capricorn. Since he wanted it, they should search. Over here. Wu Bo arrived at baiting, his expression grave and his footsteps different from usual. As he walked through the streets, the baiting members on both sides could sense that he was not the same as usual. Wu Bo reached a newsstand where Aunt Zhao was frowning at him. What happened? The young master wants to find 2 things. Aunt Zhao's expression relaxed. I thought it was something serious. I've never heard of these things, and I've never seen the young master so focused on anything. Wu Bo said gravely, it's like he values them more than his own life, right? Aunt Zhao suddenly interrupted. Wu Bo nodded heavily, yes. Like father, like son. Aunt Zhao shook her head with a smile. Her mind recalled the past. On that day, a young man also looked at her with determination and said, Aunt Zhao, these 3 things, I must find them, even at the cost of my life. After a moment of reflection, she looked at Wu Bo. Don't worry, I'll issue the highest priority order. Then Aunt Zhao tapped away at a keyboard beside her. Suddenly, the previously bustling baiting fell silent. The young man, who often bought steamed buns, took out a white mask with gold patterns and put it on. Wait for me to come back, save me an extra basket. With that, he walked toward the exit of baiting. Gradually, the entire street was filled with white masks bearing gold patterns. A killing intent quietly spread. What did the highest priority mean? It meant that even at the cost of life, one must find the entrusted items. Even if it cost a life for a trivial clue, it was worth it. When countless clues converged, the target would naturally be locked. In an instant, the once bustling baiting commercial city became somewhat desolate. All white masks with gold patterns had left the court. Alas! Wu Bo sighed long. This is their slap. Aunt Zhao smacked Wu Bo. What are you moping about here? You think it's still my era where searching for something meant life or death? The younger generation now has deep methods and extensive connections beyond your imagination, and each one is shrewd as hell. Seeing Wu Bo's expression, Aunt Zhao couldn't help rolling her eyes. It could be said that she knew exactly what he was thinking. Seems that's true. Wubo scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. The reason he reacted this way was because he had witnessed a similar scene before. But that time not many came back. Over here. Under Wan Qingwen's strong request, Jiang Junyi came to Xinghua Nursery, saying that he was going to discuss nail art with Liang Qiqi. He couldn't refuse, so he brought Wan Qingwen here. Slap. The Virgin placed an ordinary wheelchair expressionlessly in front of Jiang Junyi. The meaning was clear: don't hug my lady destined anymore. Junyi, could you put me down? Wan Qingwen, with her arms around Jiang Junyi's neck, said with a blush. After all, she was in front of her subordinates. Jiang Junyi sighed. Alright. He probably knew that Wan Qingwen might have something to instruct the Black Palace members. Soon in a small room the Black Palace members gathered. All told 7. One of them had to protect Wan Qingwen. This mission requires finding 2 things. Wan Qingwen spoke. Shua. The 7 all knelt on one knee. Your command, lady destined. One called Heavenly Tear Crystal, one called Earth Dragon Blood Amber. The sooner the better. Wan Qingwen's tone grew slightly stern. Yes. Among them Wang Hao and 2 others exchanged glances. This was exactly the same task issued by Baiting. This tavern will be closed for now. After giving the order, Wan Qingwen said softly. Yes. Take these things and use them today. Wan Qingwen opened her palm, revealing 7 small black crystals. Capricorn and the other star masters showed excitement, while Wang Hao and the others were puzzled. Thank you for your blessing, lady destined. The Virgin responded first. Thank you for your blessing, lady destined. Wang Hao followed suit. After giving all instructions, Wan Qingwen came out. Jiang Junyi sat at the bar board. All done with the discussion. Qiqi described the style to me. I think it's really nice. Maybe we can do it sometime. The tips of Wan Qingwen's ears turned red as she lied. Jiang Junyi came behind her and said with a gentle smile, there will definitely be an opportunity. After the 2 left for a while, all Black Palace members also left the shop. The Virgin locked the door and flipped a sign. Big sister, make sure to keep an eye on things. Yesterday the tiles broke, the bar broke, and it seems a few cups broke too. Leo counted on his fingers. The corner of Capricorn's mouth twitched. Got it. Well, we're off then. The Virgin said to Capricorn. Go ahead. The 6 gently touched their faces, and one by one pitch black, yet shimmering masks materialized. In the next instant they vanished before the Xinghua Nursery. Ink and silver sand under the lonely dark moon. Capricorn turned back and glanced at the shop door, closed for business. 3 mornings later, Old Wu followed his usual routine of taking Wan Xiaoxiao to school. Old Wu, hasn't my sister finished with her work yet? Wan Xiaoxiao asked from the passenger seat, puzzled. Old Wu remained expressionless, his face calm. It should be soon, second miss. Indeed, Wan Qingwen had not returned home for 3 consecutive nights. To this, Old Wu explained that the young madam had work to handle and was staying elsewhere. The little girl naively believed him. All right. Wan Xiaoxiao drooped her head. Having not seen her sister for several days, she missed her deeply. Hey, isn't that my sister? Wan Xiaoxiao suddenly raised a hand to her brow, squinting toward a roadside breakfast shop. Old Wu looked over, his pupils contracting slightly. He jerked the steering wheel, making a solid line lane change, and turned left as the light just turned green. Second miss, you're mistaken. Huh. Old Wu, this isn't the way to school. Old Wu remained impassive. There's a traffic jam ahead. Wan Xiaoxiao recalled. Just now it seemed there were no cars. No second miss. No one knows this road better than I do, Old Wu declared with absolute certainty. All right, but just now. That absolutely was not the young madam. The young madam is handling work. Old Wu cut off Wan Xiaoxiao's words. Oh. Seeing Old Wu so certain, Wan Xiaoxiao scratched her head and gradually suppressed her doubts. Meanwhile, Jiang Junyi had brought Wan Qingwen to eat at a ramen shop. They were nearly finished. The Medicine King Valley must have a screw loose. Who in their right mind schedules an auction in the morning? Jiang Junyi grumbled as he pulled out a napkin and gently wiped the corner of Wan Qingwen's mouth. Wan Qingwen's cheeks flushed slightly. Earlier is fine too. It leaves the afternoon for other matters. If the auction were in the afternoon, they would still be cuddling in bed at this hour. The day would essentially be wasted. Young master, young madam. Old Wu arrived after dropping off Wan Xiaoxiao, giving a slight bow. Let's go, let's see this auction. Jiang Junyi stood up and moved behind Wan Qingwen. Yes. The Yao Pavilion, an enterprise of the Medicine King Valley, specialized in selling pills, potions, and other products produced by the valley. At the top floor of the Yao Pavilion, a small venue was set up. This was where rare treasures were auctioned. Those who could come were either wealthy or noble, and some were both. After taking their seats, Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen waited quietly. Before long, the venue gradually filled up. The host of this auction, dressed in a black Chong Sam, walked gracefully onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the Yao Pavilion auction. I am your auctioneer, Zhang Wei, number A068. Please note today's auction bidding will be conducted using cultivation techniques. Jiang Junyi raised an eyebrow. The Medicine King Valley sure knew how to be creative. But he glanced at Wan Qingwen, whose delicate brows were slightly furrowed. Old Wu, what does cultivation techniques mean? Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen spoke in unison. Old Wu pursed his lips slightly. Was this the tacit understanding between husband and wife? Even their pretending followed the same logic. Ahem. Old Wu cleared his throat. It's time for the young master and young madam to know about this. This world is not that simple. Hidden within are those called martial artists. After Old Wu finished his explanation, gasp. Again, both of them drew in a sharp breath as if truly shocked by this revelation. Then Jiang Junyi asked curiously, Old Wu, do we have any cultivation techniques? Old Wu smiled slightly. Yes, young master, yes. Cultivation techniques are divided into heaven, earth, profound, and yellow grades. Heaven grade techniques are rarely traded, generally earth grade, and below are available. Here the exchange rate is 10 yellow grade for 1 profound grade and 50 profound grade for 1 earth grade. As for our Jiang family, yellow grade techniques are countless, profound grade techniques are countless, earth grade techniques are barely countless. A question mark gradually appeared over Jiang Junyi's head. Was it really that exaggerated? Beside him, Wan Qingwen's mouth hung slightly open. This time they were genuinely shocked. In short, they are countless. Old Wu bowed slightly. All right, I understand. Jiang Junyi nodded. As they spoke, 3 or 4 items had already been auctioned on stage. Jiang Junyi glanced over briefly, uninterested. He was here only for the 10,000-year cold spring. This auction is reaching its climax. Now let's welcome the Medicine King Valley's divine physician Yi Tian. The host smiled, bowed, and stepped back. Then a handsome young man with a confident smile on his lips walked onto the stage. Good morning, everyone. The following auction items are all the finest from the Medicine King Valley. Don't blink. Jiang Junyi, expressionless, blinked furiously. Junyi, is this divine physician really that formidable? Wan Qingwen leaned close to Jiang Junyi's ear and asked. Jiang Junyi felt a tickling sensation and couldn't help turning to peck her cheek. Ah, what are you doing? There are so many people. Wan Qingwen's face flushed slightly. It's been 5 minutes and 20 seconds since our last kiss. Just the right amount of time, Jiang Junyi chuckled softly. Don't be mischievous. Wan Qingwen lightly struck him with her little fist. Tell me quickly, a divine physician. Naturally, it means knowing things like the Ghost Valley 13 needles or the Supreme Profound 10-odd needles. Something about bringing the dead back to life and regrowing flesh from bones. Huh. Wan Qingwen's mouth formed an O in surprise. That powerful, eh? Jiang Junyi stroked his chin. That's how it's written in short dramas and novels. There's even that scene where a person is already in the coffin and an unreasonable resurrection technique smashes it open. Hep. Young master, the situation you described happened about a few decades ago, Old Wu added at the right moment. Really? And now? Jiang Junyi raised an eyebrow. The Medicine King Valley demands cultivation techniques at auctions because due to an incident back, then they have lost almost all their techniques. Old Wu explained, though his expression was slightly off. In reality, it was your father who led the people there back then. No wonder. Jiang Junyi seemed to ponder. Just then Yi Tian's voice on the auction stage grew excited. And finally, the highlight of today's auction. 10,000-year cold spring. The starting bid must be no less than 3 yellow-grade cultivation techniques. 4, 5. The bidding voices came without end. Jiang Junyi couldn't be bothered to act for now. He turned his head slightly and saw the faint excitement on Wan Qingwen's face. Want to give it a try? Jiang Junyi whispered in Wan Qingwen's ear. This is what I intend to bid on today. Wan Qingwen turned her head, her expression brightening. Can I? Of course. Jiang Junyi stroked her silky hair. Go ahead. He handed her the bidding paddle. The current bid for yellow grade techniques had reached 10 manuals. If someone offered a profound grade technique at this point, it would take priority. 10. 11. Wan Qingwen raised the paddle to bid. Just then a somewhat grating voice rang out. 11. What rookie doesn't even know how to bid? The Herb Pavilion had an unwritten rule. Once 10 yellow grade manuals were offered, the next bid had to be with Xian grade manuals. However, there was no explicit regulation. Uncle Wu, what are the bidding rules here? Wan Qingwen asked calmly, showing no trace of timidity. Young madam, after 10 yellow grade manuals, bids must be made with Xian grade manuals, Uncle Wu said with a slight bow. However, there is no explicit regulation. Wan Qingwen gave a slight nod of her beautiful head and raised the bidding paddle again, 2 Xian grade manuals. She then added, would the one who spoke just now care to demonstrate the strength befitting a veteran? Her tone was calm, yet carried a hint of penetrating aggression. Jiang Junyi gradually broke into a smile. He adored Qingwen like this. Some onlookers wore expressions of malicious glee. Even if it was her first time, that didn't mean she lacked power. Seeing Wan Qingwen's assertive bid, the earlier commenter fell silent. Anyone who could directly offer 2 Xian grade manuals knew what that implied. It is now 2 Xian grade manuals. Esteemed guests, this 10,000-year cold spring is exceedingly rare, a top-tier material whether used for medicine or cultivation. Yi Tian promoted fervently from the platform. He had obtained the 10,000-year cold spring by chance, and after handing a portion of the bid manuals to the Medicine King Valley, the rest would be his. 3. 5. Stirred by Yi Tian's provocation, powerful families began to enter the fray. Wan Qingwen tugged at Jiang Junyi's pinky. Junyi, your turn. After all, these were the Jiang family's manuals. As an outsider, she had merely tried her hand. Jiang Junyi understood her thoughts and took the bidding paddle. All right, watch your husband sweep the board. Hearing the embarrassing term, Wan Qingwen's cheeks flushed. Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Junyi smiled and raised the paddle. 20. The bid stunned everyone. The hall fell silent. Yi Tian's eyes blazed with excitement. 20 manuals. Going once. Any higher. This 10,000-year cold spring is once in a lifetime. Hesitate at your own risk. 30. A dull voice answered. 40. Jiang Junyi remained impassive. It felt like a game of numbers. Given Uncle Wu's nature, if the family's manual count were exact, he would have stated a precise number. But when he used the phrase, countless, it truly meant beyond measure. So many that the household couldn't be bothered to tally them. 50. The voice now carried noticeable strain. 60. Jiang Junyi remained nonchalant. The hall had turned into a battlefield between him and another bidder. Young friend, this 10,000-year cold spring is of immense significance to me. Could you part with it? 65. Jiang Junyi propped his cheek on his hand. Sorry, I need it too. I am head Li of the Li family. Young friend, could you do me the favor? Li Han said gravely. The Li family. Jiang Junyi raised an eyebrow. Uncle Wu leaned in and whispered, the Li family primarily does security work, and there seems to be another faction behind them. What's their own level? Mediocre. Understood. 80. Jiang Junyi completely ignored Li Han's words. If the chosen one himself were massaging your shoulders, he might show respect. 81. Young friend, do you truly refuse this favor? A step back would earn you the Li family's friendship. Li Han's voice grew heavy. Your Li family's friendship. Is it that precious? Jiang Junyi said flatly. It's worth even less than a strand of my beloved's hair. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Li Han barked. Arrogant? What's youth without arrogance? 100. Jiang Junyi sneered and raised the bid sharply. You? Fine. Hope you don't regret it. Li Han's voice seethed with fury. Jiang Junyi's face showed disgust. He was weary of this kind of nonsense. Buying something required giving face, and refusing meant trouble. My surname is Jiang, he said irritably. If you want trouble, just come. This was the downside of his years spent abroad, seldom showing his face. Even after returning, few recognized him, due to his low-key nature. The moment those 3 words left his mouth, the hall fell into a deathly silence. Did they not know the weight of, my surname is Jiang? Yi Tian on the platform clearly sensed the shift in atmosphere after Jiang Junyi's utterance. He was a rising star and unaware of the details, but instinctively felt that this was not the time to speak. After a long pause. Haha, so it's young Master Jiang. This 10,000-year cold spring. I was about to bid for it as a birthday gift for old Master Jiang. Li Han forced a strained smile. This was the Jiang family. Jiang Junyi ignored him and turned coldly to Yi Tian, dropped the hammer. Yi Tian's Adam's apple bobbed. He brought down the hammer instinctively. Deal. Uncle Wu. Understood. Jiang Junyi stood up and pushed Wan Qingwen out, leaving first. Wan Qingwen looked up at him, her pretty face full of admiration. Junyi, you seemed so different just now. Oh, how so? Jiang Junyi asked with a smile. Your voice sounded both cold and dignified, yet a little languid. Anyway, it just felt extraordinary. Wan Qingwen waved her little hands, unable to find the right words. Jiang Junyi leaned down slightly and whispered, does my Qingwen like it? Yes. Then later when he murmured something in her ear and her cheeks instantly blazed crimson. You? Shut up. Wan Qingwen came to her senses and thumped him. Haha. Jiang Junyi wore a mischievous grin. He was in high spirits. They had collected 1 material for Qingjian's treatment. A promising start. Thousands of kilometers away in the northern nation of Country E, snowstorms were the norm. Frost was their friend. This land was a world of ice and snow. Yet one place in Country E was remarkable. Everywhere you looked, medieval castles stood, and the common folk lived in similar style houses. This attracted throngs of tourists. The collision of modern atmosphere with ancient style made the place uniquely fascinating. Leo wore a snowsuit, arms wrapped around herself, her little face and nose red with cold. I shouldn't have said a lion fears no cold. I never expected Tiao would still be alive and come to this godforsaken place. Muttering, Leo entered the city. She looked around and spotted a somewhat shabby newsstand, walking toward it slowly. Knock, knock, knock. Leo rapped on the extended wooden board. A young man with a middle-parted haircut and black-rimmed glasses poked his head out. Who's knocking? Down here. Oh. Leo.
Qiao broke into a smile. He welcomed to Skellige. Inside the humble newsstand Shitsi, Zhua held a cup of hot tea. The place was small and shabby, yet it sheltered him from wind and rain, and warmth lingered within. So why did you come to this place? Shitsi Zhua asked, sipping the tea slowly. This is called infiltrating the enemy's rear. Qiao adjusted his glasses with a grin. Enemy's rear. Is there an enemy here? Shitsi Zhua was slightly taken aback. Just an exaggerated expression. I'm not entirely sure either. Qiao scratched his head. In truth, he had come here for a particular person, though he wasn't certain yet, and the clues were scattered. Alright then, at least the clue about the Tianlai crystal is definite, right? Shitsi Zhua asked. More or less. The locals call it the divine's compassion. It appears once every century, and the time is nearly upon us. Qiao shrugged. Time and place. A glint of anticipation shone in Shitsi Zhua's eyes. Such a legendary object might very well be what he sought. This thing isn't easy to find. What do you need it for? Qiao asked curiously. The Lord of Fate's request, Shitsi Zhua replied. The current Lord of Fate has appeared. Qiao frowned slightly. Yes, you didn't sense anything. Qiao shook his head. The power granted by the previous Lord of Fate has long been exhausted. Only you stars can feel the Lord of Fate's revival. I see. Shitsi Zhua pondered. Then tell me where the Tianlai crystal is. At the summit of the snowy mountain. Shitsi Zhua's face scrunched up. Are you out of your mind? What a... There are so many snowy mountains here. Which summit exactly? Shitsi Zhua fumed. On his way here he had seen no fewer than several snow-capped peaks. He couldn't possibly search them one by one, could he? He can't help that. Qiao scratched his head. Shitsi Zhua, follow me. Qiao stood up and put on his cold weather gear. Another peculiar aspect of Skellige was that the cold targeted all living beings. Even a grandmaster would feel the biting chill like an ordinary person. That was why Shitsi Zhua had come dressed in a snowsuit. In a flash, Shitsi Zhua gazed up at the towering cloud-piercing snowy mountain before him. You mean? Shitsi Zhua turned his head. Start climbing from this mountain. Process of elimination. Qiao adjusted his glasses. According to my calculations, if we start surveying from this peak, we can cover all the snowy mountains without missing a single one. How about that? Impressive. Shitsi Zhua slowly clenched his fist, then launched a flying kick. Impressive, my foot. Ouch. Qiao plunged headfirst into the snow, his rear, and sticking out. Freeze to death for all I care. Shitsi Zhua rolled his eyes and walked past Qiao toward the snowy mountain. On the way he couldn't resist adding another kick. Hearing the crunching of Shitsi Zhua's footsteps gradually fade, Qiao finally pried himself out of the snow. He brushed off the snow and murmured, by the time you find it, things should be about over. Meanwhile in Daxia, when the auction at Yaowangu concluded, Yi Tian warmly invited Jiang Junyi and his companion to stay, saying he wished to get acquainted. Jiang Junyi thought for a moment. This was not a bad opportunity to observe the heavens chosen at close range, so he agreed. Thank you for gracing the event, Master Jiang. A small token of my esteem. Yi Tian smiled and pushed a gift box toward Jiang Junyi. You're too kind, Master Yi. I merely had a need. Jiang Junyi replied with a polite smile. Then Yi Tian presented a slightly wider box. This is an antique for home decoration. Your wife's peerless grace will complement it perfectly. Jiang Junyi raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Thank you, Master Yi. He felt this heaven's chosen was surprisingly normal. Look at the way he handled people, the way he spoke. A world apart from the earlier Lin Xiutian. I heard that, Master. Yes, happy occasion is approaching. Is that true? Jiang Junyi probed. The file stated that today Yaowangu had demanded the Chun family publicly announce Chun Anren's marriage to Yi Tian. But that didn't seem to be the case now. Yi Tian was momentarily startled, then understood, given Jiang Junyi's status. He gave a faint bitter smile. I would rather not, but my master's command is hard to defy, so I have no choice but to comply. Originally this was to be announced publicly today, but I used your name, Master Jiang, to postpone it. Yi Tian patted the gift on the table. This is also my apology. Wan Qingwen and Jiang Junyi nodded simultaneously. This was truly a human being. In that case, I have a question for you, Brother Yi. Jiang Junyi suddenly thought of the materials he needed. Oh, Brother Jiang, speak freely. Seeing Jiang Junyi change his address, Yi Tian also altered his form of address. This was a true master. Brother Yi, have you ever heard of Earth Dragon's blood amber? Jiang Junyi stared intently at Yi Tian, trying to find any trace of a clue on his face. Yi Tian's brow gradually furrowed. After a moment of thought, I truly haven't. Just from the name, I can sense its preciousness. If I come across any news, I'll surely inform Brother Jiang at once. Jiang Junyi withdrew his gaze. No deceit. Good, thank you, Brother Yi. You're welcome, Brother Jiang. In that case, I shall. Just as Jiang Junyi was about to leave, Yi Tian suddenly interrupted. Brother Jiang, has your wife's leg been like this since childhood? Oi. Yi Tian's expression was grave.
Jiang Junyi narrowed his eyes. Had Yi Tian noticed something? It was a calamity that left her disabled. Wan Qingwen spoke calmly. Yi Tian frowned deeply. May I have a look? Just inject a strand of true qi. Jiang Junyi glanced at Uncle Wu. If the true qi was questionable, kill, without mercy. Uncle Wu nodded, faintly understanding his young master. All right, brother Yi, since you have the intent, there's no harm in trying. Jiang Junyi nodded, then looked at Wan Qingwen. Qingwen, would you like to give it a try? Yes, no problem. She would not let slip any chance to regain sensation in her lower leg. Swish, swish, swish. Silver needles plunged into Wan Qingwen's calf. Strands of emerald true qi clung to them, and the needles vibrated at high speed, as if probing for something. After a long while, Yi Tian withdrew the needles, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. This was no calamity. It was man-made. Yi Tian's words were shocking. Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen both surged with killing intent upon hearing this. Master Yi, can you tell what technique this is from? Wan Qingwen's voice was icy cold. All along she had believed it was an accident, never expecting it to be a human disaster. This technique is vicious beyond measure. All the meridians in the lower leg are completely sealed. Yi Tian shook his head. However, recently they've loosened a bit. When Wan Qingwen heard Yi Tian's final words, the frigid aura around her suddenly collapsed. That must have been Junyi's Tao of the foot. I will look into this matter. If I find anything, I will surely inform you. Yi Tian cupped his hands. Thank you, brother Yi. He'll take my leave now. Take care. After Jiang Junyi pushed Wan Qingwen away, Yi Tian's expression grew exceptionally grave. Juling Su. This was the secret technique of Yaowangu. After leaving, Jiang Junyi took Wan Qingwen for a stroll in the park to relax. Just now, although Yi Tian did not reveal the origin of that technique, at least it was confirmed to be from someone else. That is to say, it was from another faction. Wan Qingwen sat on a lakeside bench, staring blankly into space. A gentle breeze brushed by, lifting her silky black hair. Still thinking about what just happened, Jiang Junyi held Wan Qingwen's hand and asked softly, I never expected that my leg disability was caused by human malice. Wan Qingwen laughed bitterly. Back then I was just a child. Why would anyone be so vicious? Perhaps it was a whim, or perhaps there were other considerations. But regardless of the reason, it had brought her half a lifetime of suffering. Jiang Junyi fell silent for a moment, then quickly smiled. Look at it from another angle. Since it's man-made, there's a high probability it can be cured. Just as I told you when we first met, I will find a way, even if it takes the rest of my life. Wan Qingwen leaned on Jiang Junyi's shoulder and murmured, having you here is really wonderful. Jiang Junyi gently stroked Wan Qingwen's cheek and teased, what did you just say? I didn't hear it. A helpless smile touched Wan Qingwen's lips. She knew Jiang Junyi was trying to provoke her again. This time she would not just sit back and take it. Wan Qingwen tilted her head, rested her chin on his shoulder, and leaned close to his ear. She placed her delicate little hand beside her mouth and whispered softly, I said having you here is truly wonderful. Those simple, affectionate words mingled with her warm, sweet breath brushed against Jiang Junyi's ear and pierced straight into his heart. The tips of Jiang Junyi's ears grew warm. He hadn't expected Wan Qingwen to express her feelings so directly. Well, of course. Suddenly his heart raced, his face flushed, and he even stammered. Why is someone stammering? Wan Qingwen still lingered close to his ear, teasing him in a soft voice. A triumphant smile curled at the corner of her lips. Who said I'm stammering? Come on, let me have you thoroughly check whether my tongue is nimble. I don't, MH. At a distance, Wu Bo made a graceful turn and whipped out his little notebook. Wu. The feelings between the young master and young madam are growing warmer day by day. It's just so sweet. As the boldest butler in the history of the Jiang family, I must protect this happiness. Even if I have to stay up 7 days and 7 nights, I will not hesitate. Come on. You can do it, old Wu. After finishing his notes, Wu Bo secretly turned back and glanced at the couple on the bench from the corner of his eye. Still kissing, good. Click. On the bench by the willow tree, a pair of lovers. Wu Bo looked at the photo with satisfaction and selected a group chat. By Ting family. Tap send. Zhao Ningyu, wow wow wow. So they've already reached this stage. Hee hee hee. Let me see Jiang Wudao, good lad. He actually has 3 tenths of my charm. Zhao Ningyu, come off it, our son is way more handsome than you. Jiang Wudao, huh? Doesn't this bench look a little familiar? Jiang Wudao has been muted. Old Liang to be young is great. Old Feng to be young is great. Old Wang to be young is great. Aunt Zhao to be young is freaking great. Jiang Xiaobai, you broke the pattern. Jiang Xiaobai has been muted. Aunt Zhao, you broke the pattern. Wu Bo smiled, his heart filled with satisfaction. Things like this are meant to be recorded. In the shadowy space, Mo Jia crouched in a corner, also holding a little notebook, biting the pen, her expression tangled. Soon she scribbled rapidly, the romance of the Master of Fate is totally swoon-worthy. This is so different from before. Is falling in love really that sweet? Damn it, damn it, damn it, 520 Wubo? What are you doing? Let's go. Wubo turned his head and saw Jiang Junyi already pushing Wan Qingwen toward the park exit. Coming, young master. He trotted to catch up. 5 days passed in a flash. At a hidden valley, 3 little figures popped their heads out from 3 bushes, each with a pile of grass on top of their heads. This Medicine King Valley is really well hidden. Number 1 whispered. You said it. This place is practically a miniature city. Number 2 spoke up. I feel something's off here. Number 3 said gloomily. Number 3's powerful intuition was kicking in again. The other 2 looked at number 3. It's already off. Emma, my little finger tells me there's something wrong here. Number 3 said seriously. What does your little finger have to do with it? By the way, Brother Bowsy, where did you get the info? Number 2 looked toward a huge boulder. A rustling sound came. From the middle of the boulder, a handsome face emerged. Humph, a wise man has his own methods. It was the young man who often argued over a basket of steamed buns at the entrance. The younger generation in that street all called him Brother Bowsy. Did you get the details? Number 1 asked. Rumor has it that Yawang Valley once obtained a strange stone from an ancient battlefield, Brother Bowsy explained. And Dilong blood amber. Judging by the name, it must be some kind of stone material. Nonsense. You need to close your eyes to sleep and open your mouth to eat. The 3 little ones were speechless, but they had no choice. Even a slim possibility was worth exploring. How do we get in? Number 3 asked. 2 ways. Let's hear them. First, kill everyone and infiltrate. Next, second, high-level sneaking. Spill it. The 3 little ones' eyes lit up. Dig a tunnel. With that, Brother Bowsy pulled out 4 metal shovels. Just follow me digging. Number 1 scratched his head. Wait a minute. Where did you pull those metal shovels from? I don't sweat the details. Brother Bowsy waved his hand. Come on, the last one in, remember to seal the hole. With that, an opening appeared in the boulder. The 3 little ones looked at each other, then number 1 crawled in first. Am not sealing the hole. Oh. Number 2 caught on and crawled in. To me neither. Oh my. Number 3 looked bewildered. Is this about sealing the hole or not? Isn't anyone going to comment on how absurd this is? And what are you 2 yelling about? He scratched his head and crawled in, huffing and puffing as he sealed the hole from the inside. A moment later, damn. I should have gone in first. Oh. In the darkness, 4 pairs of eyes shone brightly in anime style. So how do we dig under these circumstances? Number 1 asked. Who touched my butt? Number 2 reported same-sex harassment. Is there a ghost? Please turn on the light. Number 3 started babbling nonsense. Click. The space suddenly lit up. Oh. The 3 little ones immediately huddled together. Ghost. Tisk, look at the state you're in. Brother Bowsy wore a mining helmet, his face full of disdain. There are mining helmets over there. Put them on. The 3 little ones saw that it was the light from Brother Bowsy's helmet and finally relaxed. Then they realized they were already in a small pit, obviously dug by Brother Bowsy. Hurry up and get started. Hurry up. In the pitch-black tunnel, 4 figures frantically shoveled dirt. The 3 little ones had no idea where they were digging. They simply followed Brother Bowsy. Along the way, their admiration for him flowed endlessly like the mighty Yellow River. In such an environment and predicament, Brother Bowsy had memorized the route with such precision. Up, down, left, right. Every move was meticulously planned. Suddenly, the 3 little ones saw Brother Bowsy stop. Number 1 asked excitedly, Brother Bowsy, have we arrived? Number 2 curled his lips into a smirk. My mighty shovel is already aching with anticipation. Number 3 remained silent, only letting out a cackling laugh. Brother Bowsy wiped the sweat from his brow. Not sure. A bit tired. Let's take a break. Clatter. The shovels in the 3 little ones' hands fell to the ground. And not sure. Number 1's eyes widened. I just roughly gauged the location when I looked down from above, Brother Bowsy said, sitting down for a moment. With a crack, the 3 of them shattered softly. Give me back my blood and sweat. Wah. They knelt together facing the earthen wall. Brother Bowsy waved his hand. Oh, don't worry. I'm very lucky. Number 1 turned his head, tears streaming. What good is luck? Brother Bowsy let out a cold laugh. Ha, naive. With that, he stood up, raised his metal shovel, and thrust it upward with force. A crisp clang of metal rang out. What the a? The 3 little ones' eyes bulged. Brother Bowsy spread his arms, the meaning clear. Speak. The 3 gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. Clear this layer of dirt, Brother Bowsy instructed. On it. The 3 little ones were now full of vigor, quickly clearing a clean area to reveal a metal floor. Brother Bowsy pointed upward. The only thing we're unsure of now is if there's anyone up there. If you have any skills, show them. Among the entire white court, these 3 possessed the most talents. You never knew what kind of skill they might pull out to astonish you. Number 3. Go. Number 1 and Number 2 called out. Number 3 twisted his neck, rolled up his sleeves. Watch me. He walked under the metal plate, looked up, then turned to Number 1. Give me a boost. Standing on tiptoes isn't enough to hear clearly. Oh. Number 3 straddled number 1's neck, pressed his ear against the metal plate, and closed his eyes. Drip, drip, buzz. He muttered, dripping water. No. The intervals are different. Some kind of liquid. A lot of it. The sound of instruments running. After a long moment, number 3 opened his eyes and jumped down from number 1's shoulder. No one's there, but this room is strange. I think it might be some kind of lab. Brother Baozi nodded. All right, let's prepare to. What are you doing? He looked at number 1, whose muscles were bulging and right fist was charging. If there's no path, I'll open one with my fists, number 1 said seriously. Get lost. Oh. Brother Baozi picked up the metal shovel and pressed a spot on it. A laser shot out. The 3 little ones' eyes widened again. Number 2 raised his hand. Why didn't we use the laser to cut through the dirt earlier? Brother Baozi looked at number 2 as if he were an idiot. Are you stupid? It drains power. Number 2 scratched his head. Number 1 walked by, looked him up and down. Are you stupid? Number 3 passed by, shaking his head. Are you stupid? Number 2 frowned and thought. Makes sense. With that, they helped Brother Baozi cut through the metal plate. White Court products were always top-notch. The cutting sound was barely audible. The 4 carefully placed the cut metal inside the tunnel, then leaped out. As they landed, their pupils contracted sharply. Looking around, the 100-square-meter lab was filled with transparent pods, each containing a person in a hospital gown. Their eyes were closed as if asleep. Glass tubes drew their blood, which underwent a series of processes, finally condensing into a single drop. Refining pills with human blood. Number 3's face changed dramatically. Brother Baozi's expression darkened. I heard that the Medicine King Valley's techniques have been severely lost, making many pills and potions impossible to recreate. But I never imagined they would resort to such methods. They deserve to die. Number 2 spoke up. First, find the Earth Dragon's blood amber. We'll report this situation to the White Court later, and they'll take it to the authorities. They want to escape. Right? Number 1 agreed. Let's move. Search room by room for the Earth Dragon's blood amber. Brother Baozi made the decision. Just then, number 2 frowned and walked toward a certain spot. Number 2, what are you doing? Let's go. Oh, coming. The 4 donned white masks and began searching the area. Given the situation, this was undoubtedly the experimental zone. If the Medicine King Valley truly had the Earth Dragon's blood amber, it was highly likely to be here. As they delved deeper, they finished searching lab after lab. The researchers of the Medicine King Valley lay sprawled on the ground, but the 4 still found no clues. This is the last one. Brother Baozi sighed softly. Wait, there's a sound. Number 3's ear twitched, his expression turning serious. He pressed his ear against the wall of this lab, listening intently. Complete soundproofing was theoretically impossible, so the faintest noise inside was still caught by number 3. As he listened, number 3 murmured some words. Whoa. Hold. Her down. Her. Blood. Can. Dissolve. The Earth Dragon's blood amber. At these words, a sharp glint flashed in the 4's eyes. Found it. Number 1, lead the way. Number 2 said coldly. Number 1 flexed his arms, his muscles swelling, and his frame growing more imposing. He assumed a running stance. With a dull thud, the ground trembled and cracks like a spiderweb spread in all directions. With a deafening boom, the lab door shattered into pieces. Sparks leaped from the severed wires and tubes nearby. The Medicine King Valley members mid-experiment whirled toward the entrance. Electric sparks crackled. From the dim shadows, 4 figures slowly emerged. White masks with golden patterns, their eyes sharp. On the operating table, the girl with her mouth sealed was none other than Shenanren. She looked at the intruders with hope in her eyes. White masks with gold patterns. Had the White Court. An old man in a white lab coat slowly stepped forward. Well, what a narrow path for enemies. I've been waiting for this day. For so long. As he spoke, he shed his lab coat. With a series of cracks, his body twisted and swelled. Soon the old man was even more imposing than number 1. You think that just because we do experiments we're weaklings, eh? His voice turned deep and heavy. Kill them. Tear them apart. The Medicine King Valley members around him also began to transform, their auras surging violently. Peak lesser grandmasters, some even half-step grandmasters. The 4 stood motionless, realizing this wouldn't end peacefully. Number 1 transmitted a message. Brother Baozi, if we get the Earth Dragon's blood amber, you go first. Brother Baozi frowned beneath his mask. Nonsense. I'm older than you 3. If anyone leaves, it should be you. Number 2 transmitted the White Court, a mission first. We've all seen your luck. If anyone can escape, it's you. Number 3 agreed. Right. No need to argue. Brother Baozi gritted his teeth and fell silent. He shouldn't have said he was lucky. Finish saying your goodbyes. The old man sneered contemptuously. Then prepare to meet your end. Bang. The biochemical muscle elder collided with No. 1. Both wore ferocious expressions, reverting to primal combat. They wrestled and roared. No. 1's veins bulged across his body, every muscle taut to the extreme. At this moment, even if a steel blade were to strike, it would undoubtedly shatter upon impact. No. Two wielded the 8/knives, one forward and one back, integrating offense and defense with rapid compact movements. A flash of cold light revealed their sharpness. He stepped with a unique footwork, engaging in close-quarters combat with the biochemical muscle researchers. The knife-adhering technique intercepted the researchers' actions. Unexpectedly, No. 3, the shortest in stature, fought with extraordinary brutality. Beneath his clothes lay muscles forged like cast steel. Every punch and kick was grand and forceful, either striking both temples or driving an elbow into the heart. The fierce Bajiquan techniques were executed with consummate skill. For a moment, the trio fought back and forth against 6 or 7 researchers, holding their ground without falling behind. Brother Baozi's gaze was calm, fixed on the shimmering golden earth dragon blood amber behind the operating table. Amid the chaos, his presence diminished to a minimum. He awaited only that fleeting opportunity. Suddenly, Brother Baozi saw an unobstructed path in his world leading straight to the earth dragon blood amber. Bang! An even more deafening explosion than No. 1's earlier blast erupted, and the very ground seemed to tremble. Now, beyond luck, the reason why Brother Baozi was tasked with taking the earth dragon blood amber finally had the most plausible explanation. His greatest pride was his speed. It was the speed that even the boss of Baiting's steamed bun shop couldn't catch up to. The significance of this was evident. The crowd only saw a blur as his terrifying speed left streaks of afterimages. Some of the Medicine King Valley researchers were even distracted by the lifelike afterimages. Stop him! The muscle elder locked in hand-to-hand combat with No. 1 roared. Once the experiment succeeded, they could perfectly eliminate the side effects of refining pills with human blood. The Medicine King Valley would once again rise to glory. Crash! The vessel containing the earth dragon blood amber shattered, and Brother Baozi snatched it, turning to flee. Suddenly, 2 dark shadows loomed over Brother Baozi. He showed no panic, casting a calm glance before fleeing without hesitation. Boom! A heavy punch from the shadows landed, but Brother Baozi was unharmed. No. 2 and No. 3 appeared abruptly at his sides, using their bodies to withstand the blow. The 8/knives twisted severely under the punch, and No. 3's knees sank deep into the floor. Both spat out blood, yet their eyes were resolute. They must deliver the earth dragon blood amber back. Dark figures surged like malevolent ghosts, seizing the moment when No. 2 and No. 3 were weakened. Your brothers seem unable to hold on any longer, the elder sneered. No. 1, a bruised and bleeding, said with firm eyes, this is our destiny. And who says they can't hold on? Boom. 5 or 6 researchers were sent flying backward. No. 2 and No. 3 stood up, bare-chested, with blood streaming down their steel-like muscles. Their arms, chests, shoulders, and backs. Every part bore wounds and missing flesh. Yet the 2 seemed unfazed. Clatter! 2 syringes rolled from the hands of No. 2 and No. 3. They twisted their necks and flexed their arms, gazing at the seemingly immortal Medicine King Valley researchers. Round 2, you inhuman bastards, No. 2 said coldly. As the words faded, true chi surged violently. At that moment, the 2 seemed like demons crawling back from hell. Hi, you old bastard, No. 1 grinned, revealing bloodstained teeth. Now we're on round 2 too. Crack. No. 1 bit into a pill hidden at the corner of his mouth, and his massive body gradually turned hot and crimson. Roar. No. 1, who had been at a disadvantage in the contest of strength, let out a beastly roar, forcing the elder back. Meanwhile, Brother Baozi sprinted along the path. He came, his mind naturally forming the optimal route to the tunnel. No turns, only forward. Crash. Rumble. Every obstacle in his path shattered. At this moment, time was more precious than his life. Here, catch him. The sound of dense footsteps echoed out. Reinforcements from the Medicine King Valley had arrived. Brother Baozi's heart sank. From the footsteps, he knew there were many reinforcements. But he couldn't stop. He didn't know the exit of the experimental zone. To return, there was only that one tunnel. Soon the broken floorboard appeared before Brother Baozi's eyes. He leaped in, grabbing something along the way, and sprinted through the tunnel. But just as he entered, figures appeared in the lab behind him. Detonate the experimental zone. Send people to check the valley entrance, a leading Medicine King Valley member ordered swiftly. Yes. As Brother Baozi fled at breakneck speed, a great terror surged within him. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed incessantly. The tunnel shook violently, with sand and soil falling, threatening to collapse. Brother Baozi stopped, looking up slightly. Sand fell on his face, and he smiled bitterly. Damn, they have a self-destruct set up too. He sighed softly. Sorry, brothers. I don't think I can make it out. Boom. The tunnel collapsed, completely burying Brother Baozi's figure. In the core experimental zone, the battle was nearing its end. No. 1 knelt on the ground, his body bleeding profusely. His arms hung limp at his sides, the bones shattered. The elder had 1 arm missing, with his chest and cheeks deeply sunken. For an ordinary person, such injuries would be fatal. Not far from No. 1 No. 2 and no. 3 lay in pools of blood surrounded by the corpses of researchers. But there were still more. Their breaths were faint, and their eyes gradually lost their luster as they gazed at the Medicine King Valley members. At the end of their lives, memories flashed before their eyes like a revolving lantern. When did they start dedicating their lives to the Jiang family and the young master? They remembered. It was that snowy night. As children, the 3 of them depended on each other, begging to survive. Every day was spent in hunger. One day a kind woman gave them 100 yuan. But to the 3 young eyes at that time, this benefactor was not gentle, she even frightened them a little. After placing the bill in their bowl, she said coldly, "Begging won't let you survive. What does youth matter? What do restrictions matter? If you don't rely on yourselves, you'll likely end up dying in a gutter or a sewer, forgotten by all." With that, she turned and left. That snowy night, the 3 children gained 3 things: 100 yuan bill, a cold speech, and a fierce will to survive. From then on, they were willing to do anything, learn anything. Selling flowers, making cakes, learning to sing, learning to paint, learning photography, learning operations. They ran street stalls and fled from city inspectors. To survive, they gave their all, growing as resilient as wild grass. At the age of 12, another snowy night arrived. It seemed that all the world's malice descended upon them that day. Their tools for survival were destroyed, their money stolen, and they were beaten to the brink of death. It was just like now, lying helplessly in a dark alley. But back then a childish voice asked, "Aunt Zhao, are these the 3 little ones you often talk about?" "Yes, young master. You must learn from their qualities. Heaven helps those who help themselves. The self-rescued are saved by heaven, the self-abandoned are forsaken." Back then they only saw young Jiang Junyi frown and finally utter a sentence. "Then can I be heaven? I want to save them." Of course. From then on, Jiang Junyi was their heaven. No. 1 lowered his head, blood and saliva dripping from his mouth. No. 2 and no. 3's eyes were reduced to mere slits. "Sorry, young master." Boom. The lab's ceiling shattered instantly, and blinding light flooded in. A dark figure crashed down like a meteor into the center. Amid swirling shadows, scarlet eyes gleamed beneath a white mask with golden patterns. "Sorry I'm late." Jiang Junyi rose to his feet and raised a hand toward the 3 little ones. Streams of darkness surged into their bodies, temporarily stabilizing their wounds and halting the loss of life. After doing this, he cast a cold glare at the researcher from Yawang Valley. The old man's face twitched violently as he stared at the unfamiliar yet familiar mask. The new master of Baiting. He forced a smile. "This is my Yawang Valley. So, are you trying to say you have the numbers?" Jiang Junyi pointed upward. "Look around." The old man jerked his head up. Countless white-faced golden-patterned figures stood on every vantage point. The golden light shimmering under the sun resembled a judgment from the celestial court. This scene was eerily familiar. Baiting. The old man's visage convulsed into a hideous grimace brimming with utter despair. "Even as a ghost I will." Bam! Jiang Junyi suddenly thrust out his hand and clenched it in the air. A colossal black hand formed from shadows erupted from the ground, firmly gripping the old man's towering body. "You won't become a ghost." He tightened his grip. Bam! A dull thud echoed. He released his hand, and a pile of black dust pattered down. Jiang Junyi waved his hand. "Clean up. Kill those in the know, spare the ignorant." "Yes." The Baiting members responded in unison before scattering in all directions. Jiang Junyi slowly walked up to number 1, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Hard work." Heh. A grin curved at the corner of number 1's lips. So it was the young master. Jiang Junyi used shadows to carry number 1 on his back, with number 2 and number 3 tucked under each arm, heading out of the valley. "Don't fall asleep, got it? Feel the warmth from your young master." Though the shadow power had stopped their injuries, if they lost consciousness with such severe wounds they might never wake. Young master, your back is so broad." Number 1 said haltingly. "Young master's grip is so strong." Number 2 forced a compliment. "Young master, your waist is so fine." Number 3 spouted nonsense like a dog. "Huh." Jiang Junyi grinned at the words. "We're going home." At Baiting, the longevity tower, a place for medical treatment. The 3 little ones got bandaged. Some limbs hung up, some wrapped like mummies. Jiang Junyi sat nearby peeling an apple. 100,000 a month and you risk your lives like this, eh? The 3 exchanged a pained glance. "Young master, to be honest, 100,000 a month is really worth risking your life," number 3 replied. "Tisk, is the point really the 100,000? Jiang Junyi looked up and slapped number 3's suspended leg. "Ow!" Number 3 yowled as if possessed by Teacher Tom. "Next time, if you can't win, retreat. There's always another day," Jiang Junyi said, placing the peeled apple on the table. "Hey, young master, didn't you get the Earth Dragon Blood Amber?" Number 1 asked curiously. "What Earth Dragon Blood Amber? Does Yawang Valley really have that?" Jiang Junyi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Number 2 sent an encrypted message from the signal-blocked area somehow. He rambled on, but I only saw the phrase life or death uncertain, and immediately called for backup. The three little ones exchanged glances, their eyes widening. Holy crap. Brother Baozi. After learning the details, Jiang Junyi rubbed his forehead. Can you guys tell me earlier about things like this? Number 1 closed his eyes. It's over, Brother Baozi is probably gone. Number 2 shook his head. Long gone. Number 3 sighed. Already stinking. Swish. The innermost curtain suddenly yanked open, and an irate voice came through. The hell, you are gone. Long gone. Stinking. The three little ones, and even Jiang Junyi, snapped their heads toward the inside. Number 1 even propped himself up slightly. Holy crap. Brother Baozi. There stood Brother Baozi munching on classic soup dumplings, staring at the three with dead fish eyes. How are you faster than us? Number 3 asked, puzzled. Oomph. Brother Baozi snorted. Let me teach you guys something. Flashback. Sand and gravel buried Brother Baozi, endless darkness closing in. Was he going to die? Brother Baozi thought so. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Huh. Why wasn't he dead yet? Could he still breathe? His lips twitched, touching something ice cold. A steel pipe. But he knew he couldn't open his eyes now, all covered in dirt. Just then he gripped his hand. A metal shovel lay in his palm. When he jumped into the cave, he happened to see the shovel left behind earlier, and on a whim grabbed it. Little did he expect it would come in handy now. He kept using the shovel to scrape away earth and stones, shifting a bit of space to move his hand. Finally, he positioned the metal shovel beside him. Even stranger, the sand and soil here were relatively soft, and didn't seem that heavy. So Brother Baozi kept digging and digging. Relying on his minor grandmaster physique, he bore the just right weight and burst out of the ground. After getting out, he realized his spot had been largely hollowed out. The tunnel collapse had piled all the debris into the passage. But here not much sand and soil had poured down. It seemed utterly unreasonable, but Brother Baozi could only say, lucky people. Even heaven won't let you die. Out of the tunnel, Brother Baozi oriented himself and ran like mad. After handing over the Earth Dragon Blood Amber at Bai Ting, he immediately applied to stay in the Longevity Tower, claiming he feared aftereffects. Actually, it was because hospitalization entitled him to an extra basket of soup dumplings from the boss. End of flashback. That's how it went, Brother Baozi said, holding a soup dumpling. Clap, clap, clap. Jiang Junyi applauded with a deeply complicated expression, while the three little ones on the hospital beds gaped. This one really couldn't be criticized. Too tough to kill. So you already got the Earth Dragon Blood Amber? Jiang Junyi asked incredulously. Yeah, it's with Aunt Zhao, Brother Baozi nodded. Jiang Junyi immediately pulled out his phone. Hello, Uncle Wu. Brother Baozi gets Aliocaniate soup dumplings for a week. Joyfully, heartily, happily. Notify him. Yes, young master. Upon hearing this, Brother Baozi's eyes lit up instantly, and he was overjoyed. Really, young master? Jiang Junyi nodded. You deserve it. Brother Baozi suddenly stood on the hospital bed, waving his arms to the sky, unleashing the same catharsis as Xia Luo in Goodbye, Mr. Loser. Yes. He jumped off the bed. I'll take my leave first, young master. Just then a nurse walked in and saw the excited Brother Baozi. Hey, aren't you worried about after effects anymore? My after effect treatment isn't here, Brother Baozi replied hastily and rushed to Bai Ting's snack street. Jiang Junyi smiled helplessly and stood up. You guys rest well. I'll go check on the Earth Dragon Blood Amber. With that, he left the ward. For a moment the room was eerily silent. Suddenly, those 3 apples were all peeled for me by the young master, Number 1 said calmly. Your eyes are a bit off. They were peeled for me by the young master, Number 2 said calmly. Both your heads are a bit off. They were peeled for me by the young master, Number 3 said calmly. A moment of silence. Mine. 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 The 3, dragging their injured bodies, wriggled toward the table where Jiang Junyi had placed the apples. Their ferocity seemed even greater than when they were at Yaowang Valley. Clack. The door opened, and the nurse looked impassively at the 3 on the floor, twitching her mouth slightly. Tisk. No, I don't want a shot. I'm scared of pain. No, Mom. Meanwhile, Jiang Junyi examined the Earth Dragon Blood Amber under the sunlight. So the so-called Earth Dragon is actually an ancient earthworm. He clenched the Earth Dragon Blood Amber, the second one, atop a certain snowy peak in Country E. Leo was lost, not knowing which mountain she had climbed. But now she was crouching on the snow before a cluster of slightly crystalline, yet unbloomed orchids. Leo frowned and muttered, when the hell will this thing bloom? In the study of the Wan family, Wan Qingwen, clad in a black dress, traced her fingers across the pages of a book, reading in tranquil silence. After a long moment, she set the tome upon the table and leaned back to rest. A hint of melancholy graced her brows as she murmured, could something have happened to Junyi? Earlier, Jiang Junyi seemed to have received a message from Uncle Wu, his body surging with a fierce killing intent. He hastily excused himself and departed. Wan Qingwen held a star pendant in her hand, feeding it half a strand of hair.
Under the pendant's vehement protest, she relented from a full strand to merely half. Ahem, speak, what matter do you wish to consult me about? Wan Qingwen's delicate brows furrowed as she flicked her jade-like finger. Speak properly. Please. Your command. Do you know where Junyi went? Medicine King Valley. Medicine King Valley. How is Junyi connected to that place? The Earth Dragon Blood Amber lies within Medicine King Valley. Wan Qingwen was momentarily stunned. That was precisely what Jiang Junyi sought. Curiosity sparked within her. What purpose did he have for gathering these items? Then do you know why he seeks them? For you. For me. Wan Qingwen had not anticipated such an answer. She offered a faint smile and ceased her inquiries. Could you not ask something more grand and lofty? Wan Qingwen let out a cold laugh. Do you know who caused my leg paralysis? This. I do not know. Do you know how my eyes regained their sight? Also unknown. The pendant felt greatly aggrieved. Wan Qingwen bore the fate of a supreme villainess, and many matters concerning her were shrouded in obscurity, as if veiled by layers of fog. Go and settle yourself, she said, withdrawing her power, and the pendant dimmed. What is Junyi up to now? She cupped her chin in her hands, lost in anticipation, pondering questions that were destined to remain unanswered. At that moment Capricorn appeared, bowing slightly. My lady, the heavenly tear crystal has been found. Wan Qingwen turned her gaze. Where? In country, a place called Skellig, Capricorn replied. Skellig. It sounds familiar. It is a city wrapped in wind and snow, its architecture leaning toward the medieval, most peculiar. Capricorn continued. Can you retrieve the heavenly tear crystal now? Wan Qingwen asked. Capricorn shook his head. According to Laos intelligence, the crystal has not yet bloomed, and the exact time is unknown. Wan Qingwen frowned. Then is there a way? Before she could finish, she felt the star pendant grow warm. You may withdraw. Have Leo remain on watch and gather information. Yes. After Capricorn departed, Wan Qingwen took out the pendant. What is it? I advise you to let that Jiang boy go alone. Why? The heavenly tear crystal, he seeks blooms under conditions tied to him alone. Wan Qingwen's brows knitted tightly. Let Junyi go alone. Would there not be danger? There is no danger. He is simply needed. Hearing this, Wan Qingwen breathed a sigh of relief. Yet upon reflection, why must he go alone? Could I not accompany him? She tucked the pendant away, a joyful expression lighting her face. This would be her first time leaving Daxiao, and she would be with Jiang Junyi. The mere thought filled her with delight. After waiting a while, smack! The study door burst open violently. Qingwen, him back. Hearing his voice, Wan Qingwen quickly turned, a smile curving at her lips. Are your matters settled? Yes. Jiang Junyi threw himself into Wan Qingwen's embrace, nuzzling against her. No matter how many times Wan Qingwen's cheeks would still flush. After all, he would inevitably brush against sensitive places. Oh, do get up. Just hold on a little longer. What's wrong? Wan Qingwen felt Jiang Junyi's arms tighten around her, his shoulders trembling almost imperceptibly. It seemed as though a shadow of lingering fear clung to him. Just now, I nearly lost 3 people who mean the world to me. Jiang Junyi buried his head in the softness of Wan Qingwen's abdomen, his voice muffled. Wan Qingwen stroked his hair, whispering softly, you saved them, didn't you? Then all is well. Wan Qingwen gently caressed Jiang Junyi, soothing the fear in his heart with her tender touch and warm words. Gradually, Jiang Junyi found peace. After a long silence, Wan Qingwen spoke softly. Junyi, would you like to go out and see the world? Jiang Junyi lifted his head, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Does Qingwen have a place in mind? It was the first time she had ever volunteered to go out. I once read a book describing a beautiful place and I wish to see it. Jiang Junyi rose, brimming with energy. Excellent. Tell me where, and we'll set off at once. Skellig. That's not in Daxia. Wan Qingwen smiled gently. Indeed it is not. Well then, we'll need to plan carefully. Jiang Junyi stroked his chin. He had never imagined that Wan Qingwen, who seldom ventured out, would be so bold as to set her sights abroad. He immediately pulled out his phone, composed a message, and sent it to Uncle Wu. After sending it, he moved behind Wan Qingwen and gently pinched her soft cheeks. So would Miss Qingwen care to share what charm Skellig holds? With pleasure. It is a city of gentle snow and serene tranquility. One spoke, the other listened. A scene of tender harmony. Meanwhile, Uncle Wu received his young master's message, retrieved his slim laptop, and began poring over information. After reviewing the basic public details, he delved into the Baiting archives. As a seasoned butler, he must thoroughly understand every facet of this city. Only then could he craft the perfect itinerary, ensuring the young master and mistress enjoyed a comprehensive and comfortable journey. Uncle Wu clenched his fist in frustration. He had forgotten a most critical matter these past days, one that would affect the mistress' entire experience. The new wheelchair had yet to be built. Firstly, Jiang Junyi had been too absorbed in cuddling Wan Qingwen to press the matter. Secondly, Wan Qingwen still had an ordinary wheelchair previously given by Virgo.
This had led Uncle Wu to overlook the issue. He sighed wistfully. It seemed he could not escape another sleepless night. He glanced at the health tea beside him and downed it in one gulp. Tonight someone was destined to be awake. The next morning at dawn. Young master, this is the custom-made wheelchair for the mistress. Uncle Wu stood in the courtyard beside a wheelchair exuding a high-tech aura. It features intelligent design constantly adjusting for optimal comfort, so the mistress need never fear fatigue from prolonged sitting. It has a form simulation function capable of transforming into classical retro sci-fi and other styles to suit any mood. All-terrain adaptive tires allow it to glide over snow, sand, and grass, as if on flat ground. Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen stared in awe, their mouths slightly agape. Jiang Junyi could only marvel. This was Uncle Wu for you. Clap, clap, clap. He applauded and gave a thumbs up. Truly you are unmatched. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Wu, Wan Qingwen said softly. Uncle Wu turned away, covering his face with his arm. Ah, the mistress is so kind, even caring for this old solitary man. Come, Uncle Wu, gather your things. We're ready to depart. Yes, young master. The commotion in the house roused Wan Xiaoxiao from sleep. She emerged in her pajamas, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Sis, brother-in-law, what are you all doing? By now Uncle Wu was already holding 2 large suitcases. We're going on a trip, Xiaoxiao. You stay home and be good. Wan Xiaoxiao blinked. You're going on a vacation. Something like that, Wan Qingwen confirmed. Wan Xiaoxiao pointed at herself. What about me? You focus on your studies. Jiang Junyi grinned triumphantly. Do you think we'd take you on our honeymoon? Huh. As Wan Xiaoxiao was about to retort, a brand new phone box was tossed to her. Don't say I never think of you. Take this phone and play with it. Wan Xiaoxiao looked down, her face breaking into a delighted grin. She snapped her feet together. Loyalty. But don't get too addicted. Remember to study hard, Wan Qingwen admonished. I know. Wan Xiaoxiao excitedly took the phone back to her room. Wan Qingwen sighed softly and shook her head. It's fine. She deserves a little break after all this time. Jiang Junyi ruffled Wan Qingwen's hair. Let's go? Yes. In her room, Wan Xiaoxiao joyfully tore open the packaging, then suddenly paused. Huh. Wasn't I supposed to be a sis gone? Oh, forget it. Let's play with the phone first. Full assault. Hoo. Qingyun. The wind and snow here seem not so gentle after all. The cold wind howled as heavy snow swirled. Jiang Junyi stood behind Wan Qingwen, shivering. Maybe. Today. The blizzard is particularly fierce. Wan Qingwen said with slight embarrassment. Her delicate face flushed red, whether from the cold or shyness it was hard to tell. Uncle Wu stood before them, his posture straight and imposing even though snow had long covered his shoulders. Young master, young madam, let us first go to the residence, Uncle Wu suggested. Fine, let's hurry. Jiang Junyi pushed Wan Qingwen toward Shikalej City. Fortunately, Uncle Wu had obtained a brand new wheelchair, otherwise navigating this terrain would have been difficult. It's all thanks to advanced technology. Jiang Junyi felt warmth radiating from his palms, so presumably Qingwen wouldn't feel too cold sitting in it. They arrived at the residence, a room with a vintage style. The interior leaned toward medieval aesthetics, giving a sense of epic weight. Of course, the modern amenities remained. Uncle Wu, where is my room? Jiang Junyi turned around after putting away Wan Qingwen's luggage. Upon hearing this, Wan Qingwen tightened her grip on the armrest, a faint trace of disappointment flashing across her face. Uncle Wu directly bowed at a 90-degree angle. I apologize, young master, but there are only 2 rooms left. One is a luxury Snowview King room, right here. The other is a standard room with a small bed where I will rest. Wan Qingwen's expression brightened slightly. Jiang Junyi looked somewhat taken aback, then turned to Uncle Wu with a meaningful glance. Uncle Wu, you truly know my heart, Jiang Junyi thought. Well, since that's the case. There's no helping it. He said with a frown, but a smirk curled at the corner of his lips. Wan Qingwen remained silent by his side, which meant consent. Young master, young madam, you may rest first until the snowstorm subsides, said Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu slightly bowed and exited the room. He had other matters to attend to. He needed to personally experience Shikalej. This included, but was not limited to, street food, the best scenic spots, optimal travel routes, and the most suitable locations for killing, among other things. Jiang Junyi pushed Wan Qingwen to the floor-to-ceiling window, who outside snowflakes whirled wildly. If not for the strong chill, today's snow view would be quite beautiful, Jiang Junyi murmured softly beside Wan Qingwen. Is that so? Wan Qingwen couldn't see, but hearing Jiang Junyi say that, she figured the scenery must be pleasant. Later, when you can see, we can come again. Jiang Junyi sat beside Wan Qingwen, holding her soft hand and speaking gently. All right. On the street, Leo, covered in white snow, once again arrived at the old newsstand. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Ashio poked his head out, but still didn't see anyone. Down here, Leo said, slightly annoyed. Ashio looked down, his eyes widening. Leo, how did you get back so quickly? Open the door and let me in. Oh, Leo entered the newsstand, dusted off the snow, and plopped down on a chair. Ashio, do you know how to make this heavenly tear crystal bloom? Ashio asked cautiously. You found the heavenly tear crystal? Found the heavenly tear crystal? Yeah, a clump of orchid grass, but it hasn't bloomed yet. Leo held a cup of hot tea. Ashio scratched his head frantically. This is wrong. According to the route I gave, you should still have a large part of the snow mountain left to climb. Did you finish climbing the snow mountain? Not really, I got lost. Leo took a sip of hot tea. Just happened to find it on the mountain where I got lost. Ashio slapped his forehead. This works too. Then what about my plan? Leo looked at Ashio suspiciously. Ashio, are you hiding something from me? Was this snow mountain trip also meant to get rid of me? Ashio's face stiffened, then he forced a smile. How could that be, huh? A lion's sense of smell is always keen. Leo blew on his tea. Spill it, or he'll call the big sister over. Hey, no. Ashio panicked at the mention of calling Capricorn. I'm still searching too. Searching for who? Leo pressed. Ashio sighed, his head drooping. Aries. Boom. The teacup in Leo's hand shattered instantly. I knew it. Who? Aries. Isn't he dead? No, that guy's vitality is ridiculously strong. I followed the clues for a long time before pinpointing him in Shikalich. Ashio came clean. I'm going to tell Capricorn. It's not necessary. Big sister knowing I'm alive, but not returning might kill me. Ashio said sheepishly. Hi, you're on your own. Leo folded his arms, ready to tell Capricorn about this. Suddenly Ashio felt a sharp pain in his head. This familiar way of grabbing, this nostalgic aura. Kiao. So you're still alive. Capricorn emerged from the shadows, her eyes glowing red. Hiss. Big sister. Ashio immediately sat up straight. Capricorn had followed Wan Qingwen all the way to Shikalich. As soon as she arrived, she sensed a familiar aura, and it wasn't Leo's. Unexpectedly, it was her proud star general, Ashio. Big sister, why are you here? Leo asked curiously. Capricorn released her grip. The Lord of Fate has come here. What? Ashio exclaimed in shock. She came for the heavenly tear crystal. Capricorn added, then looked at Ashio. Tell me, how does the heavenly tear crystal bloom? Well, actually, I don't know either. Ashio scratched his head. My. Capricorn furrowed her brow. But I know how to find out. Speak. Ashio organized his words. This year's God's Treasure event in Shikalich should be Viking war cry. The winner of this event can learn the secret of the heavenly tear crystals blooming. What exactly do we need to do? Ashio scratched his cheek. Simply put, it's about who has the loud. Wan Qingwen was somewhat bewildered upon receiving Moji's message. The Viking war cry sounded acceptable at first, but upon second thought it was essentially a contest of who could shout louder, which seemed to diminish its prestige. Regardless of the nature of the event, Wan Qingwen now worried whether Jiang Junyi could emerge victorious in it. This isn't Jiangqing either. Wan Qingwen bit her lip. Should she have Moji and the others use some underhanded methods? Just as she thought this, another message from Moji arrived. Destiny Master, those who know the news of the heavenly tear crystals blooming will only appear after the champion is determined. Before that they cannot be found. Very well, that path is blocked. Now it all depends on Junyi's own strength. There's another matter. Tell me. It seems traces of Ares have been discovered here. Ares. Star Lord. At this thought Wan Qingwen frowned. Then gather the remaining members of the Black Palace and rescue him. Yes. Suddenly, she felt warmth on her forehead. What are you thinking about? Your face is all troubled. Jiang Junyi gently brushed his fingers over Wan Qingwen's furrowed brow and asked. It's nothing. By the way, Junyi, how is your voice? Wan Qingwen uttered a baffling remark. How did it suddenly come to the topic of voice? I suppose it's passable. Jiang Junyi stroked his chin and answered honestly. Setting aside the shadow heart, he was at least a minor grandmaster after all. His voice was bound to be stronger than an ordinary person's. Then, good luck. Wan Qingwen said something that left him utterly confused. Good luck for what? Jiang Junyi asked in confusion. Nothing. You'll find out later. Wan Qingwen waved her hand. Oh, Jiang Junyi leaned closer to Wan Qingwen. Is there a little surprise? Well, I suppose so. Wan Qingwen said with an unnatural expression. Seeing her like this, Jiang Junyi understood. She must be hiding something to give him a surprise. Thinking this, he felt quite pleased. The two chatted for a while, now laughing gently, now playfully teasing. An hour quickly passed. Knock, knock, knock. Young master, young madam, the wind and snow have subsided. Do you wish to go out? Uncle Wu's voice sounded. Let's go. Jiang Junyi stroked Wan Qingwen's silky hair. Leaving the residence, the previously fierce, icy wind had vanished and snowflakes like goose feathers drifted slowly. At this moment, it was exactly the gentle snowstorm that Wan Qingwen had spoken of earlier. On the streets at this time, people from the Yi country wearing Viking horn helmets and draped in furs passed by from time to time. Some children were also similarly dressed, holding toy battle axes in their hands. The streets were being set up with something as if a grand festival was about to arrive. What's going on? Jiang Junyi asked curiously. Young master, it seems Skellige is about to launch the Heavenly Treasure event, Uncle Wu answered. Heavenly Treasure. Jiang Junyi narrowed his eyes as he pushed Wan Qingwen. This name made him instinctively think of the description of the heavenly tear crystal. It was transformed from the god's pity for the blind. Could there be a connection between the two? Young master, the champion of the Heavenly Treasure event, will obtain the coordinates of the heavenly tear crystal and the method of its blooming. Uncle Wu's words made Jiang Junyi's pupils contract sharply. Really? Yes, I've already investigated this. Uncle Wu bowed slightly. Well, that is what professionalism looks like. Hearing this, Wan Qingwen on the wheelchair couldn't help but reveal a smile. Jiang Junyi then looked at Wan Qingwen, his eyes full of tenderness. So this was why Qingwen suggested coming to Skellige. So she had found the heavenly tear crystal. After Uncle Wu finished explaining, he immediately connected it to Wan Qingwen's suggestion. Now it seemed that his wife had already dispatched members of the Black Palace when he first mentioned searching for those two items. Oh, I love it. When is it being held? Jiang Junyi asked. 2 days later. Jiang Junyi nodded. In 2 days, that would be the day the heavenly tear crystal was in hand. Just then a sweet aroma drifted into Jiang Junyi's nostrils. I smell it, a delicious fragrance. Jiang Junyi sniffed. So sweet. Wan Qingwen exclaimed. Let's go. Check it out. In front of an old newspaper kiosk, a Tiao had set out freshly baked honey cakes and sat nearby looking bored. Sigh. These two are really impatient. When Jia heard that Bai Yang was still alive, he prepared to summon people for a rescue. Shirzhuo, on the other hand, followed his lead to investigate, though who knew what that tiny brain of hers could dig up. Boss, how much is this? Jiang Junyi's gentle voice sounded using the local language. A Tiao looked up. Whoa. A handsome guy. Whoa. A beauty. Huh. Daxiao people. 23. A Tiao replied in Daxiao language. Fellow countrymen. Jiang Junyi said in surprise. What else could I be? A Tiao chuckled. If I hadn't seen you're from Daxia, I would have doubled the price. On such a cold day, why does this cake have such a strong fragrance? Wan Qingwen asked curiously. A Tiao folded his arms and smiled smugly. This is my exclusive secret recipe. And this is just an appetizer. An appetizer? How? Jiang Junyi's interest was piqued by this interesting fellow. In 2 days it will be the Heavenly Treasure event. Then he'll bring out even more delicious cakes. He didn't know what a Tiao thought of, but he chuckled. All the Odin gold coins will be mine. Odin gold coins. Wan Qingwen didn't understand. During the event there will be various games, and all consumption here can only be done with Odin gold coins. And by then Odin gold coins will be valuable. A Tiao licked his lips, revealing a longing for money in his eyes. Qingwen, try it quickly. It's delicious. It tastes just like ice cream. Really? Let me try too. I already ate that. A Tiao turned his head to Jiang Junyi, and Wan Qingwen had already walked away. Bang! A Tiao slammed the table. Damn it, they lured the dog in to kill it. At that moment he suddenly sensed something and sharply looked at Wan Qingwen. Holy crap! The Destiny Master. A Tiao's expression froze as he slowly slumped onto the table. I just took money from the Destiny Master. Then will my life be taken by the big sister? Jia, you damn well say something. And he had missed the chance to restore his strength. At this moment, a Tiao was extremely distressed. Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen strolled for a while longer. Almost all the store owners they encountered were rather mysterious. Each one concealed their good stuff, piquing the tourists' interest. They also roughly understood the background of Skellige. This area was long ago known as the Skellige Archipelago. Viking pirates flourished here. Legend had it that the daughter of the Viking pirate king suddenly lost her sight, and he sought healers at a high price. During that time, all kinds of professionals, witchers, witches, and others, flooded into this place. But in the end they were powerless. Then a witcher named Geralt told the Viking pirate king, "The sins you have committed, the slaughter you have caused. This is a punishment from the gods." From then on the pirate king restrained his men and became a righteous guardian around the archipelago. Thus the Skellige archipelago prospered. One day when the Viking pirate king prayed to the gods, his daughter miraculously regained her sight. It turned out that Geralt had found a blooming heavenly tear crystal atop a snowy mountain and brought it back to cure the pirate king's daughter. Before that the heavenly tear crystal had never bloomed. Thus the heavenly treasure was passed down. Do you think this is true, Jun-E? On the snow-covered street, Wan Qingwen asked curiously. Jiang Junyi answered while pushing Wan Qingwen. There must be some exaggeration. But I think the truth might be that this witcher named Geralt in order to stop the pirate king's atrocities. I meant the heavenly tear crystal. Jiang Junyi's hand paused, and he gripped the armrest slightly. This
Must be true. So you sought the Tianlai crystal for my sake. Wan Qingwen stroked her chin. I knew my ice-clever Qingwen would figure it out. Jiang Junyi smiled helplessly. Humph. Wan Qingwen chuckled softly, making a fist of encouragement. Then you must give it your all at the event. Of course. Just watch my performance. Jiang Junyi gently tapped his fist against hers. By now night had fallen, casting a warm orange glow along the streets. Let's head back. It's getting a bit chilly. I am rather tired. After a long journey and a brief rest, the three had wandered through Skellig City for quite some time and fatigue was beginning to set in. Phew. Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen flopped onto the soft bed, finally relaxing. After a short rest, Jiang Junyi stood up. He'll change my clothes. Wan Qingwen was about to say something when she heard a rustling sound beside her. In an instant, a flood of SpongeBob images flashed through her mind, and her ears gradually turned crimson. How could he change right in front of me? Even if I can't see, that's not acceptable. Outrageous. Why are your ears so red? After changing, Jiang Junyi leaned over beside Wan Qingwen, noticing this detail. I am not. With that, Wan Qingwen pushed him away. Go to the bathroom. I need to change too. Jiang Junyi didn't budge, leaning closer. Your humble servant would be delighted to assist. Get lost. Jiang Junyi chuckled, then rose and placed Wan Qingwen's pajamas on the bed before heading to the bathroom. After changing into their pajamas, the two slipped under the covers. Click. The light went out. Thus the day's journey came to a close. But the sleeping part was just beginning. Jiang Junyi held Wan Qingwen, breathing in her scent, feeling a profound sense of peace. So soft, so fragrant. Why are you holding me so tight? In the darkness, Wan Qingwen's cheeks flushed. I just like it. Jiang Junyi stroked her silky hair. I wish I could merge you into me. Wan Qingwen felt his warm breath and strong arms, her fair face burning red. Thankfully the lights were off, so he couldn't see her expression. In truth, she liked it too. Silence enveloped the room. Junyi, can I really regain my sight? Wan Qingwen whispered, her voice filled with longing. You will, and it won't be long. Jiang Junyi's words were firm and resolute. He twirled a strand of her hair, his tones softening instantly. Once you can see, well, go watch snow, view the sea, and admire the sunrise together. Wan Qingwen gently shook her head. What's wrong? Don't you wanna? Jiang Junyi asked, puzzled. No. Wan Qingwen touched his cheek. I want to see you first. Jiang Junyi was taken aback, then suddenly said, look up. Huh. Wan Qingwen instinctively lifted her head. Jiang Junyi kissed her deeply, more passionately than ever before. Love drove his instincts as he gently caressed her soft body, moving upward. Until, what are you doing? Instinct. Just instinct. Bear with me. Sleep. All right. Hold me. Okay. With her back turned, Wan Qingwen's face was like a blazing sunset, her heart pounding wildly. So embarrassing. In truth, she wasn't rejecting Jiang Junyi, it was just the first time she had encountered such a situation, and shyness had nearly overwhelmed her. Now that she had calmed down a bit, she realized it wasn't such a big deal. After all, they were already sleeping together. But at this moment, she couldn't very well ask him to do anything more, could she? That would be too embarrassing. Here, amidst the tender affection, a series of dark figures arrived at Skellig City under the cover of night. The Black Palace gathered with Morong, Een, and Sha at the fore. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A Tiao cracked open the door to look. Me, Virgo said coldly. The shop is already closed. Moved. Virgo kicked the door open, sending a Tiao tumbling. Don't say a word unless you're dead. She glared at a Tiao. I understand. A Tiao responded weakly. Before long. Knock, knock. Who is it? Your fists aren't hard enough. Anger surged in a Tiao. Those words struck a nerve. Inside the booth, Virgo slapped her forehead, knowing exactly who it was. Step aside. This is the new Star General. Virgo pulled a Tiao aside, opened the door, and looked at Wang Hao, her expression softening slightly. You're here? Yeah. Virgo opened the door to let Wang Hao in. A Tiao watched, utterly bewildered. Wait, this is Virgo. He couldn't believe it, he had even glimpsed a hint of tenderness in her. My God, was he seeing things? Once Wang Hao sat down, a Tiao sidled over to him. Brother, how should I address you? Codename Wayland, real name Wang Hao. Wang Hao nodded toward a Tiao. Oh, a Tiao naturally took Wang Hao's hand. Pleasure to meet you. A Tiao. He leaned in and whispered. May I ask, Brother Wayland, what's your relationship with Virgo? Wang Hao glanced at a Tiao. Friends. A Tiao was skeptical. Wang Hao thought for a moment, then added, good friends. A Tiao's expression grew complicated. This kid really had no guile. Virgo's good friend meant a fair amount of affection. A Tiao patted Wang Hao on the shoulder. My respect, brother. Wang Hao frowned. What did that mean? Tiao, I suggest you stay away from him. Virgo flipped a coin between her fingers, her tone icy. A Tiao laughed and walked over to her, pointing at her while looking at Wang Hao.
See, she's already starting to protect H. Bang! Before Tiao could even finish the word husband, Virgo kicked him out of the booth door and all. Wang Hao asked in confusion, what was he about to say? Virgo's face flushed almost imperceptibly, then quickly faded. Nothing. Oh. Wang Hao was curious, but prying wasn't his nature. Since Virgo didn't want to say, he wouldn't ask. Outside the booth the wind howled, and snow fell heavily. Tiao lay on the door panel, gazing at the stars, and lightly slapped his own face. I just had to run my mouth. Hey Liolio, looks like there's a lunatic over here. Suddenly a figure in a black palace mask with a high ponytail appeared in his view. Stay away, or you'll catch stupidity. Feng Lulu took Liang Qiqi's hand and headed toward the booth nearby. After entering the booth and removing their masks, Feng Lulu asked, where's our contact? Bang! Tiao clutching the door panel huffed and puffed as he shoved it back into place, then turned to Feng Lulu and Liang Qiqi. Right here. Sister Xiaowen is our contact. Mentally. Sound. Liang Qiqi pointed at Tiao. A bit off. Don't mind him. Virgo replied. Oh. Liang Qiqi looked at Tiao, a hint of pity in her eyes. Bang! Tiao's eyes widened. My door? Qiqi. Leo opened her arms. Sister Leo? Liang Qiqi hugged Leo, rubbing against her. I missed you so much these past few days. Leo basked in the affection. Me too. Tiao was dumbfounded. Was this the same Leo? On normal days Leo was cute, but never let anyone touch her head or get close. But now, was this really Leo? Tiao turned to look at the snowy white outside the booth, muttering, I must be unwell. I can hardly believe this is the Black Palace. Out of the way. A long leg kicked Tiao onto a chair as Capricorn strode in. She swept her gaze across the room. The objective of this operation: rescue Aries. Yes. 2 days later, the Heavenly Treasure event officially began. Throughout Shikalej City, resounding echoes of rousing pirate music and ubiquitous Viking-style decorations filled the air. On the streets one could see all manner of costumes. Classic Vikings, witchers bearing twin swords, cloaked witches, and more. Many shop doorways displayed giant beer barrels. Shikalej City, amidst snow and wind, welcomed its grandest and most fervent event. The cold could not dampen people's enthusiasm. Rather, it was the wind and snow that stirred their emotions. The liveliest spot was a fighting ring. A dense crowd surrounded it, their expressions fervent and shouts erupting frequently. Welcome to the official Heavenly Treasure event. Viking war cry. Woo! A burly man about 1.9 meters tall, draped in cowhide, and wearing a horned helmet, held a microphone shaped like a battle axe. Junyi. Is it starting? Wan Qingwen tugged at Jiang Junyi's sleeve in the crowd, her pretty face brimming with excitement. Yes, the festival atmosphere is already incredibly thick. Jiang Junyi patted Wan Qingwen's head. Now I have received countless applications from brave warriors. They will shout forth the most passionate words with all their might. Sorry, allow me to ask one more thing. Are your earplugs ready? The host pulled out earplugs and grinned. I wouldn't dare listen to these lads roar without them. He tapped his ear. Everyone make sure to protect your ears. Laughter erupted from the audience. Then, without further ado, the preliminary round of Viking war cry is about to begin. The host announced loudly, and the crowd was electrified. Please welcome the first contestant, Jack. A young man with a slender build stepped onto the stage. The host raised an eyebrow and asked Jack, what brought you to this stage? Jack scratched his head. I want to push myself. Very good. Your idea is excellent. Now let us see your courage. The host led Jack to the center of the ring, where a decibel meter awaited. Within 5 seconds, your highest volume will be captured by the decibel meter. Please begin your performance. Jack took a deep breath, his eyes growing resolute. I want to tell my mom. I ain't no coward. Within his slender frame surged immense power, and the numbers on the decibel meter leaped incessantly. Finally, it settled at 95 dB. Not bad. You're a great lad. Now please wait for now. The host's eyes showed admiration. The preliminary rounds progressed in full swing, and Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen occasionally burst into laughter offstage. Some contestants' lines were simply too absurd. For instance, a filial contestant shouted loudly, "My dad dares to eat shit." The next contestant, even more filial, yelled, "My dad can eat 2 kilos. Now let's welcome the final contestant. Oh, a friend from the East. Please welcome Jiang Junyi. The host's expression brightened. Jiang Junyi heard his name, bent down to Wan Qingwen, and said, "So I'm going up." Go for it." Wan Qingwen clenched her little fists. "A kiss, say. Moi. Go on, go on." Wan Qingwen's cheeks flushed slightly. "All right." Jiang Junyi rolled his neck and strode onto the stage. "I've heard that the ancient Eastern Kingdom possesses mysterious powers. Is that true?" the host joked. "Yes, in our country, if you don't have some skills to rely on, you'd be embarrassed to even step outside." Jiang Junyi was also joking. "Wow, that's quite cool. Come on, Eastern lad. Let us hear your voice." Jiang Junyi walked to the decibel meter, took a deep breath. His gaze gradually shifted to Wan Qingwen below the stage, and he gave a sly smirk. Wan Qingwen suddenly felt that something terrible was about to happen. Wan Qingwen. I like you. Jiang Junyi's expression instantly turned ferocious as he roared with all his might. This battle, victory was mandatory, no defeat allowed. The decibel meter jumped wildly, as if echoing Wan Qingwen's cheeks, turning visibly crimson. She covered her face with both hands, so embarrassing. After 5 seconds the sound gradually subsided. The host then stepped forward. Everyone, he didn't deceive me. Didn't deceive me. If not for the earplugs, friends, we might have had to book the entire hospital. Laughter erupted from the audience. 130 dB. Holy f***ing he is undoubtedly the champion. The host raised Jiang Junyi's hand. Let us cheer for this Eastern friend. The lively atmosphere infected Wan Qingwen and Jiang Junyi, their faces beaming with joy. Please proceed to the castle gate. There you will participate in the final. Jiang Junyi stepped off the stage and steered Wan Qingwen toward the most magnificent building in Shikalej City, White Castle. So, was my performance just now satisfactory? Jiang Junyi chuckled. It was pretty good. Wan Qingwen blushed at the thought of Jiang Junyi saying such things in front of so many people. Thank goodness this wasn't in Daxiao, or it would have been social death. As the two were on their way to White Castle, they suddenly heard, "Protect the young master with my life." Jiang Junyi sighed emotionally. Uncle Wu, he really am crying. Wan Qingwen gave a helpless smile. Uncle Wu is at his age, and he still has to shout such embarrassing slogans. Jiang Junyi shrugged. He said one person isn't safe enough, he needs to escort us. We can't do anything about it. The two arrived at the castle, wandered around a bit, and took photos. Young master, Uncle Wu approached then. Back, Uncle Wu. How did it go? Jiang Junyi asked with a smile. Secured. Perfect, then come take a photo of me and Qingwen. Jiang Junyi handed the camera to Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu's eyes lit up. This was something he excelled at. Click, click. The old man's posture was incredibly agile, employing various difficult poses to adapt to the best shooting angles for his young master and young mistress. The Viking horn sounded as if a summons. People gradually gathered before White Castle, their expressions extremely excited. Soon the champion of the heavenly treasure would be determined. This year was the year of the Tianlai crystal's bloom. Champion boundless wealth, save the one you want to save. Hoo. Flames suddenly rose around the ring, intensifying the fervor of the feast. Everyone, are you ready? Ready. The audience below was ecstatic. The most primal roar always brings out the exhilaration in people's hearts. This was not just a contest for the Tianlai crystal, but also a spiritual self-purification. After the competition, anyone who wanted to shout could step onto the stage. Shikalej City welcomed all. Then the 4 winners of the preliminary rounds will face off in pairs. Ultimately, the winners will duel to determine the champion. Each person has 2 chances to shout. Now let us welcome the 4 victors. Amid the crowd's cheers, Jiang Junyi and Uncle Wu stepped onto the stage. After the draw, Jiang Junyi was unfortunately paired with Wu Bo. Their plan to each dominate separately had failed. First up, the competitor from the mysterious East, announced the host, the same one Jiang Junyi had encountered at the start. At that moment, Wu Bo raised his hand. Referee, I withdraw. Oh, what's this? The Eastern competitor has chosen to forfeit. Perhaps he pushed himself too hard in the preliminaries. Then we congratulate this young man from the East on advancing directly. The host smoothed over the situation, guessing the two might know each other. Take a short break, you two, and let's watch this next match. Jiang Junyi and Wu Bo moved to a corner of the arena. Wu Bo thoughtfully massaged Jiang Junyi's shoulders. Young master, relax. Jiang Junyi leaned against the corner, his gaze determined. I will defeat him for sure. Meanwhile, the other match had already begun. A burly, bearded man stood before the decibel meter, took a deep breath. The standard competition, yell the simplest and most effective way to maximize volume. 140 dB. My God. 140 dB. Are you even human? The host's face was a mask of shock. In contrast, his opponent's first attempt only reached 120 dB. You have a second chance, said the host. The burly man stood with arms crossed, as steady as a mountain. He had no fear of his opponent surpassing him. As expected, the other competitor gave his all, but only managed 129 dB. Congratulations, John. The host raised the burly man's arm, declaring the victor. Now for the final showdown. Let's welcome the young man from the East. Wu Bo patted Jiang Junyi's shoulder. Go, young master. Get him. Who? Leave it to me. Jiang Junyi stood up, threw a couple of quick jabs, and walked to the center of the ring to face the burly John. Comparing their physiques, the gap was still quite stark. Any words from either of you? The host looked left and right. The classic pre-match trash talk. John took the microphone. Be careful, friend. Don't burst your eardrums. Whoa. The host retrieved the mic. John has laid down a threat. How will the young man from the East respond? Jiang Junyi leaned into the mic, against him just playing around. Holy crap, the host exclaimed exaggeratedly. This is so intense. He walked over to John. John, our Eastern friend, is here for the first time at Shikalich. How about you go first? No problem. John nodded with a smile. All right, the match officially begins. John strode like a dragon to the decibel meter, his expression focused. He took a sharp breath. The roar was like a ferocious beast, causing the audience to feel a piercing sting. Even with earplugs, they instinctively covered their ears, their faces a mix of excitement and discomfort. Same yell, but this time more ferocious. 145 dB. 145. My God. Can this young man from the East really beat John? The host's eyes were wide. John smirked proudly and made a go-ahead gesture. Jiang Junyi took a deep breath, twisted his neck. Today he would show them the ancient language of the East. Jiang Junyi closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. The entire arena fell silent. Wan Qingwen gripped the armrests of her wheelchair tightly. "Ci. Ciao." The sound exploded like a thunderclap. Jiang Junyi's face flushed crimson, his expression twisted with effort. 146. 146 dB. The host was genuinely thrilled, never expecting an Eastern visitor to achieve this. After roaring, Jiang Junyi immediately sat down in the corner of the ring, panting heavily. Wu Bo kneaded Jiang Junyi's shoulders, relaxing his arms, and patted his back. Well done, young master. He's finished. Jiang Junyi spat, a smile spreading across his face. Victory is within reach. John walked to the decibel meter with a grave expression. It seems John is in a tight spot, the host commented passionately. Can he do it? At that moment, cheers erupted from below the ring. Honey, go. Honey, go. Daddy, go. Daddy, go. A similarly sturdy woman accompanied by 2 children was cheering for John with all her might. This commotion drew many eyes. But they paid no attention, only cheering for John. Wan Qingwen also heard the sound. On the stage, John's eyes became incredibly resolute. He suddenly opened his mouth, inhaling like a whale, his chest swelling high. John's face flushed, red veins bulging on his forehead, his body involuntarily leaning forward. The snow on the ropes of the ring fell in a flurry, and the sound traveled hundreds of meters. 150. The host's fist clenched. He did it. He did it. John pumped his fist. Yeah, come on. Wu Bo patted Jiang Junyi's shoulder. Young master, give it your all. Bring it. Jiang Junyi rose and walked to the decibel meter, his face serious. Now the one truly trapped is this young man from the East. The host's expression turned regretful. Can he create a miracle? As the host finished speaking, Jiang Junyi took a deep breath. All the spectators below held their breath. Wan Qingwen heard the commotion on stage, her heart incredibly tense. She had already sensed from Jiang Junyi's earlier shout that it was his limit. Now the situation looked very grim. But what could she do? Suddenly, she recalled the cheering she had just heard. Wan Qingwen bit her lip as if making a decision, her delicate face flushing. Who? Husband. Go. At that instant, Jiang Junyi abruptly looked down at the audience, right at Wan Qingwen. He felt as if he were suddenly immersed in a pink sea of flowers, each petal engraved with love. Jiang Junyi clenched his fists. I. From his throat came a series of suppressed growls, trembling like a beast grinding its teeth, as if something was brewing. Gradually, wisps of pink spiritual energy occasionally appeared around Jiang Junyi. I love the frying pan. Boom. The pink spiritual energy erupted in a flash, then vanished. The shouts startled birds into flight, and snow from eaves hundreds of meters away fell in a rustle. 159. The host's eyes seemed about to pop out. A miracle. A miracle has appeared. A moment of silence below, then an eruption of cheers like an avalanche. A miracle. Holy crap. He really did it. The host shouted ecstatically. The winner. Junyi Jiang. He raised Jiang Junyi's arm, trembling with excitement. Below, Wan Qingwen clenched her small fists, her face brimming with excitement. John looked at Jiang Junyi with admiration, giving him a thumbs up. The two embraced in friendship, and the Viking war cry event of the heavenly treasure finally came to a close. With a crisp snap, it happened swiftly. Atop the snowy peak, Jiang Junyi lay prone on the snow, his gaze fixed intently upon the orchid before him. After winning the Viking War Cry Championship, he had learned the secret of the Tianlai crystals blooming. The secret was simple. It required a kiss from one whose heart held true love. Moreover, the Tianlai crystal was not actually the orchid itself, but rather the single dew droplet condensing upon the stamen after the bloom. Now Jiang Junyi was supremely tense, searching for the perfect angle to kiss it. Uncle Wu, is this angle acceptable? Jiang Junyi asked. Uncle Wu first took a photograph, then replied, perfect, young master. Good. Heartened by the affirmation, Jiang Junyi gave a gentle kiss. Before long, the bud atop the orchid slowly unfurled into bloom. Somehow Jiang Junyi felt the entire process was profoundly sacred. As the flower opened, a single crystalline dew droplet trembled upon the stamen, unscattered by the wind as if touched by divine mercy. Jiang Junyi carefully produced a vessel, brought it close to the Tianlei crystal, and with lightning speed captured it inside, sealing it shut. Done. Jiang Junyi rose and shouted, joy reverberating in his heart. Now all the materials were assembled. What? You say Wan Qingwen's beloved is not me? To that Jiang Junyi retorted, I don't believe it. Hearing his elated cry, Wan Qingwen's face also revealed a trace of a smile. So she had helped him after all. Let's go. Uncle Wu. Hurry back. Jiang Junyi's heart raced with both excitement and urgency as he strode quickly toward Wan Qingwen. Yes, young master. Uncle Wu took the Tianlei crystal, placed it into a specially crafted metal box, and tucked it into his bosom. At the residence in Uncle Wu's room, Jiang Junyi said solemnly, Uncle Wu, I want to make the medicine that will restore Qingwen's sight right now. Young master, are you certain you don't need a sterile room or technological assistance? Uncle Wu asked earnestly. Jiang Junyi sank into contemplation. Ding detected that host has gathered most materials for the Three Realms Eye. Friendly reminder, the Three Realms Eye fusion requires no additional methods. Jiang Junyi heard the system prompt and breathed a sigh of relief. That made things easier. Ding, however, it is recommended that host exchange for a specialized vessel. Jiang Junyi clicked his tongue. He knew it. Opening the shop, a pristine white medicine bowl appeared. White jade bowl, price $99.99 pure love points. He glanced at his own pure love points, 19999. Relieved that the system finally hadn't squeezed him dry. Exchange. Jiang Junyi pretended to produce the white jade bowl from his bosom. I came prepared. Uncle Wu's eyes widened with admiration. Truly worthy of the young master. Then Jiang Junyi stood up, stripped off his upper garments, revealing muscles as perfect as a Grecian sculpture. Still need my heart's blood, he murmured as a long blade coalesced from shadows in his hand. Young master. Uncle Wu. No need to dissuade me, my mind is made up. Jiang Junyi raised his hand to stop Uncle Wu. Actually, AI, this matter can only be carried out by me. Young master, these days we use technology to extract heart's blood, Uncle Wu explained quickly. Off. Jiang Junyi turned back. No blade. Blades are outdated. Jiang Junyi retracted the blade. Darn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Let's do it. Uncle Wu produced a highly technological device with a tiny test tube at its center. Jiang Junyi puffed out his chest. Come on. Don't worry about my pain, It's done, young master. Edge. Jiang Junyi watched as Uncle Wu removed the micro-test tube and placed it into the metal box. That fast. He hadn't felt a thing. Young master, your turn next. Uncle Wu asked. Jiang Junyi nodded. My turn. He set the white jade bowl before him, first poured in 10,000-year cold spring, then added the regenerative genes from earth dragon blood amber, and finally dripped in the Tianlei crystal. At once transformations began within the bowl. Strands of golden light rippled through it. Lastly, Jiang Junyi added his heart's blood. Like adding the finishing touch, a qualitative change occurred at that moment. The Three Realms Eye transformed instantly, golden patterns emerging, their contours resembling a celestial eye. It's done. Jiang Junyi whispered. He took a deep breath, carefully carried the bowl containing the Three Realms Eye, and walked toward Wan Qingwen's room. Uncle Wu, clear the way. Yes. At this moment, even if the King of Heaven tried to block the path, had earned 2 slaps. Uncle Wu escorted Jiang Junyi to the room, then tactfully closed the door and withdrew. Junyi, are you done with your tasks? Wan Qingwen sensed his presence and smiled in his direction. Qingwen, come and drink something wonderful. Without realizing it, his voice carried a faint tremor. Is it delicious? Wan Qingwen asked curiously. It's not about taste, it will let you see. Wan Qingwen paused briefly, then beamed. Okay. Jiang Junyi handed the Three Realms Eye to Wan Qingwen and watched silently as she drank it all. How long until it takes effect? Wan Qingwen asked, anticipation in her voice after drinking. About 72 hours. That long. Her lips parted slightly. Then we should. Before she could finish, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, and she fell backward. Jiang Junyi caught her body, laid her gently on the bed, and sat quietly by her side waiting. 1 day, 2 days. His eyes became bloodshot, yet he continued to wait for Wan Qingwen to awaken. At dawn of the 3rd day, Jiang Junyi finally succumbed to exhaustion. Having expended most of his vitality extracting heart's blood, and then staying awake for 3 days, he had reached his limit. So he slumped beside Wan Qingwen and fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown time, he jolted awake and sat up. Qingwen. He focused his gaze. Wan Qingwen, clad in a moon-white nightgown, stood with her hands clasped before her, looking out the window at the gently swirling fine snow. Hearing the commotion, she turned slightly, her raven-black hair cascading over her shoulder. Long lashes fluttered and her eyes sparkled like stars. Junyi. A crystal tear slid down the corner of Jiang Junyi's eye, a tear of joy. Wan Qingwen gently wiped the tears from his cheek, her voice soft. I'm sorry, I still can't see you clearly. Jiang Junyi held her hand, his tears unstoppable. It's all right. It's all right. Wait a little longer, and he'll be able to see you. In the wind and snow she saw him, the only one for this life. So you are this beautiful. Wan Qingwen gently caressed Jiang Junyi's cheek, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Her fingertips traced his brows, his thin lips with indescribable affection. In her bright, watery eyes, love almost solidified into substance. The person before her was the one in her heart, a sweet thought. Yet before she could not even see her beloved's face. The moment her sight returned, her eyes held only Jiang Junyi. Every moment, she longed to gaze at him, to etch his image deep into her mind. This was the man she deeply loved. Jiang Junyi brushed the corner of Wan Qingwen's eye, his expression tender. I once thought you were the most beautiful woman under heaven. Wan Qingwen chuckled, and now? Jiang Junyi leaned close, pressing his forehead to hers, even in the heavens above. Wan Qingwen pinched his lips. What are these lips? Made of? Made of sugar. Jiang Junyi smiled. Then, Wan Qingwen cupped his face, her red lips slowly approaching. Let me have a taste. This kiss was slow yet fervent, gentle yet enduring. Perhaps not intensely passionate, but the emotion flowing within was steadfast. After a long while their lips parted. Their breathing grew slightly heavier, each other's pupils reflecting their own image. The love surging in their eyes nearly overflowed. After a moment of tenderness, Jiang Junyi suggested, would you like to go out for a walk? To see the snow and wind here. He expected Wan Qingwen to agree, but she shook her head. No, I haven't had enough of looking at you. Jiang Junyi paused, then chuckled softly. Am I really that good looking? Yes, you are. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, free and extraordinary, Wan Qingwen smiled, her eyes curving like a crescent moon in the sky. Truly a refined gentleman, in this mundane world a dashing young lad. Jiang Junyi pinched her cheek. Seems you've learned a lot by my side. Of course. Wan Qingwen lifted her chin, slightly a hint of pride in her expression. But soon her demeanor softened, and she whispered, Junyi, haven't you slept well for 2 or 3 days? You just napped for a bit. She gently touched the corner of his eye, a trace of concern in her voice. She saw a few red bloodshot streaks in his eyes. Knowing Jiang Junyi, he must have stayed up all night by her side. If not utterly exhausted, he wouldn't have closed his eyes. It's fine, really. Jiang Junyi scratched his cheek. He was more eager to show Wan Qingwen the world. No, you must. Wan Qingwen feigned anger, her brows knitting like willow leaves. Sleep first. Seeing this, Jiang Junyi knew he couldn't argue. All right. That's... Oh, you. Wan Qingwen let out a startled gasp as Jiang Junyi buried his face in her chest. What are you doing? She asked, her cheeks flushing. It feels safe here. Jiang Junyi closed his eyes, a look of contentment on his face. Is that so? Yes, here. It's so. Before Jiang Junyi could finish his words, a wave of drowsiness overwhelmed him. Nestled in Wan Qingwen's embrace, fragrant, soft, and reassuring. It was the perfect place to sleep. Wan Qingwen was initially shy given the intimacy of the spot. But soon she noticed Jiang Junyi had gone still, only the warmth of his breath occasionally reaching her chest. Fell asleep so fast. Wan Qingwen thought for a moment, then gently embraced Jiang Junyi. In the past it was always him holding her this way. Now it was her turn. And as she held him, a strange feeling surged within her. A desire to protect him, to possess him, to meld him into her very being. No wonder. This feels wonderful. Wan Qingwen's eyes sparkled with delight. She softly stroked his smooth hair and murmured, You've worked hard, rest well. Jiang Junyi mumbled in her arms. Wan Qingwen smiled gently, her tenderness overflowing. The night passed without a word. This sleep stretched from dawn to dawn, utterly refreshing. Jiang Junyi opened his eyes, feeling the softness against his cheek, a faint fragrance wafting into his nostrils. He took a deep breath, savoring it, his spirit soaring. Lifting his head, Wan Qingwen's exquisite sleeping face was right before him, her slightly trembling lashes like butterfly wings. Jiang Junyi moved slowly, inching closer to her. My wife is so beautiful. He smiled foolishly. Sensing the movement, Wan Qingwen slowly opened her eyes, a hint of confusion in her gaze. Jiang Junyi's heart skipped a beat. Was a woman just waking up this adorable? Junyi, you're awake. Wan Qingwen murmured, instinctively kissing his forehead. Do you want to sleep a little more? No need. Wan Qingwen hugged him tighter. Just hold on a little longer. Before Jiang Junyi could react, he was enveloped in softness again. Bliss. Pure bliss. After a while, Wan Qingwen finally released him, her beautiful eyes now clear. How wonderful. She whispered softly. What's wonderful? Jiang Junyi asked in confusion. To see you the moment I open my eyes. Wan Qingwen tapped his cheek with her fingertip. It's truly wonderful. Jiang Junyi smiled. There's still a long life ahead. You'll see me every day from now on. Wan Qingwen's cheeks flushed. Doesn't that mean we'll sleep together every day? Well, we're about to be lawfully wedded. Sharing a bed is perfectly normal, Jiang Junyi smirked. That does make some sense. Wan Qingwen's words reminded Jiang Junyi. Cohabitation needed to be arranged soon. Otherwise, after returning home, there would be hours of separation each day. Unbearable. Grumble, grumble. Jiang Junyi's stomach rumbled. Oh, whose stomach is growling? Wan Qingwen teased. Grumble, grumble. Wan Qingwen paused, and Jiang Junyi laughed. Seems like more than one stomach is complaining. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door. Jiang Junyi got out of bed. Who is it? Uncle Wu's voice came from outside. Young master, young madam, is everything well? He had been on pins and needles these past few days. How was the young master? How was the young madam? How were they both? He had no idea. As a seasoned butler, he had fallen into an information void. This left Uncle Wu restless. All settled, Uncle Wu. Jiang Junyi called back. Hearing his young master's words, Uncle Wu let out a sigh of relief. I've brought some breakfast, young master, young madam. Click. Jiang Junyi opened the door. Quick, we're starving. Uncle Wu entered with the breakfast and set it down. Just then Wan Qingwen's voice rang out. Oh, so this is what Uncle Wu looks like. Uncle Wu spun around, seeing his young madam's eyes bright and lively. He immediately slid to his knees, clutching Jiang Junyi's leg, tears streaming down his aged face. Young master, your efforts were not in vain. Young madam, you've regained your sight. Sob, sob. Jiang Junyi shook his head helplessly. Uncle Wu could be quite sentimental at times. Look, he was even mixing up his words. All right, don't let Qingwen laugh. Jiang Junyi patted Uncle Wu's shoulder gently. Yes. Uncle Wu wiped his tears, stood up, and bowed 90 degrees to Wan Qingwen. Congratulations, young madam, on regaining your sight. Thank you, Uncle Wu. Wan Qingwen smiled. By the way, we plan to go out for a stroll later. Uncle Wu, I remember you prepared a sightseeing guide, right? Jiang Junyi asked. Uncle Wu raised a finger. It needs adjustments now. Give me an hour. Okay. Jiang Junyi nodded, puzzled. Uncle Wu dashed out of the room in a flash. Of course. Now that the young madam could see the old guide was useless. Redo it. It must be redone. In less than half an hour, about 30 minutes, Wu Bo returned once more. Snowflakes still clung to his shoulders, and the top of his head unbrushed. Young master, young mistress, everything is ready. Wu Bo bowed slightly. Such was Wu Ba's speed. By then Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen had finished breakfast and washed up. Good. Jiang Junyi nodded, moving behind Wan Qingwen. Shall we go? Leaving the inn, Wan Qingwen finally beheld the breathtaking snowscape of Shirkalich. Flakes like goose feathers drifted down gracefully, and she couldn't help reaching out to catch one. The world her eyes saw was so beautiful. She had long forgotten what the world looked like. Years of blindness had erased all sceneries from her memory. Is it beautiful? Jiang Junyi pushed Wan Qingwen slowly along the bustling street. The festive atmosphere was still thick. Wan Qingwen nodded, joy shimmering in her eyes. From now on you'll see even more beautiful sights. Jiang Junyi said softly. Then, you have to stay with me, Wan Qingwen whispered. Only when you're here do these sceneries mean anything. Jiang Junyi stroked her hair. Of course. Young master, our first stop is the wind and snow music platform. Wu Bo introduced, holding a small notebook. Skellig's open-air ballad sanctuary where blizzards and harps resonate. Sounds interesting. Jiang Junyi raised an eyebrow. Wan Qingwen also looked expectant. The name itself sounded romantic. The wind and snow music platform was not far from Shirkalich city, situated on the peak of the nearest snowy mountain. In reality, the city stood higher than this mountain. A gentle slope led to the mountaintop platform. Jiang Junyi carried Wan Qingwen up the stone steps, while Wu Bo followed behind with the wheelchair. Once they reached the platform, Jiang Junyi set Wan Qingwen back down. Looking around, a sense of epic romance washed over them. Gray-white boulders like the remains of ancient giants formed circular steps, and in the center a natural ice pillar carved into the shape of a harp stood. Strangely, the strings of the ice harp trembled slightly, and the wind produced ethereal tones as it passed. This is the ice crystal harp platform. The strings are made of Shirkalich's special steel, winter steel, Wu Bo explained. Around them, visitors dressed as bards and druids added to the magical and romantic atmosphere. Jiang Junyi pushed Wan Qingwen around the platform, discovering it backed onto a cliff overlooking the raging sea. A sense of vastness filled them. Just then Wan Qingwen suddenly pointed toward the distant sea. Junyi, what's that? Jiang Junyi followed her gaze. A large shadow was gradually emerging beneath the surface. Excited tourists rushed over, looking in the direction Wan Qingwen had pointed. Before Jiang Junyi could explain, a melodious call echoed. It was like a cello bow sinking into the ocean, drawing out a deep mellow tone, occasionally leaping into a silvery overtone. That whale song penetrated the heart. The ethereal, slightly sorrowful tale seemed to strike the soul. Unconsciously, Wan Qingwen was lost in thought, tears streaming down her face. In that moment, she recalled past pains, her lonely world, and remembered the person beside her who held light and forcefully tore through the darkness in her heart. Noticing this, Jiang Junyi gently wiped her tears. The whisper of a deep-sea giant. It is indeed lonely and desolate. But do you know? It has another meaning. His words caught Wan Qingwen's attention. She turned to him. What is it? It is a love letter recited by the ocean, punctuated with waves written to the rocks on land that know not tenderness. Wan Qingwen blinked. Such a sorrowful sound also has a romantic explanation. Jiang Junyi smiled. Sorrow is not its ode, love is. Just then Wu Bo quietly slipped a piece of paper from behind, then walked aside and bent down to pick something up. Jiang Junyi quickly glanced at the note, crumpled it, and pocketed it. Legend says that when lovers hear its call, it means love echoes forever, unwavering. Hearing Jiang Junyi's explanation, Wan Qingwen's eyes sparkled, and she looked at him with admiration. How do you know so much? Jiang Junyi grinned proudly. Every moment since you opened your eyes, I've been thinking one thing. What? How to tell you that I love you. Wan Qingwen's cheeks flushed, and she gently punched him. You're annoying. Let's go? Let's check out the next spot. Jiang Junyi said. Then Wu Bo spoke up. Young master, I've heard that the ice crystal harp can actually produce melodies. Huh? Isn't it already making sounds? Jiang Junyi asked, puzzled. It's different. The reason there are so many visitors dressed as bards isn't just for the atmosphere. It's because when someone plays here, there's a chance to resonate with the ice crystal harp. Wu Bo explained. Oh, Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen replied together. So what does that have to do with me? Young master, you can try. Wu Bo directly pulled out a guitar and handed it to Jiang Junyi. Jiang Junyi's eyes widened. Dude, this part wasn't in the script. Jiang Junyi looked at Wan Qingwen, who was slowly showing anticipation, then at Wu Bo's resolute expression. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Wu Bo, are you kidding me? Wu Bo's slightly white eyebrows also twitched. Young master, trust me, the resonance is incredibly powerful. Jiang Junyi raised one eyebrow. Are you sure? Wu Bo nodded. Sure, this guitar is custom-made. Jiang Junyi gritted his teeth. Fine. He took the guitar and looked at Wan Qingwen. Qingwen, do you want to hear it? I do, but just because I want to hear you play. Wan Qingwen smiled slightly. Jiang Junyi leaned down, looking straight into her eyes. Then shouldn't I get some compensation? Wan Qingwen's cheeks flushed as she knew what he meant. Mwah, bring it on. Jiang Junyi perked up. He stepped onto the ice crystal harp platform, drawing the attention of many tourists around. After all, stepping up there meant absolute confidence in one's skill. Most importantly, it meant having a deep love in one's heart. Ding ding, the strings sounded. Wu Bo accompanied on the violin. The combination seemed to unfold memories. Looking for the sun where there's no wind, being a warm sun where you're cold, a deep magnetic voice began narrating his love for her in a plain tone. For the rest of my life, I only want you. For the rest of my life, you are the wind and snow, you are the ordinary, you are the poverty. The melody wrapped in wind and snow reached Wan Qingwen's ears. She smiled softly, swaying gently, feeling the deep emotion in Jiang Junyi's song. Their eyes met, tenderness flowing. Click. Wu Bo again captured that moment. Ding, ding. The ice crystal harp now sounded with ethereal, graceful notes. It intertwined with the song and guitar, weaving the most beautiful romance. Hearing it, Wan Qingwen's expression lit up with surprised joy overflowing from her eyes. When the song ended, Jiang Junyi came to her side. How was it? She reached out, cupped his face, and gently kissed him. You've planted the word forever into my ear. Jiang Junyi's smile revealed a row of white teeth radiant with happiness. Let's go. To the next place. Yes, for the rest of his life, it would be her. So many dogs. In the square before Wan Qingwen, dogs of all shapes and sizes roamed about, while the spacious grounds were lined with numerous sleds. Strangely, they did not run wild here. Many of them even seemed to enjoy the tourists' caresses and treats. Can I pet them? Wan Qingwen's eyes sparkled with longing. Of course, Jiang Junyi replied, pushing her wheelchair toward the center of the square. Girls, after all, had little resistance to such fluffy, adorable creatures. Most of the dogs here were sled dogs, including, but not limited to Huskies, Samoyeds, Alaskan Malamutes, Chinooks, and Yakutian Lycus. It seemed almost every breed capable of pulling a sled was present. So soft and round like a little dumpling. Wan Qingwen was now stroking a snow-white Samoyed. Its fluffy fur and adorable appearance instantly captured her heart. Especially when it smiled faintly under her touch, it was incredibly heartwarming. Junyi, look at that dog. Wan Qingwen suddenly pointed in a direction. Jiang Junyi followed her gaze and saw a majestic wolf-like dog lying on one side of the square. Its gaze was cold and its demeanor calm. He's quite handsome. What's up? Jiang Junyi stared for a long time, but couldn't see what was special about this dog. Huh, don't you think he looks like you?
Wan Qingwen asked with a playful smile. Oh, Jiang Junyi rubbed his chin. The cold handsomeness, the elegant poise, indeed quite similar to me. I admit he has the potential to be the Jiang Junyi among dogs. Wan Qingwen covered her mouth with a light laugh, her eyes curving beautifully. This dog is called Watunajan from the ancient language of the Chinook tribe, meaning spirit of the wolf. He is a crossbreed of German Shepherd, Alaskan Malamute, and Husky. Uncle Wu explained from behind. Oh, hey Qingwen, look. Jiang Junyi pointed again. Another dog approached, nuzzling affectionately against Watunajan's neck, and the two dogs licked each other. That dog seems a lot like you, Jiang Junyi said, his eyes lighting up. Looks like a Merle Border Collie. Just then the Merle Border Collie turned its head toward them, tilted its head, and trotted over. It kept glancing back at Watunajan as if urging him to follow. Watunajan reluctantly got up and walked over with the Merle Border Collie. She's coming. Wan Qingwen's expression showed a hint of excitement. The Merle Border Collie stopped in front of her, blinked, and gently rubbed against her leg. Wan Qingwen reached out to pet it, and the Merle Border Collie lowered its head in pure enjoyment. Only then did she notice that the fur on its eyebrows and the side of its face was a different color from the rest, and it was precisely this contrast that gave it a stunning beauty, as if it wore natural eye makeup. Its pupils were a clear, deep blue, outlining a hint of cool elegance. Jiang Junyi was right. This Border Collie really did resemble Wan Qingwen. Cold and exquisitely beautiful. As he crouched beside them, his heart raced at the sight. Here, beauty meets beauty, a painting come to life. Huff huff. Jiang Junyi suddenly heard a sound beside him. He turned his head to see that Watunajan had somehow crouched next to him, also watching the scene. As if sensing his gaze, Watunajan turned to meet Jiang Junyi's eyes. Man and dog locked eyes. TCH. Jiang Junyi clicked his tongue and turned away. Watunajan seemed to roll its eyes and looked away as well. Two kings do not meet. Meanwhile, Wan Qingwen was getting along splendidly with the Border Collie, even holding it in her arms, and looked back. Jiang Junyi and Watunajan were both crouching there, their temperaments strikingly similar. Wan Qingwen couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Jiang Junyi sensed that her smile might not be very polite. Nothing. It's just that your temperaments are so alike. Wan Qingwen held the Border Collie in front of her, hiding half her face. But her laughing eyes gave her away. The Border Collie in her arms tilted its head slightly, its mouth seeming to curl into a smile. Seeing Wan Qingwen like this, Jiang Junyi's heart stirred. The wind and snow softened at that moment because of her. Beside him, Watunajan fell silent, as if its soul had been captivated by the Border Collie. Perhaps both man and dog were thinking the same thing. My wife, so beautiful. Whoa. A bearded man walked over. Incredible. Jiang Junyi stood up. What's the matter? These two are the only dogs here that don't get close to people, the man explained. Truly the East has a mysterious power. I love the ancient Eastern land. Jiang Junyi shook his head helplessly. Thank you. You can invite this Watunajan to pull the sled. He's the lead dog here. The man gave a thumbs up. Jiang Junyi turned to Uncle Wu. What does that mean? Uncle Wu bowed slightly. These dogs can be invited to pull sleds. If you have a spiritual connection and a good rapport, a kind of mutual understanding. Speak human language. If you click, hell take you flying. Jiang Junyi snapped his fingers. Got it. He crouched down and extended his hand to Watunajan. How about it? Come with me. Watunajan glanced at him and ignored him. They'll bring your wife along. Thump. Watunajan's paw landed on Jiang Junyi's hand. Deal. Then we still need 3 more, Uncle Wu added. For the weight of 2 people and 1 dog, they needed 4 sled dogs to experience the thrill of speed. So Jiang Junyi pushed Wan Qingwen around the square, followed by Watunajan and the Border Collie. Suddenly Jiang Junyi stopped in one spot. 3 sled dogs were there. A large muscular Chinook dog staring into the distance. A lean Sharpie Sapala Siberian sled dog. And a slightly smaller husky lying on its back in the snow. Jiang Junyi frowned. These 3. Why did they look so damn familiar? He grabbed the husky by the scruff and lifted it up, examining it. The husky didn't struggle, just stared at Jiang Junyi with those clear, foolish eyes. This can't be hidden inside, can it? Jiang Junyi muttered under his breath. Putting the husky down, he made his decision. You 3 come with me. He instinctively used a commanding tone. But then slap. The 3 dogs immediately stood at attention, tongues out, eyes bright. Damn it, even lying in the Eternal Life Pavilion, they won't let me go. What Jiang Junyi didn't notice was that behind him Watunajan was casting a cold glare at the 3. With the dogs selected, the professionals came to attach the harnesses and led them to the starting point of the snow track. It was a road encircling the city of Shirkalich. One could appreciate both the grandeur of the city and the charm of the icy world. Jiang Junyi patted Watunajan, who looked back. The Border Collie was resting its front paws on the rail of the square sled, watching him. In simple terms, her husband wanted to take her for a ride. After Wan Qingwen and Jiang Junyi were seated, the professional at the square patted Watunajan. Go. Arwol. Watunajan let out a howl
and the three behind him echoed in unison. The sled began to move. Amidst the icy expanse, a sled raced forward at breakneck speed along the snow-covered track. Flurries of white snow scattered to either side, a few specks landing upon Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen. The biting cold jolted their nerves while the wind howled fiercely past their ears. The warmth within their veins surged, igniting a rising tide of exhilaration in their hearts. Wow! Jiang Junyi gripped the rail before him, with one hand raising the other as he shouted aloud. Wow! Wan Qingwen seemed infected by his enthusiasm, lifting her hand to embrace the wind and snow. Woof! A border collie regal as a princess barked, excitedly stirred by the cheers behind them. Whoa! Utonigan let out a long howl, as if answering the fervent emotions. Opt! Suddenly the dogs veered, and under the high speed, Wan Qingwen gasped, falling toward Jiang Junyi. He laughed, catching her look. Wan Qingwen turned her gaze, and the full panorama of Skellige City gradually came into view. The city was built against the mountain, its ancient weathered walls narrating an epic history. The dogs continued pulling the sled swiftly, and after about 5 minutes a crystal-clear ice path with protective measures appeared before them. Whish! Snow sprayed as the sled landed on the ice. Look down, Jiang Junyi pointed below. Wan Qingwen leaned over, peering down. Beneath the ice churned a raging ocean. Huge blocks of snow-dusted ice drifted by amidst the sea. Utterly different from inside the city, Wan Qingwen felt a rush of excitement in this snowy wilderness. She could clearly sense the powerful signals of nature. Just as she gazed toward Skellige City's Hrafnvik castle, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Were those the Black Palace members? Why were they on the city walls? Qingwen, what are you looking at? Jiang Junyi asked, puzzled. He noticed Wan Qingwen staring intently at a certain direction and leaned in to see. Nothing. Wan Qingwen turned around, blocking Jiang Junyi. He raised an eyebrow. Did you see something fun? No, just spaced out. She smiled, a bit sheepish. Jiang Junyi squinted. Something was off. Qingjian's smile was now at a 34-degree arc. A genuine smile typically ranged between 20 and 27 degrees. This indicated she was lying. Leaning closer, Jiang Junyi said, You. Suddenly, he thrust his head forward, looking in the direction she had been staring. Reacting swiftly, Wan Qingwen cupped his face, forcing him to look at her. Something's fishy. She bit her lips, said nothing, and planted a kiss on him. Jiang Junyi's eyes flew wide. So sudden. Well, first taste then. The border collie covered its face with its paws. Boom. Crash. Thunderous roars echoed from Hrafnvik Castle. After a long moment, the two parted. Jiang Junyi licked his lips, looking thoroughly pleased. When Wan Qingwen turned back, the Black Palace figures had vanished. There was an explosion just now, a bit strange, Jiang Junyi said, frowning at Skellige City. Could there be a chosen one around here? Whoosh! A firework blossomed above Hrafnvik Castle. Fireworks during the day? Jiang Junyi wondered. Wan Qingwen rubbed her cheek. She had a feeling those fireworks were connected to the Black Palace. As they enjoyed the view on the sled, chaos erupted inside Hrafnvik Castle. The petite lion Zodiac carried a frail white-haired man on her shoulders, sprinting wildly. Behind them, a swarm of Viking warriors brandished battle axes, roaring in hot pursuit. Note, these were real Vikings. The aura radiating from each of them was on par with a minor grandmaster. What did you do, eh? Why are these barbarians so furious? Lion demanded. Ares scratched his head, embarrassed. I crushed the Hrafnvik crown. What is the Hrafnvik crown? Lion's little head had no clue. Feng Liuli dashed at high vantage points, occasionally tossing talismans, followed by Liang Qiqi, whose spear swept away axes aimed at Feng. Hearing Lion's question, Feng explained, the Hrafnvik crown, a headdress of the pirate princess. Legend says the gem embedded within holds a miraculous elixir that revives the dead. Huh. Damn it, Ares, did you get itchy fingers again? Lion cursed. Tisk, it wasn't really my fault. I was about to kick the bucket. Ares argued. So does the elixir exist? It actually does. Tisk. Lion clicked his tongue. If the elixir existed, the situation was different. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Wang Hao shielded Lion, frantically tossing magnetic bombs like red envelopes. Can you say something else? It's only May. Virgo snapped. Wang Hao paused briefly. You're no good. Next. Virgo slapped her forehead. Wait, don't talk. Wang Hao said nothing, just kept tossing red envelopes. Everyone exit Hrafnvik Castle, immediately disperse, disguise yourselves, and hide at a Tiao's newsstand. Capricorn's calm voice echoed in the Black Palace members' hearts. Roger. She sensed something extremely dangerous lurking inside Hrafnvik Castle. The aura was definitely at the Grandmaster level, and not a modern breakthrough. The presence was ancient, heavy with a dread-inducing solemnity. They could fight these Viking warriors, even slay them all, but if they did, Capricorn's sixth sense warned her, death was certain. Boom. The main gate of Hrafnvik Castle burst open, and the Black Palace members scattered into the shadows like fleeting phantoms. The panting Viking warriors looked around, steam rising from their bodies. They were furious. This bunch of strangers had suddenly snatched the one who had broken the prince's crown. Their methods were bizarre. Throwing bombs was understandable, setting up threads and chains along the path could be grudgingly accepted. But what was with those yellow papers? Tripping, itching, laughing uncontrollably, and even one who ran off to a corner to emo. How could they chase that? Tourists saw the angry Vikings and whipped out their cameras. Must be a Skellige City performance. Then, as if receiving a signal, the warriors retreated slowly into the castle. Yet their faces brimmed with reluctance. Over at the newsstand, a Tiao hummed a tune while arranging even more exquisite cakes. He called this honey corridor cake. Its rich layers like a labyrinthine corridor were utterly irresistible. These days he had earned plenty of Odin gold coins. Swoosh. A shadow flashed. A Tiao glanced. One piece seemed to be missing. Just his imagination. He grabbed another. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 shadows passed by. He looked down, another 2 gone. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 shadows zipped. A Tiao stared wide-eyed. Hey, where are my cakes? Shouldn't 3 be missing? Now he knew exactly what kind of intruder had struck. He stormed into the booth. You, what? Capricorn held a slice of cake, glancing at him. Nothing. A Tiao drooped his head and returned to the stall. Boss, is this a new product? A familiar pleasant voice called out. A Tiao looked up to see Wan Qingwen, his destined mistress. Instantly beaming, he said yes. The latest style. He took out a small box of honey corridor cake. This is the last box, it's yours. Store policy. Wan Qingwen's eyes sparkled. Really? A Tiao nodded frantically. Charging money now would mean sleeping with his head stuck in the snow tonight. Hey, aren't you from the Xinghua Care Center? Jiang Junyi rested his chin on his hand, leaning against the plank extending from the booth, peering inside. But a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Wan Qingwen's eyes flew wide upon hearing that. Oh, let me see. It seems they're all here. And there's an extra one. Jiang Junyi wore an expression of gleeful indifference. Leo looked at Jiang Junyi, unsure of what to say, his little mind clearly in a state of overload. Wang Hao's lips twitched slightly. This was precisely the quirky humor of their young master. We, Capricorn cast a glance at Aries, are here to recruit. Jiang Junyi's eyes widened a fraction, and the surrounding members of Heigong stared at Capricorn in sheer disbelief. Could that really pass as a legitimate reason? Recruit. From thousands of kilometers away. Jiang Junyi turned to Wan Qingwen. Qingwen, do I look like a fool to you? Wan Qingwen bit her lip. Well, it could tambum be. What a... No. Perhaps their recruitment criteria are quite stringent. They might even require an interview. Wan Qingwen declared with a face of utmost seriousness. Jiang Junyi chuckled, finding her earnest, yet nonsensical demeanor utterly amusing. He pinched Wan Qingwen's cheek. That does seem plausible somehow. Wan Qingwen nodded with feigned gravity. It was then that the Heigong members noticed Wan Qingwen had regained her sight. Capricorn was the first to shed tears, disbelief coloring his voice. This. Young lady. You. Can you see now? Wan Qingwen looked at Capricorn and smiled radiantly. Yes. Wah. Leo clung to Aries. Aries shoved him away in disgust, but to no avail. Wow. Sister Qingwen, you can see at last. Liang Qiqi, untroubled by decorum, launched into a flying hug, wrapping her arms around Wan Qingwen. Wan Qingwen gently patted Liang Qiqi's back and murmured, once we're back I can finally get my nails done. Wang Hao and Feng Lulu folded their arms, gazing at Jiang Junyi with admiration gleaming in their eyes. Young master, you're phenomenal. Even the ever-icy Virgo softened at the sight, her expression tender. The master of fate had regained her sight, a moment of immense jubilation. Oh, I see. You all came here for a team-building retreat, didn't you? Jiang Junyi offered the Heigong members a perfect excuse. They nodded frantically. No seats. Capricorn added promptly. We really are here for team-building and maybe squeeze in an interview on the side. Oh, Jiang Junyi smirked slyly. What a coincidence. He walked behind Wan Qingwen, gently stroking her glossy hair. Come on, time for us to head back. Wan Qingwen replied softly. Liang Qiqi released Wan Qingwen at once, wiping away her little teardrops. Then Sister Qingwen, let's catch up when we're back. Sure. Wan Qingwen patted Liang Qiqi gently. We'll be off now. Jiang Junyi waved farewell and guided Wan Qingwen away. The Heigong members watched their figures gradually fade into the distance. Aries spoke up. Is that the Master of Fate's husband? Yes, Leo confirmed. It's likely through his means that the Master regained her sight. Capricorn nodded. That young man is indeed no ordinary person. Heigong had secretly searched for ways to restore Wan Qingwen's vision, yet found nothing. Aries sighed. Every Master of Fate's partner has been so extraordinary. Virgo scoffed. Could an ordinary person be worthy of being the Master's partner? A Tiao raised his hand. Could you at least give me some money? I worked so hard on this. Good job. Go back and keep working.
Capricorn patted A Kiao's shoulder. Huh, it's quite tasty. Wang Hao looked A Kiao in the eye and nodded. Looking forward to working with you. Feng Lulu grinned at A Kiao. Great. I'm no longer the only top-tier workhorse at the tavern. Mixing drinks for this bunch every day and practically developing a Popeye's arm. Over the next 2 days, Jiang Junyi took Wan Qingwen to several other scenic spots. After a delightful round of sightseeing, their journey drew to a close. From the floor-to-ceiling window of the inn, a fierce wind howled as heavy snow swirled. Wan Qingwen stood quietly gazing at the blizzard, her expression lost in thought. Jiang Junyi approached from behind, wrapped his arms around her neck, and leaned close to her cheek, asking softly, "What's on your mind?" "Nothing, just feeling a bit surreal." Wan Qingwen lowered her eyes. "To regain my sight here, and to feel the breath of nature with my own senses. Most importantly, I've finally seen you." She gently traced Jiang Junyi's cheek. "It's wonderful." Jiang Junyi smiled. "It will only get better. I believe you." Just then Uncle Wu's voice came through. "Young master, young mistress, once the snow lets up a little, we can start our journey back." "Good." At the Wan residence in the living room, Wan Xiaoxiao was clutching her phone, her pretty face flushed, shouting passionately into the mic. "Was it you who killed them? And then looted my kill? I worked my ass off in a 1v3, and you're already chowing down on spoils." These days with a phone had been nothing short of paradise. She was utterly absorbed, forgetting all else. Beep. Click. The door opened, and Wan Xiaoxiao glanced over. "Back already?" Wan Xiaoxiao merely acknowledged it, and turned her attention back to the phone. "Wait. Something's off. Is my sister?" Her eyes opened. Wan Xiaoxiao's eyes widened as she stared at Wan Qingwen, her hands frozen on the phone. From the game came "Boss Lady. Someone's coming. Move. I swear I won't take your loot." Wan Xiaoxiao tossed the phone aside, stood up, and walked toward Wan Qingwen in disbelief. She knelt before her sister, her trembling hand reaching out to gently touch the corner of Wan Qingwen's eye. "Sis." A single soft call, and tears brimmed, unbidden in her eyes. Wan Xiaoxiao's breath grew ragged, her expression one of sheer incredulity. Wan Qingwen looked at her sister, her own eyes reddening. She gently caressed Wan Xiaoxiao's cheek and smiled. "I never imagined that Xiaoxiao has grown into such a beautiful young lady." Wan Xiaoxiao's lips quivered. She tried to speak, but words failed her. She threw herself into Wan Qingwen's arms, her body trembling. Tears streamed down in silent, overwhelming torrents. Wan Qingwen stroked her sister's hair, tears cascading freely. Since losing her sight, she had never seen Wan Xiaoxiao's face again. She could only rely on touch, on her voice to imagine her appearance roughly. But how could that compare to seeing with her own eyes? Jiang Junyi quietly withdrew, leaving the moment for the sisters. "Young master, there are some unresolved matters at Yawang Valley awaiting your decision." Uncle Wu bowed slightly. "Not cleaned up." Jiang Junyi frowned slightly. "It's Yi Tian." Jiang Junyi narrowed his eyes. "What's the story?" Yi Tian said he'd trade a piece of information for a way out for Yawang Valley. Jiang Junyi gave a scornful laugh. "Ridiculous. What earth-shattering news could be worth such a price?" It concerns the young mistress' paralyzed legs," Uncle Wu said in a low voice. Jiang Junyi wiped his face. "Damn, that actually worked. Where is he?" "At the Jiang family's doorstep. He's come every day since that day." "Let's go." "Yes." "The Jiang family estate." "Yes, you read that right, an estate. Spanning about 10 mu, it rivaled the princely mansions of the Song dynasty. The vermilion gates stood tall and imposing, with gilded beast head knockers gleaming under the sunlight, flanked by a pair of solemn, white marble lion statues. Yi Tian, his expression wan and his eyes dim, was standing guard at the gate. It was only because he had mentioned Wan Qingwen's paralyzed legs that a few remnants of the Medicine King Valley were spared. He had never imagined that the valley would secretly engage in such heinous research as refining pills with human blood. This fundamentally violated the ancestral teachings of the Medicine King Valley. Yi Tian, hearing his name called, Yi Tian turned to see Jiang Junyi. "Young Master Jiang." Yi Tian gave a bitter smile. Jiang Junyi shook his head at his dejected appearance. "Come inside and talk." Inside the estate, a brick-paved path stretched straight ahead, flanked by ancient cypress trees, whose rustling leaves cast dappled shadows, exuding an air of solemn nobility. Passing through the ceremonial gate, the view opened up. The main hall, with its flying eaves and interlocking brackets, was resplendent glazed tiles shimmering under the sun, and layered white marble steps leading up to it. Winding corridors connected compound after compound, dotted with rockeries, pavilions, and water features. In the main hall, Jiang Junyi sat upright on a wide armchair, while Yi Tian stood in the middle of the hall, not daring to sit. "You said you have news about my wife's paralyzed legs." Jiang Junyi propped his chin and asked. "Yes." Jiang Junyi let out a light laugh. "It seems Brother Yi held back at the auction that day." Yi Tian smiled wryly. "The matter is of grave importance, though I didn't dare reveal it casually." "Go on." Yi Tian sighed. "The cause of the young lady's paralysis
is a lost art of the Medicine King Valley, the absolute spirit lock. Jiang Junyi's pupils contracted. What did you say? A lost art of the Medicine King Valley. He smacked his forehead. Damn, I killed him too fast. The small fry left behind wouldn't know a damn thing about that technique. Still, Jiang Junyi stared coldly at Yi Tian. I take it this information isn't your real bargaining chip. There's more, isn't there? Yi Tian nodded. The current Medicine King Valley, including the ones you killed earlier, none of them know the absolute spirit lock. In fact, many aren't even aware of this technique. Continue. This skill was lost long ago. From what I know, it was stolen. Jiang Junyi tapped the table rhythmically. Not enough. The thief was a lone wolf who had already reached half-step grandmaster back then. He has since vanished without a trace. Yi Tian shook his head. Jiang Junyi fell into deep thought after hearing this. A lone wolf who was already half-step grandmaster back then. Could there be an older version of the chosen one? He rubbed his brow. This fellow seemed very troublesome. He would have to post a task at the White Court and search slowly. I won't touch the remaining people in the Medicine King Valley, but from now on the valley will be under the supervision of my Jiang family. Yi Tian felt bitter inside. Thank you, young Master Jiang. But then Jiang Junyi smiled and leaned forward, pointing at Yi Tian. Your life and death will also be in my hands. Yi Tian was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Agreed. A glint of admiration appeared in Jiang Junyi's eyes. Now this is what a chosen one should be. Responsible, compassionate, and loyal. He sent a wisp of shadow heart power to coil around Yi Tian's heart. Any trace of disloyalty, and he would die instantly. Very well. Then I'll give you a great gift. Jiang Junyi turned his head. Uncle Wu, young master, return the cultivation manuals my father looted from the Medicine King Valley back then. It was only later that Jiang Junyi learned his own father had also raided the valley and brought back a pile of manuals and herbs. Yi Tian's eyes lit up at the news. The Medicine King Valley had once flourished precisely because of those techniques. Thinking about it this way, this whole affair didn't seem so bad after all. Go back now. Jiang Junyi waved his hand. Yi Tian bowed slightly and turned to leave. Jiang Junyi watched Yi Tian's retreating figure, his eyes flickering. If the chosen one works for me, who knows when he might surprise me. Unseen streams of golden qi surged into Jiang Junyi's body, while some drifted elsewhere. After Yi Tian left, Jiang Junyi stretched lazily. He decided to rest there for the day. The next morning, in the Wan family study. Bang! The study door was shoved open roughly. Qingyun, I'm here. Jiang Junyi's radiant face looked at Wan Qingwen, who was sitting at the desk. Wan Qingwen looked at Jiang Junyi and smiled gently. Easy now, the door's about to fall apart. Jiang Junyi leaned over to her. No worries, I reinforced it earlier. Gazing at her bright eyes, he felt a swell of happiness in his heart. What are you staring at? A celestial fairy descended to earth, unparalleled beauty. Jiang Junyi grinned. Again, Wan Qingwen blushed slightly. Words of love are endless, just like my love for you. Never enough. He quickly pecked her cheek. Wan Qingwen tapped his forehead. What were you doing just now, Qingwen? Reading a fairy tale book from my childhood. She caressed the yellowed pages, her eyes holding both nostalgia and a trace of sorrow. Jiang Junyi noticed and knew she must be thinking about her childhood. I brought some things. Want to see? He asked mysteriously. What things? Wan Qingwen looked up curiously. You'll find out. Jiang Junyi stood up, moved behind her wheelchair, and pushed her to the photo wall in her boudoir. Tada! These are photos from our recent days. On the small table in front of the photo wall lay a stack of photos. Wan Qingwen's eyes lit up as she picked one up and examined it closely. Is this from when we went to the park? Exactly. Wan Qingwen flipped through them one by one, occasionally covering her mouth with a laugh, sometimes moved to silence. Her finger paused on a photo taken on a tree-lined path, the moment she had looked at Jiang Junyi and confessed her feelings. Even now recalling it made her blush. Her eyes hadn't regained their sight back then, but Jiang Junyi's gaze had been utterly focused on her. From the picnic to the tavern to the blizzard in Shirkalej, Wan Qingwen studied each photo carefully, occasionally gently caressing the image of Jiang Junyi. She noticed that in every photo Jiang Junyi's eyes held blazing love for her, a passion that could be felt even through the pictures. Let's put them up, shall we? Wan Qingwen looked up at Jiang Junyi. Sure. Jiang Junyi took the photos, asking Wan Qingwen about the angles. Here, a bit to the left. This, that works. And this one, more to the right. Like this. Oops, too far. After a while they finally finished arranging the photos. Wan Qingwen gazed at the photo wall, her eyes full of delight. They look like a lot, but we've only put up a small half. Jiang Junyi pinched her cheek playfully. What's the rush? We have all the time in the world. This wall might not even be enough. Wan Qingwen believed their story was far from over. After admiring the wall for a moment in silence, she suddenly spoke. Junyi, let's go get our marriage certificate. Jiang Junyi widened his eyes, staring at Wan Qingwen in disbelief. After she spoke, a flush of crimson swiftly spread across her delicate face.
The impulse that had surged within her while looking at those photos had become uncontrollable. Only now in hindsight did she realize how embarrassing her words had been. Wan Qingwen tried to change the subject or simply pretend she had misspoken. But Jiang Junyi stammered you. Wait for me a moment. Hey. Wan Qingwen reached out her hand, but Jiang Junyi had already vanished. She sighed helplessly. Was he that nervous? As he fled in panic, she clearly caught sight of his crimson earlobes. She had never seen a shy Jiang Junyi before. Over there. Jiang Junyi rushed like the wind to find Uncle Wu, who was squatting in the courtyard playing with the flowers. Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu looked up at him. What's the matter, young master? Have you ever gotten a marriage certificate? Uncle Wu's hand trembled, and the watering can splashed out a considerable amount of water. Crack. 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 Jiang Junyi squatted beside Uncle Wu as if hearing the sound of a heart breaking. Uncle Wu was silent for a moment. Young master. Well, I've never actually gotten one. Jiang Junyi rubbed his chin with a conflicted expression. Just now Qingwen said she wanted to go get the certificate. I think this should be a very sacred thing, right? A question mark appeared above Uncle Wu's head. From a practical standpoint, it should be. Fine, right. Young master, to get the certificate you need to bring your household registration booklet, both parties present, and fill out the application for marriage registration declaration. Right. Uncle Wu read from his phone. Jiang Junyi frowned. Is that so? We've never gotten one either. Uncle Wu's lips twitched. You haven't gotten one, but have I? Huh. Answer me. Thus the old man and the young man squatted beside the flowers and plants, checking their phones. Do we need to take photos too? Jiang Junyi murmured. Is there a dress code? Young master, it says here that white or light-colored clothes are recommended. So a shirt seems very suitable to me. Uncle Wu pointed at his phone. That makes sense. Jiang Junyi rubbed his chin, already picturing Wan Qingwen in a shirt, and couldn't help but smile. I'm a bit nervous, Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu looked at Jiang Junyi's expression and shook his head slightly. Nervous? You look more excited to me. That smile of yours is almost reaching the sky. Look at this. Uncle Wu, it seems there's also a tradition of hiring a photographer. Jiang Junyi pointed at a piece of information. Yes, young master. Jiang Junyi pretended to mutter to himself, the three little ones. Should be recovered by now. Uncle Wu heard this and immediately stood up. I'll make the arrangements. I'll inform my parents and ask them to advise the three little ones. They definitely have experience. Jiang Junyi nodded with satisfaction. After Uncle Wu left, Jiang Junyi video called his parents. Soon the call connected. A beautifully made-up lady appeared with a cheerful smile of beach behind her. What's up, my dear son? Wow, how did a fairy appear here? Jiang Junyi said with a laugh. Oh my, such a sweet talker, what's the matter? Zhao Ningyu replied cheerfully. Mom, I'm going to get a marriage certificate with Qingwen. Jiang Junyi exclaimed excitedly. What a? Zhao Ningyu exclaimed in delight. Quick, tell me more. Jiang Junyi scratched his head. Well, it just feels right. Let me tell you, son, getting the certificate can be simple or ceremonial. Zhao Ningyu held her phone and spoke earnestly. Like your father and me, that rough fellow just brought the household registration booklet, nothing else, and we got it. Though the wedding was pretty nice. But Mom thinks the Civil Affairs Bureau is actually more solemn. It's where your unwavering commitment is witnessed. Jiang Junyi listened attentively. His thoughts were the same as his mother's. Mom, I think you're absolutely right. Zhao Ningyu nodded with gratification. Then the camera shook and her slightly irritated voice came through. Look at our son. He's asking so many details just to give the girl the best memory. What about you? Zhao Ningyu was seen pulling Jiang Wudao's ear into the frame. Jiang Wudao looked at Jiang Junyi awkwardly. Hey son. Fisk. Jiang Junyi glanced at Jiang Wudao with a hint of disdain. Dad, so you were that careless. Jiang Wudao started to retort. You what? Did our son say anything wrong? Zhao Ningyu shouted. My bad. Jiang Wudao wilted like a frosted eggplant. Then Zhao Ningyu showed a hint of concern. Son, what about Qingwen's eyes? Don't worry, Mom, she can see now. Jiang Junyi smiled. Really? Zhao Ningyu was overjoyed. Quick. Let Mom see her. All right. Jiang Junyi held his phone and trotted all the way to the study. Wan Qingwen looked up at the sound and saw Jiang Junyi holding his phone, seemingly talking. Quick, Qingwen, look over here. Jiang Junyi moved closer and aimed the phone at the two of them. Wan Qingwen saw a beautiful lady in the phone and looked puzzled. This is... My dear girl, it's a bit awkward meeting for the first time on the phone, but Mom just couldn't help it. I wanted to see you. Zhao Ningyu said cheerfully. Wan Qingwen's lips parted slightly. The information from Zhao Ningyi's words was overwhelming. Dear girl, Mom wants to see me. This is Junyi's mother. Wan Qingwen quickly smoothed her hair and closed before saying, hello, Auntie. Oh, why call me Auntie? That's so formal. You're about to get the certificate, so call me Mom. Zhao Ningyu pursed her lips, the corners of her mouth curving up uncontrollably. Hearing this, Wan Qingwen's face flushed crimson in an instant. Don't scare the girl. Shut up.
Zhao Ninjia's face changed instantly. Oh. Jiang Wadeo's face appeared briefly, then retreated. Zhao Ningyu turned back to Wan Qingwen with a beaming smile. Mom. Mom. Wan Qingwen's voice was soft as a mosquito's hum, but she still managed to say it. Yes. Zhao Ningyu burst into radiant smiles, cupping her chin with one hand, as she looked at the two, clearly already shipping them. Oh, my son is truly blessed to have married such a wonderful girl. I won't keep you two. Go ahead, go ahead. They'll take care of everything related. Zhao Ningyu waved goodbye with a smile. Then we'll go prepare. You two enjoy yourselves. Jiang Junyi said farewell. After the call ended, Wan Qingwen said with feigned reproach, why didn't you tell me beforehand? I wasn't prepared at all. It's fine. My mom likes you so much. Remember the wontons from before? Jiang Junyi pinched Wan Qingwen's cheek. She made them specially for you. Wan Qingwen recalled that she had thought they were made for Jiang Junyi. Still, it was too sudden. Wan Qingwen whispered, her face still flushed. I've never gotten a certificate either. So I consulted my parents. Jiang Junyi scratched his head. Wan Qingwen looked at Jiang Junyi's flustered expression and couldn't help but chuckle. It's just a marriage certificate. Why make such a fuss? That's not right. Jiang Junyi raised his chin slightly. This is a solemn matter. In the white courtyard at the longevity pavilion, the three little ones were playing on their phones while lying in the hospital beds, their expressions excited. Big damage. Big damage. One more hit. One more. Go for it, third. Why are you hesitating? Damn you, Wan. Where did that big damage come from? You're talking nonsense. The three little ones were quarreling fiercely on the hospital beds. Bang! The ward door opened, and the three little ones looked toward the door simultaneously, their hands freezing in place. Whose general is this? Who goes there? What is the matter? Time to get to work. Aunt Zhao knocked on the door. Number 1 let out a wail. No. Aunt Zhao, you said we could rest. I've bled for the white courtyard, howled number 2. I've shed tears for the young master. Number 3 hugged the pillow and shouted. Aunt Zhao sneered. Your young master is about to get his marriage certificate and needs a photographer. Since you're unwilling, forget it. With that, she pretended to turn and leave. A series of tearing sounds followed. When Aunt Zhao looked back, 3 dashing young men in suits appeared, full of spirit. Number 1 tugged at his tie and strode toward the door. Time waits for no one. Operation commence. Number 2 twisted his neck. Leave professional matters to the professionals. Number 3 put his hands in his pockets. Aunt Zhao glanced back at the bandages on the hospital bed and couldn't help but smile. After the 3 little ones had prepared, Aunt Zhao set off for the Wan family. Dong dong dong. She knocked on the iron gate of the Wan family's villa. Creak. The gate opened. Aunt Zhao, what brings you here? Uncle Wu looked puzzled, wondering why a mere marriage certificate would warrant a visit from Aunt Zhao. What would an old bachelor like you know? Aunt Zhao shot him a glare. Seriously, why the personal attack? Is being a bachelor a crime? Stepping past Uncle Wu, she sensed something, and then hurried upstairs into the study. Oh, this must be the future young mistress. Aunt Zhao pushed Jiang Junyi aside and grasped Wan Qingwen's hand, crouching before her. Nice to meet you. Wan Qingwen, seeing Aunt Zhao's enthusiasm, assumed she was an elder of Jiang Junyi's family, and a faint blush crept across her face. This is Aunt Zhao? She raised me in a sense, Jiang Junyi introduced. Aunt Zhao. Oh dear child. Aunt Zhao beamed with a radiant smile. Aunt Zhao, why are you here? Jiang Junyi asked in confusion. I'm here to give you two a premarital checkup. Jiang Junyi. Wan Qingwen. How can you conduct a premarital checkup single-handedly? A premarital checkup isn't just about science, it also means that both parties hold nothing back, Aunt Zhao explained. Then, Aunt Zhao, what will you use for the checkup? Jiang Junyi scratched his head. There were no medical devices here. Who needs those things? Give me your hands, Aunt Zhao said dismissively. The two placed their hands in her palms, and a wisp of white spiritual energy surged into their bodies. Both Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen felt Aunt Zhao's gentle spiritual energy flowing through their meridians. After one cycle, she withdrew her hands. Good, both of you are perfectly healthy. She placed their hands together. You must take good care of each other. Jiang Junyi smiled. Don't worry, Aunt Zhao. Wan Qingwen also showed a smile. Thank you, Aunt Zhao. Just then, Aunt Zhao strode to the entrance of the study and bellowed, Come out and get to work. Jiang Junyi raised an eyebrow. What's the plan? Get ready to head out, Aunt Zhao called back. All right. Jiang Junyi paused for a moment, then pushed Wan Qingwen toward the door. Just as he was about to push her out, a voice rang out, Hold on. Number 1 and number 2 made a stopping gesture, and Jiang Junyi's foot, which had been about to step forward, came back down. What are these jokers doing here? He soon found out. Young mistress, on this solemn and sacred day, the mud in the courtyard isn't even worthy of touching your wheelchair's tires, declared number 1 with righteous indignation. Exactly. Number 2 nodded. Then the two of them laid down a red carpet that extended all the way to the car at the entrance. Jiang Junyi's mouth twitched. This was like a wedding ceremony.
Wan Qingwen covered her mouth and chuckled, "Thank you both of you. We will follow the young mistress to the death." Number 1 and number 2 declared their necks stiff. Jiang Junyi smiled helplessly and pushed Wan Qingwen onto the red carpet. Just then number 3 walked over with a camera, the lens focused on Wan Qingwen and Jiang Junyi. Jiang Junyi understood that this was the photography session. He smiled at the camera. "Today I'm going to get my marriage certificate with the girl I love. May 20th is a perfect day." He looked down at Wan Qingwen. "Miss, any thoughts?" Wan Qingwen tapped her chin. "I'm mainly looking forward to the free milk tea after we get the certificate. Actually, I have some imported milk tea here too. Definitely imported through the mouth," Jiang Junyi said with a cheeky grin. Wan Qingwen gently patted him. "Get lost." "I can't get lost. If I do, who will get the certificate with you, eh?" Jiang Junyi lifted Wan Qingwen into the car, and they both sat in the back seat. Number 3 sat in the front passenger seat, holding the camera. Uncle Wu was driving, and the remaining 2 little ones were clinging to the car roof. "Nervous?" Jiang Junyi asked softly. "A little," Wan Qingwen nodded. "Don't be. It's not that big a deal." "Junyi. What's up? Can you hold my hand without trembling?" Well." Jiang Junyi lifted his left hand, and saw it was trembling slightly. He grabbed his own hand. "I'm not nervous. It's just, probably because I didn't sleep well last night, yeah. I'm not nervous at all. I'm totally relaxed." Seeing this, Wan Qingwen smiled gently, and patted Jiang Junyi's head. All right, you're not nervous. Right? Right, what's there to be nervous about?" In an instant, Jiang Junyi was full of bluffs. The car slowly came to a stop in front of a photo studio. Jiang Junyi looked a bit confused. "Why are we here?" After getting out, number 3 paused the recording and explained the photos for the marriage registration can be taken at a studio. "Young master, young mistress, you can choose outfits here and also take some photos." Jiang Junyi looked surprised. Wow, had never seen number 3 this serious. He glanced at the photo studio. People were already waiting at the entrance on both sides. "Is this place?" Jiang Junyi asked. "I own it," number 3 said. "I'm not boasting, but I'm skilled at a bit of photography." Number 3 scratched his cheek. Jiang Junyi felt that had heard those words somewhere before. "Come on, young master, young mistress." Jiang Junyi nodded and led Wan Qingwen into the studio's shooting area. Since it was for the marriage registration photo, they chose a red background. The outfits were simple and elegant, all in light colors. Jiang Junyi changed into a shirt and arrived at the set, while Wan Qingwen needed a little more time. "Young master, now that you're at the shooting location, how are you feeling?" Number 3 asked before starting the camera. Excited and joyful," Jiang Junyi thought for a moment. "This is a very formal occasion. The thought of starting a family with her fills me with contentment, yes." "Young master, look over there." Number 3 suddenly pointed in a direction. Wan Qingwen appeared in Jiang Junyi's sight wearing a white modern hanfu blouse, paired with a simple black horseface skirt. At that moment, she seemed like a woman stepping out of an ancient painting, dignified, elegant, and refined. "Do I look good, oi?" Wan Qingwen tilted her head slightly, her smile charming. Jiang Junyi snapped out of his daze and praised from the bottom of his heart. "Yes, absolutely stunning. Come, look here." Number 3 personally operated the camera, capturing the wedding registration photo of their young master. As for the camera, it was carried by Uncle Wu. Jiang Junyi sat upright on a small stool, perfectly positioned to share the frame with Wan Qingwen. Without needing any adjustments from number 3, the genuine smiles on their faces at that moment were the most beautiful and perfectly timed. Click, click. A series of shutter sounds rang out. "All right, now you can make some poses," number 3 called out. "For instance, form a heart." Jiang Junyi glanced at Wan Qingwen, then raised his arms to form an arc above his head with a smile. Wan Qingwen followed suit, her fingertips lightly brushing against Jiang Junyi. The two drew closer, leaning on each other. Their faces were filled with blissful smiles. "Yes, perfect. You can kiss now." Number 3 was brimming with excitement, snapping photos frantically to capture the wedding registration moment. Now every photo had to be as sweet as possible. Wan Qingwen's delicate face flushed slightly, and she shyly looked at Jiang Junyi. Noticing that his ears were also red, she couldn't help but smile. Jiang Junyi scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful as well. This moment was captured by number 3, who pressed the shutter with a rapid click-click. "Hurry, what are you waiting for?" Wan Qingwen gently cupped Jiang Junyi's cheeks. She gave him a soft kiss. Jiang Junyi felt the tenderness of his beloved, his shyness melting away as he focused entirely on the moment. "Yes, perfect. The man can stand up." "Yes, stand up and kiss." Number 3 licked their lips. This was absolutely right. Jiang Junyi moved the small stool aside, stood up, and cupped Wan Qingwen's cheek with one hand as he leaned down to kiss her. Who wouldn't be thrilled by such a picturesque scene? Number 3 grew increasingly ecstatic. "Lift her up, lift her up." "Yes, lift her." Hearing this, Jiang Junyi lifted Wan Qingwen. Wan Qingwen wrapped her arms around Jiang Junyi's neck, beaming with joy.
Jiang Junyi's gaze toward Wan Qingwen was filled with tenderness. By now their shyness had vanished, and both were immersed in an ocean of happiness. Sometimes the most moving photos don't require exquisite makeup or a perfectly set atmosphere. The genuine emotions flowing from the heart are the most touching melody of all. After a series of shots, number 3 put down the camera with reluctance. Uncle Wu asked them to restrain themselves, or they would run into time issues. All things considered, Uncle Wu wanted to reserve more time for the young master and his newlywed wife, so the two could dote on each other. "Should we change clothes?" asked Wan Qingwen. "No need," Jiang Junyi said, kissing her cheek. "This outfit is fine, beautiful." "Is that so?" Wan Qingwen's eyes curved with delight, overjoyed. Now she could see the expressions on Jiang Junyi's face. A woman adorns herself for him who delights in her. His smile, the tenderness in his eyes, all would flow into her heart as the most direct declaration of love. "Let's go. Time to get the marriage certificate." The wheelchair. Jiang Junyi carried Wan Qingwen in a princess hold out of the photo studio. Soon they arrived in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. They exchanged smiles. Everything was understood without words. Jiang Junyi pushed Wan Qingwen inside. They had made an appointment and brought all necessary documents. The process went quickly. Before long, the staff handed out 2 red booklets. The words "marriage certificate" beneath the national emblem appeared especially solemn. Each held the other's certificate, raised them, and smiled toward the camera, recording this moment. The staff nearby smiled as well. It wasn't that they had never seen such happy couples getting married, but it was rare. In fact, more came to file for divorce. The staff noticed that this couple had a photographer and had specially taken wedding photos, so they understood how much this mattered to them. Thus they suggested, "There's an oath stand further inside." The couple turned back to thank them and headed toward the oath stand. Before the solemn national emblem, the oath stand stood sacred and dignified. Flowers adorned it, exuding a sense of solemn romance. The two stood on either side of the stand holding their marriage certificates. They spoke in unison. "I, Jiang Junyi Wan Qingwen, do solemnly swear today. We voluntarily enter into marriage from this moment on, with the law as our witness and time as our namesake. Whether in times of prosperity or adversity, wealth or poverty, health or sickness, we will be faithful to each other, support one another, acting as each other's armor and also as each other's vulnerability." At these words their gazes met, filled with love and tenderness. "We promise, with respect as our foundation, never betray the fate that brought us together. With trust as our bond, never doubt the sincerity of our commitment. With responsibility as our shield, together withstand life's storms. With love as our beacon, illuminate the long road of the years ahead." They exchanged smiles. "In this life, I only desire to walk with you. Warm companionship amidst the trivialities of daily life. Side by side through the vast ocean of stars. This vow unbroken till the end of time." After reciting the oath, moved by emotion, they kissed. Their remaining years were sworn, their lives as witness. The moon rose and set its gentle warmth, sweet and cherished. Clap, clap, clap. The 3 little ones and Uncle Wu pressed their lips together, clapping, their eyes glistening with tears. Number 1, sob, sob, may the young master and mistress grow old together. Number 2, sob, sob, may the young master and mistress be a perfect match. Number 3, sob, sob, may the young master and mistress live in harmony forever. Uncle Wu, sob, sob, may the young master and mistress be the best of all. After a long moment their lips parted. "Wife," Jiang Junyi whispered. Wan Qingwen smiled softly. "Husband." Jiang Junyi pushed Wan Qingwen down from the side of the oath stand. "Let's go. Time to get some free milk tea." Wan Qingwen swayed her shoulders lightly, her joy overflowing. As they exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, a small stall appeared before Jiang Junyi. Chumzuo and Wang Hao sat there, a sign on the table before them. Newlyweds with a marriage certificate can enjoy free milk tea at Xinghua Daycare Center. Both wore expressionless faces, as if they were not being deliberate at all, like they were trying to attract business. Jiang Junyi pretended to be surprised. "Oh, Xinghua Daycare has such a service." "Ah, perfect." Wan Qingwen, seeing Jiang Junyi take the bait, played along. "Let's go then. Let's drink them pour." Chunzuo and Wang Hao watched the 2 receding figures, then quickly began packing up the table. Just then another couple came out of the bureau and saw them packing up. They stepped forward. Hey, where? Can we go get that free milk tea?" Chunzuo looked back calmly. "Sorry." Wang Hao immediately added, "We're closed." With that they finished packing and ran off, leaving the other couple bewildered in the wind. Meanwhile, Jiang Junyi had already brought Wan Qingwen to the front of Xinghua Daycare Center. The sign at the shop entrance had been changed to "Open." With a jingle the tavern door swung open. Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen found that today's Xinghua hostel was adorned with a romantic ambience. Balloons, flowers, and even gentle white doves were scattered everywhere, not confined to cages. The doves were well behaved, flying nowhere. A white-haired man holding something in his hand was feeding them. It was Bai Yang. At that moment, a sweet fragrance permeated the tavern, the scent of cake. Drawing closer, the two heard. Thud. Rustle. Thud. Repeated in sequence. Gazing intently, Feng Lulu rolled up his sleeves, shaking a vessel vigorously. The bulging muscles of his arm were visible. One by one, drinks of various colors and shapes were quickly placed on the counter. What is this? Jiang Junyi pointed at Feng Lulu and asked Liang Qiqi beside him. Lulu is making milk tea. Sister Xiaowen said there's a promotion today for newlyweds to enjoy free drinks at the store. Liang Qiqi walked out from behind the counter, approached Wan Qingwen, and giggled. Sister Qingyun, it wouldn't be you two who got married, would it? Wan Qingwen's pretty face flushed slightly as she nodded. How wonderful. Come, come. Liang Qiqi beckoned. Jiang Junyi pushed Wan Qingwen to the counter and lifted her onto a stool. Wan Qingwen looked at the array of milk tea cups before her, her small mouth slightly agape. This was a bit much. Thud. Feng Lulu placed the final cup of milk tea on the counter, taking a deep breath. He leaned on the counter, the mirror reflecting a glint of wisdom. This one is called Mortal Fireworks. Feng Lulu introduced the first cup from left to right, then began listing the names of the milk teas. Youthful Days, Kite of the Zheng, Gallant Splendor, A Fleeting Half-Day, Chang'an Flowers, Subtle Fragrance of Shadows, Noble and Fair, Twining Branches. Feng Lulu introduced all 9 milk teas in one breath. Jiang Junyi, Wan Qingwen. They both gave a thumbs up in unison, full of admiration. Shaking out such poetic milk tea was indeed a craft. Feng Liyulia's creations were not mere gimmicks. Each cup's character matched its name perfectly. Here it comes. A Tiao wearing black-rimmed glasses and a pastry chef's uniform approached, carrying a tray. Delicate little cakes were presented. This one is called a Lamp of Fire. A Tiao placed a small cake before the Mortal Fireworks milk tea. Then he began listing names at a speed no less than Feng Liyulia's. Years of Splendor, Winds, Whisper, Ember Saddle, Stealing Idle Clouds, Triumphant Spring Moon, Shifting Plum, Dual Jade, Ode, Entwined Hearts. Thud. A Tiao set down the last small cake, chin lifted slightly, a look of pride on his face. The pastries and milk tea complemented each other perfectly. The two were once again stunned. Was there such a thing? Recovering a bit, Jiang Junyi smiled, scooped a small piece of a Lamp of Fire, and brought it to Wan Qingwen's lips. Come, have a taste. Wan Qingwen, however, picked up Mortal Fireworks and offered it to Jiang Junyi. You drink this first. Oh, you eat first. Oh, you drink first. The two were being affectionate, pushing back and forth. The expressions of the people around gradually shifted. The doorbell jingled as Wang Hao and Chunzhou entered the shop. Chunzhou casually flipped the sign over. No way was anyone else barging in today. As soon as they entered, they saw Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen laughing and being lovey-dovey. After listening for a while, Wang Hao looked puzzled. Can't one eat and the other drink? Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Wang Hao. Chunzhou glanced at the two's seemingly calm expressions, then pretended to slap Wang Hao's head. Mind your own business. Why are you meddling with the guests? Go, get changed. Chunzhou pushed Wang Hao toward the changing room. Wang Hao scratched his head. He was only thinking about the young master and his lady. If they kept this up, neither would get to drink or eat. Couldn't figure it out. After Wang Hao left, Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen put on smiles again. You eat first. No, no, you drink first. No, no. Not far away, the 3 little ones sitting at the table pointed at Wang Hao. No. 1 idiot. No. 2 agreed. No. 3 agreed. Wu Bo agreed. No. 1 suddenly spoke. Hey, do you think Brother Hao and this Chunzhou are? Last time I came, I saw her wiping his body. No. 3's face showed horror. Really? Fake. He still couldn't forget the image of Chunzhou threatening to twist his head off. No. 2 frowned and looked again. You mean a beautiful girl who likes to wear a maid outfit, delicate, soft, fragrant, and sweet, has her eyes on? No. 3 was silent for a moment. Actually, not that soft. Wu Bo put down his health tea. I can testify last time Xiao Wang was holding that girl. No. 1. No. 2. No. 3. The 3 little ones huddled together, whispering. An iron tree blooming. That's something. Should we give him a hand? Laosen has flowers. How about sending them to her? I have some money. Then we'll do this. The 3 little ones discussed and finally decided. Wu Bo heard and couldn't help shaking his head. Xiao Wang. Well, it was time he found a companion. The 3 little ones then turned their gaze to Wu Bo. Uncle Wu, when will you bloom? Wu Bo's forehead bulged with veins. Get lost. Meanwhile, Jiang Junyi and Wan Qingwen finally started eating and drinking, their eyes full of happiness. Leaning against the far wall, Bai Yang watched the two, a flicker of gloom passing through his eyes, then returning to normal. He gently flicked his fingers and 2 or 3 little white doves behind him lifted a small flower basket and flew toward Wan Qingwen. The doves cooed, scattering petals. Wan Qingwen looked up, delighted by the sight. Jiang Junyi glanced at the scene first, then fixed his gaze on Wan Qingwen. Her happy expression was truly beautiful. Wow, Junyi, these doves are so spirited. Wan Qingwen exclaimed. They are blessing us, Jiang Junyi smiled. Wan Qingwen turned back and found Jiang Junyi looking at her tenderly. Why aren't you watching? I want to watch you. I am here all the time, aren't I? I feel a lifetime isn't enough. Wan Qingwen's face flushed then. We'll continue in the next life. Jiang Junyi pinched her delicate nose. Deal. Wan Qingwen held Jiang Junyi's broad hand and whispered, By evening the milk tea and pastries were almost finished. They decided to go home. We're leaving, Wan Qingwen said. Liang Qiqi, after hearing Wan Qingwen's account of the day, had tears in her eyes. She waved her hand. Be happy, Sister Qingwen. Wan Qingwen paused for a moment, then smiled. I'm already happy now. After they left, the Heigong crowd sighed with emotion. Witnessing the master's happiness was a kind of happiness for them. Chun Zuo glanced at Wang Hao, who stood like a pillar with his arms crossed, and shook her head slightly. Feng Lulu and Liang Qiqi then looked at the two of them. How much longer would it take for this couple? So what do we do now? Atiao shrugged and asked. Watch the shop. Feng Lulu stretched his arms. At that moment Liang Qiqi approached. Let me massage you, Lulu. Feng Lulu looked at Liang Qiqi in horror. No, don't. Ow. How is it? Liang Qiqi asked with a grin. Great. Please continue. Feng Lulu had initially thought that letting the freakishly strong Liang Qiqi massage him would be disastrous, but it turned out to be quite pleasantly sore. Atiao pursed his lips at the sight. If I didn't want to, I wouldn't have one either, really. Atiao pouted, rolled his eyes, and shook his head. What about you, Chun Zuo? Atiao leaned against the counter and asked. Chun Zuo was silent for a moment. He'll go out for a stroll. Atiao, Feng Liu, Liang Qiqi, and even Baiyang Shizuo was still asleep, all cast subtle glances at Wang Hao. What about you, Wang Hao? Atiao asked with a faint smirk as if watching a show. Me. Wang Hao pointed at himself, tilted his head in thought, and said, I'll watch the shop. Tisk. A chorus of tisk echoed through Xinglua Care Center. Just then Majia stepped out from the shadows and placed the mask on the counter. Few exhausted. Let's get a couple of drinks. Big sister. What were you up to? Atiao ventured cautiously. Protecting the Lord of Destiny, of course. Recording everything from the marriage license process, organizing it into a file. Majia replied, resting her chin on her hand, then looked at Feng Lulu. What are you doing, Lulu? Shake the drinks. Feng Liulia's face was a picture of complexity. I've been shaking all day, ma'am. And now he might have to endure Moji's drunken antics. He'll go buy some food for the pigeons. Baiyang said, head down, scratching his cheek as he walked toward the door. As he passed, he casually grabbed the sleeping Shizuo and placed him on the counter. He was afraid that once Majia got drunk she would come after him for a reckoning. For instance, for not telling her when she was still alive. Baiyang. The shop is out of flour, I'll go with you. Atiao's face lit up with realization and he chased after Baiyang. He'll go for a walk. Chun Zuo stated succinctly and strode out. Wang Hao frowned slightly. He'll watch the entrance. Watch your head. Atiao turned back, grabbed Wang Hao's sleeve, and said, the Lord of Destiny has a mission for you. Hearing this, Wang Hao half-heartedly resisted as he was pulled along. Really? Really? Atiao's expression was stern. The Lord of Destiny says that Chun Zuo is in low spirits and might fall victim to ill-intentioned people. She needs your protection. Wang Hao's expression changed instantly. I understand. He'll go find her right away. Atiao watched Wang Hao's retreating figure and shook his head. What a gullible lad. Shizuo, hearing the commotion around, groggily woke up. She rubbed her eyes and yawned. What time is it now? Slap. Shizuo felt an arm drape over her shoulder, and her eyes gradually cleared. Not this again, that familiar feeling. Shizuo slowly turned her head and saw Majia grinning. Joy, slap, gone. Be big sister. I just woke up. Not suitable for drinking. Before Shizuo could finish, Majia was already pouring liquor into her mouth. What nonsense. Drinking doesn't need a time schedule. Drink. Majia declared loudly. Lure. Keep shaking. Feng Lulu rolled up his sleeves once more, a look of indignation on his face. I never should have said I knew how to mix drinks. Liang Qiqi sat nearby munching on snacks and waving her fists. Go for it. Go for your head. Feng Lulu was seething with resentment. Dingling. The doorbell rang as Su Shuangshuang, just out of school, walked into Xinglua Care Center. I'm back. Su Shuangshuang's first sight was Majia at the counter clutching Shizuo and chugging down booze. Home. Oh dear, I think I left my homework at school. Su Shuangshuang immediately executed a 180-degree turn. I'll go get it. Slap. A hand landed on Su Shuangshuang's shoulder. The scent of alcohol wafted over and Moji's magnetic, seductive voice rang out. Shuangshuang. I remember you're of age now. Time to taste the wonders of alcohol. I'm still a student. Meanwhile, on a bustling street, Chun Zuo was strolling alone. Her maid outfit was somewhat conspicuous, but in today's society, it wasn't anything unusual. She wasn't making excuses, there was indeed a place she wanted to visit. That was the largest and most luxurious shop in Jiangcheng that sold maid costumes, the Yunduo apron incident. She had heard they had the latest styles of maid outfits, and she had been wanting to try them on. Today, since the Lord of Destiny had given them free time after the task, she decided to come take a look. Just then Chunzuo's footsteps suddenly halted. Her brows furrowed slightly as she turned her head, scanning behind her. She quickened her pace, weaving through the crowd, and ducked into a somewhat dim alley. Wang Hao, who was following, frowned slightly. Where is she going? He hurriedly caught up, looking left and right in the alley. Gone. Suddenly a sharp gust of wind swept past his ear. Wang Hao quickly raised his hands and barely managed to catch a long, shapely leg clad in 120D white stockings. Bang! Even so, the thick-heeled Mary Jane shoe of Chunzuo still shattered a large chunk of the wall beside Wang Hao's head. Wang Hao, why are you sneaking up on me? Chunzuo asked with a frown. If she hadn't recognized who it was and held back her strength, Wang Hao would have been done for. Gulp! Wang Hao swallowed hard. Though cold sweat trickled down his forehead, his expression remained unchanged. Protecting you. The Lord of Destiny ordered me to protect you. Tisk. Chunzuo pursed her lips. Do I need your protection? Wang Hao was also thinking to himself. Would she really fall victim to ill-intentioned people? Are they sure she wouldn't be the one turning the tables? Nevertheless, he dutifully replied, fearing you might fall into evil hands. You're in low spirits, vulnerable to danger. Hearing this, Chunzuo's gaze softened slightly. After all, he was looking out for her. Next time, just come out and say it directly. Okay. And, does it feel good to touch? Wang Hao instinctively squeezed with his left hand, immediately feeling the delicate texture of the white stockings and the shapeliness of Chunzuo's thigh. His instincts drove him to answer, pretty good. A brief silence hung in the air. Go to hell. Slap. Wang Hao's body flew backward and landed on the street outside the alley, face up to the sky. The moon tonight. So soft. Soon after, Chunzuo walked ahead with a cold face, followed by Wang Hao, whose right cheek bore a bright red handprint, yet his expression remained resolute. In the shadows. Whoa, that handprint has a story behind it. Guess what happened? Around the corner, 3 heads were stacked together. No. 3 then asked, how are we going to play this? Aren't you good at bone shrinking? Shrink into a kid and sell flowers. No. 2 adjusted spectacles that weren't there. Are you kidding? What about the voice? No. 3 whispered. Hear a voice changer. No. 1 placed a bow tie into no. 3's hand. The same model as that kid who dies wherever he goes. Damn. There'll be flaws. Chunzuo isn't stupid. No. 3 thought it was a bad idea. Ahem. In a boy's voice. Brother, buy a flower for your sister, no? 2 said in a falsetto. No. 3 looked at no. 2 in horror. Are you bluffing? When did you learn that? Playing tricks on your buddy. No. 2 returned to his normal voice. Learned it a few days ago. Just match your lip movements. Tisk, fine. No. 3 gritted his teeth. The Virgo walked all the way to the commercial center. The night breeze gently lifting her strands of hair. Her pressed thin lips exuded a coldness, and her delicate pale profile radiated the unique charm of the Virgo. For a moment, Wang Hao, following behind her, found himself momentarily entranced. Ordinarily, he felt nothing in particular. Yet when they were alone with no familiar faces around, his heartbeat would always quicken inadvertently whenever he saw her. Wang Hao did not understand what this feeling was. He merely dismissed it as an unknown physiological reaction. What are you looking at? The Virgo tilted her head, noticing Wang Hao frozen in a daze, and slightly frowned. Her eyebrows were not soft, but rather sharp, giving an impression of keenness at first glance. Usually I don't feel anything. But now, I think you look quite beautiful. Wang Hao snapped back to reality and scratched his cheek, speaking honestly. The Virgo's pupils dilated slightly, and she turned her head away. Why should I listen to you? Hurry up and follow. Night mingled with the lights flickering in the dimness, concealing the faint blush on the woman's earlobes. Oh, Wang Hao responded and followed the Virgo into the mall. It was May 20th, and the mall was unusually crowded. Couples were almost everywhere, arms linked, exchanging smiles. The Virgo skillfully made her way to the second floor maid costume store, the Cloud Apron Incident. The store was spacious, filled with many girls dressed in maid outfits. The Virgo waited for Wang Hao for a moment before entering the shop. Seeing the dazzling array of garments, the Virgo's eyes lit up. Wang Hao had seen that expression before, the first time during a mission at the armory, and another time when he had given her a coin. So she really loved maid costumes that much. Wang Hao silently tucked this observation away in his heart. He followed behind the Virgo, watching her touch this and that, picking up a hair ornament, hanging an earring. Wang Hao had never seen the Virgo like this. It seemed as if she had gained a bit more vitality. How about this hair clip? The Virgo turned around, placing a dark blue enamel iris clip above her ear.
Cool-toned petals, exquisite silver wire tracing. Perfectly suits you, Wang Hao remarked. The Virgo's eyes brightened slightly as she placed it into a delicate shopping bag. Then I'll take it. Strolling along, she seemed to spot something she adored and quickened her pace. She picked up a hair ornament and tried it on. After looking in the mirror, she turned to Wang Hao. This one, take a look. Wang Hao's eyes gleamed as he scrutinized it carefully. But as he looked, he unconsciously furrowed his brows and stepped closer. Just a moment ago, he was a bit too far to discern the material. Seeing Wang Hao approaching, the Virgo's eyes flickered with a trace of panic. He stopped only when he was a fist distance away. The Virgo felt a slight movement atop her head. Wang Hao was pinching the hairband. Ultra-thin Teflon coating, no reflection, no flutter, false shadow creates a floating effect. As he spoke, Wang Hao frowned and stroked his chin. Seeing this, the Virgo assumed Wang Hao thought it wasn't attractive and shook her head slightly, ready to put it down. I feel if you wear it. It's quite. Wang Hao's voice sounded again. The Virgo raised an eyebrow and looked at him, waiting for the rest. Quite. Wang Hao frowned even harder, as if racking his brains for the right word. The Virgo shot him a look. Quite what? She feared some unpleasant word would tumble from Wang Hao's lips. But Wang Hao was also anxious now. What was that word from 3,000 Ways to Understand a Woman's Heart? He couldn't recall. Seeing Wang Hao silent for so long, the Virgo said impatiently, say it or don't. At the word don't, Wang Hao's mind suddenly cleared, as if clouds parted to reveal the sun. Right? Very adorable, Wang Hao declared solemnly. The Virgo froze for a moment, then 2 blushes rose on her cheeks. She quickly turned away. Is that so? Yes, that's the word. Then I'll take this one too. After packing it, the Virgo walked elsewhere, her steps noticeably lighter. Wang Hao looked at her thoughtfully. The young master wasn't wrong. It really worked. Pausing and moving, the Virgo finally reached the maid costume section. Wang Hao's eyes immediately fell on the central display. He felt that was exactly what the Virgo wanted. Sure enough, she headed straight there. A nameplate read 4 large characters, Moonlit Glazed, with a subtitle, Inspiration Moonlit Ice Lake. The Virgo walked directly to the shop assistant. Please get me 1 set. The shop assistant's eyes lit up when she saw the Virgo. Sure. This suits you perfectly. It's the last set too. The moment she saw the Virgo, she felt that Moonlit Glazed was made for her. When the assistant placed an exquisite medium-sized wooden box in the Virgo's hands, the latter revealed a satisfied smile. Let's go, the Virgo called out, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. Just then a couple rushed up breathless. The girl asked the assistant, Is Moonlit Glazed still available? The assistant apologized. I'm sorry, the last set has already been sold. The girl sighed. We still didn't make it. But the boy beside her spotted the Virgo not far away holding the box. He pointed and said, Honey, look. That person might have it, and she hasn't paid yet. Hope gleamed in the girl's eyes, and she tugged at the boy's sleeve. Why don't you go talk to her? All right, as long as it's not paid, the boy said confidently. At that moment, Wang Hao was listening to the Virgo enthusiastically introducing Moonlit Glazed. Its color palette is mainly frost white, misty blue gray, and matte silver. The main body of the skirt is matte satin paired with glacier tulle. Aged silver buttons and chains give a vintage feel. High-neck fitted shirt, a lean train half-skirt, deconstructed dark pattern apron. Ice crystal bow tie, meteorite waist chain, halfinger mesh gloves. Especially the miniature blue zirconium embedded at the glove knuckles like frozen drops of dew. Absolutely the finishing touch. Wang Hao watched the animated Virgo, the corners of his mouth curling up involuntarily. The Virgo like this was also quite beautiful. Suddenly, excuse me, you two. The introduction stopped abruptly. They turned around. Wang Hao asked in confusion, May I help you? The boy with the girl beside him wore an apologetic expression. I'm terribly sorry, but I'd like to ask if you could possibly let us have that Moonlit Glazed in your hands. The Virgo frowned slightly. Why should I? The boy's eyes darkened. The day after tomorrow is her stage performance. Her last one in college. He smiled bitterly. But this Moonlit Glazed sold out too fast. We've already come several times. If you're not in a hurry, could you let us have it first? The Virgo looked at the boy, then at the girl's dejected expression, and let out a soft sigh. Well, it wasn't urgent for her anyway. Then, the Virgo was about to give in when Wang Hao interrupted. Is this the only shop in the entire Jiangxing? Wang Hao asked calmly. There is another one. Then why not go there? Time is tight. How long is the restocking time? 2 days. When was your partner's final rehearsal? 4 days ago. Wang Hao said coolly. The final rehearsal was 4 days ago. The restocking takes 2 days. Even if it sold out every day, you'd have had at least 2 opportunities. It's now 7 in the evening, and the last set was just sold. May I ask what you two were doing during the daytime? The boy froze under Wang Hao's incisive questioning. The girl gritted her teeth. We had important matters during the day. Wang Hao crossed his arms. Fine, let's say you had something more important. But why couldn't you ask someone else to buy it? Do you have no friends? And even if I go further, the final rehearsal was 4 days ago.
A stage performance wouldn't have just one rehearsal. Then let me ask you, what were you doing in all the time before those 4 days, eh? Wang Hao's gaze was like a blade. The Virgo beside him opened her mouth slightly. This outburst left the couple speechless. The boy's expression turned unpleasant. If you want, give it, just say so. Why all this nagging? Wang Hao sneered. You expect us to pay for your mistakes while trying to take the moral high ground. What I hate most is moral blackmail. All that last chance, very important nonsense. Using others' kindness to cover up your own faults. Well, I'm not going to indulge you. With that, Wang Hao took the Virgo by the arm and headed for the cashier. He didn't want to see her look disappointed. At all. The Virgo, her eyes sparkling, followed him in a daze. So cool. At the counter, the Virgo placed the wooden box on the surface and fumbled around. Damn, she hadn't brought her phone. Nor her wallet. No phone, no wallet. Then why are you buying clothes? Might as well give it to. The couple reappeared nearby, and the boy sneered. Slap. Wang Hao slapped a card on the counter, casting a cold glare at the couple, meaning shut up. The boy swallowed, muttered tch, and left. Even after leaving the mall and stepping into the square, the Virgo remained somewhat stunned. She had never seen this side of Wang Hao. Just then a sweet childish voice appeared. Big brother, buy a flower for the lady.